The sun hung high in the sky, casting its light and warmth impartially upon the earth. It showed no distinction between young and old, rich and poor. Great love, indeed, is devoid of sentiment. As a fawn wades through a stream, birds flit among the trees. At first, one could only see a dark red glimmer on the horizon, rapidly drawing nearer. A trail of flames arced across the sky, as if a divine being was wielding a brush, scarring the blue expanse above. The vast landscapes of the Zhuang kingdom were nearly engulfed by this fiery line, when suddenly, a dark light shot up from the ground, blocking its path. A cold, ruthless connection seemed to establish itself between heaven and earth, with a surge of primal energy. From north to south, a deathly silence fell upon the scene. In the northeastern corner of the Zhuang kingdom's sky, ominous clouds began to gather. The bright day turned suddenly dim. With a thunderous roar, a voice echoed, "Nine malicious darkeen." The light flickered briefly as it mingled with the malevolent clouds before plummeting from the sky. The light fell faster and larger, until it crashed down with a roar like a falling star. In the countryside outside Fenglin City, human presence was scarce. Only a decrepit temple stood long abandoned. Boom! The fiery points struck the ground, creating a massive crater, yet the residual waves did not expand, as if some force was containing them. When the swirling smoke cleared, it revealed a man in a blazing robe. The man bore sharp eyebrows and a strikingly handsome visage, clad in a richly embroidered, crimson robe, a truly extraordinary sight. Yet, at this moment, his hair was disheveled, and his clothing bore tattered seams, betraying a hint of distress. "I didn't expect to meet my end in such a remote corner," the man, Zhuo Guanglia, glanced around with a vague sense of melancholy and inquired, "What is this place called?" Once more, the day dimmed, and stars seemed to fall. A few beggars, seeking shelter in the crumbling temple, were now paralyzed by terror, prostrating themselves before the temple's gate. Hearing the question, one trembled and stammered, "Ji Great Immortal, this is the outskirts of Fenglin City. We don't know the name of this temple." With a slight flick of his fingers, Zhuo Guanglia considered erasing these beggars from existence. In these turbulent times of strife and warfare among nations, no conflict had matched the ferocity of the recent great battle between Qin and Chu. Nearly 100,000 practitioners had fought, turning the central valleys and plains into barren wastelands. As a key figure on the defeated side, especially one who had single-handedly breached the Hanggu Pass and nearly turned the tide, his pursuit from heaven to earth left little room for complaint. However, these beggars were also part of the Zhuang kingdom that dared to secretly assist the tyrannical Qin, aiding them in ambushes within its borders. Such people deserve their fates. Yet Zhuo Guanglia extinguished the spark of anger rising within him. "Zhuo Guanglia, is this how low you've sunk? To misplace your wrath upon these pitiful souls?" With a deep sigh, he murmured, "You may leave." He turned his back, redirecting his gaze to the ink-black sky. There lay his true enemies, those lurking in the shadows like wolves closing in, the ones Zhuo Guanglia intended to eliminate. The beggars felt a wave of relief wash over them, scampering away. Only the first one to respond hesitated before the abandoned temple, but his companion roughly pulled him back, croaking, "Are you seeking death?" The beggars fled with all their might, perhaps never having run for their own lives like this before. Zhuo Guanglia did not divert his gaze, but furrowed his brow. "Are you not taking your companion?" Within the reach of his spiritual awareness, no secrets remained. The wooden idols inside the temple were long gone. Either they had been used as firewood by the beggars, or had simply crumbled away. Yet beneath the offering table lay a child, feebly clinging to life, motionless, likely counting the days until death, which had caused the earlier hesitation of the beggar. It is natural for one to forsake burdens when fleeing for one's life. But Zhuo Guanglia could not remain indifferent. Those who emerge from the battlefield understand all too well the significance of companionship. Zhuo Guanglia was keenly aware of his own dwindling strength, but he would not forget what had brought him to this moment. The words of the mysterious immortal lingered in the air, and the beggars did not dare refuse. They scrambled back toward the temple in a frenzy. Desperately, panting heavily, they hurried. Yet, to some keenly observing eyes, they appeared no more resilient than ants or swifter than snails. It was simply too slow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp whistling sound approached swiftly from the horizon. Countless translucent water arrows flew toward Zhuo Guanglia from the sky, converging upon him with chilling speed. The vitality of water energy surged wildly in this realm. A vast funnel-shaped rain of arrows obscured half the sky. This was a representative, large-scale, lethal technique from the Qin military, the 10,000 stream arrow rain. They're here. Zhuo Guanglia lifted his head to the heavens as the fierce wind whipped through his robe and hair, raising his right hand high. The wide sleeves of his crimson robe fell back, revealing arms carved like jade. They were fair and powerful. A red orb of light materialized in his palm, exploding with brilliance the next instant. A blinding light radiated outward in all directions, as if Zhuo Guanglia had single-handedly lifted a sun. This was a technique of his own creation, one that had made him famous at the age of 15 during the Yellow River Assembly. Solar explosion. Countless translucent water arrows refracted the descending sunlight into a spectrum of colors, before being engulfed in fiery red the next moment. That was an incredibly violent and searing crimson hue. From the center of Zhuo Guangli's right hand, a 100-mile radius of sky was cloaked in red, and the rain of arrows dissipated completely. This magnificent tableau was so breathtaking that it was difficult for anyone to notice the fading ink stains at the edges of the painting. Before the solar explosion spread, an unbearable number of arrows had already plummeted. The fleeing beggars fell one after another, their bodies riddled with piercing holes. They did not even have time to utter a single cry before they perished in an instant. Life is so fragile. Massacres, is that your path? Zhuo Guangli's lips curled into a mocking smile, though his words seemed to lack a target. Yet his eyes, bright as stars, gradually became shrouded in a cold, icy demeanor. Whoever dares show mercy when killing Zhuo Guanglia is nothing but a complete fool. Accompanied by an icy voice, a group of practitioners donned in dark ceremonial robes descended, sealing off all exits. The leader among them had a gaunt face and pale skin. His robe bore frost-like patterns at the hem. With their elongated eyes fixed firmly on Zhuo Guanglia, he sneered, "A mere ant, and you dare to raise your head before me?" As he spoke, his accompanying practitioners began to form hand seals. Their movements were astonishingly synchronized, as if carved from the same mold. 18 translucent water snakes suddenly took shape, shrieking through the air, ready to strike Zhuo Guanglia. From their appearance to their assault, not a single breath was wasted. The winding snake bind, a low-tier technique, under their masterful control, became exceptionally fierce and deadly. Zhuo Guangli's expression remained unchanged. He pulled his hands apart, and a flaming knife formed in his grasp. Gongyang Bai. He wielded the flaming knife effortlessly, twisting through the air to slice the approaching water snakes cleanly in half. He no longer needed to perform complex hand seals for a technique of this level. Now that you've even invoked the 9 malicious darking formation, why waste time with such trivial techniques that endanger our lives? Do not misunderstand my respect. Gongyang Bai spread his hands wide, suddenly thrusting them upwards, rise. The water snakes that had fallen to the ground did not dissolve instead. They leaped back into the air, regrowing their severed tails and heads. Divided into 2, then 4 under the influence of the 9 malicious darking formation, these water snakes grew increasingly ferocious. This was a brand new evolution of the winding snake bind, unseen until now. It could be said to breathe new life into this technique, providing it with greater scope for application. It was undoubtedly a product of the Qin military's diligent research. Its name was the chaotic water snake Denver. The sound was sharp and grating, and the countless snarling water snakes encircled Zhuo Guanglia, with their mere sight creating the illusion of being trapped in an infinite snake pit. He seemed to be in dire straits, yet his voice rang out clearly and resolutely. If Ying Wu is willing to use even the 9 malicious darking formation, I should face death. But this wretched temple has no name. This nameless place has no right to bury Zhuo Guanglia. Flames suddenly erupted from his skin. Fiercely blazing, they danced like claws. The fire ignited everything it touched, rapidly spreading through the air. Fire-based techniques, they spread like wildfire. At 17, he had employed this technique to incinerate thousands of evil spirits, establishing an awe-inspiring reputation. The entire chaotic water snake den ignited. Countless water snakes writhed and hissed in the flames, transforming into vapor. Zhuo Guanglia soared from the mass of serpentine corpses, his hair wild, his aura volcanic. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry erupted. A massive black eagle swooped down from the sky, facing Zhuo Guanglia directly, its wings flaring wide. Hundreds of iron feathers streaked with blades rushed toward him, each gleaming with different styles, some fierce, others sinister. The blade-like wind fell like torrential rain, once again banishing Zhuo Guanglia back into the snake den. The mechanized beast, blade-feathered eagle. On the back of the eagle stood a barefooted man, draped in a mask that concealed his face, yet hung a copper box at his back. He remained silent. Perhaps his speech was lost in the storm of blades. With the support of the 9 malicious Darkine formation, the myriad snakes surged and multiplied incessantly, the blazing fire's power, lacking persistence, gradually dissipating. Staying too long results in loss as water snakes relentlessly burrowed into Zhuo Guanglia, tearing his flesh and leaving trails of blood. He could only grunt, wielding the flaming knife to fend off the water snakes, targeting his vital spots. Endless snakes were poised to devour him, the chilling darkness gnawing at his soul. Veins bulged on his forehead, revealing the tremendous agony he endured, yet his gaze remained resolute. With one hand, he began to execute another spell. He did not give up a single moment. Gong glanced at the man on the eagle's back before ceasing to hesitate. His 10 fingers intertwined, raised before him, and his hair floated as if caught in an unseen wind. Now yield, and you may return home in one piece. Because the force of this next technique, even I cannot control. Suddenly, the temperature plunged, a layer of white frost forming upon his brow. The entire chaotic water snake den froze as if covered by impenetrable, frigid ice. This ultimate cold, powerful beyond measure, was the Xiangbing Dungeona secret technique of the renowned Gongyang family, activated through bloodline strength. The ice dungeon. Anyone entering this prison would find their breath crystallized with each exhale, their blood frozen in 2 breaths, and their flesh lifeless within 3. The water snakes transformed into ice snakes, and Zhuo Guanglia was soon enveloped in frost. Gongyang silently observed all of this, and within a breath, the blood began to congeal. But everyone present suddenly heard the sound of rushing rivers. The tide seething with fury, it was the blood of Zhuo Guanglia surging. Boil, blood, burn, soul. The fiery robe ignited, hair ablaze, brows infused with flame, flesh igniting, and the soul consumed in flames. Body and mind, life and spirit all were ablaze. The solid ice melted into water, the fluid evaporating into vapor. The chaotic water, snake den, and the ice dungeon crumbled in that instant. Among the billowing mist, Zhuo Guanglia transformed into a being of fire. He gazed down at his inferno-wreathed hands, murmuring, "Indeed, this is the imperial forbidden technique. In such power, I seem to glimpse the true essence of fire." Then, swiftly, he turned to face the blade-feathered eagle in the sky. A nice little toy. As his words resonated, he had already appeared midair. The barefooted man, clad in a mask, launched himself downwards, allowing the precious blade-feathered eagle to be reduced to ashes by the searing flames. To save your skin, this is still not enough. Mo Jingyu. Zhuo Guangli's hands moved with dazzling speed as he executed his technique in an instant. Flames bloomed as if conjured from thin air, blooming relentlessly. The entire sky ignited in fiery hues, coloring everything heaven and earth, the battlefield alive with flames. Even the dark clouds above, formed by the 9 malicious Darkine formation, appeared as mere kindling. Flame blossoms, an extraordinary technique, Zhuo Guangli's most ingenious creation. He had claimed victory after shattering a city at the age of 19. The blossoms of fire, both the pinnacle of beauty and the epitome of might. The masked man, Mo Jingyu, spread his arms wide as he flew backward, each finger linked by translucent threads leading to the copper box behind him, pulling them out with force. Puppet crows. His fingers danced like flowers blooming. Countless puppet crows emerged from the box, charging into the flames. Each crow extinguished a blossom, yet the blossoms seemed infinite, and the number of crows dwindled with each passing moment. Gongyang could not afford the backlash of the collapsing ice dungeon with bloodline strength. He formed a seal with his index finger against his chin, suddenly opening his mouth. A dense fog of icy mist gushed forth. Wherever it flowed, the flames would be extinguished. Bloodline's secret technique, exhaling frost. The practitioners he brought joined him without hesitation, creating their hand seals in unison. The flames and frost clashed in midair, visibly transforming into vapor that swirled upwards. The white mist gathered into dark clouds, eventually morphing into a tempest of rain. Suddenly, torrents poured, piercing the heavens with sharp cries. Gathering, thick clouds formed, melding and intertwining. 3 techniques combined to create a high-tier water technique, the deluge. Is this the limit? bellowed the fire-wreathed Zhuguanglia. Is it enough to kill me? His aura exploded like a volcanic eruption, oppressive as avalanches. In the sea of flames, he howled upwards, power of extreme fire, scald the heavens and boil the seas. Zhu Rong, the true ancestor, enter me. Within him, one flickering flame, distinct from the rest, suddenly erupted. This tiny spark's expansion incited a conflagration that ignited the flying crows. The dark clouds fragmented. The practitioners laying siege to Zhuguanglia all coughed up blood. Even Gonyang Bei's complexion turned pale, exclaiming, "How can this be? Where did he obtain the Zhu Rong seed? How could he possibly invoke Zhu Rong himself?" This is Mo. Jingyu executed a swift break with a dozen puppet crows, feathers scattering, expanding a pair of mechanized iron wings at his back. Hovering beside Gonyang Bai, his tone laced with gravity, a figure capable of breaching the Hangu Pass almost single-handedly. Enveloped in this vast and expanding power of fire, Zhuguanglia brooded, roaring, "Who dares to claim my life? Come on, Mo Jingyu." Gonyang Bai. With a flick of his hand, flames surged forth like a voracious dragon, forcing Gonyang Bai, Mo Jingyu, and the others to retreat rapidly. What noble houses! What lineage! What genius! Before me, do you dare to utter those claims? You weaklings and cowards, inept creatures. He appeared to be consumed by the fire essence of Zhu Rong, descending into madness, losing his sanity. Family shame and national grievances cannot be washed away in the rivers and seas. He laughed, tears streaming, yet the moisture evaporated in an instant from the heat. Such a fine head. Who can take it? Only I. Who can kill me? And only Zhu Rong can ignite my spirit. Behind him loomed an awe-inspiring, towering figure, grasping a fire dragon, its overwhelming pressure suffocating. Who can slay me? Mo Jingyu, trembling, attempted to lift the copper box from his back, try to unleash his last resort. Yet his hand trembled excessively, devoid of strength to lift the lid. In his perception, there were no fields, no ruins, not a single human being. There was only fire, an endless tide of flames. The swelling heat warped the very space around him and nearly scorched his consciousness. He might manage to hold on, or he could perish in the next breath his life hung by a thread. Before such overwhelming power, he and the beggars who had died previously seemed no different. From the edges of the sky, a cold glimmer streaked in from the west. Mo Jingyu barely caught sight of it, feeling as if his eye had been wounded. He had no time to explore further, for at that very moment he saw the cold light slip past Zhuguanglia, encircling him. Zhuguanglia's roar ceased abruptly. Such noise! A young man clad in white suddenly appeared. His face bore an extreme chill, standing sideways as though eternally apart from the world. He slowly sheathed his sword, his voice devoid of any inflection. The head of Zhuguanglia suddenly fell, rolling twice on the ground. But because he had invoked the blood boil flame soul technique, not a single drop of blood spurted forth. Only then did the piercing, thunderous cry erupt into the air. That was the sound of the white-clad young man severing through the expanse with his sword. Gonyang Bai and Mo Jingyu locked eyes, both filled with shock. "Li Yi, I come on the orders of His Highness Ing Wu," but Gonyang Bai barely managed to start his sentence before he fell silent, unable to finish as he seized Zhuguanglia's severed head and fled. Because the young man in white had already turned his gaze upon him. His hair, his brows, his eyes, and even the corners of his lips all possessed a sharpness akin to swords. Yet his expression bore a dispassionate calm. Yet within that placid demeanor lay a chilling indifference. Neither the extraordinary scions descending from ancient sacred houses nor the esteemed lineages dared to utter a word. Only hurried retreats remained. Zhuguanglia had perished, yet the Zhu Rong fire seed within him did not dissipate but continued to swell. This power was far beyond the exhausted Zhuguanglia's control. He was merely a catalyst, a medium, utilizing his talent and resolve to grant the mighty essence of Zhu Rong a moment of release in this world. The young man in white produced a black token, observing it calmly. After a lengthy silence, a commanding voice reverberated, "Two to be cleared." As the words fell, the remarkable token shattered impossibly into countless shards, cascading through Li Yi's fingers, falling like dust. Only after all the practitioners had departed, their tokens shattered, did Li Yi glance towards the expanding Zhu Rong fire seed. He stretched out a slender, pale hand, fingers forming a pocket. At that moment, while no one could notice, he revealed a trace of childlike innocence among his usual tranquility and indifference. Lightly calling out, "Boom!" As he opened his hand, the Zhu Rong seed detonated simultaneously. An invisible force contained this explosion, preventing it from spreading and reducing Zhuo Guangli's body to mere shreds. Crimson floral flames blossomed in the tiny confines, dazzlingly vivid for a fleeting moment, swirling with resplendence. This ultimate beauty was for him alone to behold. Li Yi's lips curled up momentarily in a smile before falling flat. The firework display faded away. He did not linger to observe the remnants of Zhuo Guangli's remains, nor did he harbor any attachment, soaring away with a flash of sword light. From the beginning to the end, no one had paid the slightest heed to the battle transpiring outside this nameless, crumbling temple. To the powerful practitioners, the Zhuang kingdom was insignificant. To the Zhuang kingdom's 3,000 li of land, Fenglin City was but a speck of dust. And within the minuscule Fenglin City, this dilapidated temple had long since been forgotten. Yet within this broken temple, someone remained. A child on the verge of death awaited his own passing. He had prepared himself for death and was in that waiting moment. Yet he was still alive and had listened to the breathtaking battle unfold. When the fight concluded, silence enveloped the air. He still lived. Perhaps he was lucky, but the concept of luck felt foreign to him. His tattered clothing, emaciated appearance, and almost imperceptible breathing all delineated the definition of misfortune. Yet he was alive. He thought briefly, mustering his strength, and managed to roll out from under the offering table. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of strength to stand, unsteadily and waveringly rising. He had indeed stood up. From the offering table to the temple's entrance, he took a total of 137 steps. From the temple door to Zhuo Guangli's remains, he counted 324 steps. The beggar silently counted each step he took, constantly assuring himself he was nearing his goal. Just a bit more. Every muscle in his body protested, quivering with effort. No one knew from where he found the strength to persevere. His remarkable resolve went unnoticed by anyone. Now he stood before Zhuo Guangli's remains, the treacherous journey finally reaching its conclusion, if one could still call the pile of shattered flesh a body. He slowly crouched down, finding it too strenuous to squat, so he simply sat instead. He was grievously ill, and through the dirt smudged upon his face, one could still discern his feeble pallor. His hands trembled. Shakily, he began to search through the mound of flesh. Fragments of meat, fragments of flesh, bones, some broken metal, more flesh, fingers, and half-recognizable wooden remnants. A bottle. Digging through that incomprehensible mass of blood and flesh, he discovered a half-broken jade bottle. The mouth of the bottle was completely blown off, leaving only the remaining half of the bottle body. The beggar stifled his somewhat heavy breaths, bringing this jade bottle before him. Cautiously, he removed the piece of flesh clogging its neck and peered inside. He caught sight of a single glossy, round pill remaining within a breath caught in his throat. He recognized it. The Meridian's opening pill, the very pill he had yearned for day and night, which he had obtained, only to lose again. Chapter 2. The Master of the Cave of Truth. The Dao vein serves as the foundation of cultivation. This Dao is not the path of the Taoist sect, but rather the supreme Dao. Regardless of whether one follows Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, military strategy, or any other school of thought, practitioners must first manifest their Dao vein as the initial step in their journey of cultivation. In ancient times, the so-called seeds of cultivation were those who naturally exhibited a Dao vein. Yet, humanity does not rely solely on innate talent. The opening vein pill is one method to resolve the issue of cultivation aptitude. By harnessing the power of elixirs, one can reveal the Dao veins within the human body, invigorating the flesh and blood to nurture the essence of Dao and embark upon the path of cultivation. In comparison to the instruments destroyed by the explosion that befell Zhuo Guangli, the opening vein pill may not be deemed precious. However, for a beggar trapped in a dire situation, it represents the sole key to unlocking the treasures of the human body. Throughout the ages, hardship only leads to death. When life reaches its nadir, one must beseech the heavens for mercy. At this moment, the beggar clutched his beacon of hope. With trembling hands, he held the jade vial, his quivering lips poised at the opening, tilting his head to drink deeply. Nearby lay the silent remnants of a broken temple, while further afield, the bodies of fellow beggars lay strewn about, surrounded by shattered bones and flesh. At this moment, the setting sun cast its waning light. The clouds dispersed on the horizon. Amidst the corpses in the wilderness, The ailing beggar consumed the elixir. The opening vein pill rolled off his tongue, transforming into a warm current that flowed down his throat, diffusing throughout his limbs and bones. With his eyes gently closed, a myriad of images swirled in his mind. Years of toil through the seasons. The practice of swordsmanship in spring and autumn. The pursuit of notorious thieves, engaging in fierce battles against ruthless brigands. Ultimately, he descended from the mountains of the western hills, bloodied and battered, having fought valiantly for a single opening vein pill. How many years had he sacrificed in pursuit of an extraordinary world? He had exerted every ounce of strength, his relentless struggle for progress. How had he arrived at this juncture? With the early death of his mother and a father who succumbed to illness, nearly exhausting the family's last remnants of wealth, he found himself utterly alone, reliant solely on himself. From the fierce competition, he gained entry into the Dao Academy, distinguishing himself amidst the intense rivalry of the outer court. Finally grasping the key to the extraordinary for the first time. Yet that opening vein pill was snatched away by the one he trusted most, poisoned and besieged. He fought for his life, escaping into the throng of beggars to evade pursuit. He intended to wait for an opportunity, but his body could no longer endure. Weakened, he lay hopelessly upon a pile of straw, awaiting death. He dragged his ailing body to search the battlefield, driven solely by an indomitable spirit, yet unexpectedly. He stumbled upon an opening vein pill. As for why an individual as formidable as Zhuge Guanglie possessed such a pill, that reason faded with the conclusion of his legend. Lost to time. Yet, the beggar's tale had thus begun anew. The vagaries of fate could hardly be more unpredictable. The beggar turned inward. Sensing an indescribable transformation within his body, he felt a warm force emanating from every corner, traversing his being in a manner he could not comprehend, ultimately converging upon his spine. This process was slow yet distinct. Time passed, and a subtle energy rose from his tailbone, ascending along his spine, as if a small worm were swimming upstream through a river. The journey was arduous, yet the warmth from every part of his body supported it. The little worm finally traversed this lengthy path, connecting with the spine, surging towards the crown of his head. A miracle occurred. He perceived light within his body, warmth bursting forth from every corner of his being. No longer did he feel cold, weak, or in pain. With the Dao vein revealed, life flourished. The beggar opened his eyes, his gaze now radiant with vitality. He felt imbued with strength, finally reclaiming control over his destiny. His Dao vein had manifested. Although it was merely a humble and rudimentary form of a Dao worm, it signified his official entry into the realm of the extraordinary. Soaring through the skies, traversing the ethereal realms, these were no longer unattainable dreams. One day, figures like Gong Ong Bai, Mo Jingyu, and even Zhuge Guanglie and Ling He, those renowned luminaries, would accomplish what he too could aspire to achieve. The beggar rose, gazing down at the pile of flesh before him. Life confronted death, the curtain rising on a new act. He buried Zhuge Guanglie and those beggars outside the broken temple. Even with his newly manifested Dao vein and invigorated spirit, he did not finish until the moon reached its zenith. Though perhaps a trivial task, it was a principle he wished to uphold. The group of beggars had chosen to abandon him when danger loomed, yet during his days of desperation, they had not left him to perish in the wilderness. Though they could not provide him with medicine or healing, they at least offered him a few sips of water. For these gestures, it was only right that he ensure they found peace in death. They had suffered in life, and he wished for them not to be abandoned in the afterlife. People believe that only in burial can one find solace. Only in the embrace of the vast, compassionate earth can the souls of the departed find rest. Finally, the beggar stood before Zhuge Guanglie's grave. The one who buried him was not an insignificant figure. He hailed from the Fenglin city of the Qinghe prefecture in the Zhuang kingdom. Under the moonlight, the beggar stood before the small grave, his body dirty, his hands muddy. Yet he stood tall and spoke his name with utmost sincerity, Jiang Wang. The tiger has yet to be documented. Yet it possesses the spirit of a cow. You two did not perish in obscurity. This place is named the Huanjin Temple. Though the remnants of the plaque have become nearly indistinguishable, it shall become known to the world because of you. Having uttered these words, Jiang Wang bowed deeply, earnestly expressing, "May you find peace in the heavens." This bow was not solely for the opening vein pill left by Zhuge Guanglie, but also for the compassion, integrity, and courage he had demonstrated. A figure of Zhuge Guanglie's stature deserved utmost respect. On this night, as the full moon illuminated the new grave, a gentle breeze seemed to stir. Jiang Wang observed points of silver light drifting from Zhuge Guanglie's grave, rising slowly in the moonlight, coalescing into a small, silver crescent. It hovered above the new grave, within reach of Jiang Wang, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility. Jiang Wang felt a surge of fortune. He extended his hand and grasped the silver crescent. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. In the almost infinite abyss, a gentle voice resonated. This voice seemed to embody the ultimate truths of the universe, the mysteries of the Dao, clearing the mind and spirit upon hearing it. "Welcome, Master of the Cave of Truth." In the next instant, a glimmer of light appeared, followed by countless specks of illumination. The multitude of lights obscured his vision, and when Jiang Wang's sight returned, he beheld a resplendent river of stars flowing through the darkness. Before this stellar river stood a young man, with bright eyes, a high and straight nose, and a demeanor so gentle it seemed devoid of aggression. Only the slight curve of his lips revealed a hint of stubbornness. Clad in a Dao robe of indiscernible material, he bore no other adornments. Jiang Wang was taken aback, for the young man was none other than himself. Though clad differently, and appearing far cleaner and more refined than his current state, how could he mistake his own identity? He gazed upon himself from a perspective he could not yet comprehend, in a non-visual sense. The feedback of Dao essence was insufficient, sealing the Dao stage at the 19th tier. The gentle voice resonated once more amidst the vast starry sky, sealing the Dao stage at the 18th tier, sealing the Dao stage at the 2nd tier. With each announcement, the starry river dimmed incrementally. Jiang Wang struggled to understand all he was witnessing. And then he heard, sealing the 3rd tier sword discussion stage, sealing the 4th tier sword discussion stage. This continued until the 8th tier sword discussion stage, at which point it ceased. Jiang Wang did not grasp the significance of these revelations, but he surmised it was tied to his own limited capabilities. The so-called master of the Cave of Truth should rightfully be Zhuo Guanglia, not himself. Simultaneously, he noticed a line of unfamiliar characters drifting within his field of vision. The script was entirely dissimilar to the characters he had learned from the Zhuang kingdom, rendering it profoundly unfamiliar to him. Yet, he distinctly sensed the significance of these inscriptions. With a power of 1,850 points, as Jiang Wang pondered, the reflection of himself he beheld suddenly stepped forward, merging with him seamlessly. This process transpired so swiftly that it could almost be overlooked. Jiang Wang moved his limbs, feeling utterly satisfied. In this enigmatic realm, he finally possessed a semblance of corporeality. In the next moment, the stars in the vast void began to surge, an entire resplendent river of stars rushing towards him. He was engulfed by the cosmic tide. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and when Jiang Wang regained his senses, he found himself in a space suffused with ethereal essence, where a multitude of messages flowed through his mind. This place was the world of the Taishu illusion, and he was situated within the blessed domain of the Dongzhen ruins. Enveloped by this realm, the silver crescent he grasped, known as the Void Key, served as the gateway into this dimension. It harnessed the lunar star force to draw the host's consciousness into the Taishu illusion. Here, everything was simulated, apart from not inflicting harm upon the host's physical body. All was indistinguishable from reality. The Dao platform was a place for the elaboration of martial arts and techniques, with the consumption required for such deductions being equivalent to power. The sword discussion platform was dedicated to traversing the Taishu illusion, allowing practitioners to engage in skillful exchanges. Power was predominantly accrued through combat. Victories in battles of equal rank yielded power gains, while defeats resulted in deductions. Higher challenges offered corresponding enhancements. Additionally, there were other means to acquire power. For instance, corresponding blessed domains produced power at regular intervals. Among the 72 blessed lands, the lowest-ranked Donghai Mountain blessed land generated 100 power points monthly. The lower 36 blessed lands yielded an additional 10 points per level gained, while the upper 36 blessed lands granted an extra 100 points per level ascended. The Dongzhen ruins, occupied by Zhuo Guanglia, ranked 23rd, producing 1850 power points each month. This constituted Jiang Wang's current resource, though the precise utility remained unclear. Jiang Wang could already hear the fervent beating of his heart. This place. The world of the resplendent river of stars seemed to conceal immense secrets. Merely the Dao platform and sword discussion platform it revealed unfolded a vast and tumultuous world. To elucidate the Dao in the blessed land. To debate swords among the stars. How magnificent. Yet, before today, Jiang Wang had not even heard its name. His emotions surged tumultuously until his gaze fell upon a shadow of a sundial. Whereupon he discerned the following inscription: "The master of the blessed land shall accept the challenge from the lord of the 24 green jade platforms in 15 days. Failure will result in demotion." The 5 characters, as dark as ink, bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Chapter 3. This grievance is hard to repay. Outside Jiang Wang. Before a newly erected grave, Jiang Wang opened his eyes. The small silver moon fell into the palm of his right hand, transforming into a silver moon mark that was branded upon him, before vanishing from sight. Yet, Jiang Wang could still distinctly sense its presence. It bore no formidable power, merely reappearing when he invoked it, connecting with the Tying star and guiding his consciousness into the enigmatic and unfathomable void of the Taisu realm. He did not linger long in the Taisu realm, for the countryside he occupied was not a place where one could explore with peace of mind. Not to mention the lingering aftermath of powerful cultivators' battles that might attract attention from others in Fenglan City. For Jiang Wang himself, there were more pressing matters at hand. If his memory served him right, 3 days hence would be the time for the selection of students within the inner courtyard of the Fenglan Dao Academy. Should he miss this opportunity, it would be exceedingly difficult to find another, an opportunity for revenge. For only those within the inner courtyard were truly recognized as disciples of the Dao Academy by the Zhuang nation, and such disciples were not to be insulted, let alone harmed. After casting a final glance at the dilapidated Dao temple that had endured his ailing body for many days, Jiang Wang stepped into the moonlight and strode away. Weeds choked the entrance of the ruined temple, and a gust of wind swept through, allowing the moonlight to illuminate the aged plaque that had lain on the ground for years. The inscription was faded, yet the characters for Zhan could still be faintly discerned. The moon illuminated the new grave at the broken temple while the wind rustled through the leaves, as if echoing a sigh, one that resonated with sorrow yet bore a sense of relief. Fenglan City was not particularly small, and for many generations of its inhabitants, it constituted their entire world. Besides the city lord, who represented the will of the Zhuang nation, the Zhang, Fang, and Wang clans were the true masters of this land. As night deepened, the back door of the Chui Wan pavilion swung open, amidst the laughter of a plump young woman. A man clad in a long robe with side slits stumbled out, reeking of wine, which only accentuated his sense of triumph. His name was Fang Decai. The surname Fang was not easily earned. It had been granted to his family after 3 generations of service. It was precisely because he was trusted as a confidant by the Fang family that he was able to live so lavishly, enjoying the pleasures of establishments like Chui Wan Pavilion once a month. After playfully pinching the young woman he fancied, he laughed heartily and departed. The voluptuous girl glared at him in annoyance, her lips pouting with playful reproaches. Only after his figure faded into the alley did she spit. A dog relying on its master. She thus failed to notice a ragged man had crept up behind Fang Decai, the latter possessing some martial skills. Sensed the disturbance and suddenly turned, ready to strike. Yet, his opponent merely waved a hand, effortlessly dispersing his stance. In the next moment, Fang Decai found his throat seized, lifted off the ground, and slammed against the wall. What terrified him more than the swelling pain on his face and the struggle for breath was the visage that loomed before him. Gentle, serene, the face of Jiang Wang. Jiang. Jiang. Fang Decai gasped in terror, his voice strained. Who sent you? The Fang family, or Fang Pengju? Who else is involved? What poison was slipped into my drink? How did you contact the remnants of the Shishan bandits? Jiang Wang, taking his time to ask these questions, released his grip just before Fang Decai lost consciousness. Now, speak to me slowly. We have plenty of time. He glanced up at the moonlight. The evening breeze gently urged the clouds along, partially obscuring the moon's glow, rendering their whispered conversation as delicate as the murmurs of malevolent spirits. That night, the bright moon hung in the sky, the night wind blew, and the living returned to the city. At dawn, Jiang Wang stood at the entrance of the Fenglan City Dao Academy. The Zhuang nation regarded the Dao sect as its state religion. Thus the most potent arcane powers naturally originated from the Dao sect, with academies scattered across the 3 prefectures serving as tangible evidence. The Dao Academy was not merely the preferred place of cultivation for the youth of the Zhuang nation. Even officials of various ranks were required to have a background of study at the academy to gain the respect of the public. Therefore, within Fenglan City, the most esteemed location was perhaps not the city lord's residence or the mansions of the 3 prominent clans, but the Fenglan City Dao Academy. The Dao sect, inherited from the Yujing mountain lineage, placed great emphasis on rituals, hence the academy was constructed in a lavish manner. Without mentioning anything else, the pair of jade lions flanking the grand entrance exuded an air of majesty and opulence. Jiang Wang's attire remained tattered, with a faint odor lingering about him. He merely washed his face and hastily tied back his disheveled hair. Standing before the wide-open doors of the academy, he held his head high. exuding a demeanor akin to a resilient pine tree. The outer disciples on guard rubbed their eyes in disbelief, finally mustering the courage to exclaim, Jiang. Jiang Shixiang. Jiang Wang nodded in acknowledgement. Wushidi, good day. As the most daring outer disciple of the Fenglin City Dao Academy, he had participated in numerous academy missions, and virtually no outer disciple who had been around for over a year was unfamiliar with him. Wu Shidi turned and dashed into the academy, shouting excitedly, Jiang Wang Shixiang is back. Jiang Wang Shixiang is back. In no time, a throng of outer disciples surged forth, crowding the entrance, all clamoring in joyous unison. The high regard held for Jiang Wang among the outer disciples was evident. Among the dozens of outer disciples, a few stood out particularly. Even amidst the crowd, people instinctively made way for them. Where the hell have you been hiding, you son of a... I thought you were dead. The loud voice belonged to Du Yihu, whose muscles seemed poised to burst from his practice attire. His rugged face was adorned with a thick beard, and standing there, he appeared far more imposing than his 18 years would suggest, resembling a mountain king more than a young man. Due to his premature physical development, he earned the nickname Young Beard. He barreled through the crowd like a bear, wrapping his arms around Jiang Wang, oblivious to the faint odor emanating from him, exclaiming, Damn it! Damn it! It's just good to be back. While he proclaimed his relief, tears shimmered in the eyes of Ling He, who stood behind him in a faded practice outfit, his demeanor composed and serene as he gazed at Jiang Wang with unwavering focus. A particularly handsome youth approached, scrutinizing Jiang Wang from head to toe before chuckling. How did you end up looking like this? His name was Zhao Rucheng, known for his striking appearance, though his smile bore a hint of levity. Yet, only those truly familiar with him could detect the glimmer of tears in his enchanting eyes. These individuals, with their diverse appearances and personalities, shared a deep bond with Jiang Wang. They had faced countless trials together during their missions in the outer sect, forging an indelible camaraderie. However, Jiang Wang's gaze transcended them, fixating instead on a striking youth in the crowd whose eyes appeared slightly reddened. He remained silent, motionless, yet his presence seemed to draw the attention of the throng. Pengju, it has been 57 days, Jiang Wang pronounced slowly, each word deliberate. I think of you every day. Only Pengju? Do you not think of your second brother? Dihu interjected, shaking Jiang Wang's shoulders and shouting animatedly. Ling He and Zhao Rucheng, however, remained silent. 57 days was a specific and poignant duration, marking the exact time since Jiang Wang's disappearance. Dressed in luxurious attire, Fang Pengju stepped forward with a smile. It's good to have you back. Everyone has been worried about you. Indeed, Jiang Wang replied with a smile. How could you not worry without seeing a body? Fang Pengju's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? After your disappearance, I was frantic. I dispatched people to search for you everywhere. Jiang Wang spoke softly. It is only today that I dare to show myself. Jiang Wang. The one who attacked you is none other than the remnants of the bandits from Xishan, a fact well known to all. Do you truly doubt me? Fang Pengju's face flushed with anger and indignation. We, the 5 heroes of Fenglin, are as close as brothers. Have you perhaps misheard some rumor? Ling He Duyehu, Jiang Wang, Fang Pengju, and Zhao Rucheng are the 5 most distinguished disciples of the Outer Academy in Fenglin City, united by their shared ideals. They often banded together to combat bandits, entering and exiting as one, earning the title of the 5 heroes of Fenglin. Sensing the sudden tension in the air, the Outer Academy disciples who had come to greet Jiang Wang began to feel uneasy. Could it be that Fang Pengju had harmed Jiang Wang? Nonsense. Fang Pengju has always been righteous. How could he commit such an act? It must be a misunderstanding. I do not believe so. Brother Jiang is not a fool to be easily manipulated. The crowd murmured among themselves. We are all brothers. Do not speak recklessly. Diyehu glared at Jiang Wang, his expression fraught with anxiety. His intuition was not good, yet he felt powerless to prevent what was about to unfold. Ling He pondered for a moment before speaking. Third brother, you must have gone through a great deal during this time and suffered much. Why not settle down for now? In a few days, the Inner Academy will hold its selection, a matter of great significance that requires careful consideration. The remnants of the Xishan bandits have already been exterminated by our combined efforts. If there are any hidden truths, we can unravel them slowly. If you have grievances or hatred, my brothers will surely assist you, even if it means escalating the matter to the County Academy or the National Academy. But Pengju is our sworn brother. I believe there is some misunderstanding at play. Perhaps someone is sowing discord. Elder brother, Jiang Wang interrupted. When have I ever spoken without thought? My regard for this brotherhood is no less than yours. So, since I have stated it thus today, It indicates that the matter is indeed as I say. Fang Pengju. Jiang Wang turned to the young man in splendid attire, pointing a finger. I hope that after you open this chest, you can still maintain your righteous stance. Only then did the crowd notice a large chest behind Jiang Wang. No matter what happens, I, Fang Pengju, will never harm a friend. Fang Pengju paused for a moment, then declared boldly, I shall see for myself what evidence could lead third brother to suspect his own kin. He strode outside the courtyard, drew his long sword from his waist, and swiftly opened the chest. Inside lay a man tightly bound, his mouth gagged with rags. Upon seeing Fang Pengju, the man's expression turned desperate, and he began to whimper incessantly. Yehu and Ling He fell silent, recognizing him as Fang Pengju's close servant, Fang Ditsai. That day, your servant brought a message, saying you had invited me to drink at Wangyue Tower. When I arrived, you had yet to come. He urged me to drink a few cups first and sample the fine wine you had specially sent. The poison in that wine was the two-sided yin-yang powder. Just as the poison began to take effect, bandits broke through the doors to attack. I personally eradicated the Xishan bandits. Yet I never anticipated that I would nearly be killed by a band of remnants right here in Fenglin City. Jiang Wang's voice resonated solemnly. Thus, the very first thing I did upon recovering was to seek out Fang Ditsai. Fang Pengju remained silent for a moment, then thrust his sword forward with fervor. Beast, my family has treated you well, yet you dare to collude with bandits, forge letters, and harm my third brother. The strike was swift and precise, blood-splattering. Fang Ditsai convulsed violently, letting out a few choked sounds, ultimately falling still like a lifeless dog. From beginning to end, he had not even the chance to utter a word in his defense. Fang Pengju. No one present was a fool. Du Yehu, though boisterous, was not without intelligence. His eyes widened in fury. Second brother, Fang Pengju, his sword dripping with blood, bowed his head in shame. I was consumed by rage, only thinking of avenging my brother. That is of no consequence. Jiang Wang observed Fang Pengju's display before producing a piece of paper from his bosom, covered with dense writing. Herein lies Fang Ditsai's confession and signature. Would you like to see it, Pengju? With a clang, Fang Pengju cast aside the sword and knelt down. I need not look to know what it says. It suffices to say that the Xishan bandits have not given up their intentions, and I cannot fathom what price they paid to make that beast so utterly devoted. But third brother, you must believe me. I have always been straightforward and have never acted in a treacherous manner. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding this incident, my family will certainly provide you with an explanation. I will offer a reward of 10,000 coins to ensure the eradication of all bandits within 100 miles, to cleanse the bitterness from your heart. Voices from the crowd echoed in agreement. Indeed, Brother Jiang, you and the 5 heroes of Fenglin are all valiant men, the pride of our outer academy in Fenglin City. Do not let a villain sow discord. In the past, when my mother fell gravely ill, it was Brother Fang who generously lent a helping hand. I believe he is not that kind of person. There were even those who spat at Fang Ditsai's corpse, declaring such a wicked servant unworthy of life, and lamented how he had tarnished Brother Fang's reputation, damaging the bond of the 5 heroes of Fenglin. If he were still alive, I would wish to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. Enough, my fellow disciples. Fang Pengju raised a hand to silence the crowd, then earnestly looked at Jiang Wang. After third brother went missing, I led a search far and wide, often brought to tears. My loyalty to third brother is known by all. The heavens can bear witness. Yet even though I am blameless, if not for my trust in Ditsai and third brother's trust in me, how could this beast have found an opportunity? All blame lies with me. I am willing to bear it all. I am prepared to give up all my personal wealth to alleviate third brother's pain. I am willing to endure punishment for my misguided trust. I am willing to single-handedly eliminate the bandits, vowing to eradicate the remnants of Xishan. Until the remnants are gone, I shall not return to the city. My willingness to do this is not for compensation. The near death of third brother is an unforgivable grievance. It is simply that, as brothers, I cannot forgive myself. If, Fang Pengju's voice trembled with emotion, if third brother still harbors resentment, then pick up this long sword and strike me down. I, Pengju, shall have no complaints. All eyes turned to the bloodied sword lying on the ground. Brother Fang, do not speak this way. I believe it was not your fault. How can a man so easily speak of death? In this emotional moment, the spectators were moved, and many urged him to reconsider. Even Ling He, after a moment of silence, spoke again. Third brother, fourth brother, this matter. Jiang Wang waved his sleeve and stood tall. Pengju, I have borne wounds for you, and you have stood up for me. We 5 brothers have faced life and death together. Regardless of Ling He, Du Yehu, or Zhao Ruqing, all had reddened eyes. They shared in those days of blood and tears, the struggles they faced together, and the joy they experienced. Only they truly understood. The bond of brotherhood forged in life and death cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Third brother. Fang Pengju lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. Voice choked with emotion. All the blame lies with me. It was my folly to trust a wicked servant, nearly leading to a great misfortune. But since you have spoken so, Pengju, Jiang Wang said slowly, then third brother shall, with utmost respect, comply. Chapter 4. The decision of death. As Jiang Wang's voice fell, he unsheathed his sword without hesitation and struck. What? A glimmer of cold light flashed, and Fang Pengju barely managed to roll away from the blow, filled with astonishment and fury, utterly disheveled. Aside from him, no one else reacted. Almost everyone anticipated a scene of brotherly reconciliation, a deep bond that might even become a tale of camaraderie. No one expected that. Amidst the crowd's gaze and the weight of brotherhood, Jiang Wang would indeed strike. With a chilling smile, Jiang Wang looked at him. Why did you evade when I promised you a swift end? Fang Pengju's handsome face turned pale and flushed in turns. He stood up from the ground, gritting his teeth as he met Jiang Wang's gaze. Third brother, have you truly abandoned all semblance of brotherly affection? You shameless bastard. At this moment, Du Yehu was seething with rage. I must have been blind to call you my brother. As he spoke, he stepped forward, but Jiang Wang raised a hand to stop him. Second brother, allow me to handle this myself. Fang Pengju glared at him. Du Yehu, what business is this of yours? Fang Pengju, you have greatly disappointed me. Ling He, usually magnanimous, could no longer suppress his anger. He took a step forward, drew his sword from his waist, cut a piece from his robe, and threw it heavily on the ground. From this day forth, our bond is severed. Big brother. Fang Pengju let out a bitter laugh. It is one thing for second brother to act impulsively, but can you not understand my plight? I am willing to die to prove my innocence. Yet I am my parents' only son, their sole hope. My life is not solely my own. How could I let it end here? Jiang Wang blindly trusts treacherous men, refusing to listen to reason, intent on my demise. Does he have any sense of brotherly love? Fourth brother, this is the last time I shall call you that. Zhao Ruqing, the youngest of the 5 heroes of Fenglin, finally spoke. Though still youthful, he was strikingly handsome, and his words resonated like precious metal. You are a member of the Fang family, serving them for generations. What could a band of rogues possibly offer to buy your loyalty? Are you insulting your family's wealth or the wisdom of us all? How did such wastrels infiltrate Fenglin City and set a trap in Wangyue Tower? And now, since you lack the resolve to die in protest, who are you putting on this charade for? I, Zhao Ruqing, am ashamed to be associated with you. Among the 5, Ling He and Jiang Wang came from humble beginnings. Du Yehu's family was moderately well off, while Fang Pengju and Zhao Ruqing were signs of wealth. The Fang family needs no introduction. And though the Zhao family had only moved to Fenglin City in the past decade, their wealth was unfathomable. Little 5, you have always been close to third brother. And while I can forgive you for siding with him, am I not your fourth brother? You lack any evidence and base your accusations solely on conjecture. Can you truly find peace in your conscience? Fang Pengju's heart was heavy with anguish, visibly tormented. Pengju, you still argue with finesse. Jiang Wang halted Zhao Ruqing and the others. But have you considered why, even when gravely injured and fleeing, I never contacted eldest brother, second brother, or little 5, but chose to confront you today? His eyelids lowered slightly. It is because I never wished to force their hand, to incite their suspicions or cause them distress. The matters between you and me shall be resolved by us alone. If I were to die, then so be it, since I still live. You owe me a debt that must be repaid. Fang Pengju looked at him coldly. Do you suffer from delusions of persecution? I owe you nothing. How could you demand repayment? Why are you so obstinate? But Jiang Wang no longer engaged him in conversation. Instead, he turned towards the imposing statue of the Taoist master in the courtyard and bowed deeply. Disciple Jiang Wang, harmed by the treacherous Fang Pengju, nearly lost my life. This grudge cannot be resolved. This hatred cannot be extinguished. I seek a duel to the death. A commotion erupted below. A duel to the death. Killing one's fellow disciples is a grave sin, but if there exists a deep-seated enmity, blood feuds are not shunned by the Taoist sect. Among the various forms of duels, those witnessed by the Taoist master are the most irrevocable. The Taoist sect generally believes that the master, residing high in the heavens, perceives the universe. To chant his name is to invoke his knowledge. To bow before his likeness is to feel his presence. Once oaths involve the Taoist master, they become irretrievable. A duel to the death means there is no turning back. As Jiang Wang's words concluded, a middle-aged Taoist in a black robe appeared before the statue of the Taoist master. His expression was resolute, and he bore a short beard. The black robe was adorned with a small, vivid azure dragon on the right chest, appearing lifelike. This was the Tenglong Dao robe, worn only by those of the third rank and above. In the realm of mortal cultivators, levels are generally divided into 9 ranks. Different sects may have varying names and manifestations of the extraordinary, but they can largely be correlated with the 9-rank system. Ranks 9 to 7 are considered the initial stage, 6 to 4 the intermediate stage, and 3 to 1 the advanced stage. Interestingly, this also corresponds to the ranks of officials in various countries. Of course, in a small nation like Zhuang, even a first-rank prime minister may not possess genuine first-rank strength. As the black-robed, bearded Taoist appeared, all the disciples present bowed deeply. The dean. Few in Fenglin City could don the Tenglong black robe, including the dean of Fenglin Dao Academy, Dong Acon. It is said he had once practiced in the capital of Zhuang, Xianan City, and due to his uprightness, he offended the powerful and was subsequently sent to the relatively remote Qinghe County, Fenglin City. Ling He wore an expression of sorrow, but remained silent. He knew well Jiang Wang's swordsmanship, which was unrivaled among the outer academy before he even began his formal Taoist training, and Fang Pengju was no exception. However, since Jiang Wang proposed a duel witnessed by the Taoist master, it indicated that his grievances were insurmountable. With the dean present, Fang Pengju had no choice but to either fight for his life or wait for the Fenglin Dao Academy to investigate the treachery against Jiang Wang. Yet, Fang Pengju could not withstand an investigation by the Dao Academy. Thus, in truth, he had no choice. Under countless gazes of suspicion, mockery, and anger, Fang Pengju's demeanor remained calm. Third brother, are we truly to draw our swords against one another? Jiang Wang replied coolly, what has brought us to this point is you, not I. What would it take for you to believe me? I have already risked my life once for this trust. Now, words are futile. The Fang Pengju I remember is not a coward who shies away from battle. Fang Pengju remained unmoved. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Jiang Wang regarded him steadily. Why not put it to the test? Fang Pengju scrutinized him for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Unfortunately, you cannot kill me. Our duel cannot proceed. Just the day before yesterday, I revealed my Dao vein, and I can now be considered an inner academy disciple. Our levels are different. How could we duel? As he spoke, he straightened up, fully activating his Dao vein, and everyone present could sense a surge of energy rising from his spine, invigorating him. This indicated that he had manifested his Dao vein, allowing his physical form to channel Dao energy, thus officially possessing extraordinary power. The Dao Academy has established rules regarding duels. One crucial point being that any invitation to duel between different ranks can be unconditionally declined. This is meant to protect lower-ranked cultivators from being bullied by higher-ranked ones. However, at this moment, it became Fang Pengju's excuse to evade the duel. Though he had manifested his Dao vein, it was still new. And he had yet to begin practicing Dao techniques, so his power had not fundamentally increased, leaving him uncertain of his ability to combat Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang fell silent, gazing at Fang Pengju with a complex mixture of emotions. After a moment, he spoke slowly. For this opening vein pill, I braved the dangers of Shishan, fighting desperately and ultimately destroying the bandit den. In that battle, I suffered 13 injuries, 2 of which were fatal. To ensure the best results from the opening vein pill, I planned to wait until my body recovered to its peak state before using it. I understand the principle of having a jewel brings calamity, which is why I have not disclosed this to anyone. Everyone assumed I would consume the pill that very day, except for you, except for the 5 brothers who have fought life and death together, because I have nothing to hide from you. From the moment I first encountered the realm of cultivation at the tender age of 5, I have been in relentless pursuit of the meridian opening pill. Lacking an innate external Dao vein, my only hope of transcending lies in this elixir. It represents my path of cultivation, my aspiration, my light. You are aware of my familial circumstances. You know how tirelessly I have labored. Each day, before dawn, I rise to practice my swordsmanship, resting only when the moon reaches its zenith. I have never frequented brothels nor indulged in any form of self-indulgence. Within the Fenglin Dao Institute, I dare say, no outer sect disciple has exerted greater effort than I. For this meridian opening pill, I have toiled for a full 11 years. As Jiang Wang spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Fang Pengju, questioning the worth of his sweat, blood, and tears for such a pill. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Ling He pressed his lips together tightly. Zhao Ruqing remained silently seething, and even a man as tough as Du Yehu found tears streaming down his face. Indeed, who among them was unaware of Jiang Wang's obsession, his exhaustion, his suffering? Yet, Fang Pengju was capable of such cruelty. I do not comprehend your nonsensical ramblings. Fang Pengju's face momentarily betrayed discomfort, quickly suppressed. My uncle recently returned from the Yun Kingdom with a merchant caravan and fortuitously acquired a meridian opening pill from a financially troubled cultivator, thus allowing me to manifest my external Dao vein. What relevance does that have to you? Do not presume that everyone shares your lowly origins and will resort to any means to advance. My Fang family possesses immense wealth. Do you truly think we cannot procure a meridian opening pill? Zhao Ruqing, filled with rage, spoke with unrestrained sharpness. Indeed, the Fang family is affluent. Alas, your parents passed away early, and you are not the sole heir of the Fang lineage. The resources allocated to you are limited. Otherwise, how could it be that after such a long time without a meridian opening pill, it conveniently appeared just after my elder brother's attack? What a remarkable coincidence. I can only say, it is far too coincidental. Fang Pengju's eyes glinted with cold light. Do not speak of matters without evidence. Out of respect for our brotherhood, I shall not hold this against you. Should there be a next time, as an inner court disciple, I shall make you aware of the hierarchy of respect. You. Zhao Ruqing seethed with fury. Du Yehu, gritting his teeth, was on the verge of shattering steel, wishing he could obliterate Fang Pengju's handsome face with a single punch. Were it not for the presence of the dean, only Jiang Wang remained composed. Fang Pengju, I have warned you. You are excessively arrogant and self-righteous, often overlooking the truth. I have taught you. Why can you not grasp it? Why do you not consider that if the duel of Dao certificates cannot be established, why then would Dean Dong appear here? He stepped forward, similarly channeling his Dao veins, the serpent within his spine writhing vigorously, his entire being sharp as a sword, standing tall as a blade. That is because I have also manifested my Dao vein, officially possessing the possibility of transcendence. We are of equal standing, and you dare not let the dean investigate. Therefore, the duel is established. As Fang Pengju's shock registered, Dean Dong waved his sleeve. At the entrance of the Dao Institute, beneath the feet of Jiang Wang and Fang Pengju, a seedling suddenly burst forth from the earth, growing wildly within mere moments into a colossal wooden stump, elevating both individuals while isolating the other outer sect disciples. The top of the stump appeared as if it had been hewn by a sharp instrument, forming a perfect square of 10 steps on each side. From a distance, it resembled a grand wooden circular platform, surrounded by swaying branches. Fang Pengju harbored no doubt that should he attempt to flee, these seemingly harmless branches would transform into ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, poised for action. With a casual motion, Dong summoned a branch that twisted and coiled, retrieving the sword Fang Pengju had previously discarded, flinging it onto the platform. Fang Pengju reached out to catch it. Before the ever-elusive statue of the Dao Master, the fifth-tier powerhouse, Inner Court Daoist Dong announced in a somber tone, "The duel of Dao certificates begins." Chapter 5. If you have endured what I have endured, as Dong's declaration of the duel echoed in the air. Two long swords clashed with a resonant ring upon the wooden platform. Prior to the duel, Fang Pengju had sought every possible excuse to avoid it. Yet, once the contest truly commenced, he displayed no hesitation whatsoever. His strikes were steady, precise, and merciless, leaving no room for error. It was evident that his rise among the outer disciples of Fenglin Dao Academy was no mere happenstance. He had earned the trust of figures like Jiang Wang through his undeniable skill. However, Jiang Wang was quicker, steadier, and far more resolute. He had awaited this moment for 57 days, each of those nights consumed with visions of this very scene. Despite his grievous wounds, despite the agony of his illness, despite the countless brushes with death, he was prepared to confront his adversary. The pain inflicted by betrayal from the one he trusted most was far more excruciating than any physical injury. What sustained him through those dark days was not only an insatiable thirst for life, but also a deep-seated hatred. With a single stroke, he breached Fang Pengju's defense. He thrust forward, driving his abdomen against Fang's sword, and as blood spattered, he indifferently swung his blade, severing Fang's tendons. The two wounds appeared almost simultaneously. Yet one was an act of aggression while the other was a response, thus sealing the outcome. Jiang Wang pressed on, using his elbow to deliver a powerful blow to Fang Pengju's chest. Under the searing pain, Fang lost control of his sword. only to hear the unmistakable sound of his bones fracturing in the next instant. His body crumpled, akin to a shrimp, tumbling off the high platform, only to be ricocheted back by the swaying branches, ultimately falling down. In just one exchange, Fang Pengju was vanquished. How could this be? The disparity was so vast. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd below. Everything transpired too swiftly. A blend of Jiang Wang's blood and tears fueling the opening of Fang Pengju's meridians, elevating his spirit. Yet, the mingling of Jiang Wang's hatred and pain led to Fang's downfall. He had lost, not only to Jiang Wang but to his own fears. Zhao Ruqing spoke solemnly. Had it not been for his fear, he would not have resorted to treachery against his brother, employing despicable means to seize the opening elixir. He understood that apart from this, he had no other way to surpass his brother. Once the gap widened, he could never catch up. Ling He could not help but sigh. When the third brother first arrived at the academy, his strength was at the bottom, far inferior to Pengju. Years have passed, and his swordsmanship is now recognized as the best among the outer disciples, while Pengju has always been prideful. Diehu angrily retorted, in the end, it all boils down to incompetence and disgrace. Clang. Jiang Wang slowly withdrew the sword embedded in his abdomen and carelessly tossed it aside. The bloody blade clattered to the ground, much like Fang Pengju, who lay helpless and panicked, blood spilling from his mouth. The sword dangled beside him as Jiang Wang advanced with measured steps. Help! Fiend, help! I am a scion of the Fang family. We are one of the 3 great clans of this city. Fang Pengju cried out in terror, devoid of any semblance of a noble demeanor. Dong Acon maintained an impassive expression. Since it was a duel to the death, it was clear that only one could survive. The fate of life and death lay solely with one's opponent. Third brother, Fang Pengju implored as he pressed himself against the ground, retreating in fear. Spare me. Please, spare me just this once. The Fang family is a century-old lineage, yet we have not produced a mid-tier practitioner in 20 years. One misstep leads to another. How much longer can I wait? I cannot stop. I bear my late father's fervent hopes. I cannot halt. Tears welled in his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Wang. Your opening elixir, will you consider giving it to me? Jiang Wang remained silent. My uncle has gone to the Cloud Kingdom, but he cannot procure the opening elixir. Even if he could, he may not grant it to me. The restrictions on the elixir have tightened. It is only awarded to the most promising outer disciples. You are the only one in the entire Fenglin Dao Academy who has achieved such merit. I am at my wit's end. I cannot find a way out. Fang Pengju sobbed uncontrollably. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes. I actually comprehend your plight, your anxiety, your unease, your fear. The Fang family, a prominent clan, has provided you with an advantageous environment, yet the competition is fierce. I have long recognized that human desires are insatiable. I understand how ardently you wish to prove yourself, how you yearn to honor your prematurely departed father. You have spoken of it. I remember every word. Your desperation has clouded your judgment, and I can empathize. In Fang Pengju's eyes, a flicker of hope ignited as he continued, but understanding does not equate to forgiveness. Upon uttering those words, Jiang Wang found himself standing directly before Fang Pengju. The long sword traced a clear arc through the air, striking with precision and without hesitation, piercing his chest. If I extend forgiveness to hatred and jealousy, what then can I offer in return for love and warmth? Therefore, I have died once. You must repay with your life. Jiang Wang spoke softly. Fang Pengju grasped the sword with his uninjured left hand, allowing the blade to slice into his palm, keeping the weapon lodged within him to delay death's approach. He struggled to voice his thoughts, gasping, I took your elixir. I cannot sleep at night. I deeply regret. I am so sorry. But you are safe, are you not? We are brothers. Why? Why can you not forgive me? Just once? The crowd below shared a complex mix of emotions, unable to bear the sight or sound any longer. Yet, Jiang Wang merely regarded him with calmness. Do you know the feeling of betrayal? Do you understand the searing pain and fury that burns within? I have faced it once and still chose to believe. And then you inflicted it upon me again. You rendered my trust foolish, my experiences a mere jest, and my suffering meaningless. Memories flowed through him like a gentle stream, calm yet incapable of soothing the profound chasms within. Is betrayal an inevitable presence wherever there are humans? Have you ever found yourself lying on a pile of straw, frail and powerless, awaiting the arrival of death? I seem to perceive 2 shadows flickering before me, a grim recognition of the duality of fate. I could almost hear their breaths, slow, deliberate, echoing in my ears. I once vowed to conquer destiny. Yet, I knew my end was nigh, and I felt utterly powerless. If you have endured what I have endured, you would understand that some pains are irreparable. I have already died once. If I were to forgive you, I would forfeit my right to confront my own self. With that, Jiang Wang resolutely withdrew the long sword. The platform slowly descended, the branches retracting, until the entire arena transformed into a tiny sapling, burrowing into the earth. And there lay Fang Pengju, quietly resting on the ground, his right hand dangling, while his left still seemed to clutch the very sword that had claimed his life. His eyes were wide open, still reflecting a semblance of pain, resentment, and myriad emotions. But he was already gone. Ling He sighed softly, stepping forward to drape his outer garment over Fang Pengju's face. Hu opened his mouth, as if to scold, but found himself unable to utter a word. Zhao Ruqing stood motionless, enveloped in silence. Jiang Wang remained still, his gaze not directed towards anyone in the arena but rather fixed upon the boundless expanse of the sky, as if locking eyes with a version of himself from another realm. Rest in peace, he murmured within his heart. His mind cleared, and the earthworm along his spine suddenly became vibrant, leaping from his tailbone to embark on a journey, releasing a round, plump, beautiful essence of Dao. In that moment, Jiang Wang recalled a saying: to comprehend the affairs of the world is to cultivate oneself. A clear thought is sustenance for the soul. Chapter 6. Trust is not a mistake. Fenglin City, located in the Qinghe Prefecture, ranks among the smallest cities in the region, only surpassing Mao City. Typically, the head of the Taoist Academy in such a modest city would be a mid-tier 6th-grade practitioner. However, Dong A, with a 5th-grade cultivation level, presides over the Fenglin Taoist Academy, which inevitably leads to rumors suggesting he has offended someone in the capital. Yet, for the disciples of Fenglin Taoist Academy, this is undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance. Thus, apart from Fang Dekai's testimony prior to the duel, you cannot present irrefutable evidence regarding Fang Pengju's orchestrated assault aimed at seizing your elixir. Clad in a black Taoist robe, Dong A sat serenely on a meditation mat in his quiet chamber. Behind him hung a portrait of a noble practitioner dressed in regal purple robes, the brushwork delicate and the figure vividly lifelike, though the practitioner's features remained shrouded in a mist, obscured from clear view. Jiang Wang stood before the academy head with a bowed head, and upon being questioned, he replied in as calm a tone as possible. I am fully aware it was he, and that is sufficient. As for concrete proof, he will provide it to everyone before his demise. He has indeed not disappointed me. Dong A understood he was referring to the opening meridian pill that Fang Pengju had consumed. Was he being overly hasty and reckless? He should have taken a more measured approach, compiling evidence in anticipation of the Academy's judgment. However, with the inter-academy selection imminent in 2 days, and Fang Pengju already revealing his meridian, he would undoubtedly become the head's disciple. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for caution. Jiang Wang dared to eliminate an outer academy disciple, yet would not risk the life of a disciple of the head. The outer disciples were merely preparatory. The inner disciples were the true acolytes of the academy. Throughout the discourse, Jiang Wang maintained his head bowed, demonstrating the humility and decorum expected of a disciple. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with the sword cries that had echoed from outside the Xinjin temple. The man named Li Yi, who had effortlessly slain a prodigy like Zhuge Guanglia with a single stroke. What need was there for intricate maneuvers? In comparison to the battle that transpired outside the Xinjin temple, he felt utterly feeble. The swordsmanship he prided himself on appeared immensely inadequate. There was no time for hesitance in seeking a flawless method to navigate the Academy's dealings with Fang Pengju. Moreover, had he not boldly initiated the duel today with a single sword strike, how could he compete against Fang Pengju, who had the advantage of the Fenglin Fang family? If it were true that Fang Pengju's opening meridian pill was taken from you, then from whence did yours originate? A sense of unease gripped Jiang Wang's heart, though he concealed it from his expression. The battle outside the Xinjin temple, despite the formidable presence of the involved strong cultivators deterring others from approaching, would inevitably incite investigation afterward. Furthermore, individuals like Gong Yangbai had set up formations within the borders of the Zhuang kingdom. They undoubtedly communicated with the local powers beforehand. Regardless of how minor Zhuang kingdom was, it possessed the dignity of a nation. As the most formidable figure in all of Fenglin City, Dong A could not have been oblivious to that confrontation. Fortunately, Jiang Wang had no secrets to hide in this world of extraordinary power. The traces he left behind could not be concealed. He endeavored to recount everything he had heard from the most objective perspective, devoid of any subjective bias, including his physical state, his thoughts and decisions, how he extracted the opening meridian pill from the blurred remnants of flesh, and how he ultimately buried the corpses. He merely omitted any mention of the Su Yao matter. Throughout Jiang Wang's narration, Dong Acon maintained silence, save for a flicker of barely contained rage in his eyes. Jiang Wang was acutely aware of the source of that fury. The outskirts of Fenglin City, outside the Xinjiang Temple, constituted the territory of the Zhuang Kingdom. Yet, powerful cultivators from Qin and Chu had engaged in brazen combat here without a care. No one in all of Fenglin City, or even Qinghe Prefecture, dared to intervene in this battle. For the practitioners of Zhuang Kingdom, this was an immense humiliation. Dong Acon's suppression of this anger stemmed from a desire to shield the weakness of Zhuang Kingdom from exposure, lest it affect his disciples' confidence in their cultivation. He ought to be a commendable academy head. Jiang Wang silently observed this mid-tier powerhouse who would guide his path of cultivation for a long time, an opportunity he had not previously encountered until today. As he narrated his well-prepared account, Dong Acon, after a brief glance at Jiang Wang, remarked, "From now on, you may refer to yourself as my disciple in my presence." Jiang Wang felt a sense of relief wash over him, knowing he had passed this hurdle. He had received the recognition of the head of Fenglin Taoist Academy and would be directly selected for the inner academy. He crossed his thumbs, left hand outward, right hand inward, embracing yin and yang, raising his fists to his chest, and bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you, Master." The Confucian school emphasizes the importance of heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teachers, but for the Taoist sect, the teacher holds precedence over sovereign and parents, as the teacher conveys the path and elucidates the great principles. For all disciples of Fenglin Taoist Academy's inner sect, Dong Acon was their esteemed master. With his eyes half closed, Dong Acon uttered no more words. "You may go." Exiting the head's meditation chamber, Jiang Wang walked alongside Ling He and Zhao Rucheng, who had been waiting outside. The three remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. Jiang Wang returned, but Fang Pengju had perished, and the Fenglin five heroes were but a name without substance. Since Du Yi who had not appeared, he must be hiding away somewhere, drinking. Among them, he seemed the most carefree, yet in the face of such events, he likely found it the hardest to confront. Regardless of how much anger he harbored, he could not erase the truth that he once regarded Fang Pengju as a brother. As the eldest, Ling He broke the silence first. "You all head back to the dormitory. I still need to return Pengju's body to the Fang residence." The outer disciples of Fenglin Taoist Academy resided in groups of 6, and due to their shared camaraderie, the Fenglin five heroes had chosen to move into the same dormitory. Other disciples could not penetrate this circle, which is why they had always lived together. Jiang Wang remained silent. Ling He's character was such. No matter how many faults Fang Pengju had, he could not disregard his corpse. "Are you still angry at the fourth?" Ling He asked. "Stop calling him the fourth." Zhao Rucheng's handsome face displayed a hint of disdain. "I am ashamed to speak of such treachery against a brother, such base and malicious deeds." In terms of age, Ling He appeared somewhat older than his years, perhaps the reason he commanded respect. Among the five, he had always played the role of the elder brother, caring for his younger siblings. His maturity often overshadowed the fact that he was only 19, nearly 2 years older than Jiang Wang and 3 years older than Zhao Rucheng. Yet, the children of the poor mature early. Noticing Ling He's troubled expression, Jiang Wang shook his head and said, "In truth, I do not harbor hatred towards him. I only resent my own foolishness in so readily bestowing trust. I loathe my misplaced faith." Despite Jiang Wang's calm demeanor, Ling He discerned a hint of unresolved resentment. Trust is one of the most beautiful things in this world. "Trust is not a mistake," Jiang Wang, the elder brother, intoned. "The mistake lies with the one who betrayed your trust." He did not elaborate further, but his earnest gaze conveyed the unspoken message. The bond of brotherhood between us is not flawed, nor is it false. The betrayal lies solely with that individual, with Fang Pengju. Thus, he felt compelled to return Fang Pengju's body, ensuring that he would not lie in obscurity after death. This was not out of recognition or sympathy for Fang Pengju, but rather a mark of respect and preservation for the brotherly bond they once shared. A bond that should not alter in the future. This was the essence of the elder brother, of Ling He. Regardless of the impulsive Du Yi Hu or the arrogant Fang Pengju, they willingly called him elder brother, not merely due to age. "Go ahead, elder brother. The man is deceased. Let grievances dissolve." Jiang Wang shrugged. "But I cannot accompany you." "Nor can I," Zhao Rucheng added unexpectedly. "You rascal." Ling He patted Zhao Rucheng on the shoulder, cast a lingering glance at Jiang Wang, and then turned away, departing quietly. Chapter 7. Memories of the Past. Zhao Rucheng, hailing from a prosperous family, purchased a residence near the Taoist Academy for his own use, attended by a dozen servants, and seldom stayed in the dormitory. In contrast, Du Yehu, once intoxicated, would not be easily dismissed. Thus, upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Wang was taken aback to find the usually boisterous space now devoid of company. After closing the door, he instinctively cast a glance at the bed furthest to the left. The bed was impeccably made, with neatly folded clean beddings, indistinguishable in quality from that of the other residents. At this moment, it lay vacant, and it would never again be occupied. This was Fang Pengju's bed. Though he came from affluence, he never exhibited pretentiousness, sharing meals and drinks with everyone without discrimination. The bed opposite Fang Pengju's stood empty, cluttered with numerous pieces of luggage. The remaining beds were arranged accordingly, 3 on one side. The second bed on the left, adjacent to Fang Pengju's, was the most disordered in the dormitory. The bedding was haphazardly piled, with scattered clothing merely serving as decoration, and if one were to take a closer whiff, the scent of alcohol would linger. A glance beneath the bed revealed an array of neatly stacked wine jars, evidently cared for with great attention compared to the living conditions of their owner. The first bed on the left, positioned by the door, belonged to Ling He, who was always responsible for opening and closing it. The bedding bore a few inconspicuous patches, yet it was impeccably laundered. The first bed on the right was Jiang Wang's, with his bedding being comparably tidy, despite his prolonged absence, suggesting it was frequently tended to, perhaps by Ling He or Zhao Ruqing, or even Fang Pengju. The second bed to Jiang Wang's right belonged to Zhao Ruqing, distinguished by its opulent bedding and linens from Yongxiang's eye, adorned with gold-threaded canopies, in stark contrast to Du Yehu's bed across the way. One unfamiliar with Zhao Ruqing might find him difficult to approach. However, this was merely a reflection of his elevated standards of living. Even when he occasionally stayed in the dormitory, he sought elegance and comfort. He had once extravagantly proposed transforming the entire dormitory into a top-tier guest house, had it not been for Jiang Wang's intervention. From the moment he entered the outer door of the Taoist Academy at 14 until now, Jiang Wang had spent 3 years in this dormitory. Every detail within the room was profoundly familiar to him. Time passes, people change. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wang removed his shoes and socks, unfastened his outer garment, and lay down upon his bed. He was weary, utterly fatigued, yet only at this moment could he finally find solace in sleep. To awaken is to float upon matters. To dream is to await the heavens. The entirety of Fenglin City is square and meticulously planned, with the Lord's residence at its heart radiating outward. The eastern district is the domain of the Taoist Academy, while the affluent reside in the west. The southern district is populated predominantly by commoners, and merchants congregate in the north. Upon witnessing Jiang Wang emerge peacefully from the dean's private chamber, Ling He solemnly carried Fang Pengju's lifeless body away from the academy. In life, Fang Pengju commanded great respect and friendship. In death, he was met with disdain. His treacherous actions warranted such contempt. Ling He felt no pity for him. Yet a pang of sorrow lingered. He wrapped Fang Pengju's form in his old but impeccably clean outer garment. For someone of his pace, traversing from the eastern to the western part of the city was not a considerable distance. The route to the Fang family estate was well known to him. Yet, Ling He walked slowly, each step heavy with reluctance. As the eldest, he bore the responsibility of caring for his 4 sworn brothers, yet he felt he had failed them. He vividly remembered the moment by the Green Willow River when the 5 of them swore brotherhood, the radiant smiles of each brother etched in his mind. The Green Willow River, a tributary of the Clear River, meandered past Nodo Mountain, its waters crystal clear, capable of reflecting youthful faces and hearts. That year, they rode forth with swords, raised cups and camaraderie, engaged in countless sparring matches, and spent innumerable nights sharing candlelit conversations. They had vowed to ascend to the inner court together, to soar through the skies on their swords, to achieve transcendence. Those memories, those promises. Ling He had never envisioned that such deep camaraderie could lead to a day when brothers would turn against one another, facing life and death as adversaries. How could this be? He pondered. Unable to comprehend, he cradled Fang Pengju's cold body and finally arrived at the gates of the Fang residence. "What brings you here?" inquired the gatekeeper, blocking his path. The Fang estate loomed tall and imposing. Ling He lowered his head slightly, acknowledging, "Fang Pengju has passed. I return his body for burial in your esteemed household." Without care, the body would be taken by the authorities to a mass grave. A fate that would not bring peace, especially to those of the left-hand path. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. He was not one to seek accolades nor considered this any merit. The gatekeeper's expression shifted, and he promptly slammed the door shut. A voice from behind the door called out, "Take him away. The master forbids you entry." "Please," Ling He implored earnestly, "kindly inform your master once more. After all, Pengju is of the Fang lineage. They may have spoken in anger, but will not abandon him." The gatekeeper hesitated for a moment. "I will inquire. But do not attempt to enter." "Rest assured," Ling He replied, standing resolutely before the Fang gates, holding Fang Pengju's lifeless form, listening as the hurried footsteps faded away. He gazed down at Fang Pengju's already cold face, lamenting, "Look at what you have done, Pengju. In death, no one will remember your good deeds. You are loathed by both gods and men." After a considerable time, the gatekeeper's voice resounded once more from behind the door. "The master has spoken." After a moment of contemplation, he echoed the master's tone. "What purpose is there in returning a dead body?" Ling He was momentarily taken aback before stammering. "The Fang family is a respectable household. Pengju deserves a dignified farewell. The master is aware of the circumstances surrounding Fang Pengju's demise. Such an ungrateful and immoral person is not of the Fang bloodline. But he is of the Fang bloodline," Ling He insisted. "Leave." The gatekeeper hurled a handful of coins through the door crack, warning, "Keep this up, and we will report you to the authorities." The coins clinked and scattered across the ground, catching the eye. If used for a simple burial, they would suffice, with the excess merely a gratuity. This was the stance of the Fang family. Ling He fell silent. He ceased his attempts to argue. He was impoverished, having known poverty from a young age. He lacked funds, his only intact outer garment now enveloping Fang Pengju's corpse, while his inner garment bore numerous patches. Standing before the opulent Fang estate, he resembled a poor relative turned away at the door. Cradling Fang Pengju's body, he turned away, never once glancing at the coins. This was Ling He's stance. Chapter 8. The severed head. After escaping from the moonlit tower, Jiang Wang had not enjoyed a single uninterrupted sleep. Thus, when he finally succumbed to slumber, it was exceptionally prolonged. Within his dreams, he envisioned himself dominating the sword discussion platform, swiftly advancing in his cultivation, soaring through the clouds, and traversing boundless skies, where 5 beams of light streaked with unparalleled speed. He awoke. Silently, he sat up and leaned against the headboard. Unable to discern whether the sudden surge of emotion was a pang of anxiety or sorrow. Shaking his head, he attempted to gather his thoughts. Outside, the night had settled in, and he found himself alone in the dormitory. A frown creased Jiang Wang's brow. It was not unusual for Du Yahu to indulge in drinking for several days and nights, but Ling He had always been disciplined. It was inconceivable for him to be absent at such an hour. The dormitory outside the Maple Forest Dao Academy comprised several connected bungalows. He donned his robe and stepped outside, noting that the door of the opposite dormitory was firmly shut, and the neighboring rooms were eerily quiet. The corridor felt inexplicably cold. Jiang Wang casually called out to a passing figure, "Have you seen senior brother Ling He?" "Ling He? I haven't seen him," the disciple replied in a monotonous tone, shaking his head as he spoke. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the man's head detached and tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. He had severed his own head. Staring at the headless body that had just been conversing, a chill surged from Jiang Wang's spine all the way to the crown of his head. Yet, having weathered many battles, he instinctively stepped back, preparing to retreat to his dormitory and at least retrieve his weapon. But the dormitory door suddenly slammed shut, refusing to budge. It was as if someone inside was bracing against it, preventing his entry. Meanwhile, the headless body turned toward him, arms outstretched, striding forward. The severed head, after rolling a few times, suddenly shot upward, colliding with Jiang Wang before the body could reach him. Its long hair cascaded, and its face contorted in a grotesque snarl. With a flattened nose and bulging eyes. A midnight specter, a soul seeking vengeance. "Enough of this sorcery," Jiang Wang bellowed, hoping to alert the outer disciples in the dormitory while simultaneously leaping backward. This was the Maple Forest Dao Academy, where the 5th grade master Dong Acon presided. Any unusual activity would surely be quelled. No matter the eerie apparition, it would not dare to create too much disturbance. If he could escape unscathed, that would be the best course of action. However, the head's speed was too great, and Jiang Wang had no time to evade. So he retreated a few steps, suddenly leaping into the air, channeling one of the 2 remaining Dao Yuan into his right leg, and then twisting to deliver a powerful kick. With the Dao Yuan ignited, this kick possessed strength surpassing anything he had previously wielded. The images of gods, demons, and monsters were not merely legends, although Jiang Wang had yet to transcend fully. He had already glimpsed the extraordinary world. He had taken lives and witnessed bloodshed, and his courage had been forged in the crucible of battle. In his mind, he reassured himself, that is just a ball. It is not a head. It is merely a sphere. Bang! The sole of his boot collided decisively with the head, which shot back even faster than before, crashing into the advancing headless body, causing it to stagger. A game of kicking the ball? Simultaneously, Jiang Wang felt a sharp pain in the top of his foot. He had inadvertently been bitten by the head, which had torn through his shoe and bitten off a piece of flesh. The wound had a faint bluish tint. Realizing the danger, Jiang Wang deduced that it was likely the result of corpse poison. Nevertheless, having achieved his objective of attacking the enemy, he wasted no time and turned to flee. He dashed to the end of the corridor, only to be blocked by a layer of translucent vital energy barrier. The force was not particularly strong, yet it was remarkably resilient, firmly obstructing his path. This was a trap for an ambush. In a flurry of thought, Jiang Wang detonated the last of his Dao Yuan, concentrating it in his right shoulder. He exerted himself with wild abandon, crashing his shoulder forward. Clear the way. Jiang Wang felt a sudden lightness in his body as he broke through the corridor, separating the two rows of dormitories. Then he heard the sounds of wind, the chirping of insects, and the voices of returning outer disciples. The sounds of the night. The tranquil atmosphere had been shattered. Senior brother Jiang, what are you doing? Senior brother, how are you injured? Outer disciples approached him, concerned. Hearing the familiar greetings from his fellow disciples, Jiang Wang understood that he had escaped danger. He turned back toward the corridor, only to find it completely empty. The headless body and severed head had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, some dormitory residents pushed open their doors, bewildered, asking, what happened? Why couldn't the door open just now? Another voice, filled with terror, cried out, there's a dead body. Jiang Wang rushed into the dormitory from which the cry emanated, only to discover the missing headless corpse. It lay quietly on the ground, its face still contorted in a grimace. In the corner, trembling in fear, was presumably his panicked roommate. The means displayed by the adversary suggested at least some proficiency in the dark arts of corpse manipulation and orthodox waterpath techniques. Or perhaps, there was more than one opponent. Jiang Wang's thoughts raced, and he decisively spoke. A malevolent entity has infiltrated the Outer Academy and committed murder, exhibiting mastery of sorcery, an extraordinary threat. Its strength is likely within the 9th grade. All disciples must ensure their safety, forming groups of 5 to support one another. From this moment, the dormitory area is to be sealed off. No one is permitted to enter or exit. I will immediately seek guidance from the Inner Academy brothers. The anxious outer disciples felt reassured by his leadership and complied. Jiang Wang turned on his heel and rushed toward the direction of the Inner Academy. The entire Eastern District was home to the Maple Forest Dao Academy and its affiliated properties, yet in truth, only the enclosed courtyard in the center of the Eastern District could be considered the true Maple Forest Dao Academy. Disciples like Jiang Wang resided scattered around the academy's periphery. In stark contrast to the grand archway and opulent jade lions at the outer gate, the entrance to the Inner Academy was considerably smaller, barely wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. However, the intricately designed plaque, adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, glowed softly in the night, revealing the craftsmanship involved. Before the Inner Academy door stood a small pavilion, with only 2 floating cloud lanterns hanging before it and a single ice grass mat within. A handsome Taoist clad in gray sat cross-legged on the mat, eyes closed in meditation. This was Li Jianxiu, the Inner Academy disciple on duty that day. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Wang hastily bowed. Brother Li, there is a sinister being from the left path wreaking havoc in the Outer Academy. One disciple has already lost his life. Please take charge of the situation. To the outer disciples, every Inner Academy disciple was akin to a star, and having spent time at the academy, Jiang Wang was no stranger to them. For Li Jianxiu, Jiang Wang was not an unknown figure. After all, he had boldly initiated a Dao certificate duel that drew the personal attention of the academy head. Furthermore, as the one on duty, he had a responsibility to act. Upon hearing this, he immediately rose, hand on his sword. No need. A stern voice interrupted, prompting Li Jianxiu to sheath his sword and bow in respect. Headmaster Dong Acon appeared at the entrance of the Inner Academy, his expression stern, even bordering on grim. I will handle this matter personally. The scent of death lingered. He glanced at Jiang Wang's foot, where the head had bitten him, and extended his index finger. Without any other action, a green, pointed spike materialized. At this moment, Jiang Wang noticed that the wound on his foot had become inflamed, oozing black blood, sending a wave of fear through him. a mid-level Dao technique for poisoning. This technique was quite practical and applicable at an intermediate level. As Dong casually explained, he lightly tapped his index finger. Beyond the super-tier techniques, standard techniques were categorized into 4 grades and 12 ranks. The vast ocean of Dao techniques was beyond complete exploration in a lifetime. Every practitioner embarking on the path of the extraordinary must understand which techniques best suit them and develop their own combat system through continuous battles and explorations. The spike inserted itself into Jiang Wang's foot wound, visibly darkening at an alarming pace. In mere moments, the green spike had turned pitch black, and the wound ceased to exhibit any bluish tint, instead flowing with bright red blood. Jiang Wang swiftly tore a piece from his clothing to bandage the wound. Li Jianxiu silently observed this scene, lost in thought. It was then that Dong inquired, "What transpired?" Jiang Wang succinctly recounted the events, refraining from further commentary. He believed, and could only believe, that the head of the Dao Academy in Maple Forest City would deliver justice regarding the assassination attempt on him within the academy. Dong's lips curled into a slight smile, yet the gravity of his expression rendered this smile eerily chilling. Those who dared to evoke chaos in the Maple Forest City Dao Academy were clearly dismissing both the academy and his own authority. With a flourish of his Dao robe and his fingers splayed wide, he leaned down to press against the earth. The jade cage, from the center of his outstretched fingers, an intangible force belonging to the Wood Dao radiated outward in all directions. The grand doors of the academy slammed shut with a thunderous sound, swiftly sprouting branches and growing uncontrollably. The ivy clinging to the walls shot upward like serpents, intertwining in midair. All wooden artifacts within the academy underwent a transformation. Wooden chairs sprouted limbs, window frames extended claws, colossal trees burst forth from the ground, and thorns danced wildly. In an instant, under the veil of night, the entire Maple Forest Dao Academy was transformed into a verdant prison. Chapter 9. Attitude. Though the events unfolded slowly in narration, the truth is that from Jiang Wang's swift dash to the inner courtyard to Dong's decisive strike, everything transpired in an exceedingly brief span of time. Just as the vine serpent was about to completely encircle its target in midair, a pale figure spotted a gap and leapt upward with remarkable speed, seemingly on the verge of escaping. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wooden spikes shot forth, piercing through him in an instant. His body jolted in the air until the violent barrage ceased, after which he fell lifelessly to the ground. His form was riddled with bloodied holes from head to calf, utterly beyond salvation. The entire Dao Academy fell into a profound silence, as both outer and inner disciples were deeply shaken by this spectacle. Jiang Wang's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Had that enigmatic left path demon truly perished so easily? Yet Dong did not even spare a glance, coolly remarking, "Is the remaining one still hiding? How laughable." He strolled leisurely into the air, asserting his dominion over everything within the jade cage, vibrant and alive, save for the repugnant scent of his prey. Extending his right hand, he made a gentle grasping motion. A hand crafted from wood erupted from a door, seizing a nearby outer disciple with startling efficiency. The 5 fingers of the wooden hand spread wide, rapidly exploring the body and locking it in place. Simultaneously, the wooden arm elongated, lifting the individual high before Dong. "Speak. Who sent you? How dare you commit murder within the academy?" Dong stood with his back to the starry sky, towering over the audacious assassin. Even the wind seemed to hush, waiting for the answer. The assassin, with an unremarkable visage, suddenly grinned, and his entire head exploded. Dong clenched his fist. A layer of water enveloping the sanguine remains in an instant, forming a swollen water orb. He glanced once more at the previous corpse, from which a seed burst forth, rapidly growing, blossoming into a gaping maw that consumed the body, and Dong casually tossed the water orb inside. The flower's maw closed and shrank back into the earth. Thus, the 2 corpses were disposed of, yet Dong's fury grew ever more palpable. The cultivation seed of our Wang kingdom has been slain within the academy. Such audacity from the left path demon. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The city lord's residents must provide our academy with an explanation, regardless of who the mastermind may be. They shall be exterminated. The might of a 5th-tier expert resonated like rolling thunder, shaking the entire city. Many in Fenglin City turned pale at the sound. Shortly thereafter, a booming voice echoed throughout the city. It was Wei Qiji, the city lord of Fenglin, assuring Dong, "Rest assured, this matter will be accounted for. No matter who is involved, once they are apprehended, they shall face relentless execution." As Jiang Wang observed these unfolding events, he felt a faint sense of having brushed against some fierce whirlpool beneath the surface. The Dao Academy serves as the crucible for nurturing talent for the nation, the very essence of national fortune. Committing murder within the academy had crossed Dong A's line. The Qin kingdom had long since stripped Zhuang kingdom of its dignity. Now, with the left path striking within the academy, while the motives remained unclear, one could hardly dismiss the notion of testing the official response. Prior to today, it was well known that Dong A and Wei Qiuji were not aligned. The former belonged to the faction of Prime Minister Du Ruhai, while the latter was an associate of General Huang Fu Duanming. Given Dong A's strength, it was unnecessary for him to make such a grand display to root out the demon. His use of Dao techniques to cover the entire academy and subsequent communication with Wei Qiuji seemed more a demonstration of power, a clear stance meant to intimidate those lurking in the shadows. Zhuang kingdom was far from peaceful. Everyone disperse, Dong A commanded, his expression impassive as he descended from the heights. The door returned to its original position, and the vine serpent slithered back to the wall. The entire Dao Academy instantaneously reverted to its prior state. The night seemed to have always been this tranquil. Everything felt like a dream. Yet the unhealed wounds reminded Jiang Wang of the harsh reality. This was the power of a fifth-tier expert. It was also the scenery he aimed to ascend towards. When Zhao Ruqing arrived at the Dao Academy, the situation had already calmed. Only a few outer disciples remained huddled together, excitedly discussing the authority of the academy head. He found Jiang Wang in his dormitory, where the latter was meticulously wiping his sword with a handkerchief adorned with golden threads. The handkerchief, of course, belonged to Zhao Ruqing. There was no one else in the dormitory who would use such an item. Zhao Ruqing first noticed Jiang Wang's foot, which had been freshly bandaged, and teased, "Oh, how did you get injured again? Being the top outer disciple in swordsmanship, is there some embellishment involved?" "Not bad," Jiang Wang replied, continuing to polish the blade. "Once I wring out the excess, I might still be able to teach you a thing or two." At this point, he looked up with a grin at Zhao Ruqing. "Brother, being just a year older means little," Zhao Ruqing retorted. "You've merely practiced for an additional year." Zhao Ruqing pouted. "Even a year makes a difference, brother." He spat out some sunflower seeds in annoyance. "Could you stop wiping? Do you realize how many swords your shabby one could buy with this handkerchief?" Jiang Wang laughed arrogantly. "But do you know how much my sword, once wielded by Jiang Wang, could fetch in exchange for your handkerchief?" Yet as those words left his lips, both he and Zhao Ruqing fell into silence. Such a sentiment was characteristic of Fang Pengju. Using Zhao Ruqing's embroidered golden handkerchief to wipe a sword was a bad habit he had initiated. In his words, "Our Brotherhood swords are destined to be passed down through the ages. How could they be poorly maintained? Such a fine handkerchief would be a waste to use on one's face. Although Ruqing is handsome, can his face endure the test of time? Some have vanished. Yet the marks they left behind will linger for a long time." It was Zhao Ruqing who spoke first, shifting the topic. "Third brother, what do you think this left path demon attacking the academy aims to achieve? Could it not be an accident? The Fang family lacks the audacity for such a move." Jiang Wang shook his head, uncertain. "By the way, have you seen the eldest brother? Ling He went to the Fang residence at noon to return the corpse. But he hasn't returned yet, which is worrisome." Zhao Ruqing raised an eyebrow. "I heard he was kicked out by the Fang family. Where he goes next is beyond my knowledge." Jiang Wang fell silent for a moment. "Let us go look for him." "If you're looking for him, I want to accompany you to play the role of a good Samaritan," Zhao Ruqing scoffed. "Hey, it's not like I turned him away. Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Wang merely fixed his gaze upon him in silence. Eventually, Zhao Ruqing relented. "All right, fine. But where are we supposed to look at this late hour?" First, Jiang Wang analyzed. He certainly wouldn't be discarded at a mass grave. But he is also out of money, Zhao Ruqing added. And then, he is someone who values relationships. Jiang Wang stood up and headed outside. "I know where he has gone. I also know what he is doing." Zhao Ruqing followed closely behind, wrinkling his handsome nose, ready to burst into tears. Chapter 10. A bump of yellow earth, fair skin, and white bones exiting through the west gate of Maple Forest City. One could traverse the official road for approximately 7 or 8 li before turning left into a narrow path. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, the Green Willow River, with its weeping willows gracing the banks, would come into view. At this moment, the evening breeze caressed the face, and the bright moon shimmered upon the rippling waters, creating a scene of sparkling brilliance. As Jiang Wang emerged from the path, he beheld the gaunt silhouette of Ling He, standing silently by the riverbank like a solemn tree. "Ah, let me see, let me see." Zhao Ruching darted in front of him, dangling his neck and teasing. You must be hiding here to weep, aren't you? Ling He, somewhat resigned, replied, What brings you here? You sound a bit hoarse. You must have cried. Just then, a gruff voice emerged from the grass by the riverbank. Zhao, you can be quite bothersome at times, you know. Brother Hu, you are here too? Zhao Ruching recoiled slightly. Hu, the burly man, was known to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, without regard for his handsome face. I was just here drinking, Hu grumbled. The scent of alcohol swirling in the evening breeze. I didn't expect you to bring that fellow along. How unfortunate. Exactly. Why bother burying him at all? Zhao Ruching interjected. Such a heartless creature deserves to be tossed into the river, to float downstream and feed the fish. Jiang Wang glanced in the direction Hu had come from. Is he buried there? Third brother, Ling He explained, mindful of Jiang Wang's feelings. I have not forgotten Pengju's misdeeds, but I also remember his kindness. My family was not well off, often going hungry. Pengju would always insist on teaching me martial arts, keeping me from leaving until it was time to eat. His death was well-deserved, but I cannot bear to see his body left in the wilderness. Of course, you have been kind to me as well. That year, during the assault on Xingdiu village, you risked your life to save me. Why speak of this? Jiang Wang interrupted. My father once told me that adults are different from children. What adults must first learn is to seek common ground while reserving differences. The notion of if I do not play with him, then you cannot play with him is childish. You and Fang Pengju, and I, we each have our own views. I shall not influence your deep feelings for him, and you will not change my resolve to sever ties. That is the truth, Ling He conceded. He scanned the green willow river under the night sky, sensing a peculiar nostalgia. The surroundings had not changed much, yet we had transformed entirely. Nothing remains unchanged. The only constant in this world is the inevitability of change, Zhao Ruching remarked thoughtfully. He then shamelessly leaned closer to Ling He. Burying someone shouldn't take this long. Have you both been weeping in each other's arms? No sooner had he spoken than he sprang up, deftly evading a kick from Hu. TSK, TSK, TSK. How embarrassed you are. He provocatively began, only to quickly bow and apologize. My mistake, brother Hu. Hu, now eager for a scuffle, retorted. You are not wrong. I was just about to share in your tears. Observing the playful banter between the two, Ling He mused. Yet I believe there are some things that remain unchanged. I agree with you halfway, Jiang Wang replied. The playful skirmish between Hu and Zhao Ruching unexpectedly escalated into a four-way melee, with fists and feet flying as they all exchanged light-hearted blows. Eventually, they all gasped for breath, bursting into laughter, then embracing each other in tears. Should anyone pass by the Green Willow River that night, they might conjure tales of water ghosts and eerie legends. The four brothers ultimately departed from the Green Willow River, leaving behind a place steeped in memories of youth and camaraderie. No one uttered a word. Only Zhao Ruching turned back at the last moment to mutter. Once we cross over, do not harm your friends again, you ghost. The moonlight flowed over the shimmering waters of the Green Willow River, cascading down onto the dilapidated roof of the Xianjin Temple. Perhaps due to the moonlight, the two figures conversing within the temple appeared exceptionally pale. One was a captivating woman clad in a vibrant red garment, her figure exquisite and alluring. Particularly, the slight opening at her neckline revealed a dazzling expanse of fair skin that captivated the gaze. Her face, though somewhat pallid, paradoxically exuded a stunning radiance. Perhaps it was her excessively bright red lips that contributed to this impression. Seated nonchalantly upon a dusty incense table, she appeared breathtaking yet utterly composed. With her pinky, she gently traced her red lips, saying, All the beggars in this temple have perished. It is truly vexing. What shall we offer to the gods? Her voice seemed to linger at the eaves before it reached its intended destination, carrying an air of emptiness. One life of a cultivator would suffice. The speaker, standing at the door, was markedly different from the woman in red. He seemed reluctant to even set foot within the filthy temple, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief embroidered with plum blossoms. Ah, how easy it is to speak, the woman in red replied. Do we have to sneak around to kill a few mortals? What of slaying a cultivator? Are we afraid the Zhuangguo Dao Academy won't find us? The city is filled with those who will eventually die, the man remarked, furrowing his brow. Must we choose such a place for our discourse? The woman in red chuckled softly. The renowned Zhuo Guanglia met his demise here. The people of Zhuangguo have scoured this place no less than 10 times. There is no cleaner location nearby. At the mention of Zhuo Guanglia, she slightly closed her eyes, revealing a look of bliss, even a hint of color returning to her pallid face. I can still catch a whiff of his robust aura. Back to business, the man interjected calmly. Wei Qiji is not to be trifled with, and now we have Dong A. We must swiftly ascertain the Daozi's whereabouts. The chaos caused by those Qin and Chu ruffians has disrupted our sacrificial rites at Xinjin Temple. If you ask me, instead of furtively capturing a few mortals, it would be far simpler to directly offer a cultivator as a sacrifice. There is more than one way to seek death. Why must you be so fixated on this? He continued. Isn't it better to draw a sword and slit throats? Or to summon lightning to consume them? Perhaps irritated by the interruption, the woman in red opened her striking eyes, her smile fading. Before the Daozi manifests, you would do well to understand the meaning of discretion. The man, equally vexed, covered his nose and retorted, Miao Yu, as if attacking the Maple Forest Dao Academy was not your intention. Now, the city is in turmoil. If things go awry, our grand plans will be in jeopardy. What do you understand? The world is vast, and there are countless surprises. Who could have anticipated that Zhuanglia would perish just like that? It conveniently disrupted our sacrificial plans. Beneath the Yellow River, the bones have lain silent for far too long. There can be no more surprises. Right now, in Maple Forest City, Dong A is crucial. We must clarify his strength and limits. Certain sacrifices are unavoidable. Furthermore, the woman named Miao Yu licked her lips. Do you know that the beggars in this filthy temple have not all perished? I can smell a familiar scent at the Maple Forest Dao Academy. The man's impatience grew as he replied, Why should I care for the life or death of a mere beggar? This time, Miao Yu languidly stretched, her exquisite figure unmistakable. Fool. The man narrowed his eyes, suppressing a fleeting desire that flickered beneath the surface. Do not presume that just because you are ostensibly the Daozi's woman, you can act so recklessly. There have been many saints among the sects over the millennia. When the Daozi emerges, whether he desires you or acknowledges you remains to be seen. Fair skin and white bones, empty and illusory. Can you not see through it? Ha ha. The man turned to leave the temple. Whether I can see through it or not, what difference does it make? It is as it is. After a long while, within the quiet and dilapidated temple, the alluring whispers began to gently resonate, spreading like moonlight. How could he not love me? How could he not want me? I have waited for so many years, patiently enduring all this time. Chapter 11. Do you remember when the immortal asked by the babbling brook? The boy gripped tightly his small wooden sword, fixating on the white-haired man approaching on a sword. Your potential is remarkable. Would you care to follow me? The elder inquired. Despite his youth, the boy was not blind to the magnificent vistas of the azure sky. Just as he was about to affirm, a stubborn voice interjected. Take me with you. The voice belonged to his playmate, the very same who had just been bested in their swordplay duel. The boy understood his friend's obstinacy all too well. Today marked their countless encounters in this sparring. Yet, his companion, having lost once before, was determined to reclaim victory. The boy pondered, then we shall train together. Many details had faded from his memory. Yet the eyes of the white-haired man remained vivid in his mind, clear as a stream and lofty as the heavens. The elder regarded them, observing the inseparable pair of children, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I will take only one disciple, he declared. He reiterated, both of you are commendable, but only one shall accompany me. What to do? The boy thought. However, before he could dwell on it, he was suddenly thrust into the brook. Splash! The sound of water exploding around him. His friend, the very one with whom he had played in their naked innocence, had unhesitatingly pushed him into the depths. Through the rippling waves, he glimpsed his friend's impassive face and the unwavering gaze of the white-haired man. Then, a brilliant flash of sword light shot into the sky. His companion and the elder were enveloped in that dazzling brilliance, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, sudden in arrival and departure. They brushed past the sorrowful and mundane lives of mortals, leaving behind an unshakable disbelief, an inability to let go, and countless midnight awakenings. Jiang Wang awoke, enveloped by the pitch-black night, which cloaked him entirely. The dormitory was eerily quiet, with Ling He and Du Yehu's breathing resonating in a unique rhythm. Jiang Wang knew they were practicing the fundamental breathing techniques. Though simple, this foundational skill was bestowed solely upon inner disciples, a cornerstone of the Zhuang nation's Dao Academy. Honed over a century, the selection of inner disciples at Fenglin City Dao Academy brought little surprise. Ling He, Du Yehu, and Zhao Ruqing had been chosen, their names inscribed in the jade tablet dedicated to the ancestral spirits. However, until the manifestation of their Dao veins, they could not yet be considered true Ma-E Daoists. The opening vein pill was a priceless rarity. Even with state sponsorship, it was impossible to provide each disciple with a complementary dose. The most outstanding among the outer disciples were selected for the inner circle, yet they typically had to endure at least a year, amassing sufficient merit to qualify for the opening vein pill. Only the outer disciple with the highest contributions each year could exchange them for one. This was a unique incentive for outer disciples. Since Jiang Wang's emergence, no other could replicate his path. Nevertheless, it was through life and death struggles that he had accumulated enough merit to exchange for the pill. Presently, within 100 miles of Fenglan City, there was no other Western mountain thief to hunt down. By entering the outer academy and diligently honing his skills, Jiang Wang overcame countless adversaries to join the inner circle. After entering, he continued to train rigorously while accumulating task contributions, ultimately receiving the opening vein pill to step into the extraordinary realm. This was the conventional route for practitioners in the Zhuang nation, a visible path to success. However, compared to those who possessed innate Dao veins and entered the inner circle to begin their cultivation, these youths following the outer path undeniably squandered excessive time. The journey of cultivation is slow, each step painstakingly measured. This was why Jiang Wang had risked everything to complete his tasks while in the outer circle, and it also explained Fang Pengju's insatiable greed. No one wished to wait through so many years. Thus, Jiang Wang understood Fang Pengju's yearning, yet could not forgive his methods. Talented warriors like Ling He and Du Yehu, too, harbored an intense desire for the extraordinary, yet none stooped to such despicable acts. Jiang Wang's father once remarked, "A person is defined by their choices." Jiang Wang wholeheartedly agreed. He had previously found himself ensnared in a difficult decision. It is well known that cultivators are categorized into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the most esteemed, while the 9th rank is regarded as the beginning of the extraordinary. The hallmark of achieving the 9th rank is the formation of the Dao spiral, resulting in the birth of Dao essence. Practitioners have traversed a lengthy and immeasurable history, leading to meticulous research on this initial step into the extraordinary. The spine is considered the grand dragon of the human body, with the Dao veins concealed within. Once the Dao veins manifest, the practitioner can channel their vital energy to nourish the veins, thus generating Dao essence. Dao essence is the foundation of all Dao techniques and the bedrock of the extraordinary. Take Jiang Wang's earthworm vein as an example. Each time he mobilizes it, he must expend a considerable amount of vital energy, traversing the entire spine to produce a single Dao essence. For a practitioner at Jiang Wang's level, he could perform the pulse clearing practice twice a day at most, accumulating 2 Dao essences. It was not due to a lack of effort, rather. His body simply could not endure it. The energy expenditure was too great, risking harm to his very essence, a trade-off not worth considering. After accumulating Dao essence, the next step is to master it, meticulously arranging the corresponding array points according to the foundational array diagram. When the array is complete, the Dao spiral is born. As a practitioner with open veins, the Fenglan City Dao Academy naturally imparted the foundational array diagram, which is the universally recognized return to origin array, consisting of 81 array points. This implies that, assuming he arranges the foundational array diagram without error, it would still take him at least 41 days, nearly a month and a half, to genuinely become a 9th rank practitioner. The 2 Dao essences Jiang Wang had previously amassed had already been expended in battle. Before this, Jiang Wang had no reason for distress, but now, having unexpectedly entered the Void Illusion realm and inherited Zhuang's Cave of Truth, unlocking the corresponding sword debate and Dao performance platforms, he found himself beset by new troubles. The previous day, upon receiving the return to origin array diagram, he had invested all 1850 merit points into the foundational array's projection to test the Dao performance platform. Ultimately, he acquired an incredibly complex starry sky array, comprising 365 array points. Setting aside the difficulty of arranging the starry sky array, even if he could flawlessly replicate the foundational array, it would require at least half a year to generate the first Dao spiral. Furthermore, advancing from the 9th to the 8th rank necessitates establishing 3 Dao spirals, while moving from the 8th to the 7th requires 9. By this calculation, the duration would be excessively lengthy. Undoubtedly, the starry sky array surpassed the return to origin array in strength. Yet the extensive time required for its foundation was precisely the source of Jiang Wang's hesitation. He needed to elevate his cultivation swiftly to catch up with those endowed with innate Dao veins. However, time was of the essence. Yet after awakening from his dream tonight, he had made a choice. Jiang Wang closed his eyes, activating the soul Dao essence generated from the previous day's pulse clearing, allowing it to move slowly within his spine. In the hazy perception of the world while harnessing the Dao essence, he found himself in an expansive, boundless space. Because the Grand Dragon resided here, it was referred to as the Sea of Spines. However, among practitioners, it bore a more resonant name, the Celestial Palace. Traversing the Celestial Palace and opening the gates of heaven and earth signifies the transition from a novice practitioner to an intermediate one. In the vast expanse of the Celestial Palace, a single Dao essence appeared diminutive, akin to a speck of dust. Yet it did not drift aimlessly. Instead, it resolutely and tenaciously embodied Jiang Wang's will. It moved and moved until it finally hovered in its desired position, the location of the sun star within the starry sky array. As the Dao essence settled there, Jiang Wang felt as though he once again beheld the eyes of that white-haired practitioner from his childhood. He would never forget the moment he was thrust into the water. Those eyes seemed to convey to him, the path of cultivation is a struggle. Chapter 12. The unfathomable way. The path is profound and boundless, yet it remains ungraspable. Oh, the depths! It resembles the source of all things. Sharpen its edges, untangle its complexity, harmonize its radiance, and merge with its dust. Ah, how serene! It seems to linger. I know not whose progeny it may be. An emblem of the celestial sovereign. The venerable Taoist speaker's voice was exceedingly soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every listener within the lecture hall. Upon uttering the final word, his brows and eyes suddenly drooped, as if he were on the brink of slumber, embodying the frailty of old age. Jiang Wang dared not be remiss. He, alongside his fellow disciples, respectfully paid his respects before rising from his seat. Despite the elder's unassuming appearance, he was none other than Song Qifeng, the vice president of the Daoist Academy of Maple Forest City. More precisely, prior to Dong Accon's arrival, he had been the academy's head for several decades. However, now in his 80s, his cultivation had stagnated at the 7th rank, unable to open the gates of heaven and earth. Consequently, he had long since relinquished the ambition for advancement, immersing himself in scripture and wholly devoted to the transmission of knowledge. Thus, he was held in high esteem. After Dong Acon took charge, he remained uncontentious, wholeheartedly cooperating, allowing Dong Acon to adeptly control the academy. In return, Dong Acon conferred upon him immense respect. In all of Maple Forest City, no one could surpass Song Qifeng in terms of virtue and reputation. Even after exiting the lecture hall, Jiang Wang's heart remained unsettled, steeped in profound reflection. What is the Tao? Invisible and intangible, yet omnipresent and infinite. How does one come to comprehend it, to understand it, to pursue it? The more one seeks, the more one learns, the more one recognizes one's own ignorance and insignificance. One can only sigh in awe. Oh, how profound! Ling He recited as he walked, wishing to savor the words repeatedly. Although Zhao Ruqing had never been particularly invested in his studies, he appeared contemplative. Only Du Yehu, yawning incessantly, seemed to have just awakened from a deep slumber. The academy selects 10 students each term, and in terms of foundational breathing techniques, Du Yehu's progress was only surpassed by Jiang Wang, who had already manifested his Dao veins. It must be said that he possessed exceptional talent. However, he found it difficult to absorb the so-called classics of the Dao. In stark contrast, once the classes on techniques began, he instantly became animated. The inner sect truly represents the essence of the Daoist Academy, and this statement holds true. Initially, in the outer sect, one would only receive some rudimentary martial skills, with occasional guidance from senior disciples. Yet upon entering the inner sect, there were classes on scriptures every 5 days and technique courses every 10 days. The former focused on scripture study, while the latter emphasized practical skills, both taught by seasoned Taoists. Moreover, should any cultivation dilemmas arise, disciples could consult their mentors at any time. The martial techniques previously accessible only through contributions in the outer sect were now freely available to inner disciples. However, for the inner sect disciples, these martial skills held little allure. It was not that martial arts lacked strength. Rather, the entire cultivation community of Zhuangguo was dominated by Taoist practices. Although the Maple Forest City Academy had gathered some martial techniques, they merely served as a transitional supplement for the outer sect disciples, lacking the formidable power of Taoist arts, thus rendering them less desirable. Jiang Shixiang, please wait. A voice called from behind. Jiang Wang turned to find Fang Heling, a fellow inner disciple selected in the same term. His cousin Fang Pengju belonged to one of the 3 prominent families of Maple Forest City. It must be noted that he had little qualification to be chosen for the academy's inner sect. However, it had become an unwritten rule that one of the three families must occupy a spot in each selection. Fang Pengju's selection was entirely justified, but it was unclear what price the Fang family had secretly paid for Fang Heling's inclusion. This reality is stark. Although cultivation is an extraordinary path in this world, where humans tread, intricate relationships are inescapable, and purity is a mere illusion. Even the Taoist Academy of Maple Forest City is no exception. Is there something you need? Jiang Wang inquired coolly. Oh, it's nothing much, Fang Heling replied, garbed in a moon-white robe, bowing slightly, exuding a certain elegance. I merely wish to apologize on behalf of Fang Pengju for his ambitions. He has been disowned by our family. The Fang family does not harbor such ungrateful individuals. He is he, and you are you. There is no need for you to apologize. His actions bear no relation to you, Jiang Wang retorted before walking away, as he truly had no desire to indulge this privileged youth's theatrics. Yet, Fang Heling evidently felt insulted. Considering his distinguished lineage as one of the three prominent families of Maple Forest City, he believed that personally apologizing to Jiang Wang, a person of modest background, warranted gratitude. At the very least, one would expect mutual recognition and camaraderie, yet Jiang Wang's demeanor was decidedly indifferent. Brother Jiang, why the haste? Fang Heling hastily caught up, positioning himself before Jiang Wang, smiling as he said, I forgot to mention that I ingested an opening vein pill yesterday, and my Dao veins have already manifested. He struggled to contain his elation, yet his pride was palpable. And then, Jiang Wang inquired. Fang Heling hesitated before responding. In this term's intersect selection, only the two of us have manifested our Dao veins early. We ought to cultivate a closer relationship, youthful and brimming with ambition, despite having been raised with decorum. His words exuded an air of superiority. In his mind, only the two of us were the true heroes of the world. He bore no grudges against Jiang Wang for Fang Pengju's demise. Had Fang Pengju lived, he would not have had this opportunity, if not for the need to uphold the prestige of the three prominent families and secure a place for the Academy's inner disciples. Even with his father poised to become the next family head, convincing the family to expend considerable resources on the opening vein pill would have been challenging. Had he not obtained it, he would have to wait until the following year to enter the inner sect, or perhaps even longer. After all, only 10 spots were available each year, with countless eyes in Maple Forest City watching. If there were other promising candidates in the family, his father could not be overtly biased. Fang Pengju's preemptive claim to that position served as evidence. Oh, Jiang Wang responded, sidestepping Fang Heling and continuing onward. He was fully aware of Fang Heling's status as the heir of the Fang family, one of the three prominent families. He also understood that Fang Heling had no intention of creating conflict with him, and, in fact, would likely maintain a facade of brotherhood to uphold the family's reputation. But why should this be the case? Why should an exceptional individual like Fang Pengju be denied an opening vein pill, leading him to become increasingly radical and impatient? While mere days after his death, Fang Heling should possess one. The brothers were well aware of Fang Heling's background. How could they not see through his pretense? Had he shown even a modicum of merit, the Fang family would never have allowed Fang Pengju to shine. Even if Fang Pengju's demise was a result of his own betrayal, how could this unremarkable scion claim the right to trample upon him? Jiang Wang refrained from expressing his outrage in that moment, showing considerable restraint. Ling He, Du Yehu, and the others did not cast a single glance in his direction. As they departed, only Fang Heling remained rooted in place, his smile gradually stiffening. He had not anticipated being so disregarded. Even after ingesting the opening vein pill and manifesting his Dao veins, entering the inner sect, he was still overlooked. He recalled his initial days in the outer sect when he had encountered these figures of prominence. Eagerly, he approached, wishing to greet the friends of his cousin. Yet his cousin had not even acknowledged him, instead walking away with him. The disappointment of that moment remained etched in his memory. So he had come to Jiang Wang and the others immediately after solidifying his veins. He was uncertain whether he sought to prove something, but at the very least, he wanted them to acknowledge his presence. Yet, nothing came of it. Despite the changes, it felt as if nothing had altered at all. Jiang Wang. Fang Heling silently cried out. He endeavored to maintain a composed expression, yet his countenance had grown increasingly grim. Chapter 13. Morning embraces purple chi. Evening draws crimson clouds. The sun finally sank beneath the horizon, and the entire earth entered the night with a profound sigh. Within the heavenly palace, a small earthworm had completed its long journey and expelled a round and plump Dao Yuan. The rising sun at dawn and the setting sun at dusk are the most opportune times for cultivation. The sun's warmth is gentle yet invigorating, particularly for novice practitioners, providing excellent protection for their Dao veins. There have been numerous instances of practitioners who, attempting to cultivate at noon, were incinerated by the sun's fierce fire, resulting in the destruction of their veins. This phenomenon is encapsulated in the adage, morning embraces purple chi, evening draws crimson clouds. Even Jiang Wang, with his robust physique honed through years of martial arts practice, felt his vital energy being strained to a critical point, beyond which his essence would be damaged. The small earthworm within the heavenly palace appeared somewhat listless. However, at this critical juncture, there was no sense of weakness in his body. The Dao Yuan nurtured within the heavenly palace pulsed like tiny hearts, continuously pumping forth strength. This experience deeply resonated with Jiang Wang's teachings, illustrating the transformation from vital energy to the birth of Dao Yuan, an elevation of power, the very premise of human transcendence. It is said that true martial practitioners do not nurture Dao Yuan, but instead focus solely on refining their bodies and tempering their vital energy. This represents an entirely different path. In today's world, where lords rise and sects proliferate, a myriad of philosophies contend, and the Dao is boundless, it can be deemed a golden age for cultivation. Yet for Jiang Wang, residing in the Zhuang kingdom, there were no other choices available. He meticulously maneuvered the Dao Yuan within the heavenly palace to fill the well-versed array of the constellations. This process was by no means effortless, for the limits of one's mental prowess, much like one's vital energy, are restricted at certain stages. For a fledgling cultivator like Jiang Wang, moving the Dao Yuan twice a day was already his limit. Exceeding this would lead to mental fatigue, and in severe cases, could even jeopardize his sanity. Jiang Wang was acutely aware that the foundational array he had chosen would require considerable time. Thus he dared not waste a moment, proceeding with utmost caution. A single misstep would necessitate starting anew, and he afforded himself no time for such a luxury. With only 2 opportunities each day to arrange the array points, he could not afford to miss a single one, even if the constellation array was significantly more intricate and challenging than the returning Yuan array. Should someone else cultivate alongside him, opting for the returning Yuan array as their foundation, they would undoubtedly progress much more swiftly, given a perfect arrangement of array points. Jiang Wang was uncertain if his choice was correct, but having made a decision, there was no turning back. He could only move forward, exerting every effort to achieve the best possible outcome. Fortunately, he performed admirably. After concluding today's final pulse cultivation session, dozens of Dao Yuan hovered within the heavenly palace, each one plump and ripe, reminiscent of mature rice in an autumn field, exuding the fragrance of abundance. These would serve as a sustenance for transcendence. However, Jiang Wang had another pressing matter at hand. At this moment, the dormitory was eerily quiet. Ling He and Du Yehu had departed on a mission, and as they had already entered the inner sect, their thirst for the opening vein pill was even greater. Jiang Wang's mind sank as he entered the void illusion realm. Today was the 15th of July, a day designated for challenges. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was to face the challenge posed by the master of the green jade altar, which would result in his demotion. The familiar scene unfolded before him, a magnificent starry sky. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged, silently observing the shadow of the sundial, awaiting the moment the challenge would commence. He yearned to witness the true strength of the formidable beings in this world. Although he had heard of such intense confrontations within the Jinjin Temple, he had never witnessed one firsthand. The encounter between Dong Acon and his opponent had been utterly one-sided. As he sat amidst the starry expanse, Jiang Wang felt his heart expand. Humanity's first gaze upon the starry sky marked the beginning of history's advance. In comparison to the vast cosmos, everything in the human realm seemed incredibly trivial and illusory. Time passed, and the sundial's shadow revealed 5 ink characters, Challenger waved. Jiang Wang's heart relaxed, yet an inexplicable sense of regret washed over him. He had preserved the merits produced by the Dongjin Su blessed land for this month. But perhaps it was merely due to the formidable deterrence of the former blessed land master, the blazing figure known as Zhuguanglia. Those who entered the void illusion realm typically concealed their identities from the mortal world. Aside from themselves, no one knew their renown within the realm. Thus, few were aware that the master of the Dongjin Su in the void illusion realm was none other than the illustrious Zhuguanglia of the Great Chu. Now, even fewer would know. Even if someone had previously deduced his identity from his combat style, such assumptions would need to be overturned. Generally, when a person perishes in the mortal realm, their identity in the void illusion realm also dissipates. However, Zhuguanglia's forceful invocation of his true form The blazing essence of Zhu Rong nearly pierced through the fabric of time and space. Coupled with the entanglement of a powerful obsession, various factors converged, resulting in an anomaly that prevented the timely reclamation of the virtual key, leaving its imprint upon Jiang Wang. Consequently, he inherited all that Zhuo Guanglia possessed within the Void Illusion realm. Blessed Land 23, Dongjinsu. This month's merit, 1,850 points. The Dao Platform. Jiang Wang silently intoned within his heart. A bamboo table materialized before him as if summoned from thin air, appearing entirely natural, as if crops had sprouted from the earth. Despite the overlooked process, upon the bamboo table lay nothing but an open jade book, which at that moment was blank. Jiang Wang, having previously experienced this phenomenon, knew that by envisioning the technique he wished to deduce and investing the corresponding merit, the resulting technique would manifest within the jade book. The foundational array of the constellation had previously been derived from the returning Yuan array. Currently, the foundational array remained incomplete, the Dao rotation yet to be born, and each Dao Yuan counted was one less. Thus, deducing Dao arts was impractical. Even Jiang Wang himself had only simulated in his mind and had never truly practiced Dao arts, as Dao Yuan was far too precious in the early stages of cultivation. Yet, he could not allow his merits to lie idle for future use. The path of cultivation dictates that stagnation leads to regression. Tomorrow and the unforeseen are both uncertain. So one must strive to strengthen oneself at every stage. Jiang Wang pondered and ultimately chose a fierce sword technique from among his preferred styles for deduction, expending 1,850 points of merit. The atmosphere in the Zhuang kingdom favored Dao arts over martial skills. However, at this stage, Jiang Wang had no alternative. With his foundational array incomplete, he dared not employ any advanced Dao arts. Since he had chosen to enhance his sword skills, he would do so with unwavering determination. Instantly, the jade book upon the bamboo table erupted with text, representing the ordinary sword techniques Jiang Wang had learned outside the Fenglan City Dao Academy. Formidable, yet unremarkable. But in that moment, the numbers of merit on the sundial's shadow dwindled, and the text upon the jade book began to transform wildly. Jiang Wang focused intently, watching as the characters morphed into figures, drawing their swords and dancing. The tempo quickened until it seemed to congeal into a singular mass. Jiang Wang could not help but squint, feeling as though he were being pierced by a sharp edge. When he blinked and looked again, the text on the jade book had settled, revealing a profound sword technique he had never before seen or even imagined. During his time in the outer sect, Jiang Wang had been acknowledged as the foremost swordsman. Yet now, as he perused this newfound technique, he suddenly felt that his previous practice was akin to the clumsy methods of a farmer, suitable only for tilling the fields. The merit numbers on the sundial's shadow had reached 0, yet Jiang Wang released a contented sigh. Every effort had been worth it. Chapter 14. The Emperor of Swords in Zhao Ruqing's magnificent residence, sprawling over nearly 10 acres, two figures swiftly intertwined amidst the glimmering sword light. Clang! Zhao Ruqing's hand trembled, and his long sword flew from his grasp. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang's sword halted beside his neck, a playful smile adorning his face. Impressive, Zhao Ruqing marveled. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Although there was a noticeable gap between their sword skills, it was not insurmountable. In their previous duels, he had managed to win 3 to 5 out of 10 encounters. Yet today, after 20 matches, he had not triumphed even once. Jiang Wang smiled and sheathed his sword, acknowledging that this swordsmanship was indeed a profound pathway to martial enlightenment. It comprised 9 training techniques and 5 killing techniques. Presently, he had only mastered 4 training techniques and 1 killing technique, but his comprehension of swordsmanship had already surpassed his previous understanding. He believed his combat prowess had reached a commendable level. Should he encounter the fiend from that fateful night again, he would surely be able to engage in battle. This swordsmanship is a fortuitous gain of mine. It bears no particular name. Ruqing, being both cultured and martial, what do you suggest we call it? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Ruqing declared, let it be named. Purple Qi arrives from the east. Purple Qi arrives from the east. A flicker of brilliance danced in Jiang Wang's eyes. What a splendid name. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to perceive a grandeur within Zhao Ruqing that he had not noticed before. Yet, it was likely an illusion. For the very next moment, Zhao Ruqing picked up his fallen sword and approached Jiang Wang with the same carefree demeanor, grinning broadly. Third brother, teach me. Very well. Jiang Wang beamed radiantly. Both were exceptional swordsmen in the mundane world, fully aware of the rarity and value of the purple chi arise from the East Sword technique. It stood apart from the common martial arts of the world, embodying a transcendent sword canon capable of leading one to enlightenment through martial practice. The formidable sword cultivators wielding such a technique were not inferior to adept practitioners of Taoist arts. Such a sword canon could incite chaos in the martial world. Yet, the two men approached it with a casual eagerness, rendering the sword canon seemingly inconsequential. When Jiang Wang returned to the Dao Academy, night had already fallen. Zhao Ruqing typically did not linger at the academy unless he had coursework, displaying a quintessentially reckless demeanor. Lost in contemplation of the intricacies of the purple chi arise from the East Sword technique. He only noticed Li Jianxiu standing with his sword when he reached the entrance of his dormitory. "What are you lost in thought about?" Li Jianxiu inquired with a knowing smile. "Some questions regarding swordsmanship," Jiang Wang replied candidly. "What brings you here, senior brotherly?" "It is no wonder that junior brother Jiang possesses such remarkable sword skills," Li Jianxiu complimented casually before adding. "Master Dong has asked you to see him after tomorrow's morning class. I noticed you were absent from your dormitory, so I waited a bit. I was at Ruqing's residence the entire afternoon." Jiang Wang felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking it presumptuous to have kept Li Jianxiu waiting. "You could have simply left a message with the attendants." The inner disciples had dedicated attendants to manage their daily needs, allowing them to focus entirely on their cultivation. "Since Master Dong entrusted me with the message, it cannot be passed on to another. I am not of noble lineage. It is not beneath me to wait for someone," Li Jianxiu replied. Jiang Wang lowered his head slightly, feeling somewhat apprehensive. After all, Li Jianxiu was 2 years his senior and among the few exceptional talents of his cohort, destined to advance to the Qinghe County Academy. Such a distinguished individual was standing at the dormitory door waiting for him, exuding an air of calmness. Li Jianxiu patted Jiang Wang's shoulder. "I see a boundless future for you, junior brother Jiang. There's no need for such formality." With that, he turned and departed. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after the early class, Jiang Wang proceeded to Master Dong's residence. In the small courtyard, besides Li Jianxiu, there were 2 others. One was a senior brother named Zhang Linchuan, hailing from the prominent Zhang family of Folin City, who was among the strongest disciples of the academy. Quite well known, though not strikingly handsome, he stood tall and possessed an innate elegance. His attire was meticulously tailored, reflecting his refinement. At that moment, he was in the courtyard, listening to someone beside him speak. The other individual in the courtyard was none other than Fang Pengju. Upon noticing Jiang Wang's arrival, he deliberately raised his voice. "Zhang Shixiong. Yesterday, a hunter from my estate brought back a pair of fine bear paws. Tomorrow, I shall invite the chef from Wangyulu to prepare them. We can all savor them together." Zhang Linchuan nodded with a smile. Fang Pengju then turned to invite, "Senior brotherly, you must join us as well." Li Jianxiu, not wishing to refuse, simply smiled. "If I have the time, I shall attend." Before Fang Pengju could continue his flattery, Li Jianxiu took a few steps toward the courtyard entrance. "Is junior brother Jiang here?" He had come specifically to greet him. Jiang Wang hurried forward, apologizing. "I'm sorry for being late." He approached Li Jianxiu and bowed respectfully to Zhang Linchuan. "Greetings, senior brother Zhang." He chose to ignore Fang Pengju entirely. "Greetings to you as well." Zhang Linchuan nodded with a gentle smile, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension between Jiang Wang and Fang Pengju. Yet some individuals felt an undeniable need to assert their presence. "Humph." Fang Pengju made a loud, scornful sound before sarcastically remarking, "Master Dong has given orders." And both senior brothers Zhang and Li arrived early. "I barely made it here in time, rushing from bed without even attending the morning class." One wonders what merit some individuals possess to keep Master Dong and both senior brothers waiting. Jiang Wang continued to disregard him, addressing Li Jianxiu and Zhang Linchuan. "I just concluded the early class and rushed over. It was not out of disrespect for Master Dong's orders. I merely engaged in reciting scriptures and practices, as one must remain diligent on the path of cultivation." Li Jianxiu patted Jiang Wang's shoulder again, expressing camaraderie. "No worries. We arrived early, not you late. The path of cultivation indeed demands unwavering diligence. Although Zhang Shixiong and I need not attend the scripture recitations with the junior disciples, we still conducted our morning practice in our rooms." Fang Pengju simmered with irritation, but with Li Jianxiu's intervention, he dared not escalate the situation. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Master Dong. "You are all here?" He surveyed the group, exuding an authoritative presence without raising his voice. The 4 bowed in unison. "Master Dong." Master Dong waved his hand dismissively, revealing his decisive nature. He wasted no time, stating, "I have summoned you today to assign a task. You are likely aware of the recent attack by the fiends on the Outer Academy, which resulted in the death of an outer disciple. The Criminal Investigation Department has been investigating for some time without success. We need not wait for them to resolve matters concerning our academy. Thus, I am entrusting you with this investigation, assigning it as an 8th grade task. Unlike the outer disciple tasks, the inner disciple tasks were graded from the outset, typically determined by the strongest force encountered during the mission. Furthermore, the rewards were measured not by contribution points, but by Dao merit. The disparity in difficulty was immense, and naturally, the rewards reflected that. For instance, to exchange for an opening pulse pill, one would need a vast amount of contribution points from the outer disciples, while only 100 points of Dao merit would suffice. However, acquiring 100 points of Dao merit was no simple feat considering the recent attack by the fiends. Their exhibited strength fell within the 9th grade range. Master Dong had classified it as 8th grade, evidently to encourage the disciples. Jiang Wang and Fang Pengju were the only 2 disciples of their cohort exhibiting visible Dao veins and required thorough honing. Ling He and Jian. As your training has spanned a longer duration, you should lead the 2 junior brothers in this inquiry. The task rewards will be split 9-1. Whichever group gathers information first will receive 90%. Ling He and Li Jianxiu both bowed, pledging to follow Master Dong's orders. With a sweeping gesture, Master Dong turned and re-entered his quarters, evidently uninterested in the ensuing discussion. Ling He appeared prepared for this moment. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. I have friends in the Criminal Investigation Department. There are 2 leads regarding the fiend attack that are particularly valuable. 1. The fiend stayed at the Fulakexuan Inn for 3 days prior to the attack. There should be some clues left behind. The other, a family in Tangxi Town was exterminated, with residual corpse energy at the scene resembling that of the fiends who attacked our outer academy. Which lead do you prefer, junior brother Jianxiu? Li Jianxiu replied, since these are senior brother Zhang's insights, I defer to your judgment. Ling He was not the least bit surprised. Had Li Jianxiu possessed any semblance of intelligence, he would not have chosen this moment to compete with him. His remarks were merely a formality. He nodded and declared, thus, I shall proceed to Tangxi Town, while junior brother Li will head to Fulian. Standing beside Ling He, Fang Pengju's eyes sparkled with excitement. With brother Jiang taking the lead, what could mere rogue practitioners hope to evade? After speaking, he cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Wang. It was evident to all that Tangxi Town provided a more conducive environment for the lurking fiends, with the clues appearing far more distinct. In Fang Pengju's mind, this inaugural 8th grade mission would undoubtedly yield him substantial rewards. At that moment, Ling He turned to Li Jianxiu and said, Junior brother Li, what if I were to take Jiang Wang with me? Li Jianxiu maintained a composed demeanor and replied, that would be acceptable. In truth, the prior arrangement of their positions had implicitly confirmed their divergent paths. Jiang Wang was more familiar with Li Jianxiu, while Ling He and Fang Pengju both hailed from prominent families. Although Jiang Wang did not grasp why Ling He opted not to choose the more familiar Fang Pengju, he recognized his lack of agency in the matter and politely responded, then I shall trouble brother Jiang. Ling He and Li Jianxiu, both seasoned veterans, swiftly organized the task distribution and prepared the necessary supplies for the mission. Jiang Wang, too, busied himself with preparations. Meanwhile, Fang Pengju stood there, his expression oscillating between shades of green and white. He harbored strong opinions he wished to voice, yet found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 15. A whole spring Tangxi Town, situated to the north of Maplewood City, is one of the 7 towns under the governance of Weiqiuji, and it is also the smallest and most remote among them. Nestled against the sprawling Qichang mountain range, the townsfolk rely on the mountains for their livelihood, primarily as hunters. As one strolls through Tangxi Town, the buildings appear aged, and the streets are sparsely populated. Occasionally, a passerby hurries by, their brows furrowed in concern. Compared to Maplewood City, and even to Fengxi Town, where Jiang Wang was born, this place pales significantly. The nearby villages are scattered along the Qichang mountain range, with the inhabitants primarily hunting for sustenance. They typically gather in town only on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. As it is not market day, the streets are quiet. Having conducted considerable research prior to his visit, Jiang Wang is prepared to offer some explanations to Ling He. Although this trip was arranged by the dean for the senior brother to look after the junior brother, Jiang Wang understands the importance of self-reliance and does not dare to be complacent. Throughout the journey, Ling He maintains a mild demeanor, neither distant nor overly familiar, betraying little emotion. When addressed, he merely nods and proceeds towards the residence where the massacre occurred. While their visit represents the independent will of the Dao Academy, it is prudent to inform the local authorities. Tangxi Town's constable, Tang Dun, awaits them at the doorstep of the ill-fated household. Both Tang Daniu and his wife are locals of Tangxi Town. I used to brawl with Daniu as a child. The rough man, with dark skin and a straightforward appearance, visibly struggles with his emotions. His eyes, resembling cowbells, are bloodshot as he incessantly laments. Those damned demons are utterly despicable. Damn them. Zhang Linchuan glances at his constable uniform and inquires, "Why are you here alone? Where is your captain?" "Our captain is occupied with other matters," Tang Dun replies, completely oblivious to Zhang Linchuan's dissatisfaction. He continues, "You all are destined to become high-ranking officials. You must ensure justice for us." Amusingly, in a humble town like Tangxi, is there truly anything more pressing than this massacre? Zhang Linchuan scoffs derisively, but chooses not to pursue the matter further, interrupting Tang Dun with a wave of his hand. "Let us focus on what is pertinent. What clues have you uncovered? What did the investigators from the Criminal Investigation Department convey?" It is clear that the dispatch of an investigator from the Criminal Investigation Department indicates a lack of trust in Wei Qiuji. In contrast, the local officials sent only an insignificant constable to attend to the matter, which is quite telling. Tang Dun scratches his head. "We have no clues. The officials from the Criminal Investigation Department did not share any findings with us." Zhang Linchuan is almost amused to the point of exasperation. "If there are no clues, then what are you babbling about?" However, he possesses commendable composure, suppressing his irritation. "All right then, let us enter and take a look." Tang Dun swiftly tears down the seal from the door, retrieves the key, and unlocks the imposing general's lock, finally pushing the wooden door open. Jiang Wang notices that the seal is not ordinary. It bears protective talismans against malevolent spirits. Clearly, the practitioners from the Criminal Investigation Department intended to preserve the scene. As the seal is removed and the door swings wide, a foul odor, mingled with decay and corruption, rushes forth. Jiang Wang suppresses his discomfort and surveys the small courtyard, where various hunting tools, knives, traps, and bows are haphazardly strewn about, alongside some animal skins and smoked meat. A hunting dog lies there, reduced to a mere skeleton at the entrance, evidently the first to detect the intruder, only to be swiftly dispatched. Turning back, Jiang Wang sees that Zhang Linchuan has covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief embroidered with orchids, his brow furrowed in distaste. Noticing Jiang Wang's inquiring gaze, Zhang Linchuan slightly raises his chin and speaks from beneath the handkerchief. "It is fine. Let us proceed inside." At this moment, Tang Dun stands hesitantly at the doorway, stammering, "I think I shall not enter. This place feels eerie." Being merely immortal, Jiang Wang does not press him, nodding in agreement. He then strides ahead into the courtyard. The dense and potent stench of corpses envelopes him instantaneously, saturating his senses. Such a degree of fador cannot arise from merely a handful of killings or the summoning of a few undead. It seems to communicate with a certain malevolent presence. Zhang Linchuan casts a glance at Jiang Wang's hand resting on his sword, noting the slender, pale fingers that appear both clean and strong. "Jiang Shidi excels in swordsmanship?" he inquires. Jiang Wang surveys the surroundings without turning back, muttering, "I beg your pardon, Zhang Shixiao. I have yet to master the art of the Dao, and can only rely on my swordsmanship for protection. I heard that during the assault on the outer courtyard, you were among those attacked, but managed to escape unscathed, which speaks volumes of your prowess. In truth, it was perilous. The demon's strength far exceeded my own. I merely attracted the attention of my fellow disciples, which allowed me to escape." Beside the courtyard stands a makeshift doghouse constructed from wooden planks, now empty. Jiang Wang's gaze sweeps across the yard, finding no traces of blood. "This situation is rather dire. Be cautious, Shidi," Zhang Linchuan advises. "I understand," Jiang Wang replies. The small courtyard consists of 3 rooms, with the main hall directly facing the entrance, its door ajar. A corpse lies sprawled at the threshold, devoid of flesh, reduced to a mere skeleton. From the clothing, it is evident that this was the male head of the household, the hunter Tang Daniu. Jiang Wang carefully steps over the skeletal remains and enters the hall. The walls of the hall are bare, lacking any adornments, save for a table in the center surrounded by 4 stools. A bamboo cover conceals some leftover food atop the table. Beneath the left stool lies the female head of the household, her coarse fabric dress serving as testament. Yet, strangely, while the food remains unspoiled, the body has been reduced to bones. A chilling sensation prickles at his spine, and an inexplicable fear wells within him, urging Jiang Wang to draw his sword. However, having endured numerous life-and-death confrontations, he restrains his instinct, avoiding any embarrassment before Zhang Linchuan. This flesh was not devoured, but rather subjected to some malevolent sorcery. Zhang Linchuan, with one hand still covering his mouth, casually surveys the surroundings, revealing only disgust rather than fear. The deaths of these two individuals occurred not long ago, yet their flesh has vanished, leaving behind scant clues. Have you encountered the demon that attacked the outer courtyard? Is there anything familiar about it? Jiang Wang shakes his head. I see only two skeletons. It is impossible to ascertain anything further. It is merely the pervasive stench of corpses. What of it? I was once attacked by a manipulated corpse and was poisoned by its essence, but it was Master Dong who intervened to save me. Zhang Linchuan nods, never loosening his grip on the handkerchief, and proceeds towards the room on the right side of the hall. Let us separate to investigate. Notify me immediately if you discover anything unusual. Understood. Zhang Linchuan, a practitioner of the highest caliber, possesses profound abilities, so Jiang Wang feels no concern for him. He then turns towards the left room, sword in hand. This room is quite small. Upon entering, he immediately spots a wooden horse standing silently on the floor. This wooden horse is exquisitely crafted, smooth to the touch, and evidently reflects the creator's dedication. Not far from the wooden horse stands a low table, cluttered with slingshots, rattles, and other small toys. On the wall adjacent to the low table, Jiang Wang notices the only decoration since entering the courtyard, a small canvas depicting three figures. Two slightly larger figures hold the hand of a smaller one, running through a sea of flowers. Behind the little figures, a small dog wags its tail in joyful abandon. This was once a complete family, a whole spring having flourished in this space. Jiang Wang forces himself to venture further until he reaches the diminutive bed, where he spots tattered floral garments. His gaze rises, and he inevitably encounters the final set of remains belonging to this household. Small, delicate, fragile, and helpless, the skeleton signifies a little girl once cherished by her parents, now the only remnant of her existence in this world. A surge of anger wells up within him, uncontrollable, immensely fierce, and wrathful anger. Chapter 16. Every fleeting moment at the moment when Jiang Wang beheld the small skeletal remains, a surge of emotion coursed through him. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh of wind rushed towards him. With a swift twist of his wrist, he positioned both sword and sheath behind him, successfully intercepting the incoming object with a resonant clash of metal. As he pivoted, drawing his sword in one fluid motion, he discerned that the projectile was a pale finger bone. There was no time for contemplation. His body instinctively turned again. The skeletal figure of the little girl had risen, her skull gaping as she lunged at him with a menacing bite. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wang delivered a powerful kick, sending the bone back to its original position. In the following instant, his sword danced like a flash of purple lightning in a darkened room, severing the small bones at the joints, which then fell back onto the bed, appearing as if they had never stirred. "GGG, little Taoist, I have slain this girl, and you seem quite enraged. Yet it was your own hands that brought about her destruction," a voice echoed, sharp and piercing, drifting from an unknown source. The deception was not trivial. It indicated that the lurking enemy had meticulously laid plans. Jiang Wang, still in the early stages of cultivation with his senses yet to awaken, found himself unable to penetrate this illusion. Nevertheless, he remained unflustered. Based on his studies at the Dao Academy, he drew two conclusions. First, the enemy's level of strength was likely not too formidable. If they were indeed a high-level adversary, they would not need to rely on illusions and could have easily dispatched him at once. Consequently, the second conclusion was that, given the opponent's limited power, the level of this illusion would also be low. It would dissipate upon the enemy's attack or any movement. Supporting this inference was the fact that the initial assault had merely involved manipulating the bones, rather than direct engagement. "You, the one who killed her. You are also the one who desecrated her remains. The path of the unorthodox cannot sway my heart." Jiang Wang moved with his sword, traversing the small room in an instant, the sword light illuminating the space. Purple chi from the East sword, first form of the killing method. At the moment when the room was flooded with light, all the sword light converged. Jiang Wang extended his hand as if grasping the luminous essence, delivering a decisive strike. The door, which had inexplicably closed, burst open with a thunderous crash. Zhang Linchuan stood outside, a spark of lightning flickering in his hand. "Just now, I obliterated two corpses outside that had been manipulated to rise. What is the situation on your end? He inquired. I too was attacked. I cannot penetrate his illusion. But my sword has nonetheless wounded him. Jiang Wang shook his longsword, a drop of vivid red blood falling from the tip. Zhang Linchuan reached out to catch the droplet, which hovered in his palm. With this, tracing the demon's whereabouts would not prove difficult. A hint of approval crossed his face. Junior brother Jiang, you have accomplished a great feat on this journey. Jiang Wang scanned the area, but could no longer see any other traces of blood. Brother Jiang, the demon may not have fled yet. Zhang Linchuan closed his palm around the blood droplet, paused to sense the surroundings, then shook his head. There are no traces left. Almost as soon as he spoke, the foul aura that had permeated the courtyard dissipated in an instant. Let us depart, Zhang Linchuan declared, having gathered the blood droplet. There are no useful clues remaining here. Deliver this blood to the deputy dean. His mastery of the 6 lines will surely unveil the demon's location. The psychological impact of this venture weighed heavily on Jiang Wang. Though the mountain bandits were indeed notorious, they paled in comparison to these fiends who brutally slaughtered entire families and desecrated remains. He had witnessed the cruel and merciless side of the cultivation world. Extraordinary power could very well yield extraordinary cruelty. Jiang Wang wished to glance back at the little girl's remains, but found himself unable to do so. At that moment, Zhang Linchuan continued, the officers from the Criminal Investigation Division have already conducted an inquiry, but to no avail. Our arrival coincided with the demon's attack, which is rather suspicious. Are you suggesting? Jiang Wang began. Humph, Zhang Linchuan scoffed lightly. Having entered the inner sect, Jiang Wang sought only to cultivate, unwilling to be embroiled in the strife between Dong A and Wei Qiji. Yet, Zhang Linchuan had touched upon a possibility. Unfortunately, he still had no right to refuse. Junior brother Zhang's swordsmanship is extraordinary, far surpassing the rudimentary techniques gathered in the Dao Academy. Zhang Linchuan remarked seemingly casually. Jiang Wang replied, for those of us in the Dao, swordsmanship is but a minor path. Brother's lightning technique is truly remarkable. At that moment, the 2 corpses that had previously been in the hall and courtyard had vanished, leaving only a layer of charred ash in their stead. Jiang Wang could almost envision the scene. The 2 corpses, just manipulated, had not even had the chance to act before being obliterated by Zhang Linchuan's lightning. Junior brother Jiang, you are too modest. In truth, our Dao sword techniques are not inferior to others. Regrettably, our Fenglin City Dao Academy lacks such methods. Zhang Linchuan expressed with a hint of nostalgia. There are indeed pathways within the Dao that merge the Dao with the sword, striking fiercely, rivaling even the most skilled swordsman. Yet, it is not the mainstream. The Fenglin City Dao Academy does not possess experts to guide such cultivation. At that moment, Jiang Wang felt no inclination to engage in conversation, yet could not disregard Zhang Linchuan, so he offered a casual compliment. With your talents, brother, it is only a matter of time before you enter the National Dao Academy. Indeed, a matter of time, Zhang Linchuan sighed deeply, gazing into the distance towards the Qichang mountain range. But early and late are fundamentally different things. I often feel as though a knife is at my back. Every fleeting moment is urgent. Such a gifted and noble individual, with both strength and talent, expressed genuine anxiety in his voice. Jiang Wang remained silent. How he too wished to grow stronger, to hasten towards the place he was meant to be. Every fleeting moment was indeed urgent. Beyond that mountain range lies the Yong Kingdom, Zhang Linchuan stated. If the demon escapes into Yong territory, we will have no chance of capturing him. Jiang Wang understood well the implication behind his words. The Zhuang Kingdom had existed for over 300 years, founded by the great ancestor Zhuang Qingqian, who was originally a general of the Yong Kingdom. Seizing the opportunity during the internal strife among the 3 kings of Yong, he carved out his own realm. Subsequently, he engaged in alliances, establishing the Dao as the state religion and aligning with the powerful Jing Kingdom, which also belonged to the Dao lineage, thereby solidifying his foothold. A legacy that endures to this day. However, due to this historical backdrop, the Zhuang and Yong kingdoms had always been at odds. The enmity of the Zhuang kingdom might well be welcomed in Yong. Jiang Wang refrained from further comment, simply following Zhang Linchuan out of the courtyard. Waiting outside was Tang Dun, who approached eagerly, his eyes alight with anticipation. Well, was the demon eliminated? Having heard the commotion outside, he was aware that a battle had taken place within. We have a lead now, Jiang Wang replied, glancing at Zhang Linchuan. Brother, could you lend me some money? Zhang Linchuan did not inquire further, tossing him a money pouch without hesitation. Jiang Wang weighed it briefly and retrieved the smallest silver coin. He had intended to take some copper coins, but Zhang Linchuan's pouch contained only gold and silver. He handed the silver to the town constable Tang Dun. "There is a little girl's corpse inside. Please use this money to buy a coffin for her. The two ashes in the courtyard are her parents. Let them be buried together." Tang Dun's rough face dimmed with sorrow, yet he resolutely pushed Jiang Wang's hand away. "I will take care of their affairs. I cannot accept your money." "Take it," Jiang Wang insisted, placing the silver firmly in his hand. "Consider it my wish for peace of mind." Tang Dun's constable attire bore signs of wear, indicating a modest background. Assigned to attend to him in Zhang Linchuan. It was clear he was a marginalized figure within the official circles. Unable to refuse, he grasped Jiang Wang's hand tightly. "I thank you on behalf of the girl." So her name was Noer. The image of the painting hanging on the wall flashed vividly in his mind once more. She once naively wished to capture a springtime. Yet her life has ceased to blossom anew. Noer, Noer. Jiang Wang silently repeated this name in his heart, as if binding a certain obligation to his innermost being. Chapter 17. Who has injustice? Just before departing, Zhang Linchuan suddenly turned to Tang Dun. "Your name is Tang Dun, is it not?" "Indeed, that is my name." Tang Dun replied. Zhang Linchuan smiled. Dun denotes kindness and sincerity. "It is a fine name." Tang Dun scratched his head. "Our teacher gave me this name when I was a child." "Oh," Zhang Linchuan inquired further. "Our Tangxi town is impoverished, and we could not afford to pay for a tutor. There were hardly any hunters who cared whether we could read or write. It was only when our teacher traveled here that he stayed for 3 years to teach us. After 3 years, he departed to pursue his studies. He once praised me highly, saying I was like a precious jade." This explanation made sense. The trend of pursuing knowledge through travel was esteemed in those times, and every disciple aspired to it. The disciples of Confucianism believed in reading extensively and traveling far, with many journeying across various states. Some sought to broaden their horizons, while others aimed to promote themselves. Similarly, disciples of Moism traversed the world, experiencing everything firsthand. However, had they encountered Tang Dun, they might have imparted martial skills or rudimentary techniques rather than literacy. Although the state of Zhuangguo embraced Taoism as its national religion, it did not reject disciples from other sections. Thus, Tang Dun's experiences posed no issues. Jiang Wang remarked, "Since you have studied, it seems a waste for you to linger here as a mere constable. Once you have settled the affairs concerning Nyo, if you have no other entanglements, consider taking the external examination for the city Dao Academy." This was a reflection of his appreciation for Tang Dun's simplicity and a budding desire to nurture talent, though ultimately, it would be Tang Dun's choice to make. Leaving Tangxi town and following the official road south led directly to Fenglin City. Due to the engraved formations, wild beasts had vanished from the official road. Zhang Linchuan's voice, calm and steady, echoed from his horse. "Do you know how many resources the court must invest annually to maintain the official roads throughout the Zhuangguo territory?" Jiang Wang shook his head, as he had no knowledge of such matters. "It is an astronomical figure," Zhang Linchuan continued. "Moreover, these formations can only repel lesser beasts. Formidable beasts still require powerful individuals to eliminate them. The court invests vast human and material resources to ensure smooth passage across various regions. They spare no expense in allocating resources to the Dao Academy, and all we can do is grow swiftly to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities." "I have learned much," Jiang Wang replied. "But may I ask, if the major cities are protected by great formations, why does the court not allow everyone to congregate there?" After a moment of thought, Jiang Wang answered, "There are likely 2 reasons. First, the major cities have their limits and cannot meet everyone's survival needs. Second, each city's sphere of influence is restricted. The court requires these roads to extend outwards, with towns serving as nodes, representing actual territory, and land equates to resources." "You see things quite clearly," Zhang Linchuan acknowledged. "The formations in each town and village cannot provide the same safety as in major cities. But villages and towns have their irreplaceable significance. Take Tangxi Town, for instance. As long as it exists, Fenglin City can continuously reap resources from the Qichang mountain range. Should Tangxi Town cease to exist, the Qichang mountain will no longer be relevant to our Zhuangguo. The inhabitants of Tangxi Town dared to hunt in the Qichang mountains, and they certainly possessed skilled individuals. The fiend lurked during our time at the judicial department, remaining silent until our arrival to launch an attack." At this point, Zhang Linchuan turned, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he looked at Jiang Wang. "Jiang Shidi, do you possess anything that might attract their attention?" Jiang Wang could not respond. He indeed harbored secrets, but they were limited to the void key inherited from Zhuo Guanglia. All changes took place in the void realm, and in reality, this should remain undiscovered. However, if unrelated to this, It was curious that the first time he was attacked by a fiend was after he entered the void realm. As he pondered how to deflect the question, Jiang An'an suddenly raised a hand, fingers poised in a peculiar gesture, with the middle and ring fingers bent and the other three extended, pointing directly at Jiang Wang. An arc of lightning leapt from the tips of the three fingers, coalescing into a striking bolt aimed at Jiang Wang. He barely had time to react as the lightning zipped past his ear, colliding with a poisoned arrow dyed dark green, shattering it mid-flight. Only then did Jiang Wang hear the preceding shriek of the arrow accelerating and catch the acrid scent of singed hair from the lightning's passage. "You've taken too long." Jiang An'an leaped from his horse, his empty right hand raised in an unusual gesture, summoning a whip of lightning from thin air. "Come to your death." He wielded the lightning whip, soaring like an eagle towards the assailant hidden in the thicket to the left of the road. It became evident that he had anticipated this encounter, adeptly multitasking as he secretly prepared two techniques to counter the attack at the first moment. Jiang Wang still felt the vast gulf between himself and this battle-hardened senior brother. At this juncture, a voice rang out from the right thicket. "Scatter, quickly." Just as Jiang Wang was about to pursue Jiang An'an, he abruptly turned back. How could he not recognize that voice? In the small girl's room in Tangxi town, even a brief exchange had left an indelible mark on his memory. A Dao Yuan within the Tongtian palace detonated silently, and Jiang Wang charged forward like a frenzied beast, determinedly pursuing the source of that voice. Living in Zhuangguo, the first lesson nearly all commoners must remember before stepping out was, do not stray from the official road. For beyond the reach of human towns lies the wilderness. That is the domain where wild beasts, demonic creatures, and fierce beasts roam. Jiang An'an was strong, so he disregarded the danger. Jiang Wang sought vengeance, thus he too ignored it. He had never been this furious before. Although Fang Pengju's betrayal was despicable, it at least had a traceable root. But that little girl, she was so young, so innocent. Jiang Wan's sword trembled within its sheath, as if it had begun to awaken, sensing it was about to unleash its most brilliant radiance. After 10 years of honing a sword, the frost blade had yet to taste battle. Today, it would shine before its master, who dares to wrong me. With a clashing sound, the sword leapt from its sheath, colliding with it 5 times before finally emerging. The sword flew like a meteor, the man like a soaring dragon. A massive tree groaned as it fell, the left path fiend atop it leaping back in haste. In the frantic moment, its features were obscured, revealing only a pale visage hidden beneath disheveled hair. Within the Tongtian palace, Dao Yuan detonated one after another. Jiang Wang had never squandered his power so recklessly. He felt invigorated, filled with strength. Before condensing the Dao swirl, every expenditure of Dao Yuan was a regression in cultivation. Concepts of longevity and future prospects became irrelevant. He sought to slay this fiend, as only through this release of pent-up anger could he find peace of mind. The purple Qi rising sword, second form of the killing technique, emanated a frosty glow. As the white-faced fiend retreated, it failed to perform its incantation in time. Its right arm swelled, muscles bulging, veins protruding, delivering a fierce punch toward the frostlight. The sword and that monstrous right arm clashed over a dozen times in an instant. Only then did Jiang Wang realize his misjudgment. This opponent was formidable. At the very least, much stronger than him. This was not the mere reliance on formations he had assumed. It was a significant disparity in cultivation. In other words, had this white-faced fiend unleashed its full strength during the attack on Tangxi town, Jiang Wang could hardly guarantee his survival at that time. Yet Jiang Wang did not falter. The long sword trembled, releasing a sharp cry. The purple Qi rising sword technique, third form of the killing method. The monstrous right arm was entirely severed and flew away. Damn it! The white-faced fiend howled, caught off guard by the desperation of this youth forcing it into a corner. It abruptly halted against a tree during its retreat. Realizing there was no further escape, retreat meant death. Life emerged from the struggle. At the center of the point where his foot made contact, the entire tree withered instantaneously. From his howling mouth erupted a torrent of gray mist, reeking intensely of decay and emitting a nauseating stench. This was the arcane power governing life and death. A dark sorcery belonging to the netherworld. The sword light surged dramatically. Channeling the essence of the Dao, the sword light cleaved through the gray fog. And Jiang Wang leapt forth from its depths. The Eastern Purple Qi sword technique, fourth form of the killing method. The demon had escaped from Tangxi town, catching him off guard and leaving him at a loss. At this moment, he was resolute in his duty to provide an explanation to the little girl named Nyor. This was the obligation of a cultivator towards the common folk, and the responsibility of an adult towards a child. Jiang Wang's figure soared through the air, piercing the gray mist, and appeared before the startled gaze of the pale-faced demon. In those widening eyes, filled with terror, a brilliant sword light descended from above. It was the last illumination he beheld before plunging into eternal darkness. Chapter 18. Once again to the mountains the body of the pale-faced demon was cleaved in two. Yet due to the earlier severance of its right arm, the remains appeared asymmetrical. Jiang Wang landed before the corpse, loosening his grip, causing the long sword to shatter into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Its purpose had been fulfilled. This sword, constructed of ordinary materials, could not endure such prolonged infusions of Dao essence. Jiang Wang felt a stark emptiness within the Tongtian palace. All the lively, delightful beings were now entirely absent. Before the formless gray mist could spread further, Jiang Wang returned to the main road. He noticed that some of the mist had drifted to the roadside, only to be gradually dissipated by an invisible force. Jiang Wang understood that this was likely the power of some formation inscribed on the road. After a brief wait, the rumbling thunder approached, and Zhang Linchuan leaped to Jiang Wang's side. "You haven't left this place, have you?" he inquired. Despite the recent battle, his attire remained immaculate, even his hair neatly arranged. With every gesture, his demeanor radiated elegance. "I encountered the demon we saw earlier in Tashi Town," Jiang Wang replied. "You severed its blood. It will undoubtedly come to reclaim it, else it must flee from Zhuang country." "I killed it," Jiang Wang declared. Zhang Linchuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What?" Jiang Wang gestured towards the direction of the slain demon, pondering whether the body might yield any clues. Zhang Linchuan, recovering from his astonishment, shook his head. "These beings lack complete souls. Soul-searching while alive is futile, let alone post-mortem. I just dispatched several, and they were all the same." "I see," Jiang Wang said, feeling no disappointment. Vanquishing the pale-faced demon was sufficient for him. He bore no resentment towards Zhang Linchuan for choosing to pursue the enemy rather than remain to protect him. He was no delicate flower in need of safeguarding, and Zhang Linchuan was certainly not his caretaker. Moreover, had it not been for Zhang Linchuan's pressure, the pale-faced demon would not have fled in fear, nor would its accomplices have granted Jiang Wang a chance to confront it alone. Zhang Linchuan glanced at the dissipating mist with a hint of melancholy. "The formation on this road has been corroded. We must report to the authorities for swift repairs." The two horses, however, remained unperturbed. Jiang Wang shook the reins, and they sprang to life. At that moment, he sensed a mysterious presence within the Tongtian palace. Suddenly, a Dao essence fell, one after another, totaling 5, and they appeared more abundant and rounded. While it did not entirely replenish his previous losses, it was a delightful surprise. This allowed him a deeper understanding of the lessons imparted by seasoned Dao practitioners. Dao essence, the essence of the Great Way, was not merely the sublimation of vital energy but rather the perfect amalgamation of intent and strength, the truest reflection of the spirit of all things responding to the primal forces of heaven and earth. Upon returning to the Dao Academy, the sky was still bright, and the two made their way directly to report to Dong A. The door stood ajar, yet the courtyard was empty, save for Fang Pengju, who paced restlessly. Upon noticing the two enter empty-handed, his eyes lit up. Fang Pengju first greeted Zhang Linchuan respectfully, then feigned consolation. "It seems Brother Zhang has returned with little to show for this trip. Even for someone of your talent, it must be quite challenging to guide a novice." He certainly did not consider himself a novice. The Fang family had a long history of practitioners, and he was well versed in the ways of combat. In contrast, this Jiang, hailing from a small town, could possess little insight. Jiang Wang paid him no heed. Zhang Linchuan, however, took the opportunity to tease, "Oh, it seems Helling has had quite the fruitful outing." "It went relatively smoothly," Fang Helling replied, reluctantly downplaying his achievements before eagerly boasting. They had discovered that while investigating the flourishing inn, someone had been spying on them. However, Li Jianxiu had boldly intervened and captured the individual. What began as a seemingly fruitless investigation now held promise due to this live capture. Of course, the extent of Fang Helling's contribution to this success was debatable. "Where's Li Shidi?" Zhang Linchuan inquired. Fang Helling hesitated, then explained, "He is in the room. Dong Shizhong is using a secret technique to search his soul." Dong A was searching for souls, while Li Jianxiu attended to him, and Fang Helling was not even granted the privilege to observe. This highlighted the disparity in their contributions. Zhang Linchuan and Jiang Wang deemed it inappropriate to intrude, so they waited in the courtyard with Fang Helling. Jiang Wang, in silence, closed his eyes and directed the Dao essence within the Tongtian palace to hover at its prescribed location, while Zhang Linchuan and Fang Helling engaged in light conversation. Fang Pengju was undoubtedly pleased, for Dong Acon had previously mentioned that task merits would be divided 9-1. Jiang Wang evidently had little to show for his efforts. While they returned with a live witness, this marked the initial step in widening the gulf between them. Before long, Dong Acon, clad in a black Dao robe, strode out with Li Jianqiu. Meeting Fang Pengju's eager gaze, Li Jianqiu shook his head. Dong Acon remarked, "This person's soul is incomplete. I could only glean some fragmented insights, which are of little significance." Fang Pengju eagerly interjected, "With such extensive precautions, there must be a tightly knit organization behind these individuals. This matter is far from simple." Dong Acon remained non-committal, his gaze shifting to Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan then recounted the events that transpired after their arrival in Tangxi town, without embellishment. As for the details of Jiang Wang's encounters with the pale-faced demon, Dong Acon did not inquire, nor did Jiang Wang feel compelled to disclose them. He was a legitimate disciple of the Dao Academy, not a criminal, and had no need for interrogation. Upon hearing the account, Dong Acon nodded approvingly. Jiang Wang performed admirably. Though this acknowledgement sounded somewhat cold, it was a rare commendation in the ears of those familiar with Dong Acon's character. In this mission, both Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianqiu's team submitted new leads, yet neither had subsequent developments, thus the mission could not be deemed a success. Nevertheless, Dong Acon awarded each of them 5 points of Dao merit as encouragement. For Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianqiu, they were merely guiding a novice through introductory tasks. Any gains were welcome, and lack of success was inconsequential. Their own senior had similarly guided them through such experiences. For Jiang Wang and Fang Pengju, 5 points of Dao merit were not insignificant. It was equivalent to partially completing a low-tier 9th-grade task. The merit for 9th-grade tasks ranged from 10 to 100 points, while 8th-grade tasks varied from 100 to 500 points, depending on task difficulty. Dong Acon, acting decisively, declared the mission temporarily concluded and instructed the disciples to disperse. Afterward, Fang Pengju urged Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianqiu to join him for a drink. Jiang Wang contemplated his options and decided to visit the Dao Merit Hall. The Dao Merit Hall was strategically located opposite the Sacrificial Hall, underscoring its significance. The entire hall was barren save for a Dao merit list that shimmered with a faint glow, suspended above the offering table. There were no guards, as the merit list possessed self-protective abilities. It was, in itself, a spiritual treasure, or more accurately, the list housed within the Dao Merit Hall of Folin City was a subsidiary list of the National Dao Merit List housed within the National Dao Academy. Jiang Wang had come specifically to broaden his horizons. Standing before the merit list was a middle-aged Daoist in coarse robes, hands clasped before him, lost in contemplation. His face was obscured from view, yet anyone unfamiliar in the inner courtyard would likely possess a higher cultivation than him, as they were all his seniors. Jiang Wang chose not to intrude, instead approaching the merit list, centering his thoughts and gazing intently at the list as a gentle light rippled, revealing a multitude of information in his mind. This was merely a subsidiary list, displaying only the relevant details of the Folin City Dao Academy. It was said that the main merit list encompassed all, containing information on everything. However, that was still somewhat distant for Jiang Wang. The array of exchange options displayed on the reward board of Maple Forest City's Dao Academy left Jiang Wang utterly dazzled. However, the exorbitant prices of these redeemable items made him contemplate turning away. The most affordable opening pulse elixir was priced at 100 merit points each, its true value undoubtedly surpassing this figure, yet as disciples of the Academy, they received certain support from the Daoist sect. To acquire a second opening pulse elixir, one would need a staggering 1,500 merit points. This represented the actual worth of the elixir. Furthermore, the least expensive standardized magic sword commenced at 500 merit points. Jiang Wang glanced at his meager 5 merit points. Well, he was merely here to broaden his horizons, as the merit board was indeed a ranking list. Jiang Wang soon realized that the seemingly inscrutable Zhang Linchuan was ranked only 3rd on this merit list of Maple Forest City. The 2nd place was held by Wei Yin, a military officer not affiliated with the Academy, perhaps related to Wei Qiji given his name. Meanwhile, the 1st place was occupied by Zhu Weiwa, recognized as the Academy's esteemed elder brother, who was often elusive, akin to a dragon whose head one rarely sees. Jiang Wang had only ever heard of him without ever laying eyes on him. Notably, the merit points of the 2nd-ranked Wei Yin stood at a mere 700, quite comparable to Zhang Linchuan, yet both were significantly outclassed by Zhu Weiwa. As Jiang Wang continued to scroll down, he spotted Li Jianqiu in the 17th position and severed his connection with the merit list. A newly initiated junior brother? The senior brother he had encountered earlier seemed to have been waiting for him. Turning at the sound, Jiang Wang was met with a warm smile. "Greetings, senior brother. I am Jiang Wang, a new entrant to the inner gate." "You too?" came the reply. "I am Wang Changxiang." Although Wang Changxiang's appearance was unremarkable, his smile radiated a remarkable warmth. "Well then, until we meet again. Farewell." Jiang Wang felt a stir within. He recalled that Wang Changxiang was ranked 7th on the merit list, well above Li Jianqiu. Of course, the merit list only accounted for merit points, not individual prowess. Yet, in a certain sense, it indeed reflected something significant. Previously, in the outer sect, the Brotherhood had displayed exceptional talents, invincible in their pursuits. Entering the inner sect revealed the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Among those he had encountered, Li Jianqiu, Zhang Linchuan, and Wang Changxiang each possessed a distinct aura. Yet none fell short of excellence. Jiang Wang humbly acknowledged that he was far from their match. If Maple Forest City's Dao Academy was teeming with such talents, what then of the entire Qinghe County, or even the whole of the Zhuang Kingdom, and those renowned figures whose names echoed throughout the land? Inspiring admiration from heroes across nations, what grandeur must they possess? Contemplating these thoughts did not dishearten Jiang Wang. Rather, an insatiable zeal ignited within him. At the very least, he had already set foot on the path of the extraordinary, sharing the same arena as those resplendent individuals. What, then, was there to fear? Chapter 19. A pearl falling on a jade plate. If one were to inquire which place in Folan City offers the most intoxicating pleasures of the flesh, seasoned connoisseurs would invariably direct you to a singular establishment, Sanfen Xiangqi Lu. It is not merely a place of superficial allure, but rather a sanctuary that boasts a unique fragrance that captivates the senses, a fragrant haven that reigns supreme over the mundane brothels of the city. Since its inception, this establishment has swept through Folan City, transforming the lackluster entertainment scene into a vibrant tapestry of allure and charm. The young gentlemen of the city owe their indulgent escapades to the elevated standards set by Sanfen Xiangqi Lu, akin to the enhancements brought to the educational realm of the Dao Academy by the esteemed Master Dong A. Of course, such sentiments are only whispered in private by Zhao Ruqing. The star attraction of Sanfen Xiangqi Lu is a woman named Miao Yu. Countless souls yearn for a glimpse of her chamber, wishing fervently to prostrate themselves and crawl beneath her skirts. Yet, those fortunate enough to experience her delicate affections are few and far between. On an opulently adorned bed, a middle-aged man lies, his expression one of fervor and delight. Yet beneath him, there is only a heap of bedding. A mere beaded curtain separates him from a soft couch facing the bed, where Miao Yu reclines. Propped up on her hand, her exquisite curves lazily displayed. Her gaze is dreamy, and it is uncertain whether she is aware of the man's self-indulgent revelry. A figure clad in black kneels before the couch, respectfully reporting on some matter. It seems that this individual named Jiang Wang possesses a remarkable sword technique, yet has never showcased it publicly. Her voice, languorous like that of a cat awakening from slumber, tantalizes the heart. The black-clad figure remains bowed, never raising his gaze. Indeed, it is so. My subordinates are inept and have failed to ascertain where he acquired such skills. Miao Yu appears contemplative, lifting a finger. "You may leave." Upon hearing her command, the figure presses his forehead to the floor, fingers forming a triangle over his heart as he softly intones. At the bottom of the river of forgetfulness, in the depths of the yellow springs, the revered deity returns to the world, illuminating the realm. The man seems to dissolve into the ground beneath him. Is this sword technique unseen in the Dao Academy of Folan City? From which martial artist of renown has it been transmitted? Or perhaps, Miao Yu's gaze becomes more distant, more ethereal. At the bottom of the river of forgetfulness, in the depths of the yellow springs, the revered deity returns to the world, illuminating the realm. She mimics the gesture and softly recites the words. Meanwhile, the naked man on the opulent bed continues to writhe in his own fantasies, seemingly lost in eternal bliss. Far away, in a village of the Yong Kingdom, a fierce-looking bald man gnaws at something, blood dripping from his mouth and hands. Judging by the gaping hole in the chest of the villager beside him, he is unmistakably feasting on human flesh. As he indulges, a streak of light suddenly descends upon him. Alas, it is not a sword of justice descending from the heavens. The bald man reaches out with a swift motion, grasping the light, which transforms into an ancient longsword. Damn, I shall devour your heart eventually. Disturbed from his meal, the bald man is evidently displeased. Old fool. What era are we in, still using flying swords to convey messages? He curses as he uses his bloodied hands to unfold the letter attached to the sword. The MO sect's long-range communication devices have been in use for many years, with impressive sales. Yet, certain factions refuse to utilize them, as no one can guarantee that the artisans of the MO sect have not left any hidden traps within the devices. Even if members of the MO sect swear on their honor, there are dozens of methods to circumvent even the most rigorous oaths. What use are they? Zhuanghua, Qinghai County, Sanshan City. He pronounces each word deliberately, unable to suppress a disdainful spit. What a remote corner. The long sword shakes in the air as if urging him onward. The bald man grows increasingly agitated, yet it is evident that the sender of the message is an entity he cannot currently defy. With his bloodied fingers, he scrawls a crude sketch of a horse on the letter, implying, "Go at once." He secures the letter back to the sword, which vanishes as swiftly as it arrived. Once the flying sword departs, the bald man suddenly wonders if his leader might not comprehend the message. After pondering for a moment, he shakes off the trivial concern. If he cannot understand this, how can he be considered a leader? Approaching the dormitory door, Jiang Wang hears voices emanating from within. Upon entering, he finds himself residing once again with Ling He and Du Yehu, facilitating their frequent philosophical discussions. Zhao Ruqing visits every few days, but seldom stays long. Though the room has improved significantly, it remains largely inconsequential to Zhao Ruqing. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's footsteps, Ling He hastily emerges. "You have finally returned. Your family has been waiting for you for half the day." Family. Jiang Wang's heart skips a beat as he rushes into the room, where he spots a graceful woman seated at a set of Wangwali furniture by the window, a set that Zhao Ruqing insisted be brought in. Du Yehu sits beside her, his demeanor timid and respectful, responding to her inquiries like a well-behaved child before his friend's parents. However, this child appears to have an overly abundant beard and a rather anxious expression, making him seem older than the well-preserved woman. Upon seeing Jiang Wang, the woman rises in surprise, her eyes gleaming with joy. "Xiao Wang, it has been so long. You have grown taller and stronger." Jiang Wang nods in greeting. "Hello." Aunt Song. His biological mother passed away long ago, and this woman is his father's second wife. He has always referred to her as Aunt, unable to change the habit. Aunt Song is not a cruel individual. She has never mistreated him. However, after his father's remarriage, he entered the Dao Academy's outer sect within a few years. The arduous training left him little time to return home, save for holidays. They have never had significant conflicts, but their emotional bond remains shallow. As Aunt Song greets him, she pulls a shy little girl from behind her. "Come, say hello." The little girl, timid and encouraged by her mother's urging, opens her mouth to softly utter, "Brother." Aunt Song's attire, woven from silk, glimmers with brightness, enhancing her charm. The little girl is equally well dressed, yet her naturally striking features draw admiration. Unfortunately, after calling out once, she quickly retreats behind her mother, peeking out to observe her long-lost brother. Jiang Wang feels a surge of affection for his sister. Blood is thicker than water, a bond that cannot be altered. Yet, consumed by his pursuit of cultivation, he rushes home only briefly. It has been quite a while since he heard the title of brother. Though her voice is soft and small, it resonates like a pearl rolling on a jade plate. Delightfully clear and melodious. Having endured the trials of life and witnessed the darkness of bloodshed, Jiang Wang's heart, which he believed had hardened, suddenly feels as though it is melting. Since returning from Tangxi Town, he seldom displays a genuine smile, and in Chapter 20 Jiang An'an cast a fleeting glance at the untouched tea on the table and called out, "Auntie, have you had your meal yet? I will go to the restaurant to book a table." "I'll go and book," Du Yehu exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve. "I am well acquainted with the restaurants in Fenglin City." Song Ani sat down, waving her hand. "No need to rush. I have come to discuss something important with you." Noticing Jiang An'an secretly observing him, Jiang Wang responded with a gentle smile and said, "Please, do share what is on your mind." Song Auntie gently patted Jiang An'an's little head. "Would you like to take a stroll with these two older brothers? You can see the place where your brother cultivates his skills." Du Yehu immediately opened his arms to little An'an, his large face wrinkled in a jovial grin. "Come, brother, who will take you to buy some delicious food." Ling He also assured her, "Rest assured, we share a bond of life and death with Jiang Wang, and we will take good care of An'an." Little An'an, though timid and shy, understood the situation. With Song Auntie's encouragement, she cautiously took a few steps toward Ling He. In every regard, Ling He, with his gentle demeanor and warm smile, appeared far more trustworthy than the boisterous Du Yehu. Ling He took Jiang An'an's hand, leading her outside. while Du Yehu shot a fierce glare at Jiang Wang, his eyes clearly questioning. What are your sister's intentions? Once the trio had departed, Jiang Wang's smile faded as he turned to Song Auntie. Has Fengshi Town been peaceful lately? How is the business at home? There's nothing too serious, Song Auntie hesitated. Jiang Wang patiently urged, please, do share your concerns. Since your father passed, the business has been declining day by day. It seems our days are becoming increasingly difficult. As she spoke, tears suddenly welled in Song Auntie's eyes. The family's remaining shop dealt in medicinal herbs. Although modest in scale, it had been established through years of connections and was well regarded throughout Fengshi Town. When the family fell on hard times, they sold nearly all their assets, leaving only this shop due to its longevity. With this shop, they could not claim to be wealthy, but it ensured a basic livelihood. What kind of talent could possibly run such a steady business into the ground within just a few years? Jiang Wang was no fool. His father had previously imparted some business wisdom to him, hoping he could lead a stable life should cultivation not succeed. He sensed there were underlying issues. Yet Jiang Wang simply asked, is there any way I can assist, Auntie? He thought that if she needed funds, he could gather some. After all, An'an was his only sister, and for her sake, he wished for a better life for them both. I know you, Xiao Wang, have always been diligent, and I believe you will have a bright future. But Auntie, Song Auntie wiped her tears. As a woman with no skills, I truly cannot manage any longer. She looked at Jiang Wang with tear-streaked eyes. Can you take care of An'an from now on? The last trace of warmth in Jiang Wang's gaze dissipated. He could hardly fathom that this woman no longer wished to keep her own daughter. He slowly nodded. So, Auntie, have you arranged her future? Song Auntie slightly lowered her gaze. Only at that moment, in front of her late husband's eldest son, did she feel a flicker of shame rise from the depths of her heart. Marriage and loss are part of life. Jiang Wang refrained from uttering harsh words. Doesn't An'an know she will be living with me from now on? She did not yet know. Auntie thought it prudent to first seek his opinion. You understand? She has always been timid and fearful of strangers. Even if I take her, she may not fare well. Song Auntie's voice dwindled as she explained. I understand. Jiang Wang interrupted. Will you tell her, or shall I? You tell her, Song Auntie replied. I must leave now. The carriage is waiting outside the city. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wang responded. Very well, I shall not see you off. I will send you silver every month. No need. I can still care for An'an, Auntie insisted. You, just take care of yourself. Take care of yourself and An'an, Song Auntie said before rising to leave. As she walked a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turning back with tears in her eyes to say, An'an does not like winter melon, but she enjoys eggplant and sweets. But don't let her eat too much. She often kicks off her blanket while sleeping. She is still young and doesn't understand, so please be patient with her. Auntie, Jiang Wang initially wished to say nothing more, but seeing her demeanor, he couldn't help but add, do you remember? Father could have held on for another 2 years, but he refused treatment, wanting to leave the family assets to you. So you could take good care of my still young sister. Song Auntie was left speechless, covering her face as she departed. Jiang Wang sat there, lost in thought for a long while before pouring himself a cup of tea. Over the years, he had pursued his path outside, enduring hardships and never once asking for a single coin from home. He thought of his father bedridden, of how difficult life was for Song Auntie and An'an, of how his father would rather pass away early than burden them. How could he take money from home? Despite being the undisputed heir to a considerable fortune, the echoes of a past conversation reverberated in his ears. Xiao Wang, you have grown up. You can take care of yourself, can't you? Yes, father. That youthful figure seemed to merge with the present, crossing the years in a poignant convergence. And I can take care of An'an, Jiang Wang whispered. Ling He and Du Yehu returned with Jiang An'an after a brief excursion. Hey, where's Auntie? Du Yehu asked absent-mindedly. Ling He instinctively tightened his grip on An'an, but her little hand stubbornly slipped away. Jiang Wang looked over to see the girl, not yet 5, standing silently, gently biting her lip, her large, round eyes unblinking. She stood between Ling He and Du Yehu, yet seemed isolated in a vast world. She did not cry or make a fuss. Jiang Wang strode over, crouched down, and enveloped her small frame in his embrace, pulling her back from the corner of loneliness into the vibrant world of the living. An'an, from now on, you will live with your brother. I will often play with you, just like we used to. Do you remember how small you were back then? Yes. Brother who will also play with you a lot. Du Yehu quickly chimed in. Little An'an cast a glance at him, her expression unchanged, then gently buried her small head on Jiang Wang's shoulder. All right. Jiang Wang stood with An'an in his arms. An'an will stay with me. It's not convenient to live in the dormitory. I must find us a proper place. We can eat together later. Yes, you should secure a place first, Ling He suggested, pulling out 2 pieces of silver and pressing them into Jiang Wang's hand. Take this. After entering the inner gate, Ling He's life had improved, as the academy provided a monthly stipend. However, these 2 silver coins were all he possessed. All right, Du Yehu, inspired, began rummaging through his pockets but managed to gather only 4 copper coins, sheepishly placing them in Jiang Wang's hand. I've already spent my allowance for this month. Then he confidently declared, next month, I won't drink and will save money to buy new clothes for An'an. Jiang Wang accepted the money without pretense, pocketing it as he exited with Jiang An'an. As they moved away, Du Yehu leaned against the door, watching. Little An'an is simply adorable. Ah, old Ling. Why is it that I do not have a sister? Old Ling. Du Yehu turned his head, and he found Ling He already sitting cross-legged on his bed. A sister with a full beard would indeed be quite terrifying, Ling He mused. Just like the third, they are both obsessed with cultivation, Du Yehu muttered, moving to the window to seize the cup of tea that Jiang Wang had prepared earlier, and he gulped it down in one swift motion. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Du Yehu spat several times, exclaiming, why is this tea so bitter? It's unbearable. May it be bitter enough to kill you. Ling He retorted, not in the best of spirits. Chapter 21. Stars beneath the eyes. As the sole grand city within a 100-mile radius, the residences in Maple Forest City are undoubtedly costly. The support from Ling He is but a drop in the bucket, and Jiang Wang himself possesses little savings. Fortunately, there is still a benefactor who is quite affluent. Jiang Wang, holding Jiang An'an, directly approached Zhao Ruqing. Please provide me with some silver, Jiang Wang stated forthrightly. Zhao Ruqing, who was engaged in a playful exchange of glances with Jiang An'an, casually responded, how much do you need? How many silver coins would it take to purchase a small courtyard near the Dao Academy? It will be just my sister and me living there. Why purchase a courtyard? You can simply stay here with me. I have plenty of vacant rooms, Zhao Ruqing replied, winking at Jiang An'an with a self-satisfied grin, his handsome features indeed striking. Jiang Wang glanced at Jiang An'an before saying, we need to have our own home. His own living arrangements were inconsequential, but for little An'an it was different. The young girl, having just been sent here, might appear strong, yet her heart was likely fragile and sensitive. Oh, Zhao Ruqing mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I believe we have a few properties near the academy. Let me inquire. He called out, Uncle Deng. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor entered, bowing respectfully. Young master, are there any suitable residences available near the Dao Academy? Please arrange one for my third brother, and ensure the property deed is handed over to him. The steward, referred to as Uncle Deng, replied, There's no need to specially vacate a place. There are currently 3 unoccupied properties. Which one would you prefer? Zhao Ruqing looked at Jiang Wang. Third brother, what do you think? Jiang Wang smiled gently at the steward. Thank you, Uncle Deng. The residence does not need to be large. It will just be for An'an and me. The most important thing is that it is close to the Dao Academy, so I can easily return home to accompany her. The steward smiled back. There is a small courtyard in Fima Alley behind the academy, though I am unsure if its arrangement meets your expectations. Let us go take a look, Zhao Ruqing exclaimed. Just hand me the key. Though Jiang An'an was not very talkative and tended to ignore others, her delicate features naturally endeared her to people. Throughout their journey, Zhao Ruqing playfully engaged her. An'an, do you think Ruqing Gij or Wang Gij is more handsome? Ah, I posed an unanswerable question. How can they be compared? An'an, did you see the candied hawthorn over there? Come to me. Let us buy the whole bunch. How about it? An'an, did you know you were quite heavy? Just look at how chubby you are. Your brother's hand is almost breaking under the weight. Why not let your Ruqing Gij hold you instead? Little An'an remained silent. But when she heard this, she tilted her head to glance at Jiang Wang. Are you tired? She asked softly. Jiang Wang smiled warmly. Not at all. I could carry you until next year without letting go. The courtyard in Fima Alley was quite satisfactory. It consisted of a main house, a southern room, and 2 side rooms. Though uninhabited, it was fully equipped, requiring only the purchase of some daily necessities for immediate occupancy. The room's decor was elegantly simple and comfortable. Jiang Wang guided little An'an through each room, ensuring she showed no signs of resistance. All right, this one will do. He beamed at the chatty Zhao Ruqing surrounding An'an. Hand me the key. You may return now. Sure thing. Zhao Ruqing, quite aware of his cue, turned to leave, but suddenly turned back to wave at An'an. Ruqing Gij is leaving. Don't miss me too much. Little An'an scampered over and, with a determined effort, closed the courtyard door tightly. all while Zhao Ruqing's radiant smile lingered. As night fell, the bustling maple forest city quieted down. Within the celestial palace, the small earthworm completed its final leap, releasing a perfect Dao Yuan into the star array. Jiang Wang opened his eyes, concluding today's pulse training. The accumulation of Dao Yuan, day and night, each drop of effort, would not be in vain. They would eventually form a foundational array, unlocking the extraordinary. It is precisely through the countless tedious hours of training that the future brilliance, traversing the azure skies, would emerge. The room was tranquil, with Jiang An'an lying on her small bed, her tiny hands neatly placed outside the covers, utterly still. Due to An'an's young age, Jiang Wang had specially commissioned a small bed for her, allowing her to share a room with him. The two beds, one large and one small, were positioned on opposite sides of the room. Listening to An'an's gentle breaths, Jiang Wang softly asked, "An'an, are you still awake?" A flustered voice immediately responded, I'm asleep." An'an's nervousness tugged at Jiang Wang's heart. Such a small child had already learned to read faces. Just because he had reminded her to sleep earlier, she now felt anxious for failing to do so. A girl under 5 years old, suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar place and separated from her mother, had shown remarkable resilience by not crying out loud. What must her heart be feeling? But such matters should not be broached. Brother can't sleep. Jiang Wang's voice grew even softer. Would you like to see the stars? After a moment, a tiny voice responded, barely a whisper, Then let us get up. Jiang Wang lit the oil lamp and walked to the small bed to help An'an put on her outer garments. His hands, which were deft in wielding a sword, felt clumsy as he tended to the child. That's not how you wear it, brother. You've put it on inside out. Jiang Wang awkwardly withdrew his hands. Then you put it on yourself. After a flurry of activity, the two finally stepped out of the door. The bright moon illuminated the sky, stars twinkling brightly. The spacious courtyard was filled with pristine moonlight, transforming what could have been a lonely night into a warm embrace. Shall we gaze at the stars in the courtyard? Jiang An'an asked, tilting her small head upward. Of course not. Jiang Wang suddenly scooped her up and leaped onto the roof. An'an squealed, her cheeks flushing as they landed atop the roof. Jiang Wang looked down at her, feeling a pang of guilt. Did I frighten you, An'an? An'an blinked her big eyes, a hint of excitement sparkling within. Brother, you can fly? Though she seemed eager to try, Jiang Wang was not inclined to leap about the rooftop like a playful monkey, bringing laughter to others. Not yet. But once my Dao skills improve, I will be able to. When that time comes, wherever you wish to go, we shall fly there together. How does that sound? Good. Jiang Wang removed his outer garment and spread it on the roof, then lay beside her, resting one hand behind his head. Come. Lie down like brother and gaze at the stars. Little An'an obediently lay down on Jiang Wang's garment, arranging her small hands carefully beneath her head. With her wide, glistening eyes, she gazed into the starry sky. The vast night sky sparkled with countless stars, twinkling in unison, giving birth to light amidst the endless darkness. The Milky Way loomed, cradling innumerable dreams and memories. That is the Z-Way star, and that one is the Yuheng. The Southern Dipper is over there, see? They're blinking, like they're winking at us. Only our dear An'an blinks her eyes like a star, unlike your wild tiger brother, whose blinking resembles that of a cowbell. Jiang An'an burst into giggles. Do you know, An'an, these stars are measured in billions of miles away. How far is billions of miles? Much farther than from Fengshi town to here. Far beyond that, countless times over. If there were a road leading to the stars, a common person's lifetime of walking might only be considered the very beginning of the journey. Really that far? An'an exclaimed in surprise. Yes, so far. They traverse the infinite darkness, crossing such vast distances to send their light to you, bestowing upon you the beauty that may have been extinguished for tens of thousands of years. They are truly magnificent. A father is akin to a distant star. Though he may have departed long ago, he continues to shine brightly from afar, illuminating our lives with his radiance. Thus, at any moment, do not be afraid, all right? Your brother shall always be by your side, as will the stars. In a hushed tone, Jiang An'an expressed, My mother no longer wants me, does she? Jiang Wang fell into a moment of silence. Should he speak the unvarnished truth, revealing to little An'an that she was a burden, affecting her mother's life? Should he condemn Aunt Song's selfishness, instilling a lasting resentment in An'an towards her biological mother? How should he respond? He had little time for contemplation, for silence too can inflict pain. Ultimately, he turned slightly, gently, and earnestly grasping An'an's small hand. How could anyone not want such a lovely child as you? Your brother longs to live together with you. It is why Aunt Song insisted on bringing you here. When she departed, she wept with a heavy heart. for she too could not bear to part with you. Is that true? The starlight and moonlight graced Jiang An'an's delicate face, caressing the remnants of her tears, rendering her as enchanting as a sprite of the stars and moon. Though traces of confusion lingered upon her countenance, her large eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Chapter 22. Urgent mobilization. Thus began Xiao An'an's life in Maple Forest City. After a while, Aunt Song sent a letter stating that she had married into Wangjiang City. Renowned for its thriving commerce, Wangjiang City stands second only to the capital, Qinghe City, in the entire Qinghe prefecture. Moreover, her husband's surname, Lin, is associated with a prominent family in the area. Consequently, it appears she has found a commendable abode. It's no wonder she could not bring her daughter along. As for the remaining assets of the Jiang family in Fengxi town, Jiang Wang did not inquire further. Regardless, Aunt Song was his father's wife, and she had taken care of him during his illness, so it was only reasonable to send her some dowry. However, it seems that both parties had exhausted their communication, and there was no need for further contact. At the tender age of 4 or 5, Jiang Wang arranged for his sister to attend a private academy, which is the finest institution outside the 3 major clan schools and does not accept ordinary families. Jiang Wang had long held a prominent position outside the Dao Academy, and with his recent advancement into the inner sect, he had become a future pillar of the Zhuang kingdom, making him someone not to be easily offended. Every day after attending lectures at the academy and completing his training, he would carefully time his visits to pick up An'an from school. He chose tasks that would not take more than a day, generally returning the same day to ensure he could care for An'an. If an urgent task arose that required him to be away, he would ask his friends, such as Zhao Ruqing, to take turns looking after her. Days flowed by, fulfilling and satisfying. The foundational array map within the Tongdian Palace grew increasingly intricate, beginning to take shape. However, as the layout progressed, establishing the foundation became more challenging. Especially before the foundation was laid, any misstep in relocating the Dao Yuan would lead to its dispersal, rendering the efforts of channeling the pulse futile. Due to the selection of the Zhou Tian star array, Jiang Wang's foundational progress was inherently slower than others. Making every adjustment of the array points during the foundational process critical, he could not afford to fail. Due to the incomplete foundation, he was unable to cultivate Dao techniques. Instead, Jiang Wang devoted himself diligently to the Ziqi Dong Lai Sword technique, which comprises 9 training forms and 5 killing techniques. As the name suggests, the training forms refine the body and comprehend the sword path, while the killing techniques are employed for offensive maneuvers against foes. Fortunately, after mastering the 9 training forms, their effect on nourishing the physical body and vital energy was remarkable. Jiang Wang could distinctly perceive that his body was providing more feedback to the Dao Pulse's true spirit, accelerating the condensation of Dao Yuan. After some time, he surprisingly gained an additional opportunity for pulse channeling, allowing him to condense 3 Dao Yuan daily, significantly shortening the time required for successful foundational establishment. Life was fulfilling and gratifying, and in the midst of such living, Jiang Wang encountered the first major task since entering the Dao Academy of Maple Forest City. Urgent mobilization task. No one is allowed to leave. Within the academy, the morning class had just concluded when a figure clad in a dark robe burst through the door. Who is this person? What is his purpose? A group of disciples whispered among themselves until someone quietly pointed out the truth. Keep it down. That's Wei Yan. The academy fell silent in an instant. Ranked second on the Dao merit list, he was a key figure in the city guard, and each of his identities was sufficient to command respect. This military officer was particularly known for his cold and unyielding demeanor. Wei Yan seemed indifferent to the crowd's reaction, or perhaps he merely needed to assert his own authority. Since last week, there had been no news from Xiaolin town for 5 whole days. Jiang Wang exchanged glances with Ling He. As a significant town under the jurisdiction of Maple Forest City, it was not uncommon for reports to be sent periodically. The absence of communication for 5 days was tantamount to Maple Forest City losing control over it. A town with a population of thousands suddenly cut off from the outside world was no trivial matter. Wei Yan continued. I hold the city lord's command and am mobilizing at least 30 inner disciples from the Dao Academy to proceed to Xiaolin town for investigation. Isn't that the responsibility of the Criminal Investigation Division? One disciple questioned, dissatisfied. Such a significant task, mobilizing 30 inner disciples from the Dao Academy, posed considerable danger, and many were reluctant. With the appearance of the monstrous bear, Xuanxin, and Sand Mountain City, most of the Criminal Investigation Division's forces were dispatched there. Wei Yan did not respond. Instead, his aide, Zhao Lang, elucidated, The official system of the Zhuang Kingdom follows that of the Yong Kingdom. Generally, cases are handled by the Yamen, while extraordinary matters are taken over by the Criminal Investigation Division. They are responsible for extraordinary events across the nation and, in theory, are subject to local government control. However, due to their direct subordination to the capital, local officials often cannot exert full authority over them. For instance, the mobilization to pursue the bear is at the behest of the Criminal Investigation Division. Even the Lord of Maple Forest City, Wei Qiji, cannot intervene to recall them. What about the city guard? Another disciple inquired. The city guard is the direct military force of the city lord, tasked with suppressing all evil and rebellion. An event as grave as an entire town going missing would certainly provoke the city guard's intervention. The city guard has other pressing matters, Wei Yin curtly interjected. This mission will offer a 30% increase in merit rewards. Participation is voluntary, but if the number of inner disciples who enlist is less than 30, I will, under the city lord's orders, enforce compulsory mobilization. It is important to remind everyone that prior to this mission, 2 9th-tier Pulse Realm cultivators sent to investigate were lost in Stalin Town. I hope you all assess the risks and act within your means. The Dao Academy system is the most significant extraordinary advancement framework in the Zhuang Kingdom, absorbing local cultivation talents over the years. After several years of practice, individuals advance through rigorous assessments into regional Dao Academies and subsequently into the National Dao Academy, layer by layer. Ultimately, the kingdom's talents converge in the capital, where they compete with the heroes of various nations or are dispatched to govern local regions. Although the Dao Academy of Maple Forest City only enrolls 10 inner disciples each term, the high difficulty of advancing to the regional academy results in many practitioners stagnating at the city academy for several years, even decades. Over the years, the total number of inner disciples at the Dao Academy of Maple Forest City, excluding those who have traveled far or are in seclusion, stands at approximately 300. From Wei Yan's perspective, he would prefer the number of volunteers to be insufficient. Ideally, he would directly gather the 30 strongest members of the Dao Academy through compulsory mobilization, enhancing the odds of success for this mission. However, the Dao Academy and the City Lord's office are not under the same jurisdiction, making conflicts difficult to navigate. Are you going? Jiang Wang quietly asked Ling He, feeling concerned since this mission would undoubtedly involve extraordinary forces. And both Ling He and Du Yehu had not yet opened their pulses, placing them in considerable danger. Of course, I'm going, Ling He replied without hesitation. He had already fallen behind in his cultivation journey, and missing an opportunity like this, with a 30% increase in merit rewards, would be foolish. As for danger? If one feared danger, they should have remained in the village farming. I'll sign up. Diehu exclaimed. We all should. Zhao Ruqing grumbled as he nudged him. What are you doing? I still want to go back and catch some sleep. Among them, he was the least motivated, content with a life of ease and relaxation. Wei Yin cast a brief glance at them, noting their lack of foundational success, and paid little mind, casually instructing his aide, take note of the names. The aide announced in a loud voice, the registration period is limited to 1 incense stick's worth of time. There are 26 spots remaining. We, as cultivators, are supported by the nation and should contribute to our homeland. I volunteer for this mission, Li Juanqiu declared, gracefully entering from outside the academy. Disciples of his caliber enjoyed significant freedom. Not only were they not required to attend daily classes, but they could also refuse such forced mobilizations unless in times of national crisis. His appearance sparked a wave of murmurs. How dare Jianqiu take the lead? Count me in. Wang Changxiang, another voice chimed in. In contrast to Li Jianqiu's assertive demeanor, Wang Changxiang exuded a calm presence. Donning the same coarse robe Jiang Wang had seen him in at the Dao Merit Hall, walking slowly and composedly. With the inclusion of brothers Wang and Li, the odds of success for this mission have increased significantly. A rare smile broke through Wei Yin's stern expression. In the presence of Wang Changxiang, who ranked 7th on the merits list, even he found it challenging to secure a significant position. With the addition of Wang Changxiang and Li Jianqiu, the enthusiasm for registration surged dramatically, quickly reaching capacity. Among the 30 inner disciples, aside from the 4 brothers of Jiang Wang, nearly all possessed a foundational cultivation level of 9th grade, each one extraordinary in their own right. Such a formidable assembly of talents could nearly sweep through the confines of Fenglan City. Wei Yin casually took the list, glanced at it, and nodded, remarking, You all possess a commendable valor. It appears that your studies have not entirely stripped you of your humanity. While this may have been a form of praise in his eyes, the condescending tone was rather irksome. The Ministry of War and the Dao Academy represent two distinct promotion systems, characterized by both cooperation and rivalry, often leading to mutual disdain. At that moment, a disciple expressed dissatisfaction, stating, "If Brother Zhu were present, I wonder if certain individuals would dare to point fingers." This individual was, of course, referring to Zhu Weiwa, the top figure on the Fenglin city merit list. Wei Yin remained unfazed, merely flicking his robe and striding towards the Dao Academy's entrance, ready to depart. Chapter 23. The Wandering of 100 Ghosts. Xiaolin Town lies to the northeast of Fenglin City, separated by the quaint Qingshan Town. In terms of linear distance, it is the farthest settlement within the Fenglin domain from the main city. Under the leadership of Wei Yin, the group rode tirelessly past Qingshan Town, reaching the outskirts of Xiaolin Town in just half a day. Despite its name, there are no green mountains surrounding Qingshan Town. The origin of this name is lost to history, perhaps once justified, but now rendered obsolete by the passage of time. However, there exists a small grove of moon cypress trees on the outskirts of Xiaolin Town, modest in size and easily surveyed in its entirety. The moon cypress is renowned for its calming properties, and furniture crafted from its wood is highly sought after. It is said that this grove was once vast, but due to the high value of moon cypress, many townsfolk resorted to illicit logging, causing the grove to dwindle significantly. Had it not been for the strict orders from Fenglin City prohibiting such acts, this small forest might have vanished years ago. Local constables dispatched from Qingshan Town had settled within the grove, lounging carelessly. Upon hearing the sound of galloping hoofs, they gathered to greet the newcomers. These constables possessed only mundane martial skills and dared not enter the town under the current circumstances. Their presence served merely as an observatory warning. Wei Yin reined in his horse outside the grove, casting a casual glance at the constables before inquiring, "What is the situation in Xiaolin Town?" The leader of the constables, a stout-faced man in his 40s, replied, "Fog has enveloped Xiaolin Town since 5 days ago. Initially, we paid it little mind, assuming it was merely a shift in weather. We could still make out the outline of Xiaolin Town and discern some figures moving about. Residents of Qingshan Town even visited relatives there. However, starting yesterday, we received orders to set up a checkpoint and observe, yet we have not seen anyone emerge. The fog has only thickened, rendering visibility nil." Jiang Wang, among the disciples of the Dao Academy, craned his neck to catch a glimpse of Xiaolin Town. The Fenglin domain was his homeland, and although he had grown up in Fengshi Town, he was not unfamiliar with Xiaolin Town. He had single-handedly vanquished the bandits of Xishan, who had taken refuge 10 miles north of Xiaolin Town. In the past, one could see Xiaolin Town from the moon cypress grove, though not affluent. It was peaceful and harmonious. Now, all that remained was a shroud of mist. At this moment, Wei Yan's voice cut through the air. "You are tasked with monitoring Xiaolin Town, yet you display a lack of discipline. Worse still, some of you have taken advantage of the situation to illegally log moon cypress trees. Are you here on official business, or merely to satisfy your own greed?" The constables turned pale, and the leading officer repeatedly bowed, attempting to explain. However, Wei Yin's judgment was swift. The felled moon cypress trees will be sent to the city guard's encampment. Furthermore, all of you will have your pay docked for a year. As the leader, you are responsible, and thus you are dismissed. The stout man's face turned ashen, but he dared not protest, retreating in silence. Upon hearing Wei Yan's decree, Jiang Wang noticed the few moon cypress trees that had been cut down. Wei Yan had already taken note of everything upon arrival. Jiang Wang sighed at Wei Yan's astuteness, while also feeling the weight of his sternness. With Xiaolin Town having fallen, the moon cypress grove was temporarily unclaimed. The constables, risking their lives to observe outside Xiaolin Town, had merely sought to supplement their meager rations by taking a few trees. An understandable albeit negligent act. Qingshan Town was not wealthy, and a year's pay docked would plunge these constables into hardship, particularly for the middle-aged leader, for whom the position of constable might have represented the pinnacle of his life's endeavors. With a single command from Wei Yin, he was cast back to square one. However, this mission was akin to a military campaign, with Wei Yin leading as a commander. His orders were absolute, and none could defy them. After issuing his commands, Wei Yin tightened his reins and led the charge towards Xiaolin Town. The steeds were war horses from the barracks, and the riders were adept cultivators from the Dao Academy. Though they numbered just over 30, they moved with a precision and swiftness that echoed the might of 1,000 soldiers. The thunderous sound of hooves abruptly halted. The seasoned warhorses reared in fear before the dense fog enveloping Xiaolin Town, trumpeting in distress, refusing to advance despite the riders' urgings. The 30-odd warhorses were seized by terror. their cries resonating in unison, as if something profoundly fearsome lurked within Xiaolan town. This scene evoked dread. Despite the riders' formidable prowess, they did not stumble in disarray, nonetheless. Their morale plummeted, losing the vigor they had possessed when departing the city. Even Wang Changxiang, usually calm and composed, wore a grave expression. Only Wei Yin remained unperturbed. His armor was battle-worn, and he bore a long and slender sword at his waist. The warhorse beneath him was tall and majestic, well known for Wei Yin's fondness for it. Suddenly, he drew his sword. It flashed like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, the head of his horse fell. Severed, as a fountain of blood surged forth from the neck. The beast collapsed with a thunderous thud. Wei Yin held his blade aloft. Gazing into the fog that cloaked the town, his voice icy. What use is there for those who falter in the face of battle? To this, Du Yehu, known for his fierce temperament and straightforward nature, responded first, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the severed horse's head. Wei, how shall we charge forth? Wei Yin raised his right hand slightly, commanding, dismount, and prepare for battle. Form a sharp arrow formation, with me as the tip, and plunge directly into Xiaolan town. Wei Yin's act of slaying the horse made it clear to all that retreat was no longer an option. With no room for hesitation, they dismounted in unison. Wei Yin continued, raise your weapons. The sound of blades being unsheathed rang out in unison. At this moment, Wei Yin's unremarkable-looking aide stepped forward, raising his right palm upwards, forming a seal with his left hand while murmuring incantations, finally declaring, sharpness. Jiang Wang felt a surge of energy emanate from his long sword, which, though merely of fine quality, now seemed capable of cutting through anything. Flame. A fierce blaze erupted upon all the weapons, transforming them into blazing torches, illuminating the fog-shrouded town ahead. Solidify. Ling He felt his body grow resilient, an overwhelming urge to strike with his fists swelling within him. However, a glance at the furious Du Yehu beside him quelled that impulse. Zhao Ruqing mused that the collective enhancement of their abilities had to be at least of superior grade. The seemingly unremarkable aid of Wei Yin had invoked 3 spells without a flicker of emotion, proving that the Ministry of War indeed harbored hidden talents. Regardless of individual thoughts, a singular will was necessary for their advance. Empowered by their spells, Wei Yin led the charge, stepping boldly into Xiaolan town. The group moved cautiously, the town eerily silent save for the sound of their footsteps. As they pressed on, the fog thickened, becoming almost tangible. 3 steps away, the outlines of figures faded into obscurity, leaving only the flickering lights of their weapons defiantly shining amidst the seemingly endless gloom. Reluctantly, they tightened their formation, reducing their spacing from 5 steps to 3, for any closer would hinder their combat efficiency. Jiang Wang and his companions, situated towards the rear of the formation, benefited from an unspoken protective privilege, a commendable tradition of the Dao Academy. Du Yehu clenched his fists, not out of anxiety, but excitement, eager to unleash his power. Jiang Wang had no doubt that even if faced with the notorious 9 fiends of the realm, he would charge forward without a second thought. Whether he could prevail, however, was another matter entirely. At that moment, a startled cry erupted from the perimeter of their formation. What is that? Another voice retorted dismissively, just ghosts. What is there to fear? But soon, panic ensued. So many. Hearing this, Wei Yin abruptly turned, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc. A colossal blade of light cleaved through the heavy fog in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the group beheld a multitude of stumbling, clawing specters densely crowding the street. In broad daylight, 100 ghosts roamed. Chapter 24. The whirlwind of breath. A colossal blade of light sliced through the air, parting the dense fog. And within that fleeting moment, the sight that emerged was enough to instill terror. What lay beneath this thick mist? Why did wandering souls roam freely under the bright sun? From whence did so many specters arise? Even if all the inhabitants of Xiaolan town were to transform into vengeful spirits, it would be implausible to account for such a multitude, nearly overwhelming the field of vision. Certainly, everyone present was acutely aware that with such a thick congregation of wandering souls, it was likely that Xiaolan town had no living souls left. Among the 7 great towns under the jurisdiction of Fenglin City, one had already succumbed. In such dire circumstances, it was the composed voice of Wei Yin that first pierced through the chaos, commanding authority, those skilled in fire-based techniques. Establish a perimeter 50 paces away as a warning line and ignite a fire barrier. The rest, swiftly annihilate the wandering souls within the line. The 5 elements technique is the foundation of all Taoist arts, and there are many cultivators proficient in fire. Following Wei Yan's command, flames erupted 50 paces from the group. And under the guidance of Wei Yan's aid, these flames swiftly coalesced into a circular fire barrier. The spirits outside the fire circle retreated momentarily, while those trapped within grew frenzied. At this juncture, Li Jinxiu suddenly sheathed his flame-imbued sword, placing his hands in a gesture before his chin, and resolutely slashed to the side. 2 swords of blazing fire materialized in his grasp. The twin blades danced like celestial dragons, allowing him to swiftly penetrate the throng of spirits. One sword dispelled the spirits, while the other shattered their souls. Simultaneously, a beam of sword light whirled around, obliterating countless spirits in its wake. As the light faded, Jiang Wang's agile figure was revealed. The purple chi eastward sword technique, the first form of his lethal arts. Everyone was taken aback, astonished that this cultivator, who had yet to condense a Dao rotation, could exterminate spirits with mere swordplay, even surpassing their efficiency. As Jiang Wang moved, Zhao Ruqing also sprang into action, his sword flickering like lightning as he cleaved through the spirits. Though he seldom showcased his efforts, his execution of the purple chi eastward sword was nearly on par with Jiang Wang's. Among the crowd, only Du Yehu and Ling He exchanged glances, cognizant that their mundane martial prowess was ineffectual against such otherworldly adversaries. While they could unleash their blood chi to vanquish a few spirits, how much blood chi could they muster against such a horde? In truth, Jiang Wang had not withheld the purple chi eastward sword technique from them. Du Yehu merely placed faith in his fists, showing no interest in swordsmanship. As for Ling He, perhaps due to his innate limitations, he had progressed slowly and had yet to master any lethal techniques suitable for combat. Once, as the elder brother who worked as hard as Jiang Wang, he had maintained his combat effectiveness solely through sheer effort. While the situation on the battlefield appeared favorable, those with discernment understood the perilous reality. Currently, only ordinary wandering souls manifested, yet the inexplicable gathering of such spirits in Xiaolan Town must surely involve malevolent spirits, vengeful ghosts, or even ghost generals. This was beyond the capabilities of their small team, and the best course of action was to swiftly withdraw from the conflict. However, as they advanced, the dense fog obscured their sense of direction. The layers of spirits surrounding the fire perimeter made any attempt at escape seem daunting. Wei Yan stepped beyond the fire circle, allowing the spirits to surge forth and claw at him. His seemingly battered and worn armor trembled lightly, causing the spirits that clung to him to dissipate. Yet, his expression bore no joy. Instead, he retreated back into the fire circle and intoned gravely, "Is there anyone skilled in wind-based techniques? Attempt to disperse this fog." Though he addressed the group, his gaze fixated on Wang Changxiang. Compared to the 5 elemental arts, wind techniques were relatively obscure. But Wang Changxiang was indeed a master of this discipline. Without hesitation, he swiftly formed hand signs, unleashing wind blades that cleared the surrounding spirits. Then, with hands resembling fluttering butterflies, he transitioned through seals, ultimately bringing his hands together before his lips, aligning his index and middle fingers while uniting his thumb, ring, and little fingers. In the triangular space formed by the middle and ring fingers, he exhaled. That gentle breath traversed the finger zone, suddenly intensifying, swirling and expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, crashing into the thick fog like an enraged dragon roaring amidst the dense mist. This wind was no ordinary breeze. It was the eastern Ming Shu wind, one of the 8 winds. Ming Shu signifies the emergence of all things. Employed in this context, it was most opportune. Such formidable Dao techniques were not possessed by every 6th-tier cultivator. Yet, Wang Changxiang was capable of wielding this art even before opening the heavenly gate, a testament to his prowess. As Wang Changxiang completed the technique, his complexion paled, indicating that this art was a considerable burden for him. He struggled to remain steady, and then entrusted the rest to his companions. The roaring whirlwind swept through, dispersing the fog. For the first time since their arrival in Xiaolan Town, they could finally see the surroundings. Skewered on a wall were candied hawthorn skewers, with rice shops adjoining soy sauce stalls, and the banners of an inn still fluttering in the wind. Everything seemed unchanged, if not for the additional presence of those wandering spirits. The spirits within the fire perimeter had been entirely eradicated, yet those outside continued to swarm, instinctively fearing the flames while equally reluctant to abandon these life-filled beings. A sudden exclamation rang out, striking alarm. As the roaring whirlwind passed, the distant fog began to coalesce once more. Such mist could not even be wholly dispelled by the whirlwind of breath. Let us take this opportunity to withdraw. Li Jianxiu suggested gravely, brandishing his flaming swords. In the interval created by the whirlwind of breath, the group discerned their path. With their strength, they could retreat safely in the absence of any ghost generals. Wei Yin, sword drawn, surveyed the encroaching fog, lost in thought. His aide grew anxious, urging, "Sir, the situation in Xiaolin town is beyond our capacity to handle. We must mobilize the army. Moreover, with all the townsfolk dead, our presence here serves no purpose." Wei Yin interjected. "The spirits we have encountered thus far are merely ordinary wandering souls, none possessing clear consciousness. The sheer number of spirits here defies reason." Wang Changxiang furrowed his brow, stating, "The entirety of Fabled city lacks cultivators specializing in ghost taming. This matter should be entrusted to the city guard. Once the army arrives, the malevolent aura will disperse these wandering souls. The Qinjiang River's aquatic tribe is in turmoil. The city guard has been dispatched to suppress it. By the time they return, it may be too late." Wei Yin reluctantly disclosed a weighty piece of information. The Qinjiang is a grand river traversing the entirety of Qinghai County, with the Green Willow River being one of its tributaries beyond Fenglan City. Yet, why would the Qinjiang aquatic tribe suddenly stir? Having previously forged an alliance with the Zhuang family? Jiang Wang pondered. The unrest indicated that the Qinjiang aquatic tribe was exhibiting restraint. However, since this involved significant matters concerning the water veins of Qinghai County, the authorities could not afford to be negligent, thus the mobilization of the city guards was justified. The emergence of the heart-swallowing demon, the upheaval of the Qinjiang aquatic tribe, the wandering spirits of Xiaolin town roaming in daylight. While these events appeared disparate, an unseen hand subtly intertwined them. Something is amiss. Wei Yin shook his head, reaching a resolute decision. "Everyone, follow me and charge forward. I will not stop. No one is permitted to halt. Those who fall behind shall fend for themselves." Without waiting for others to dissuade him, he stepped out of the fire circle, leading the charge deeper into Xiaolin town. As his aide, Zhao Lang followed suit without hesitation. Then came Li Jianxiu and Wang Changxiang. Though they did not entirely agree with Wei Yin's decision, they understood that in such times, their strength must not be divided. The entire team swiftly mobilized, with Wei Yin as the spearhead, plunging fiercely into the depths of Xiaolin town. Chapter 25. The fiery smoke of vital energy at this moment. Wei Yin truly revealed the prowess that placed him second on the Fenglan City leaderboard, leading the charge deep into Xiaolin town, almost crashing into the swarm of wandering souls. Yet, all the spirits were shattered with a single strike, scattering before him. A chilling luminescence enveloped his form, a manifestation of the extreme concentration of gold elemental energy. His steps showed no sign of hesitation, as if nothing could impede his advance. The long blade in his hand cleaved through the air with a sharp whistle, as though it could slice through the very atmosphere itself. The others followed closely behind, tasked merely with preventing the ghosts from flanking them, significantly reducing their peril. Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing took positions to the left and right, intentionally or otherwise shielding Ling He and Du Yehu in the center. Ling He fared well, but Du Yehu's face flushed crimson, yet he understood that this was not a moment for bravado, and thus pressed onward in silence. Time slipped by, and within the gradually thickening mist, orientation became indistinguishable, as if even time itself had grown hazy. The wandering souls they encountered were not formidable, falling within the realm of what ninth-grade extraordinary cultivators could handle. However, the Dao Yuan within the Tongtian Palace was limited, and these 8th and ninth-grade cultivators could not endure prolonged combat. If they strained too long, they risked damaging their Dao rotation and jeopardizing their foundations. It was at this juncture that Wei Yin came to a halt. Estimating their position, they were on the verge of reaching the very heart of Xiaolin town. Jiang Wang recalled that this area was a marketplace, bustling with villagers on market days, a scene of vibrant activity. Wei Yin stopped not out of a desire to linger, but because a wall of mist barred their path, halting the edge of his blade. Unlike the pervasive fog surrounding them, this mist wall possessed a palpable presence, remarkably resilient. Despite the sharpness of Wei Yin's blade, capable of cleaving through copper and iron, this mist wall remained unmoved. No matter how many strikes fell upon it, they vanished into the void. Wei Yin, feeling a sense of urgency, sensed that something amiss was transpiring just beyond this wall of mist. It was not merely an act of malevolence. It could very well affect the course of his life. Yet, with his blade poised, he found himself in a quandary. Does anyone have a solution to breach this barrier? He inquired. We must act swiftly. The responsibility lies with me. At that moment, a disciple stepped forward to the mist wall. Without hesitation, and began to unfasten his belt. "Hey, what are you doing?" Someone grabbed him. "Do not stop me," he insisted fervently. "There are countless spirits in this area, and the heavy Yin energy is prevalent. A boy's urine can dispel evil and subdue ghosts. My yang has not waned, so I shall take it upon myself." This disciple, named Huang Azan, was a recent inner disciple, a drinking companion of Du Yahu. Amiable in nature, but not particularly astute. Wei Yin furrowed his brow, and after Huang Azan finished his act, the mist wall remained unyielding, the pungent odors serving as a reminder of what had transpired. "Wait, is the quantity insufficient?" He pondered, then turned to rally his peers. "Does anyone else have the essence of youth to contribute?" He called out. "Come forth." "Of course, Zhao Ruqing need not apply. Your Yin energy is too dense." "Du Yahu, hurry. Do not hold back. Your status guarantees you retain your youth and ample yang energy." His words mocked two individuals, and had the situation not been dire, Du Yahu would have readily retaliated with a punch. Zhao Ruqing grinned and remarked, "Azan, think again. Perhaps what we need is not the essence of youth but the blood of youth." Huang Azan stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully, as if genuinely contemplating the feasibility of this idea. Wang Changxiang, who had been feeling weakened since unleashing the dragon whirlwind, spoke up when the whirlwind dispersed the mist. "I observed that the wandering souls in Xiaolin town formed a rudimentary 9-palace array. I could not ascertain this until now, as the central position is obstructed, confirming my suspicions. How do we dismantle it?" Wei Yin inquired directly. "The array was not carefully constructed, and commanding so many spirits is quite challenging." Wang Changxiang explained with a wry smile. "Thus, the method of dismantling it is straightforward. We must break the eyes of the remaining 8 palaces, and the center will fall without further assault." Wei Yin promptly instructed Wang Changxiang, "Remain here to monitor the situation and select 4 individuals to follow your lead, ready to support as needed. I will proceed to the Qin Palace, while the rest shall divide into 7 groups, each targeting 1 palace. We shall reconvene here at the central palace afterward." The heavenly order divides, with Yang emerging and Yin descending. Yang begins at Z, Yin at Wu. Thus we commence at the Qin Palace. The Qin Palace, situated due north and associated with the element of water, was not the easiest for Wei Yin to resolve. However, given his formidable strength, he need not dwell on such considerations. "I must caution everyone," Wang Changxiang continued. "The wandering souls we've encountered thus far are ordinary. But at the array's eye, there will surely be vengeful or malevolent spirits. Please assess your capabilities accordingly." Zhao Lang looked to Wei Yin with unwavering trust. The first to respond. "In that case, I shall proceed to the Qin Palace." Li Jianxiu, ever decisive, drew his sword and declared, "I will take the Zhen Palace. You all may allocate yourselves as you see fit." The strong stepped forward, shouldering their responsibilities. This is the backbone of cultivators. Jiang Wang exchanged glances with Ling He and the others, stating, "The 4 of us will handle the Sun Palace." His words were not boastful. Their journey thus far had demonstrated their combat prowess, although he had yet to establish a foundation with the Ziki Donglai sword technique. His strength subtly surpassed that of an ordinary 9th-grade cultivator. The Sun Palace, associated with wood, was currently favorable for him as metal overcomes wood. The remaining Jin Palace, also linked to wood, had been assigned to Li Jianxiu. Venturing to other palaces would hinder their effectiveness. On another note, the appearance of such an occurrence in Xiaolin town suggested significant ramifications. Their efforts would be duly noted, and as they accumulated Dao merits to exchange for foundational elixirs, resolving 1 palace would undoubtedly propel them forward. The group's choices adhered strictly to the order of the 9 palaces. From 1 to 9, they are Can, Kuan, Zhan, Sun, Central, Qian, Dui, Jianli. The journey continued with combat, as Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing's extraordinary swordsmanship had already garnered the respect of their peers, resulting in no further objections. The remaining 20 disciples of the Dao Academy formed groups of 5, selecting the remaining 4 palaces. It must be noted that Wang Changxiang's earlier dragon whirlwind had been immensely beneficial, allowing the group to regain their bearings amidst the dense fog. This was crucial for unraveling the entire ghostly formation. The Sun Palace lay to the southeast, and as Jiang Wang advanced through the mist with his sword drawn, he felt assured upon glimpsing the outline of an inn ahead. It was indeed the only inn in Xiaolin town, confirming they had not gone astray. "Be cautious," Ling He suddenly warned. "I sense an extremely dangerous presence ahead." Ling He's instincts were typically accurate, and the group proceeded with caution. Jiang Wang nodded. That must be the vengeful spirit Wang Changxiang mentioned. It also represents the Eye of the Sun Palace. Ruqing, how many techniques of the Ziki Donglai sword have you mastered? I have mastered them all, Zhao Ruqing replied. Regarding his comrade's talent, Jiang Wang had no reservations and directed, I will strike first. You follow up immediately with your strongest attack to ensure we dispatch the target in the shortest time possible. The two of you should keep an eye on the surroundings and prevent any other wandering souls from approaching. If necessary, do not hesitate to unleash your vital energy. Before establishing a foundation, if one could not master extraordinary techniques like the Ziki Donglai sword, the only means of harming spirits would be through the explosive use of vital energy. However, since vital energy is the essence of life, its explosive use places a tremendous burden on the body. Hence, throughout their journey, Ling He and Du Yehu had exercised considerable restraint. Yet, in response to Jiang Wang's command, they hesitated not at all. Such was the rapport forged through countless battles side by side. Though visibility was limited in the fog, the brothers swiftly delineated their target area and spread out in close formation. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed nearby, reverberating in their ears. Before Jiang Wang, a radiant beam of sword light erupted. Clang! The Ziki Donglai sword, the first technique of the killing method. A scarlet claw was deftly caught by the long sword, and the vengeful spirit of the Sun Palace materialized before the onlookers. The wandering souls encountered along the way bore striking similarities to the living, their forms ethereal and their hues pallid. In stark contrast, this vengeful spirit appeared to be an entirely different entity, with a green visage and sharp fangs. It loomed at an imposing height of nearly 12 feet, robust and muscular. Its crimson claws, one of which dripped with fresh blood, signified its ferocity. Jiang Wang was acutely aware that within the thick fog, the spirit's perception would surpass their own. Thus, he had long been on high alert, ready to unleash his sword's might. This preparedness allowed him to counter the spirit's initial assault effectively. Yet, he had still underestimated the creature's formidable strength. In the fleeting moment created by the whirlwind, they beheld not merely 1,000 wandering souls, but only 8 fierce spirits stationed within the 9 palaces. Whether through human cultivation or natural slaughter, the vengeful spirits birthed in this manner were undoubtedly extraordinary. Although Jiang Wang managed to thwart the first strike, another claw grazed him, tearing a strip of flesh from his left arm. The blood that dripped from the spirit's claw was a testament to his wound. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. Just as Jiang Wang braced for retaliation, Zhao Ruqing's sword sprang into action. The first form of the Eastern Purple Chi sword emphasized speed, allowing for an attack as swift as thunder and defense as electric. The Emperor's wrath, unleashed in an instant, could astonish the world. Before the spirit could savor the flesh it had torn, Zhao Ruqing's sword pierced its abdomen. Zhao Ruqing was firmly lodged against the spirit, his small stature resembling a monkey clinging to a giant. The spirit howled in agony, suddenly lowering its head. In alarm, Zhao Ruqing kicked off the spirit's approaching claw, executing a backflip in midair to escape, relinquishing his sword. As the spirit sought to pursue, Jiang Wang's figure darted past like a bolt of lightning. The second form of the Eastern Purple Chi sword relied on precision. Jiang Wang had distanced himself, yet the blade's light precisely bisected the spirit's eye. In that instant, the dark liquid erupted like a burst, and the spirit emitted a horrifying wail. This creature, once clouded in madness, now focused its remaining eye on Jiang Wang, brimming with hatred. Choosing not to shield its eye, it allowed the dark liquid to flow freely, still impaled by Zhao Ruqing's trembling sword, and charged toward Jiang Wang with great strides. Meanwhile, Ling He, who was outside the fray, was herding wandering souls, and in the midst of chaos, he hurled his sword toward Zhao Ruqing. Without hesitation, Zhao Ruqing leaped to catch Ling He's sword midair, his form resembling a shooting star. As he propelled himself once more toward the spirit's rear, this strike entered through the back of its neck, the tip emerging from its chin, resting upon its chest. The spirit roared, swiping back with its claw, but due to the angle, this strike was bound to be slower than before. Hence, Zhao Ruqing pressed his feet against the spirit's back, intending to leverage the force to withdraw his sword. Yet, to his astonishment, the blade was firmly ensnared by the spirit's sinewy muscles, thwarting his extraction and causing him to hesitate for a moment. In that brief pause, the spirit's massive claw struck him fiercely, sending Zhao Ruqing flying several meters into the fog, his fate uncertain. It was crucial to remember that within that fog, countless wandering souls still roamed. At this moment, Jiang Wang stood across from the chaos, while Ling He continued to grapple with the wandering souls. Only Du Yehu, stationed closest within the battlefield, could no longer contain himself. His purpose was to eradicate evil and cleanse the world, not to seek refuge or become a burden. With a thunderous roar that resonated like thunderclaps, Du Yehu unleashed his full power. His blood essence surged forth, rising like a tangible mist. At that moment, it resembled a smoke signal. Such a display of blood essence could only be summoned by a warrior whose vitality reached a certain magnitude. Even Jiang Wang could not achieve such a feat. Du Yehu's explosive force testified to his strength. Enveloped in this corporeal essence, he donned a crimson battle cloak. Surging toward Zhao Ruqing with a speed several times greater than usual, reaching his side in mere strides. Chapter 26, Sacrifice. The dense fog could not obscure the brilliant crimson glow. At that moment, Zhao Ruqing was just rising from the ground, nearly overwhelmed by the throngs of wandering souls. Yet, Du Yehu had arrived, without the need for any movement. The fierce surge of his vital energy caused the nearby souls to scatter in disarray. Du Yehu, in a display of unyielding resolve, seized Zhao Ruqing by the collar and dragged him toward Ling He. Having suffered a vicious claw from a vengeful spirit, Zhao Ruqing's elder brothers were consumed with worry. Yet he appeared unfazed, indignantly shouting, "Hey, I can walk on my own." Unperturbed, Du Yehu continued his charge, and midway through, he hurled the incessantly chattering Zhao Ruqing toward Ling He, simultaneously turning to deliver a powerful punch, imbued with his intense vital energy, against the vengeful spirit. Let us set aside the moment when Ling He deftly caught Zhao Ruqing. Du Yehu's fist was a force to be reckoned with. In comparison to the purple Qi Eastern sword, his martial arts were not particularly refined and often overlooked even in the outer halls of the Dao Academy. However, when executed by him, they became extraordinarily ferocious. This fist was not aimed to find a gap. Rather, it met the enormous claw of the vengeful spirit head-on, a clash of strength against strength, a confrontation of aggression. It was a display of sheer might. The tangible force of his vital energy enveloped his iron fist, resulting in a thunderous collision with the dark, ominous claw, momentarily locking in a stalemate. At that instant, Jiang Wang leapt through the air, his sword illuminating the space as it swiftly severed the vengeful spirit's other eye. "Retreat!" Jiang Wang called out, swiftly distancing himself after his strike, with Du Yehu following suit. The now blinded vengeful spirit became increasingly frenzied, its massive claws thrashing wildly, stirring up violent winds around them. As its offensive began to wane, Jiang Wang turned back, his sword carving a graceful arc through the air, floating down like a leaf onto the spirit's right claw, nearly silent. Yet, upon contact with the dark claw, it unleashed an unparalleled shriek. The third form of the purple Qi Eastern sword technique demands ferocity. With a single stroke, the vengeful spirit's right claw was severed. Jiang Wang showed no inclination to linger and began his retreat the moment he struck. The spirit, now deprived of sight, could only lash out against the empty air before it. At that moment, Du Yehu, aflame with vital energy, had leapt behind it, raising his arms like hammers to deliver a crushing blow to the spirit's grotesque head. Boom! The vital energy, already a bane to ghostly entities, was amplified by Du Yehu's ferocity. His fist, wrapped in layers of vital energy, obliterated the spirit's head in an explosive shatter. Although caught off guard, Du Yehu was splattered with the spirit's dark blood, which was swiftly incinerated by his vital energy. Only when the headless body of the spirit collapsed did the crimson glow surrounding Du Yehu subside, leaving his face suddenly pale. Jiang Wang leaped to Du Yehu's side, supporting him as he said, "Brother Tiger, the vital energy is the essence of humanity." Jiang Wang, now condensing his Dao Yuan, would also have to begin with the replenishment of vital energy. The strength Du Yehu had exhibited moments ago was a manifestation of self-sacrifice. He was not a martial artist dedicated solely to the path of combat, and could not contain such overwhelming vital energy. It would take him at least 5 years to recover from this battle. The first 5 years of cultivation are an eternity. Not to mention that, after a certain age, vital energy begins to deteriorate. A single misstep could mean a lifetime of being cut off from the extraordinary. Yet, Du Yehu had previously acted without hesitation or doubt. In life and death situations, one cannot afford to ponder extensively. The more instinctual the choice, the more it validates one's true nature. "It's a trivial matter," Du Yehu muttered, adjusting his breath to regain some strength before pushing Jiang Wang aside. "I'm not at the point of being unable to move. Let us go. The situation in the central palace is surely more perilous." Though Ling He was filled with concern, it was not the time for lengthy discussions. He shifted to carry Zhao Ruqing on his back and moved forward to retrieve his sword from the remains of the vengeful spirit, silently positioning himself beside Du Yehu. He too had burned some vital energy, albeit in a limited capacity, which did not affect his foundation. Thus, he still possessed the strength to fight. As the only remaining intact and strongest combatant among the four, Jiang Wang had to maintain his agility to be ready to strike at any moment. Hence, he merely led the way with his sword drawn, offering no assistance. Only Zhao Ruqin continued to grumble incessantly, "Our leader is so considerate. Tiger is so clumsy, honestly. Carrying me like a chick. What will happen to my heroic image if Miss Miaoyu finds out?" Miaoyu was currently the star of the Three Fragrance Pavilion, the most sought-after lady in the brothels of Maple Forest City. Zhao Ruqin had already spent over 1,000 taels of silver in pursuit of her favor, yet had not succeeded. Du Yehu remained silent, not out of a reluctance to reprimand him, but rather due to sheer exhaustion. "Enough, enough," Jiang Wang interjected impatiently. "Here. There are only mindless wandering souls or confused vengeful spirits. Who are you trying to impress?" "Well, who can say for sure?" Zhao Ruqin retorted, growing animated. He leaned on Ling He's back, gesturing animatedly. "What if there's a beautiful ghost hiding nearby, peeking at me? A perfectly good romantic encounter, ruined just like that. Can Tiger bear the loss?" Du Yehu nearly sprang up in exasperation, ready to unleash his remaining strength upon the incessantly chattering fool. Just before he could erupt, Ling He, anticipating his outburst, swiftly jabbed the hilt of his sword upward. Zhao Ruqin inhaled sharply, instantly deflating. Meanwhile, beyond the heavy veil of fog, at the very heart of Town, precisely at the center of the Nine Palaces formation, a massive whirlpool was slowly rotating. The original appearance of this place had been consumed by the silence of the vortex. Nothing remained but this singular phenomenon. The center of the whirlpool was an abyssal black, seemingly capable of drawing one's gaze into its depths, an escape impossible for anyone. Beside the whirlpool stood 4 cultivators, each exuding a profound aura, all clad in black robes, their eyes fixed ahead without wavering. Not far in front of the whirlpool lay a house that had been utterly demolished, leaving nothing but a crumbling brick wall. A woman in a red dress leaned languidly against this wall, exuding an air of allure despite being wrapped securely. In her hand, she held an oval mirror, which reflected not her own enchanting visage, but the silhouettes of those battling the vengeful spirits within the Nine Palaces formation. "The disciples of this session at the Dao Academy aren't all that impressive," the woman in red mused, tucking the mirror away. "Had I known it would go so smoothly, I would have indulged in a longer afternoon nap." Yawning, she gracefully approached the vortex, feeling quite drowsy. Upon reaching the mysterious whirlpool, her expression grew serious, and she bowed formally, respectfully inviting the elder. The 4 black-robed cultivators also bowed in unison. From the thick fog emerged an elderly man with white hair. His face was wrinkled like the bark of an ancient tree, his eyes clouded, and he hunched over, advancing with a shaky gait. Yet, with each step, his back straightened slightly, and his presence surged with increasing intensity. He paid no heed to the woman in red or the others, focusing solely on the whirlpool, as if gazing upon his eternal beloved, his gaze filled with reverence. Upon reaching the whirlpool, his aura had grown formidable, pressing down upon everyone present, making it hard to breathe. The woman in red bowed her head even lower. The white-haired elder gathered his pinky and ring fingers, forming a triangle with his thumb, index, and middle fingers over his heart, softly intoning, "At the bottom of the Wangchuan, in the depths of the Yellow Springs, the revered deity returns to the world, illuminating the mortal realm." Then he produced a bone dagger and, with a decisive motion, plunged it into the crown of his head, his body falling straight into the whirlpool. Chapter 27. The waters of Qinghe. When one speaks of the grandeur within Qinghe County, many would immediately think of the Qingjiang water mansion, rather than the Cui or Lin clans, or even the governor's residence. This is because the treasures and wealth of the entire 700-mile expanse of the Qingjiang are concentrated within the water mansion, known far and wide for its opulence. Nestled at the bottom of the Qingjiang, the mansion dominates the waters for miles. Its architectural splendor is a sight to behold, brimming with rare treasures and resplendent jewels. In a secluded hall, a striking man clad in luxurious robes sits regally, savoring tea. Opposite him, a furious envoy wearing a skull mask exclaims, "Young lord, our prior agreement was not meant to be interpreted this way. We have sacrificed so much. Why does the Qingjiang water clan merely drift upon the surface of the river?" The man in the elegant robe clicks his tongue thoughtfully. "Indeed, this emerald tea is quite delightful, invigorating to the spirit. Tell me, envoy, will you not partake?" The envoy, perhaps exhausted from his fervent speech, lifts a cup of tea nearby and drains it, Continuing, the Qingjiang Water Mansion has always valued its promises. This is common knowledge. Years ago, the lord of the mansion pledged loyalty to Zhuang Qingqian, leading his clan into battle and staining the Lan River red, a tale still sung by many. How can the young lord now go back on his word? Are you not afraid of tarnishing your superior's reputation? The Lan River, a great river of the Yong Kingdom, is precisely what the envoy refers to, recalling the historic battle when the Yong Kingdom sought to annihilate the Zhuang. It was the lord of the Qingjiang Water Mansion who, with his entire clan, managed to decimate the Yong navy upon the Lan River, turning it crimson with blood and rendering their vessels immobile. This victory allowed Zhuang Changqian, the founding emperor of the Zhuang Kingdom, to pursue his ambitions without fear, eventually leading to the establishment of his realm. The alliance between the Qingjiang Water Mansion and the Zhuang Kingdom has persisted ever since. The man in the luxurious robe gently sets his teacup down, a smile still gracing his face, yet the atmosphere has shifted dramatically. You have reminded me, he says. My father and the Zhuang Emperor have long had an agreement. If I were to assist you, would it not be a betrayal of my father's trust? Such an act would be most unfilial. He beckons a guard, issuing an order that the troops of Yu Yong withdraw 3 miles, ensuring the creatures of the shore remain undisturbed. Young lord, the envoy rises in fury. Enough of this charade. The man in the luxurious robe raises a finger calmly. The entire military of Qinghe County is currently on high alert, wary of our movements. You may pursue your objectives at your leisure. Your aims have been fulfilled. Do not be so greedy. We agreed that you would merely harass the shores. The man in the luxurious robe interrupts. Do you truly believe it possible for us to land? Without water, your kind are as lost as fish out of water, devoid of foundation. Unless you can compel me to decisively confront the Zhuang court, do you possess the means to do so? The envoy, his expression obscured by the skull mask, hisses through clenched teeth. What I offer you is a complete dragon pearl. Indeed, a precious gift. The young lord of the Qingjiang Water Mansion smiles, thoroughly pleased, yet it is only worth this much to me. As the situation becomes irretrievable, the envoy in the skull mask sweeps out in indignation. Left alone in the hall, the man in the luxurious robe scoffs quietly. Those who hide their heads and expose their tails dare to speak of credibility? At that moment, a commanding voice resonates in his ear, although its owner remains unseen. Qingyue. Share your thoughts. Song Qingyue, the young lord of the Qingjiang Water Mansion, gathers his prideful gaze and adjusts his posture. The alliance between the Zhuang court and our Qingjiang Water Mansion has spanned centuries, growing increasingly arrogant. Now, Zhuang Gaoxian has the audacity to treat us as his vassals. He even sent word seeking to wed his son to Qingji, under the pretense of elevating her to the status of crown princess, forever binding our fates. I cannot agree to this at all. My aunt suffered greatly when she married Zhuang Changqian, ultimately being schemed against and meeting her demise in the cold depths of the palace. I will not allow my sister to tread the same path. I must find an opportunity to remind that young Zhuang who truly governs these 700 miles of waters. Yet, I must tread carefully, for the human realm is formidable. Even if we topple the Zhuang court, it may not bode well with other monarchs. 3,000 naval troops patrolling the Qingjiang is just the right balance. Yet these followers of the skull cult have come to us, offering a dragon pearl, which is indeed a delightful surprise. The commanding voice sighs. Your aunt and Zhuang Chengqian were truly in love. It was not simply a marriage of convenience. Let us not dwell on that matter. What are your plans for Qingji? Song Qingwei ponders. Currently, tensions with the governor of Qinghe County are escalated, and Zhuang Gaoxian is shameless. Qinghe City is no longer a safe place. However, as Qingji is at a formative age, my son suggests sending her to Maple Forest City to study for a while. Why Maple Forest City? The voice inquires. There is no hiding this from my father, Song Qingwei replies. The skull cult's willingness to offer a dragon pearl signifies they are likely planning significant moves in Maple Forest City, enough to shake the Zhuang realm. However, this may also render Maple Forest City the safest haven for her studies. Additionally, it reflects my son's subtle intentions. Once Qingji is in Maple Forest, we can openly send people to protect her. The city is small, lacking any formidable figures, thereby posing no interference for us. I will also take the opportunity to investigate the skull cult's movements and uncover their secrets. The resurgence of the skull cult has left me with an uneasy feeling of a grand mystery. Furthermore, given the skull cult's lengthy history, they surely possess many valuable items. Evil and heretical forces must be eradicated, and a mere dragon pearl does not suffice for my ambitions. Regarding Song Qingyue's meticulous scheming, the commanding voice offers no comment, merely stating, The affairs of the water mansion are entirely in your hands. You shall manage them as you see fit. Understood, Song Qingwen nods. By the way, I have sent the dragon pearl to your meditation chamber. Do remember to refine it. I have examined the dragon pearl. It contains certain methods which I have erased. You may utilize it freely, saving you countless years of effort. As for me, I am but a decrepit shell, devoid of hope to become a dragon. Your aunt has been dead for 217 years, and Zhuang Chengqian has been gone for nearly 2 centuries. Our old acquaintances are dwindling. I live only to guide you a little further. The dragon pearl, while admirable, holds no value for me now. The voice dwindles to a whisper, ultimately dissolving into a sigh that vanishes within the secluded hall. Meanwhile, Song Qingwei leans gently against his high chair, suddenly feeling a sense of disinterest. The envoy in the skull mask exits the water mansion and boards a small boat. The vessel, seemingly crafted from bone yet devoid of a bottom, glides swiftly across the water, effortlessly crushing any fish or crabs that dare cross its path, leaving no trace of blood behind. The bottomless boat swiftly ascends from the water's surface. As the envoy disembarks, it turns and disappears beneath the waves, its destination unknown. The envoy moves silently, his steps swift yet leaving no trace. He appears intimately familiar with the defensive routes of the Qinghe County military, weaving through their patrols with ease until he arrives at a mountain. From a distance, the mountain resembles a bull's head, yet up close, it is quite picturesque. The envoy approaches a stone wall, refusing to pause, and crashes straight into it. Inside, a hidden realm unfolds. Terrifying and bloody murals adorn the walls, and a long corridor is paved with blue bricks. Upon entering, he is greeted by someone who inquires, "How did it go?" The envoy, hidden beneath the skull mask, replies with venom, "That scoundrel Song Qingwei took the bait, but merely brushed against the hook." The other responds, "The old man Song Hengjiang is still alive. He won't allow Song Qingwei to act recklessly. We never truly expected them to sever ties with the Zhuang court." Though they speak thus, annoyance lingers. That was a dragon pearl. Since ancient times, such treasures have been lost to the world, each one rarer than the last. The envoy sighs. Once the matter in Xiaolan town is settled, our objectives will be achieved. Such trivialities need not concern us. Moreover, our Dragon Balls. I fear that little beast may find them rather incompatible. He thought he could mock me, the bone path, yet remains unaware. At this juncture, the masked figure of bones grew fierce. Once the Taoist emerges into the world, the first order of business shall be to slaughter the Xinjiang water mansion. Let the entire 700 miles of Xinjiang become nothing but bones. Chapter 28. From the abyss of 9 serenities in the small town of Xiaolan, Zhao Ruqing and Du Yehu had lost their combat capabilities, and Ling He was carrying Zhao Ruqing on his back. Thus, the only one able to act during their return to the central palace was Jiang Wang. Fortunately, he had gained considerable experience in dealing with the wandering souls, and the Ziki Donglai sword had become increasingly adept in this relentless battle. There was no need to worry about physical stamina, since returning from Tangxi town. He had accumulated over 70 Dao Yuan through his cultivation, although he would lose 1 Dao Yuan before the formation of the Dao Xian in critical moments. Each Dao Yuan would provide him with enough feedback to withstand the intensity of the battle with relative ease. Indeed, these Dao Yuans were his trump card in deciding to breach the Sun Palace, but he had not anticipated Zhao Ruqing's sudden peril and Du Yehu's resolute nature. "Come on. Everyone, stop looking so glum." After a while, Zhao Ruqing could not help but speak up again. "It's just excessive blood energy depletion. There are ways to remedy it." "What remedy?" Before Du Yehu could respond, Ling He, filled with excitement, vigorously shook Zhao Ruqing's hand from behind. "You must tell us quickly, while clearing the wandering souls." Jiang Wang couldn't help but cast him a glance, feeling an urge to strike him twice. This fellow had a solution, but had kept it to himself all this time. Hey, you've made my handsome head spin." Zhao Ruqing finally calmed his temporary mount and continued. "I happen to know that someone recently bought a solid Yuan Dan at a high price from the Cloud Nation and is looking to resell it. This Dan is remarkably effective in nourishing blood energy and stabilizing one's foundation. Some noble Yus even take a solid Yuan Dan before opening their meridians, allowing their Dao veins to become even more agile post-procedure. Not to mention Du Laohu's mere issue of blood energy depletion. Just don't know." He raised an eyebrow. "If certain individuals would be willing to buy it." Du Yehu paused for a moment before gruffly responding, "I don't have any money." "You could borrow from me," Zhao Ruqing replied with a smile. "The industry rules state that you take 13 and return 9. High-interest loans are fine." "Brother who loves high-interest loans," Du Yehu said with a seemingly simple smile. Enough, enough. Jiang Wang felt a headache coming on. In the entire Fenglin city, who didn't know that Du Yehu was notorious for borrowing without repayment? As Du Yehu would say, after all, those in the money-lending business were not exactly virtuous. Every little bit they could swindle would serve their purpose. If it weren't for his background in the Dao Academy, he would have been tossed into the city moat long ago. Little 5. Who is this person? How much silver are they asking for? Jiang Wang had secretly resolved that no matter the price, he would find a way to gather the funds. The person who acquired the solid yuan Dan happens to be named Zhao. Isn't that a coincidence? Zhao Ruqing feigned a sigh. Even more coincidentally, he is one of my household members. How fortuitous. Jiang Wang took a deep breath, reminding himself that little 5 was severely injured and could easily be killed. He managed to suppress his urge to strike. This fellow had twisted and turned for so long, only to say that his family possessed a solid yuan Dan capable of compensating for Du Yehu's losses. Just this one statement had piqued the interest of several brothers for quite a while. Even the broad-minded Ling He felt a pang of annoyance. However, with this assurance, everyone felt considerably more at ease. Just as they were speaking, they arrived back at the central palace. Li Jianxiu and Zhao Lang were already waiting there, discussing something with Wang Changxiang. Several other brothers were present, their conditions not looking too good. Wei Yin had gone to support the palace position, which was the only one not yet breached. Junior brother Jiang, your performance has been commendable. Li Jianxiu greeted him casually. Wang Changxiang also nodded in acknowledgement. I feel ashamed. It was all thanks to brother Yehu and Ruqing's burst of strength, Jiang Wang replied with a wry smile. In front of several key players, he was quick to defer credit. The most important task at this stage was to ensure their successful meridian opening. The reason he did not mention Ling He was due to the more convincing states of Du Yehu and Zhao Ruqing. Ling He bore no grudge. The seasoned warriors, like Li Jianxiu and others, could tell at a glance the state Du Yehu was in and were secretly astonished by his formidable blood energy. When Wei Yin returns, we will head straight into the central palace, Wang Changxiang stated. This time, everyone has bravely fought against evil, and your performances are commendable. Fenglin City will not forget your contributions, and neither will the Dao Academy. Indeed, just then, Wei Yin emerged from the thick fog, followed by 3 disciples from the Dao Academy, while 2 others were absent, presumably having met unfortunate fates. The fierce battles had not ceased at the Sun Palace. Aside from Wei Yin and Li Jianxiu, who had almost entirely resolved the vengeful spirits at the town position unscathed, the other squads had suffered casualties. With 11 dead and a near 50% casualty rate, nearly everyone who remained had injuries. Even Zhao Lang had nearly suffered a grievous wound, a gaping scar adorning his abdomen. Had it not been for Wang Changxiang's timely command at the central palace, this squad's mission might not have succeeded. Wei Yin spoke solemnly. If we can return from this battle, I will be the first to commend everyone. The peril of this conflict had exceeded my expectations. However, with the current emptiness of Fenglin City's fighting force, only you all are capable of engaging in battle. At this, he even bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. On behalf of the souls unjustly lost in Xiaolan Town and the citizens of Fenglin City, I thank you all for your bloodshed. General Wei, you speak too highly, Li Jianxiu replied. Everyone turned aside, unwilling to receive such honor. What are you talking about, Wei? You are a part of Fenglin City. Are we not also from here? Du Yehu retorted with dissatisfaction. Enough with the empty flattery. Time is of the essence. In such a weakened state, this fellow still could not mask his valor. Wei Yin regarded him with a deep gaze, then turned with his blade. What this junior brother says is true. Everyone, charge with me. Let us see which demon is poisoning our kin here. With the 8 palaces breached, the fog wall of the central palace lost its foundation, silently collapsing and no longer obstructing their path. Yet, the thick mist remained, continually obscuring their vision. Wei Yin led the charge, with Li Jianxiu and Wang Changxiang flanking him, while Zhao Lang, despite his injuries, retained his combat capability and took up the rear. The group advanced with heightened vigilance towards the central palace. At this juncture, the dangers of Xiaolan Town needed no elaboration. Having endured the perils of slaying vengeful spirits at the other 8 palace positions, everyone held a vivid imagination of the malevolence awaiting them at the central palace. Those demons wreaking havoc in Xiaolan Town, if they had ulterior motives, would undoubtedly be positioned at its very heart. This group represented the hopes of the younger generation of Fenglin City, if they were to perish here. It could be said that the Dao Academy of Fenglin City would face a dire future. However, not a single person voiced intentions of retreat. The path ahead was indeed fraught with danger, yet this was their homeland. They were born here, raised here, educated here, and willingly chose to die here. Aside from Zhao Ruqing and Du Yehu, 3 other disciples of the Dao Academy had also lost their combat capabilities. Given the treacherous nature of Xiaolin Town, it was certainly not feasible to leave them behind. Thus, Ling He continued to carry Zhao Ruqing as they moved forward, with Huang Azan, an old drinking companion of Du Yehu, protecting him alongside. In stark contrast to the nearly exhausted Du Yehu, Huang Azan appeared invigorated. In the previous battle, he had been among the few unscathed, indicating he still possessed considerable strength and was not merely a showpiece. As the team progressed, Huang Azan suddenly halted. He took a deep breath. I smell something fragrant. The entire group came to a stop. He continued, it's the scent of a woman's perfume. No, it's her natural fragrance. Everyone turned their heads. He added, it's a beauty. Du Yehu, irritated, replied, is that your nose or a dog's? Ah, a beautiful female ghost. Zhao Ruqing exclaimed, suddenly animated. I knew there was something. Du Laohu, you owe me an encounter. No one paid attention to these 2 clowns, for they had arrived at the very center of Xiaolin Town, where a massive, swirling vortex pulsated ominously. Apart from this, the central palace was devoid of anything else. The red-clad woman, the white-haired elder, and the black-robed cultivator seemed as if they had never existed at all. Not only do they not exist, but there is also no one, no livestock. Not even a single brick or tile, save for the endless, dense fog, and this peculiar, solitary whirlpool. Where have the official buildings vanished? What on earth is this whirlpool? No one can provide an answer to this question. Only Wang Changxiang stares wide-eyed, filled with inexplicable dread. Brother Wang, do you recognize it? Wei Yin inquires, holding his sword at the ready, his voice low and grave. Yet, an answer soon materializes. From the depths of the whirlpool's profound darkness, a shadowy entity slowly emerges. To describe seeing blackness within darkness is indeed an awkward expression, yet it is precisely the truth of the matter. This dark figure, seemingly the very core of the darkness, allows all present to discern its form. As it gradually rises within the whirlpool, its full silhouette is unveiled to every onlooker. It is a stone archway, unremarkable in its design, merely a 3-bay, 4-column, 7-story structure. If one were to disregard its obsidian hue and the ominous context of its appearance, it would bear no distinction from the archways commonly encountered in daily life. However, the plaque at its center conveys an extraordinary message. Inscribed upon it are 3 characters, an unfamiliar script to all present, yet each person comprehends its meaning at first glance. Ghost, Gate, Barrier. Chapter 29. The Ghost Gate hidden in the netherworld deep within the abyss. Where the boundary between life and death is obscured, the Ghost Gate has inexplicably manifested in the mortal realm. This revelation offers a plausible explanation for the persistent, dense fog that has lingered. This fog is not a mere product of human interference, but rather a natural accumulation of the laws of heaven and earth. The realms of the netherworld and the azure sky do not intersect. Thus, the appearance of the Ghost Gate in the mortal world necessitates a shroud. The multitude of wandering souls congregating here far surpasses the number of the living that ever resided in Xiaolin Town, providing a reason for their sudden emergence. The souls gravitate towards the Ghost Gate with an instinct that transcends consciousness. It is likely that the entirety of the wandering spirits in the Fenglin City domain has gathered here. Moreover, as long as the Ghost Gate persists, the assembly of souls will only grow more numerous and powerful. Yet, how could the Ghost Gate materialize here? Wei Yin, without hesitation, grasped the significance of the 3 words and produced a vibrant red incense stick from his bosom, presenting it before Zhao Lang with urgency. He was, of course, equipped with flint and was well-versed in fire-related incantations, yet he could not match Zhao Lang's swiftness. Having partnered for many years, their tacit understanding was undeniable. At the moment the red incense was handed over, Zhao Lang deftly rubbed his fingers together, igniting a flame that swiftly consumed the stick in an instant. Only then did he grimace slightly and remark, "You possess but this solitary red incense." In the military of the Zhuang Kingdom, incense comes in 3 colors, black, red, and yellow, each reserved for individuals of significant rank, rendering them rare strategic resources. The ignition of black incense signifies a national crisis, and few are deemed worthy of such a solemn act. The burning of yellow incense indicates the igniter is trapped in a dire situation. The red incense, situated between the 2, represents the peril of losing a city. Once ignited, the entire Fenglin City will tremble, inevitably attracting the attention of Wei Kuji. Currently, The city S-Guard and the law enforcement department are restrained, and with Wei Qiuji stationed at the Lord's residence, any action on his part could have far-reaching consequences. Does Xiaolin Town, devoid of any foes aside from wandering souls, warrant such a personal visit from Wei Qiuji? Or, if Wei Yin misjudges the situation and Wei Qiuji's involvement precipitates troubles for Foulin City, can he bear the weight of that responsibility? Yet, such concerns dissipated in the face of those 3 words. For, it is the Ghost Gate, a manifestation of countless legends, a faint echo of a mythic epic. Indeed, as the red incense flickered to life before him, the formidable city lord, Wei Qiuji, rose without hesitation. He ascended into the sky, enveloped in a whirlwind. Racing towards Xiaolin Town. Almost simultaneously, Dong A, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. At all times, Foulin City must be defended by a figure of such caliber. Since Wei Qiuji had departed, he could not leave his well. Without moving, his authoritative voice resonated beyond the room, commanding every disciple within earshot to cease their tasks and return to Foulin City at once. Undoubtedly, the Dao Academy nurtures the hopes of the Zhuang Kingdom, having undergone a prolonged process of development. Yet, in times of national peril, every individual must rise to the occasion. Concurrently, the current vice president of the Dao Academy, Song Qifang, sat cross-legged before an alchemical furnace, gently fanning the flames. With a low sigh, he acknowledged the gravity of the situation. In Xiaolin Town, after igniting the red incense, Wei Yin did not pause. Instead, he immediately swung his blade in a horizontal arc, the sharp glimmer of the blade slicing through the air before dissipating against the archway. Indeed, it vanished silently, without a ripple. Subsequent attacks, whether flames or gales, met the same fate, sinking without a trace. Ling He even cast his sword into the fray, only for it to vanish without a remnant. It was as if it had never existed. Not only did it cease to exist, but all things that made contact with it also faded from reality. Jiang An'an hesitated before the Ghost Gate for an extended period. While he held unwavering confidence in his youthful prowess, witnessing Ling He's sword vanish prompted him to regretfully withdraw. This vortex must be a conduit to the netherworld, utilizing the countless souls of the wrongfully deceased here. Our attacks are all directed into the netherworld, not the mortal realm. Wang Changxiang furrowed his brow, analyzing. What stands before us appears to be a reflection of the Ghost Gate. And even that reflection has yet to coalesce. Yet to coalesce? Jiang Wang recalled the characters inscribed on the plaque, having seen them in the void illusion realm. He understood they were Taoist scriptures, articulating the laws of heaven and earth. He had been pondering the significance of the Ghost Gate's appearance in Xiaolin Town, only to be jolted into realization by Wang Changxiang's analysis. When would the true reflection of the Ghost Gate coalesce, and in what manner? Ultimately, what would it bring to this place? Answers soon emerged. It was the countless wandering souls that permeated Xiaolin Town, an endless tide of spirits surging forth. Converging at the center, the group could no longer afford to consider anything else. They resorted to their previous tactic, retreating a distance to inscribe a protective circle with their fire-based incantations, encircling themselves in defense. Should anyone be able to pierce the fog and gaze down from above, they would witness innumerable souls rushing towards them, drawn by an unseen force, a vast river of souls flowing like countless streams merging into the sea. The disciples from the Foulin City Dao Academy, alongside Wei Yin and Zhao Lang, stood as bitter rocks, battered by the relentless current. They were immobile, unable to resist, oblivious to the end that awaited them. The entire Foulin City domain's wandering souls had been summoned. Perhaps they would perish here, Wang Changxiang thought with a bitter smile. These souls were not particularly formidable. They had previously navigated the array with ease. Yet, this was contingent upon their wandering without awareness, instinctively attacking only when a living being approached. Now, as these souls converged, they found themselves obstructed in their path. There were too many, seemingly endless. At least in Wang Changxiang's strained view, he could not discern the end of the souls. Unbeknownst to them, if previously only the souls of Xiaolin Town's deceased had gathered, now the wandering spirits from the entire Foulin City domain were converging here at a speed far exceeding their natural capabilities. The myriad of souls slicing through the air formed a web of spiritual sight, a spectacle that would move countless powerful beings. No, Wei Yan's voice was cold. His heart equally so. The city lord would arrive shortly. No one knew how reluctant he was to ignite that red incense, to reveal his weakness and plea for help. Yet he could not. In the face of the legendary Ghost Gate, he could not gamble the safety of all of Foulin City for the sake of his pride. Jiang Wang too watched as the souls, bypassing the rocky outcrops, howled towards the ghost gate, only to be absorbed in an instant. His emotions were complex, beyond articulation. These souls likely possessed no consciousness. Thus, they struggled not, nor did they wail, appearing devoid of regret or pain. Yet they had once been living beings, each a soul that deserved rest. Among them, perhaps someone had once brushed past him, or perhaps a familiar face, a neighbor, a grandparent, or even his father. He widened his eyes, searching through the throng of souls for his father, who had succumbed to illness. The man who, though not tall, had always upheld his sky. The souls flickered past him in a blinding flash, swirling around from every direction. He focused on the direction from which they came, his eyes reddening with intensity as he struggled to take it all in. Having lived in solitude for so long, he did not wish to display vulnerability. Later, as he lived with An'an, he felt the weight of being a strong brother. He rarely spoke of it, yet truly, he longed for him. Jiang Wang yearned to catch a glimpse of him once more, but was equally terrified of doing so. The fear of helplessness before the gates of the underworld haunted him. Suddenly, it seemed as if a critical juncture had been reached. The vast river of wandering souls momentarily emptied under some force. The ethereal shadow of the gates of the underworld above the whirlpool became strikingly clear and tangible. In the next instant, Wei Qiuji, the lord of Maple Forest City, descended like a whirlwind from the heavens. Yet, at the same moment, the shadow of the gates flickered and vanished. Faintly, Jiang Wang sensed a gentle breeze brush against his cheek, but as he blinked, everything before him had transformed. The massive whirlpool had disappeared, and the mist gathering over Xiaolin town instantly dissipated. Everything faded away, leaving neither the spectral realm nor the azure sky in sight. Chapter 30. Waste. Uselessness. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Wei Qiuji's countenance darkened to the point of being almost drenched in despair. Just beneath his very eyes, an unknown adversary had sacrificed the souls of the innocent inhabitants of Xiaolin town, drawing upon the restless spirits that had long deserved peace within the realm of Fenglin City, successfully manifesting the spectral form of the Ghost Gate. Ultimately, this foe had nonchalantly made their escape right before him. Here was Wei Qiuji, a formidable fifth-grade master. Having exerted all his efforts to arrive, yet he had come away with nothing but humiliation. As the city lord, he bore the weight of responsibility. As a powerful figure, he felt the sting of defeat. Such disgrace was something he had never endured. Thus, he lashed out in fury, sending Wei Yin sprawling several meters with a single slap. Among the gathered crowd, not a soul dared to utter a word, despite the palpable resentment brewing within each of them. Even Wei Yin himself merely picked himself up silently, not a sound escaping his lips. He possessed ample justification for his actions and sufficient grounds for indignation. Before the shrouded mist, he had charged forth bravely, leading the charge against the Nine Palace formation. Upon encountering the Ghost Gate, he had willingly burned the only red token on his person, risking everything. From any perspective, he had performed admirably, beyond reproach. Yet, success or failure mattered not. The army was indifferent to such nuances. Wei Qiuji had granted him the authority to assemble personnel from the Dao Academy to investigate Xiaolin town, but had failed to avert the catastrophe. This was negligence. Wei Qiuji could have justifiably executed him on the spot, yet what purpose would that serve? With a stormy presence, Wei Qiuji departed in a huff. The younger members of the group staggered away, some bearing the wounded, others supporting one another, while a few were left carrying the dead. Thus, they dispersed. These young disciples of the Dao Academy had just emerged from a grueling battle, one that was both arduous and ultimately futile. Throughout the ordeal, they had remained oblivious to the identity of their opponent, who had effortlessly achieved their objective and vanished. They were deemed waste. Damn it all. The indignation was unbearable. Du Yehu lay sprawled across his dormitory bed like a toppled tower. He bore no serious injuries. The foundational depletion had been remedied with the arrival of solidifying elixirs from Zhao Ruqing, requiring only a period of recuperation. Indeed, solidifying elixirs were rare treasures, yet not unwelcome. It was merely fortuitous that Du Yehu needed them and Zhao Ruqing had them to offer. They were individuals capable of entrusting each other's lives, let alone lesser matters. However, the battle at Xiaolin town was, to speak frankly, a blow to every disciple present. For anyone aspiring to transcend the mundane and yearning for strength, helplessness was perhaps the most wretched of fates. Perhaps Zhao Ruqing was the sole exception. He had already retired to the Three Fragrance Pavilion to recuperate, reportedly intending to capture the heart of a lady with the valor of one who had narrowly escaped death. Diahu was not one to lounge idly. Yet for the moment, he could do little else but lie there. He sought to drink, but none would indulge him, leading to an uncommon sense of melancholy. Ling He remained silent, his eyes closed in meditation. As for Jiang Wang, at this moment, he was enjoying a meal alongside Jiang An'an. At Kai's lamb shop, a century-old establishment, they savored 2 bowls of fragrant lamb soup and 10 jin of neatly sliced lamb. Jiang An'an clutched a bun in her left hand and wielded chopsticks in her right, the chopsticks grasping the lamb. The term grasping was apt, for her technique was indeed unique. Perhaps due to a lack of correction in her past, her fingers enveloped the chopsticks entirely. Having lived with Jiang Wang for some time, she had shed much of her initial shyness. She nibbled on the lamb, occasionally leaning forward to savor a delightful sip of soup, her cheeks adorned with 2 shallow dimples. Radiating satisfaction, Kai's lamb shop was not inexpensive. Had it been Jiang Wang alone, he might have hesitated to dine there. In the Xiaolantown mission, although Wei Yin had faced defeat, he had still managed to secure a reward of 20 merit points for each of them, alongside some monetary compensation. Yet for practitioners, such rewards were of little consequence. For Jiang An'an, the opportunity to relish delicious food was of great importance. Do you like it? Jiang Wang inquired with a cheerful smile. Yes. Jiang An'an nodded vigorously. From now on, we shall come here every month. Jiang Wang mused silently about his savings. No. We could come every 10 days, shall we? Jiang An'an continued to nod in agreement. Engaging in light conversation with her brother, mostly conveyed through nods or shakes of the head, her small hands remained busy, dipping morsels of lamb into sauce before devouring them whole. An'an, how have your studies been lately? It seemed that when adults conversed with children, the topic inevitably drifted to this point. Jiang Wang, feeling himself to be an adult, spoke with ease, despite being merely 17. Jiang An'an paused mid-bite, her cheeks stuffed full, and with great effort managed to respond, "There, okay." Jiang Wang nodded in satisfaction. As he gazed at his sister, a profound sense of tranquil happiness coursed through him. The hardships of battle, the sorrow of witnessing the injuries and losses of his peers, and the helplessness of failing to prevent the calamity, all seemed to fade away. Some matters were indeed disheartening. Yet in this moment, life was so blissful, it made one yearn to hold on to it forever. As Wang Changxiang traversed the Wang clan's territory, he greeted the clan members with a tranquil demeanor, as composed and serene as ever. Even the most fastidious of relatives could not utter a word against him. The 3 great clans of Fenglin City, Zhang, Fang, and Wang, held equal standing in various aspects, making it difficult to discern a clear hierarchy. However, with Zhang Linchuan perched at 3rd on the merit list, the Zhang clan subtly eclipsed the others. Wang Changxiang ranked 7th, not falling far behind. Only the Fang clan faced challenges. Their previous genius had perished during a trial, and the current standout, Fang Pengju, had been slain, leaving only Fang Heling, who barely managed to enter the inner circle by purchasing an opening pulse elixir with a hefty sum. In the eyes of discerning individuals, the Fang clan had already been outpaced by the other 2. Yet these matters were of little concern to Wang Changxiang, who preferred to remain aloof from worldly affairs. Though his wisdom allowed him to see through the fervent enthusiasm that cloaked underlying greed, he maintained an air of calm detachment. As he continued on his path, it grew increasingly obscure. He finally paused before a quaint, somewhat dilapidated courtyard, a secluded corner of the Wang clan's territory, where few resided, and the owner seemed akin to a solitary bird apart from the flock. Wang Changxiang pushed the wooden door, which creaked loudly, disturbing the tranquility within. Contrary to the weathered exterior, the courtyard was surprisingly neat and exquisite. To the left, a trellis of grapevines arched high, supporting a well-worn lounge chair that lay unoccupied, save for a portly orange cat that lounged there. The feline stirred slightly, merely half opening its sleepy eyes to glance with disinterest at the intruder. "Little Orange," Wang Changxiang greeted with a smile. The chubby cat turned its head, then promptly closed its eyes again, dismissing him entirely. Unfazed, Wang Changxiang continued his stroll, noticing a large water vat to his right, adorned with floating lotus leaves. Occasionally, bubbles broke the surface, suggesting the presence of fish within. At that moment, his steps faltered, for he caught a whiff of delicious food. Almost simultaneously, the lazy orange cat sprang up, turning its head in a fluid motion. Before the main entrance, beneath the eaves, a low table awaited, and at that moment, a young man emerged from behind the door, his hands carrying a platter from which the enticing aroma emanated. His features could not be described as handsome, nor could they be deemed unattractive. Rather, He bore an inexplicable air of remoteness, perhaps due to his overly mundane eyes. The aloof young man squatted down to arrange the dishes on the low table, 2 bowls of snow-white, fluffy rice, 2 plates of glistening greens, and 2 servings of tender, stewed pig trotters. The man settled onto the threshold, extracting a pair of chopsticks, and rapped the table lightly with their ends, declaring, "Dinner." Wang Changxiang remained motionless, for he understood that the summons was not directed at him, despite his fervent desire to approach and partake in the meal. In a swift motion, a ginger cat, defying its size, darted to the low table, first lowering its head to sniff at a dish of pig's trotters. Seemingly satisfied before resting its front paws upon the table and commencing its feast, Wang Changxiang opened his mouth to speak, "Brother." Perhaps only a select few remembered that the proud Wang family, represented by Wang Changxiang, had a biological elder brother. In truth, he was the legitimate firstborn of the Wang lineage, the most rational successor to the clan leadership according to the principles of primogeniture. Yet, he was paradoxically a wastrel who had squandered a precious opening elixir without manifesting a spiritual path, bringing shame upon the Wang family and relegating them beneath the standing of the other 2 clans. The disgrace of the Wang family, Wang Changji. Chapter 31. Content with the ordinary among the 2 brothers of noble birth. One is a prodigy of the Dao Academy, while the other lives in the shadows of the family. The chasm between their fates could drive one to madness, yet Wang Changji displays no signs of resentment. Throughout, he maintains an air of tranquility as he dines, as if the act of eating were the most paramount affair in the world. His pace is measured, and he savors each bite. He cleans his plate of pig trotters and vegetables, swallowing the last morsel of rice before turning to his younger brother with a gentle voice. "Changxiang, what troubles you?" "It's nothing significant, just finished a task and thought to have a chat with you, brother," Wang Changxiang replies. "Be sure to eat your vegetables. Consuming only meat is not advisable." Wang Changji gently encourages, stroking the orange cat that is gnawing on a pig trotter, then shifts his attention back to Wang Changxiang. "Speak freely. You seem burdened. We went to investigate the disappearances in Xiaolan town, only to find it shrouded in thick fog, impenetrable even by the fiercest winds. The entire town seems haunted, ensnared within a 9 palaces spirit formation, Little Orange." Wang Changxiang suddenly exclaims in frustration. It turns out the plump orange cat, irritated by Wang Changji's constant teasing with vegetables, retaliates by scratching his hand, leaving 3 crimson lines. "Such ferocity," Wang Changji sighs, relinquishing his efforts to coax the cat into eating greens. He gently covers the scratches on his hand with his left, then addresses Wang Changxiang again. "When you speak of these spells and formations, I find myself lost." Wang Changxiang lowers his head, his voice subdued, yet he feels compelled to share with his brother. Wang Changji rubs his forehead, urging him, "Please continue." "Do you know, brother? Someone has harnessed the lives of the townsfolk to gather the spirits of years past from Fenglin City and before Lord Wei's arrival. They condensed the phantom of the Ghost Gate to escape. At this moment, Wang Changxiang resembles a child seeking praise. The Ghost Gate phantom? Is it formidable?" Wang Changji inquires. "Such a tremendous sacrifice undoubtedly yields extraordinary results. With the Ghost Gate phantom, one can communicate with the underworld at will. The potency of underworld spells can be enhanced by at least 50%. Techniques designed to exorcise spirits can transcend their usual ranks." Wang Changxiang's brow furrows as he contemplates. "I dread to think of the calamity that the sorcerer behind this may unleash." "Fear not. The Criminal Investigation Department will handle this matter. If Wei Qiji is incapable, the county magistrate will intervene, and if the city's Dao Academy cannot manage, the county academy stands ready, supported by the National Academy behind it. Do not worry yourself," Wang Changji reassures. At this point, Little Orange has finished the pig trotter, dismissing the untouched plate of vegetables entirely, licking its paws before strutting away. Wang Changji stands to clear the table. "I shall not keep you," he says as he heads inside. Wang Changxiang quietly observes his brother's retreating figure before turning to leave. As he passes by the armchair where Little Orange lies, he suddenly flicks his finger. A nearly imperceptible wind blade slices through the air. Little Orange leaps up, bewildered and scanning its surroundings. Half of its whiskers whisked away by the breeze. "Dare to scratch my brother again, Humph." A smile graces Wang Changxiang's lips as he departs. He recalls how, in their youth, his brother was filled with admiration for Taoist arts, enchanted by that extraordinary world. Yet now, whenever the subject arises, that fervor has seemingly dissipated. It appears he has reconciled himself with this mundane existence. Wang Changxiang's steps are, ultimately unable to regain their lightness. Today, the instructor spoke of the mid-grade Taoist technique, the flame blade, a progression from the lower-grade technique of flame affliction and one of the foundational arts of fire Dao. It involves condensing flames into a blade, using searing fire energy to inflict harm upon opponents, proving quite effective against malevolent spirits. By this stage, Taoist techniques have outstripped the capabilities of ordinary iron weaponry. Jiang Wang has already memorized the seals and precautions for this technique, but he suddenly recalls Wei Yan's long knife, a weapon of unparalleled sharpness, far beyond the ordinary. He also thinks of Li Jianxiu's sword, always hanging at his side, and wonders at its exceptional quality. Feeling a pang of envy, he reflects on how his own sword, having been battered by a vengeful spirit, is now a mere ordinary iron sword, which he could only afford to replace with a similar one. He ponders the might of the weapons wielded by those martial artists who have transcended into the Tao. Lost in thought, he fails to notice the atmosphere in the classroom until Ling He nudges him discreetly, prompting him to regain focus. The lecturer is an elderly man nearing 60, stern and somewhat inflexible, surnamed Xiao. The students privately refer to him as Xiao Iron Face. At this moment, Xiao Iron Face has just completed his demonstration of the technique and randomly selects a few students to practice. When Fang Pengju is called, he stumbles through the execution of the technique, albeit unsteadily producing the flame blade. Even Xiao Iron Face seems somewhat pleased, yet unexpectedly, he remarks, "Brother Jiang Wang is still in the process of opening his meridians. Why not give this technique a try? If you encounter any difficulties, you can consult our esteemed teacher." Thus, Xiao Iron Face's gaze falls upon the distracted Jiang Wang. This is unfortunate, Jiang Wang thinks. Rising from his mat, he earnestly admits, "I have yet to establish my foundation." Fang Pengju, who entered the inner door at the same time, has already begun executing Taoist techniques, while Jiang Wang has not yet succeeded in laying his foundation. The other students regard him with peculiar expressions. Is it true that one does not need to listen if they have not established their foundation? Xiao Iron Face glares annoyed. He has little patience for students who are insincere in their studies. Those who tread the path of the extraordinary yet treat it merely as a means to flaunt before the mundane. "I acknowledge my mistake," Jiang Wang replies candidly. Lowering his head, Xiao Iron Face coldly instructs, "Return and transcribe the Zi Su Jing 100 times. Until you complete this task, you need not attend my lectures." "Yes," Jiang Wang responds, his heart sinking. The full text of the Zi Su Jing, known as the supreme classic of the profound purity, is a fundamental scripture of the Yujing mountain lineage. And every Taoist from this lineage would be well versed in it. There is no genuine need for transcription. Xiao Iron Face's command serves solely as punishment. Most daunting of all, the scripture comprises nearly 30,000 characters. How long will this take? Yet he knows he must comply, for given Xiao Iron Face's temperament, he might resort to violence otherwise. In the following classes, Jiang Wang strives to maintain his focus, not daring to slacken his efforts. And he endures until Xiao Iron Face departs with his hands clasped behind his back. Fang Pengju then swaggeringly approaches. "Ah, Jiang Shidi, I truly apologize. I had no idea you had yet to establish your foundation. Time passes swiftly in cultivation. Progress is measured by capability," he says, naturally addressing Jiang Wang as a junior. His tone laced with feigned sympathy. "After opening my meridians, it took me 53 days to establish my foundation, and I felt that was far too long. How embarrassing. Considering your past prowess, I thought you would have established your foundation by now. Alas, what a predicament." The foundational formation diagram employed by the Zhuangguo Dao Academy consists of 81 notes. Given the daily practice of channeling energy, yielding a total of 2 energy units, establishing a foundation in 53 days cannot be deemed slow. There are numerous factors that could have caused delays in progress due to errors in node transitions. Currently, the fastest recorded establishment of a foundation in the entire city academy belongs to Zhu Weima, who accomplished this feat in 9 days, surpassing all previous records. Judging by such an astonishing speed, his Dao pulse must surely be of a higher caliber than Jiang Wang's humble earthworm spirit. However, the specifics of his spirit level remain a personal secret, impossible to ascertain. In general, for disciples of the Fenglin City Dao Academy, a time frame of 60 to 90 days is considered normal. Thus, it is no wonder Fang Pengju feels self-satisfied. He does not mask the provocation in his gaze. Eager to witness the proud Jiang Wang's indignation, he had even envisioned in his mind how to brilliantly resolve the impending battle with Taoist techniques against this mere bumpkin who relied solely on swordsmanship. Yet, Jiang Wang merely smiled and turned away, utterly devoid of anger and exuding an air of indifference. Chapter 32. Encountering the Starry River. As with every preceding day, Jiang Wang successfully completed his pulse training and activated the nascent Dao essence within the Tongtian Palace, inching ever closer to laying his foundation. Upon concluding his training, he did not rest. Instead, he sat at his desk, illuminated by an oil lamp, and began transcribing the Zishu Gaomiao Taishang Jing, residing solely with his sister. They occupied the main room, while the southern chamber had been repurposed as a study. His senior brothers had long cautioned him about Xiao Tianmian's unapproachable demeanor, prompting Jiang Wang to adopt a meticulous and earnest attitude toward his transcription. The significance of mastering Daoist techniques cannot be overstated. Each missed lesson represents a tremendous loss. Thus, he endeavored to write both swiftly and accurately. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. "Brother, what are you doing?" Jiang An'an had entered the study, her curious, sparkling eyes wide with intrigue. "Practicing calligraphy," Jiang Wang replied. "Why the sudden urge to practice calligraphy?" she asked. Jiang Wang, with a serious demeanor, responded, "As the saying goes, the character reflects the person. By observing one's handwriting, one can discern sincerity from deceit. Have the teachers not imparted such wisdom? Practicing calligraphy is of utmost importance. And you should remember to practice diligently as well." "But how long must I practice?" "Quite a while," he answered. "You should sleep now." "Oh, is something bothering you?" "And no." As she turned to exit the study, Jiang An'an sighed dramatically. "That old man has punished me with so many characters. And now the study is occupied. Where am I to write?" It wasn't that the study couldn't accommodate both her and Jiang Wang, but rather, she wished to conceal her punishment from her brother. After a moment's contemplation, she fetched a small stool into her bedroom, laid out her paper and brush, and began transcribing on her own. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow, the universe, vast and primal, the sun and moon wax and wane, the stars aligned in their courses. She glanced back at the study, where the lamp still glowed, and continued her transcription. As the moon hung high in the sky, Jiang Wang rubbed his wrist, allowing the ink to dry before extinguishing the oil lamp and returning to his bedroom. Even with his stamina and speed, he had barely managed to write 100 times. But at this moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. For tonight marked the 15th day of the 9th month, the day of challenge in the Taishu illusory realm. Upon returning to his room, he found An'an already asleep. He tucked her in gently and lay back on his own bed. The silver moon mark on his palm began to glow, radiating warmth. Closing his eyes, his consciousness delved into the Taishu illusory realm. The inscription on the sundial had changed. The master of the Qingyu platform has confirmed the challenge. The contest begins in a moment. The master of the Qingyu platform had finally decided to issue a challenge. Upon reading this line, Jiang Wang felt a sense of urgency, yet also a relief as if a long-awaited boot had finally dropped. On the 15th of the last month, the master of the Qingyu platform had similarly opted to forfeit, evidently burdened by the shadows left by Zhuguanglia. However, this also indicated that this round's challenge, following multiple forfeits, was of paramount importance to his opponent. Jiang Wang refrained from unnecessary actions, clearing his mind and waiting silently for the time to arrive. When the sundial finally shifted, a circular jade platform rose beneath him, lifting him away from the Dongjin ruins and soaring into the resplendent starry river. The platform was unadorned, exuding an ancient aura. Its surface bore countless scars, cuts from blades, gashes from swords, burns, and char marks too numerous to count, all imbued with a formidable aura of slaughter. Jiang Wang understood that this was his sword-fighting arena. Since acquiring the Su Qi and entering the Taishu illusory realm, he had never utilized this platform. Firstly, he was acutely aware that, given his current strength, he would likely face annihilation rather than gain any valuable experience. Secondly, each activation of the platform required a consumption of 10 points of energy. Aside from the natural output from the Blessed Land, Jiang Wang could not derive any benefits from the sword-fighting platform, making him loath to expend resources, especially after experiencing the formidable power of the Ziki Donglai sword technique. He was now acutely aware of the preciousness of his energy. Before long, he spotted another identical sword-fighting platform soaring toward him through the depths of the starry river, upon which stood a figure clad in dark robes. The two platforms accelerated and collided in an instant. The two small platforms merged into one large arena. Jiang Wang and his opponent stood on opposite sides of the now expanded platform. This newly formed arena bore no differences from the previous one, save for its size. Measuring approximately 100 meters in circumference, Jiang Wang knew that this was the true battleground. Due to the unique rules of the Taishu illusory realm, Jiang Wang could not discern his opponent's appearance. However, he could hear their voice. Since my last crushing defeat at your hands, I have prepared for this battle for a full 6 months. The master of the Qingyu platform declared, I have finally mastered the remnants of the ancient gentleman S9 swords. Let us see how you fare. The ancient gentleman S9 swords? It sounded formidable. A disciple of the Confucian school? Jiang Wang mused as he secretly circulated his true essence, readying himself for the confrontation. The true essence expended within the Taishu illusory realm was not real, allowing him to fight with all his might without reservation. The Ziki Donglai sword technique was an extraordinary sword classic, capable of unleashing its true power only with ample true essence. Thus, he was poised to reveal his strongest state, one never before witnessed by others. The heavens move with vigor. A gentleman strives incessantly. He heard the master of the Qingyu platform softly recite. Then he beheld a sword, an unremarkable sword, devoid of any extraordinary features. It simply advanced, piercing mountains ahead, cleaving rivers before it. Before it lay the vast, boundless sky, and it thrust straight into the heavens. It was relentless, unwavering, and unyielding, shattering stones, felling trees, vanquishing demons, and exterminating evil. This sword targeted all that obstructed its path, regardless of what it was. Jiang Wang still gripped his sword, the Dao essence accumulated within the Tongtian palace bubbling and surging, the killing technique of the Ziki Donglai sword technique almost instinctual to him. Yet that sword had already pierced his heart. He had perished in battle. The master of the Qingyu platform gazed at the suddenly vacant sword-fighting arena, momentarily stunned. He held considerable confidence in the disbanded ancient gentleman S9 swords, yet he also recalled the formidable strength of his opponent. However, this battle had been a total rout. A sweeping victory. He had won. The master of the Qingyu platform, no. Now he was the master of the Dongzhen ruins. The new master of Blessed Land 23 stood dazed upon the sword-fighting platform, his heart swelling with emotion. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, having descended to the Qingyu platform, had already accepted the reality of his defeat. According to the rules governing the production of energy in the 36 blessed lands, each level increased by 100 points. This month, he could only harvest 750 points, a deficit of a full 100. The blessed land within the Taishu illusory realm was merely a nominal concept, unrelated to the true blessed lands of the mortal realm. Thus, from the Dongzhen ruins to the Qingyu platform, the environment had not shifted. It remained a dreamlike space suffused with celestial aura, even the sundial unchanged. The only alteration was in the production of energy. Jiang Wang contemplated and silently summoned the sword technique platform. His unspent 850 points from August, combined with the 750 points from September, totaled 600 points. He allocated all of these points to the Ziki Donglai sword technique, initiating the derivation. The impact of the ancient gentleman S9 swords had been monumental, a swordsmanship he could not hope to resist. He had not been granted the slightest opportunity. Thus he sought an even stronger sword classic, willing to expend all he possessed. The jade book upon the bamboo table underwent a slight transformation before abruptly halting. Then, a line of ink appeared on the jade book. The current sword technique has reached the limit of the first level of the derivation platform. Further derivation is impossible. Remaining energy, 590 points. Jiang Wang's eyelids twitched. This wretched derivation platform had deducted 10 points of energy without completing the derivation. It turned out that the derivation platform had inherent foundations and limits. It could not infinitely elevate techniques. Furthermore, the limits varied according to the level of the derivation platform. The Ziki Donglai sword technique was already at its peak, grounded in the fundamentals of secular martial arts. Unless the lecture platform is upgraded, progress will remain elusive. Jiang Wang finds himself devoid of more formidable techniques, and he harbors no desire to seek further torment on the sword discussion stage. After a moment of mental organization, he withdrew from the illusory realm. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that he has lost a substantial 110 points of merit this month. With this thought, Jiang Wang let out a deep sigh. "Brother, what are you doing?" came the concerned voice of Jiang An'an from the room. It was unclear whether she had awakened in the middle of the night or if she had never truly fallen asleep. Jiang Wang replied curtly, "I'm staying up late. I'll call you when it's ready." In the darkness, Jiang An'an's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. "Is it delicious?" Chapter 33. A clash of spirits. The pursuit of cultivation is not merely about solitary and relentless practice. Rather, worldly experiences, and various battles hold equal significance. This is one of the reasons why Emperor Zhuang established the merit list, motivating cultivators to complete various tasks. It is not that the court is incapable of handling these matters. Rather, such experiences enhance the efficacy of cultivation. This is not unique to the state of Zhuang. Across the world, various nations and sects have similar systems in place. Take, for instance, the battle at Stalin Town. After vanquishing the vengeful spirits, Jiang Wang's Tongtian Palace produced over 10 new Dao Yuan. This was not merely a product of meridian opening through cultivation, but rather a natural emergence following intense combat. Nurtured in the aftermath, Dao Yuan represents the perfect amalgamation of intent and strength, a genuine reflection of the essence of all things in response to the primal forces of heaven and earth, and serves as the foundation for all power. The essence of the extraordinary. This is precisely why Zhao Ruqing treated everyone to a night of revelry. Cultivators must enrich their life experiences. Ling He, being of a principled nature, was unwilling to indulge in such debauchery. Thus he took charge of escorting Jiang An'an home from school and then to amusements. Du Yehu, eager for the festivities, found himself in a somewhat reluctant agreement with Jiang Wang, initially feigning refusal under the pretense of caring for young An'an. He soon found joy as Zhao Ruqing swiftly arranged for Ling He. Another figure, Huang Azan, was drinking with Du Yehu at the time, and upon hearing of this fortuitous event, he nearly clung to Du Yehu's leg, being dragged along. Fortunately, Zhao, the young master, was affluent and unconcerned about a few additional companions. At the finest brothel in Fenglan City, the Sanfan Xiangxiang Lu, the most opulent private rooms and the most exquisite courtesans awaited. Since moving out to reside with An'an, the time spent together outside of lessons at the Dao Academy had grown scarce. After several rounds of drinks, Jiang Wang politely asked the courtesans to take their leave. "Wait. Don't go. Sister, dear sister, I'll go home with you," lamented Huang Azan, his face flushed and tears streaming down. He had just insisted on drinking with each courtesan for no less than 7 or 8 rounds and was quite tipsy. He seemed intent on bidding a heartfelt farewell, wishing to entrust his youthful innocence in that moment. Yet, the courtesans giggled and declined, filing out cheerfully. As cultivators, they were unlikely to truly indulge in reckless abandon. For cultivators, it is essential to maintain one's young body before opening the gates of heaven and earth. Thus, Jiang Wang remained ever alert. In truth, Du Yehu merely wished to drink, where and with whom mattered little to him. Only Huang Azan seemed reluctant to part ways, casting a pleading glance at Zhao Ruqing, believing they were kindred spirits. However, Zhao Ruqing merely shook his head, disappointed that the courtesan he had specifically invited had not arrived, finding the others rather mundane. Ordinary. How so? Huang Azan nearly leaped to his feet, exclaiming about the size of the cup, the roundness of the garments, and the whiteness of the hairpin. Ultimately, he surrendered. Weeping in despair, where is the ordinariness in this? Jiang Wang. Zhao Ruqing. Du Yehu slapped him on the head. You've drunk too much. Just sleep it off. In dreams, anything is possible. Ignoring Huang Azan, who had slumped over the table, snoring thunderously, Jiang Wang considered. During this time, I completed several tasks, earning 15 points of merit. Combined with the 25 points I previously accumulated, I now have 40 points. I do not need the merit for now. I will transfer it to you. Whoever has enough merit should exchange it for a pulse-opening pill. When he mentioned you, he referred to Zhao Ruqing and Du Yehu, as well as the absent Ling He. They were all brothers, and if any order needed to be established, it was best that the one with the most merit receive the first opportunity. Opening the meridians is a significant event, the first step toward the extraordinary. Thus, the sooner, the better. I do not want it, Zhao Ruqing replied lazily, reclining in his chair. He seemed indifferent to cultivation, relying solely on his innate talent. Neither do I, Du Yehu suddenly declared after downing a cup of wine. I'm leaving. Leaving? Where to? Jiang Wang inquired. Previously, Wei Yin asked me if I wanted to join the military. After contemplating for several days, I have decided to depart tomorrow. This revelation was unexpected, causing Zhao Ruqing to sit upright. Tiger brother, you must think this through. I have thought it through, Du Yehu grinned. Wei Yin believes I am better suited for the military path, and I concur. Though this statement held truth, Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing were aware that Du Yehu possessed an extraordinary physique and robust vitality, indeed a seed of the martial path. However, the state of Zhuang primarily focused on Dao cultivation, and there were few martial experts within its ranks. Even the nominal supreme commander of Zhuang, General Huangfu Duanming, was a cultivator of the Dao. The state of Zhuang lacked the fertile ground for practitioners of other sects, including martial practitioners. Even Wei Yin himself was a Dao cultivator. Should Du Yehu choose this path, it would imply a prolonged absence of structured cultivation, with only scattered martial training methods available. This is not to say that the martial path is lacking in strength. The reason Zhuang has maintained peace under the watchful eye of the Yang state for so long is largely due to the support of the Dao sect. The Zhuang court lacks the firmness to be as accommodating as the Qin or Chu courts. Thus, the state of Zhuang must prioritize Dao cultivation. Yet, Jiang Wang found himself at a loss for words to dissuade Du Yehu. He understood too well his character, a man ablaze with fervor, fierce and untamed, unwilling to concede or allow Jiang Wang to drift further away. However, the Dao texts left him feeling overwhelmed, for he was simply incompatible with them. His physique and vitality were undeniably exceptional. Had he been in the state of Mo or other places where martial cultivation thrived, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a remarkable talent. Who is Wei Yin recruiting you for? Jiang Wang asked. There are several vacancies in the Jiang Xuanjia. A few positions have been allocated to Fenglan City. Wei Yin deemed me suitable and recommended me. Perhaps Du Yehu's boldness and straightforwardness appealed to the military. Following the Xiaolantown mission, a friendship had formed between him and Wei Yin. As for the Jiang Xuanjia, it is regarded as the pride of Shuang, the mightiest military force in the state, with a reputation that surpasses even the Baiyu army, which guards the capital of Zhuang. In truth, the existence of the Jiang Xuanjia has led to Jiang City often being referred to as the fourth county of Zhuang. Officially, it falls under the jurisdiction of Daoshan County. However, it enjoys a high degree of autonomy. The Lord of Jiang City simultaneously leads the Jiang Xuanjia, a tradition that has persisted since the founding of the state, attesting to its uniqueness. Even if he joins the Jiang Xuanjia, merit is still required. With Du Yehu about to enlist, Jiang Wang had already resolved to transfer his merit to him. No need. Du Yehu shook his head again, not out of pretentiousness. He said bluntly, since I am taking the path of the martial practitioners, I do not intend to take the pulse-opening pill. He was determined to adhere to the most traditional and ancient methods of martial cultivation. The so-called martial tradition implies that practitioners do not rely on elixirs, but instead choose to open their meridians through sheer vigor and vitality. This path is deemed ancient because only a rare few succeed. The best outcome for failures often results in becoming incapacitated, with many perishing on the spot. It is crucial to note that practicing meridian opening twice daily to enhance vitality and condense Dao Yuan represents the limit for most practitioners. To gather immense vitality and directly break through to the Tongtian Palace, revealing the meridians, is fraught with peril. Yet, precisely due to this danger, it is revered by martial practitioners as the orthodox path, held in high esteem. Once successful, the rewards are substantial. Martial practitioners who succeed in opening their meridians through this method often achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Jiang Wang and Zhao Rucheng fell silent, sensing the resolve of this tiger. Then let the merit be transferred to the eldest brother. Mine shall go to him as well. Du Yehu nonchalantly severed his retreat, directly lifting the wine jug and downing half of it. Chapter 34. The Four Spirits Cultivation. Du Yehu, the son of a butcher, was robust from a young age due to the ample sustenance provided by his father's trade. He often chased and fought with 7 or 8 other children, earning the title of the Little Overlord of Du family town. Consequently, he was frequently subjected to brutal beatings by his father, Old Du, which only made him grow stronger. His name was given by Old Du in exchange for 2 pounds of pig offal from an old monk. In a nation where the Taoist teachings were the state religion, the Buddhist monks lived in dire conditions, and the old monk guarded the only dilapidated temple within 100 miles, surviving on meager meals. When the monk caught sight of the pig offal, his eyes sparkled as if he had seen a treasure, reminiscent of divine intervention. Du Yehu clung to the 2 pounds of offal, yearning for it. Although he was the son of a butcher and had tasted meat, the scraps were hardly enough to satisfy his appetite. He cried and pleaded for a name, declaring he would be content to be called Juicy or even pig offal. Old Du, feeling embarrassed, beat him until he was exhausted. Yet Du Yehu still clutched the offal. The old monk then proposed to share the offal with the stubborn boy, suggesting the name Yehu was fitting for his spirited nature. Thus, Du Yehu gained an official name while continuing to neglect his responsibilities. After meeting the monk, he followed him everywhere, learning various dubious practices such as fortune-telling, rain summoning, and exorcism. However, all he took away was the art of drinking. Fearing that his son might inadvertently become a monk, old Du occasionally visited the dilapidated temple with his butcher's knife. Fortunately, the old monk departed quietly, without a word of farewell. Subsequently, the temple was dismantled and transformed into a land deity shrine. Not long after, trouble befell old Du. It all began with a trivial incident. A constable felt shortchanged over the weight of meat he purchased and scolded old Du for being dishonest. Ordinarily, compensating with a little extra meat would suffice, but old Du, being obstinate, drove his knife into the chopping board, declaring that if anyone sought to take advantage of him, they could try weighing it anywhere else. The constable, feeling humiliated, impulsively stabbed old Du, resulting in his immediate death. Du's wife rushed to the magistrate's office to file a complaint. The case was straightforward, with ample witnesses and evidence. However, the constable's brother-in-law happened to be a minor official in Du family town. With a slight twist in the narrative, it became a tale of the butcher attacking first, with the constable merely defending himself, leading to a verdict of a 6-month salary deduction. Poor old Du, despite having slaughtered pigs all his life, lacked the courage to take a life. Unable to bear the grief, Du's wife succumbed to despair and died at the magistrate's office. On that fateful day, Du, having gone fishing with a group of children in the neighboring town, returned home to find it gone. He seized his father's butcher's knife and stormed into the magistrate's office in broad daylight, avenging his family by killing the constable and his brother-in-law before everyone present. He was merely 13 years old. This incident soon caught the attention of the city lord's residents, and after an investigation, the old city lord granted Du a pardon, even inviting him into the Daoist Academy. This is the tale of Du, a boy with an indomitable spirit. Once he made a decision, no one could sway him. His father and mother were equally stubborn. Have you already received the cultivation method? Jiang Wang inquired thoughtfully. Du produced a small booklet from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the table before Jiang Wang, saying, "Here, a version of the white tiger body refinement technique. Albeit incomplete, it is the standard military edition. Such techniques are not meant for dissemination." Yet Du had complete faith that Jiang Wang would not harm him. Jiang Wang picked up the military cultivation method, glanced through it briefly, then stood up, saying, "I need to step out for a moment. Please wait for me." He left Ruching and Du to converse and retreated to an unoccupied room, locking the door behind him. He then activated the virtual key to enter the void realm. Summoning the Daoist platform, he placed the incomplete text upon it and began to deduce its contents. The energy within the sundial diminished gradually until it reached a halt at 190. The deduction of this technique consumed a staggering 400 points of energy, nearly twice that of the purple chi sword technique, reaching the limits of the current Daoist platform. This was due in part to the fact that, despite being incomplete, this technique was a military cultivation method, a genuine extraordinary practice, inherently superior to the purple chi sword technique, thus possessing a far greater potential. Once the deduction was complete, Jiang Wang examined the newly formed technique and found it not only completed the remnants of the white tiger body refinement technique, but also expanded and evolved into 4 sections: Qilong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, culminating in the unification of the 4 spirits, a power far beyond the previous iteration. After exiting the void realm, Jiang Wang took the technique and made his way out of the room, only to be greeted by a striking young woman adorned in a red gown standing at the door. Her brows were like ink, her eyes glimmered with allure, and a fleeting glance from her held an intoxicating charm. With a hint of urgency, Jiang Wang brushed past her. It was not that he lacked appreciation for beauty. Rather, having just emerged from the void realm, he felt a disconcerting sense of vulnerability, rendering him incapable of enjoying even the most exquisite of sights. The consequences of drinking were indeed troublesome, he admonished himself. It was reckless to have entered the void realm in a place like the 3 Fragrant Pavilion, a hub of debauchery. Hastening back to Ruching's private room, he waited until he was certain no one had followed before heaving a sigh of relief and resuming his seat. He returned the white tiger body refinement technique to Du, knowing that the newly deduced 4 spirits body refinement technique existed solely within the void realm and required transcription. "When do you plan to leave?" Jiang Wang asked. "Tomorrow morning," Du replied. "We shall see you off tomorrow." A sudden, disruptive knock echoed at the door. "Enter," Ruching casually replied. The one who entered was the madam of the 3 Fragrant Pavilion, a woman clad in heavy makeup and flamboyant attire. "Oh my, our young master Zhao is growing ever more handsome," she teased, extending a hand as if to touch Ruching's face, showcasing a familiarity that was almost intrusive. Ruching leaned back, deliberately averting his gaze from her exposed décolletage. "Don't come too close. I'm feeling faint." The madam playfully giggled. How dreadful. You never had this problem before. Previously, your establishment did not carry itself with such airs. Zhao Ruqing retorted, watching her with feigned amusement. What is the matter? After I spent so much silver today, you still refuse to let Miao Yu see me? Is this how the Three Fragrant Pavilion treats its esteemed guests? The Three Fragrant Pavilion was indeed renowned throughout the land, with branches in various nations. The proprietor was elusive, yet her reputation for beauty was unmatched, captivating the hearts of all who beheld her. Many prominent figures, including powerful generals and noble families, were said to have been enraptured by her, with even tales of a king who remained infatuated with her beauty. The establishment's formidable reputation was unquestionable. The branch in Maple Forest City, while lacking in high-ranking patrons, was still considered the most prestigious venue in the city due to its illustrious name. It was precisely this background that gave the madam confidence. Yet, because of it, she could not afford to tarnish the reputation of the Three Fragrant Pavilion. Her expression quickly soured. Could it be? At that moment, a sultry voice continued the conversation as a woman in a flowing red gown gracefully entered. Red was a color difficult to wear well, often veering into the realm of vulgarity, yet she wore it with such elegance that it became a perfect embodiment of allure. She entered the room, her autumnal eyes surveying everyone present before finally settling, with a shy smile, upon Zhao Ruqing. Could it be that it was not my mother who prevented me from seeing you, but rather my own reluctance? She was, of course, the enchanting Miao Yu. Chapter 35. You are simply too bored in comparison to the renowned Three Fragrances Pavilion in the grand cities of the realm. This establishment in Maple Forest City might seem insignificant. However, anyone who has encountered the enchanting Miao Yu would beg to differ. One of the current heads of the Fang family, Fang Zihu, father of Fang Heling and uncle to Fang Pengju, is a well-traveled man of great knowledge. He has independently paved the way for the trade routes of the Cloud Nation, possessing both capability and renown, and is subtly viewed as the next clan leader. Such a figure finds himself infatuated with the lovely Miao Yu. Upon returning from his business travels, his first course of action is invariably to indulge at the Three Fragrances Pavilion. This scenario is not uncommon. Fang Zihu is neither the first prominent figure to fall under Miao Yu's spell, nor will he be the last. Among them is the flower-loving Zhao Ruqing, who, upon hearing of Miao Yu's beauty, lavishly spends his wealth, nearly treating the Three Fragrances Pavilion as his abode, determined not to relent until he wins her affection. Such a possibility is, however, unlikely. Zhao Ruqing calmly asserts, there has yet to be a woman who can resist me. He adds silently in his heart, of course, Jiang An'an does not count. She is merely a child. Miao Yu nods slightly, seemingly in agreement. Indeed, young Master Zhao possesses exceptional charm and generosity. With considerable talent, a distinguished lineage, and a promising future, who could possibly resist you? Yet, she continues with a hint of melancholy, but you do not truly like me. It seems that Zhao Ruqing's insincere affection brings her sorrow. Suddenly, a rather crude and jarring laughter disrupts the atmosphere. Huang Azan, having awoken from his stupor, leans on his chin with a foolish grin directed at Miao Yu, his drunkenness still apparent. One need not guess what thoughts occupy his mind. Jiang Wang, covering his face in silence, recognizes Miao Yu as the woman he previously collided with, yet he feels no authority to speak in such a setting. Du Yehu, wishing to drag Huang Azan away to spare them further embarrassment, contemplates the worthiness of incurring a murder charge before enlisting. What do you mean by not liking me enough? Zhao Ruqing, unfazed, maintains his composure, appearing not to recognize Huang Azan at all. I have never pursued a woman for so long, since meeting Miao Yu. I have spent more time in the Three Fragrances Pavilion than in the City Academy. My affection is overflowing, nearly drowning this place. He rises from his seat, elegantly approaching Miao Yu. In this moment, one cannot ignore the captivating scene before them, such striking beauty. Even the seasoned brothel keeper, having weathered countless storms, finds her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Yet, with a single phrase, Miao Yu halts him. You do not genuinely like me. You are simply too bored. Zhao Ruqing's charming smile fades, and he halts his advance. I confess, I no longer like you, he retorts. I detest overly intelligent women. Jiang Wang has always known Zhao Ruqing to be a man averse to trouble and indifferent to most matters. He seems to live by the motto of simply getting by, squandering both time and talent as carelessly as he spends money. But such choices are his own, and no one has the right to interfere. Thus, he understands Zhao Ruqing's frivolous declarations of affection and disdain. However, discussing love in a brothel is inherently humorous. I must depart. I still need to prepare a meal for An'an. Jiang Wang announces as he rises. Third brother, Zhao Ruching implores sincerely, could we take some dishes home? No need for you to cook. Diyehu, nodding gravely, shares his concern. An'an is still a child. Jiang Wang's expression darkens. Are we going or not? Let us go. Diyehu insists, hoisting Huang Azan despite his protests, and the group disperses in a flurry. Miaoyu observes them leave with a gentle smile, uttering not a word. Yet, her finger subtly twirls, and unbeknownst to the others, a small white orb, prepared in advance, quietly lands on Jiang Wang's back, penetrating his skin. After Du Yehu escorts his inebriated friend away, Zhao Ruching returns home to rest, leaving Jiang Wang to fetch An'an from the academy. When he arrives, he finds Jiang An'an visibly displeased, her lips pouted in evident discontent. What troubles you, my little An'an? Jiang Wang inquires, his tone warm and amiable. It's nothing. Jiang An'an replies, sulking. Very well then. Come, let us return home. Jiang Wang gestures. Jiang An'an is taken aback. Is he truly not going to inquire further or show more concern? Meanwhile, Ling He does not linger either, merely waving goodbye. See you, An'an. Jiang Wang realizes that Ling He has likely been eager to return to his training, only constrained by the need to watch over Jiang An'an. Though his talent is not the greatest, his diligence is exceptional. Goodbye, brother Ling He, Jiang An'an responds politely, despite her unhappiness. By the way, Jiang Wang casually mentions before leaving, we have transferred our merit points to you. With a bit more effort, you should be close to obtaining the pulse-opening elixir. Ling He pauses before replying. It should go to Ruching first. He is the youngest and most talented, and it should not be wasted. He shows no interest. Jiang Wang explains further, brother who is planning to head to Zhejiang to pursue the ancient warrior path. Ling He makes no further objections, simply stating, all right. He understands that Zhao Ruching's disinterest is genuine and that Du Yehu's decision is irrevocable. His own contributions are limited, and at this stage, his aim is to ensure that these merit points and friendships are not squandered. Let us head home. Jiang Wang lifts Jiang An'an onto his shoulder, walking steadily toward their residence. Suddenly, Jiang An'an cheers up, kicking her legs playfully in front of him. Along the way, she enthusiastically represents Jiang Wang. Whenever someone greets, hello, brother Jiang, she chirps back, hello to you too. Jiang Wang nods in acknowledgement, following her lead. Isn't brotherling he rather bored? Jiang Wang casually inquires as they walk home. He hasn't left school yet. He is waiting at the gate. After school, he has things to attend to but sticks with me. Jiang An'an chews on her finger. Ling He is of a dependable and reliable nature, making him the ideal companion for Jiang An'an. Their constant company is merely routine. What could he possibly be busy with? Jiang Wang asks, gently pulling her fingers away from her mouth. No biting nails. Hey, Jiang An'an exclaims, ready to jump down, but realizing they still have a way to go, she relents. I'm quite busy. No time to discuss it with you. Jiang Wang remains unconcerned, maintaining a light-hearted conversation. Brother Ling, he is very kind. An'an should be polite to him. No sulking. Stop biting your nails. Their voices gradually fade into the distance. Understood. Chapter 36. The autumn is drawing to a close after completing his morning exercises and cultivating his inner essence. Jiang Wang sent Jiang An'an off to school before heading out of the city to bid farewell to Du Yehu. In these times, embarking on a long journey was no trivial matter, but rather a poignant affair fraught with the sorrow of parting. The reason humanity congregated into villages, towns, and cities was largely due to the relentless threats posed by wild beasts, including ferocious creatures that lurked in the wilderness. Towns offered safety, and beyond that, there were only the official roads. It is not to say that the formations inscribed along these roads were infallible. The village simply could not afford such vast resources. In truth, the efficacy of these formations was primarily deterrent. More effective was the practice of deploying powerful practitioners to periodically cleanse these roads, officially termed plowing the land, to ensure that those beasts devoid of intelligence but keenly instinctual would remember the danger and refrain from approaching too closely. Given Du Yehu's strength, traveling along the official roads would pose little danger. When Jiang Wang arrived at the outskirts of the city, Zhao Ruching and Ling He were already present, with no one else in sight. Among the brothers, Du Yehu was the most boisterous, with many friends. But he did not enjoy the coyness of romantic affairs. Thus he had not informed the others of his enlistment, instead entrusting Ling He to convey the message afterward. A feast was laid out in the fields, undoubtedly the handiwork of Zhao Ruching. Jiang Wang retrieved the Four Spirits Body refinement technique, which he had copied overnight, and handed it to Du Yehu. Du Yehu flipped through just 2 pages before his eyes lit up. Third brother, this is splendid. Let me have a look. Zhao Ruqing leaned in with great curiosity. However, after reading only a few lines, he turned away. Body refinement? That sounds exhausting. This is such a remarkable technique. Du Yehu chided, if you glance at it a few more times, you'll be reluctant to part with it. Although he immediately recognized that this technique was a complete enhancement of the White Tiger body refinement technique, he refrained from inquiring about Jiang Wang's source. If Jiang Wang wished to disclose it, he would do so in his own time. Everyone harbored their own secrets. Even Jiang An'an had her own little concerns that she preferred to keep hidden, and there was no need to delve deeper. He had no desire to monopolize this technique. He was enamored with it at first sight and hoped that the other brothers would not miss out. Zhao Ruqing waved his hand. It's too lengthy to read all at once. Du Yehu turned to Ling He, who shook his head. I am currently focused on stabilizing the passage to the heavenly palace. I cannot afford to be distracted by other techniques. He was a methodical individual, taking one step at a time. The collective merits of the brothers fell just short by over 20 points. He had been undertaking tasks recently, but the mission suitable for his rank proved to be challenging, often relegating him to peripheral work behind his seniors, resulting in meager merit gains. Typically just 1 or 2 points at a time, and at times, none at all. Nonetheless, he was undeniably drawing closer to the extraordinary. Jiang Wang, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, I shall also utilize this technique for body refinement. When we meet again, let us see who has cultivated it more deeply. I may not possess your talent in swordsmanship, but as for the martial arts cultivation, just wait and see. Du Yehu replied with unwavering confidence. Then, to Nuan City, they declared in unison. Their journey to Nuan City naturally marked the day of their ascension into the National Academy. For Du Yehu, to venture to Nuan City, he must at least become a general with real power in Zhejiang Xuanjia to participate in the martial demonstrations at the capital. What grand aspirations for the future were woven into the idle conversations of these young men. The brothers casually ate and chatted, except for Ling He, who abstained from alcohol. The other 3 drank heartily, raising 3 large bowls and a farewell toast, with no tears staining their garments. Subsequently, Du Yehu raised a bowl of liquor toward the southwest direction, yet said nothing, merely pouring it out. Everyone understood he was bidding farewell to someone. Du Yehu's journey to Zhejiang would commence from the south gate, traveling along the official road. While the path leading to the banks of the Green Willow River lay in the southwest direction, the recruitment for Zhejiang Xuanjia had opened its doors widely. From the Ministry of Military Affairs to the Academy of Dao, as this army represented the dignity of the Zhuang Kingdom. Thus, his departure from the city academy required no extensive procedures. All necessary words had been spoken. To send one off 1,000 miles inevitably led to parting. Let us go. With that, Du Yehu simply uttered these words, shouldering his pack and embarking on his journey, unarmed and resolute. At that moment, there was neither wind nor rain, and the clouds began to part, and thus, autumn was nearing its end. Lin Jingluan, a cadet of the Lin clan in Wangjiang City, had recently been in the limelight. First, he married a widow, drawing ridicule, yet he remained unfazed, enjoying a harmonious life post-marriage. Before long, he pried open the herbal medicine market in Fenglin City, which undoubtedly earned him considerable recognition in the heavily commercialized Wangjiang City, allowing him to begin controlling the Lin family's herbal business. It was only a matter of time before the side branch eclipsed the main lineage, transforming a sparrow into a phoenix. Only then did people realize that the widow he married was not ordinary. She came with a substantial dowry, possessing the most reputable herbal store in the entirety of Fengshi Town. Who was unaware that the herbal business in Fenglin City relied heavily on the harvests from Fengshi Town. And within Fengshi Town, the Jiang family pharmacy was renowned and held sway. Of course, it had since adopted the Lin surname. Previously, the Lin family's herbal products struggled to find their way into Fenglin City, but no one anticipated that Lin Jingluan would carve a new path through marriage. This led to considerable regret among those who were late to realize the widow's true worth, given her considerable beauty and the substantial gains she brought. Perched atop the Wangjiang Tower in Wangjiang City, Lin Jingluan gazed into the distance, where the mighty clear river surged like a dragon. Seated in the main position, he clinked cups with his recently acquainted friends, relishing the flattery that washed over him like a tide, feeling immensely pleased. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs was unmistakable. Lin Jingluan turned to see who lacked the sense to realize that he had reserved this floor. Upon seeing, everyone who had been seated with him stood up. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. There were many young masters with the surname Lin, but only one could elicit such deference from the assembled prominent figures, and that was Lin Zhongli, the legitimate heir of the Lin clan, firmly established as the future patriarch. Lin Zhongluan instinctively rose to greet him, but forcibly restrained himself, remaining seated with a smile. Zhongli, what brings you to Wangjiang Tower today? I have reserved this floor. Feel free to enjoy yourselves, and I shall cover the expenses. Indeed, he was still this young master's elder brother. Previously, in a position of lesser standing, there was little to say, but now, having risen through significant contributions to the main lineage, it was only proper to assert the hierarchy. Although he could never contend for the position of clan leader with Lin Zhongli, he was poised to take control of the family's herbal business, which naturally gave him the confidence to speak his mind. Upon hearing this, the young gentleman following Lin Zhongli laughed. They were all signs of the powerful and influential. And although they found the laughter somewhat inexplicable, Lin Zhongluan could not voice any objections. Lin Zhongli himself remained quite composed. He even bowed slightly to Lin Zhongluan. Zhongluan brother, you are too courteous. At Lin Zhongluan's earnest invitation, Lin Zhongli took a seat and smiled. There has not been much opportunity to converse. Since we have fortuitously met today, I have a few matters to discuss with you. Lin Zhongluan beamed with pride, glancing around as if to say, look how much respect the future clan leader shows me. Yet, he feigned modesty. Zhongli, you are too kind. Feel free to speak. As your elder brother, I have some life experiences to share. Very well, Lin Zhongli chuckled. Has the herbal business in Fenglin City been firmly established? This question struck a chord, and Lin Zhongluan burst into hearty laughter. With me at the helm, how could it possibly fail? Just watch, within 3 years, the entire herbal market in Fenglin City will be owned by our Lin family. That's splendid, splendid. Lin Zhongli nodded repeatedly. In that case, brother, you can rest assured and focus on your recuperation at the Autumn Garden. Indeed, Lin Zhongluan initially nodded in agreement, only to realize with a jolt. What? Although the name Chuyuan is melodious, it merely serves as a retirement haven for the elderly in the clan. What age is he, Lin Zhongluan, to be contemplating retirement? Brother Lin Zhongli, please refrain from such jest. Lin Zhongluan forced a smile. However, Lin Zhongli's expression turned serious. I never joke. I will personally take charge of the medicinal herbs. The young gentleman who ascended the stairs with him chuckled softly, their laughter both light and weighty. The autumn breeze caressed the surface of the Qingjiang River, wafting into the Wangjiang Tower and brushing against Lin Zhongluan. It dawned on him that he could not resist this reality. It was then that he felt the chill. So, it is already deep autumn, he mused. Chapter 37. The Discourse of Three Cities and the Refinement of the Four Spirits in the East. The azure dragon, associated with wood, signifies vitality. Jiang Wang savored the essence of life, feeling the surge of his vital energy and blood, whether it was merely an illusion or reality. The newly birthed Dao Yuan within the Tongtian Palace seemed to exhibit a heightened agility, thereby easing the complexity of arranging the formation points considerably. Before the gates of heaven and earth had been opened, the ability to directly harness the vigorous energy of wood to strengthen one's physical form undoubtedly illustrated one of the advantages of martial cultivation. The Four Spirits refinement technique employs the energy of metal to temper the bones, the energy of fire to forge the body, the energy of water to nourish the flesh, complemented by the wood energy that enhances vitality, thus forming a complete and harmonious system, unfaltering in the pursuit of the great Dao. For Jiang Wang, however, he harbored no intention of transitioning to martial practices, nor did he plan to attempt using vital energy to surge through his meridians. Nevertheless, the burgeoning power of his vitality could indeed reciprocate and invigorate the Dao Yuan, expediting the formation of his Dao rotation. Previously, he could only engage in meridian cultivation 2 to 3 times a day, with the remaining hours devoted to honing his swordsmanship and studying the classics of the Dao. However, the Ziki Donglai sword technique had reached a bottleneck, and for him at present, diverting his focus to body refinement would not impede his progress in cultivation. The prospects of the Zhou Tian Xingdou Foundation diagram appeared exceedingly promising, though it was undeniably arduous and slow. Yet, Jiang Wang remained unperturbed. From a young age, his father had imparted wisdom, stating that a ginseng aged 99 years could fetch 100 taels of silver, but if one were to wait an additional year, the price of a century-old ginseng would be measured in gold. Patience is never in vain. Some futures are indeed worth the wait. Thus, even amidst the swirling rumors within the Dao Academy, insinuating that Fang Heling was on the verge of forming his second Dao rotation or that others had opened their meridians and would soon surpass him. Jiang Wang adhered to his steady and unhurried pace. The morning bells and evening drums resonated ceaselessly. October, also known as the dew moon, heralds the transition from autumn to winter, a time when dew is abundant, thus earning its name. For the residents of Fenglin City, the most significant event in this October was undoubtedly the discourse among the three cities. The so-called discourse of the three cities refers to a collaborative performance and competition of Dao among the nearby Dao Academies, aimed at mutual sharpening and refinement, ultimately preparing for the annual County Dao Academy trials in November. Various cities across the Zhuang Kingdom host similar events, albeit under different names. For instance, the Beifeng Yinsno, organized by Qinglan City and Bailu City in the Daishan region, derives its name from the north wind that lingers in early winter, making it far more elegant and engaging, and has indeed become a renowned spectacle attracting countless visitors each year. In contrast, the discourse of the three cities is rather straightforward and unpretentious. This is understandable, as the three neighboring cities, Wangzhong City, Fenglin City, and Sanshan City, exemplify simplicity in their essence. Fenglin City, with its fiery red maples, is not devoid of beauty. Yet the only notable poem associated with it was penned by a passerby from Qinglan City. Wangzhong City is inherently profit-driven, displaying little concern for elegance. Sanshan City is even more straightforward. Its inhabitants are still contemptuously referred to as mountain barbarians. The foundation of these three cities is thus, and there is little more to elaborate upon. However, with the passage of years, the event has evolved beyond mere sparring among students. It now reflects the strengths and weaknesses of the three cities to some extent, influencing the allocation of resources by the Zhuang court, thereby adding a fierce competitive edge. This year, it was Fenglin City's turn, and the entire city, from the lord down to the common folk, was deeply invested. The major taverns were festooned with decorations, and the local government heightened security, causing a temporary cessation of thievery. Within the Dao Academy of Fenglin City, a selection of participants was naturally in order. As it transpired, Wei Qiuji and Dong A appeared simultaneously, yet both refrained from taking their seats, opting instead to stand upon the platform. According to convention, each city's Dao Academy selects 2 representatives from the first, third, and fifth-year students to participate in this discourse. Wei Qiuji, with his dark complexion and stern gaze, was rather intimidating when not smiling, and he stated bluntly, "Victory is permitted, but defeat is not. Those who lose should not blame me, Wei, for making things difficult for you." The first-year students, having trained for roughly a year at the Dao Academy, were predominantly selected from the previous cohort, many of whom had practiced for over a year. The same principle applied to the third and fifth-year students. The absence of participants with more than 5 years of training is due to the fact that those who have not advanced to the County Dao Academy by that time have typically relinquished their hopes of cultivation in favor of worldly pleasures. With the city lord speaking so directly, the students of the Dao Academy below could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Some students who had planned to showcase their prowess during the three-city discourse began to hesitate. A victory for a first-year student would yield 10 points of Dao merit, while a victory for a third-year student would grant 20 points and 50 points for a fifth-year student. While Dong A continued with polite introductory remarks, his demeanor remained notably stern. The 2 prominent figures of Fenglin City displayed a shared seriousness regarding this discourse. This not only pertained to the distribution of resources, but also reflected their governance, encapsulating their honor, especially after the entire Xiaolin town had been rendered desolate. Fenglin City was eager to project a formidable presence. I will now directly announce the names. If anyone feels they lack the necessary strength and wishes to withdraw, now is the time to speak. Given the significance of this discourse, Dong A eschewed the usual self-registration method and directly named the participants. This time, the discourse will be led by Zhang Linchuan. Below, Zhang Linchuan helplessly pressed his forehead, muttering, "I'm under a lot of pressure." "You're under pressure?" Dong A's gaze fell upon him. With his 5th-grade prowess, he could discern even the faintest of murmurs, let alone an idle complaint. "But I am quite confident," Zhang Linchuan quickly retorted. Only then did Dong A relent and continue calling out the names of other participants. "Brother Zhang, you truly are remarkable. Even the dean acknowledges you as the foremost among us." Huang Azan chimed in, eager to curry favor. Zhang Linchuan had arrived late at the academy that day and had intentionally stayed at the back, perhaps hoping to evade the dean's attention, yet he was promptly singled out. "If Zhu Weima and Wei Yin can participate, Why should I have to toil? Jiang An'an thought to himself, casting a wary glance at Huang Azan, not wishing to confront Wei Yin with a blade the following day. However, he soon covered his nose with a handkerchief. How long has it been since you bathed? A man must not waste time on bathing, Huang Azan declared with righteous indignation. Yet he soon lowered his head to sniff himself. But I don't smell anything. Jiang An'an took a few steps forward in disdain. Wei Yin, being a member of the military department, was naturally unable to participate in the Dao discourse. But why was Zhu Weima absent? Shouldn't such prominent figures be present at a time like this? Jiang Wang pondered aloud. Why can't Brother Zhu participate? Oh, it seems he has gone to hunt down the heart-eating demon, Jiang An'an replied casually. Jiang Wang, Ling He, and Huang Azan were immediately struck dumb in unison. Hunt down? The 9 great demons were infamous for their malevolence, wreaking havoc across nations and committing countless atrocities. To label them as the most wicked of the world would not be an exaggeration, even if Xiong Wan was the weakest among them, known for his brutal methods. He was still a 6th grade expert who had opened the gates of heaven and was deemed worthy of being called a soaring dragon cultivator. 9th grade cultivators establish formation points using Dao Yuan, creating Dao rotations to complete their foundations. True spirits traverse within the Dao rotations, marking the realm of the Yumai. 8th grade cultivators establish 3 Dao rotations and construct a small circulation of Zhou Tian within the Tongtian Palace, achieving the realm of Zhou Tian. 7th grade cultivators establish small circulations of heaven, earth, and humanity, completing the great Zhou Tian circulation, subsequently connecting their physical bodies, purging the Tongtian Palace. Awakening the great dragon of the Dao veins, thus attaining the realm of Tongtian. The gates of heaven and earth that seal the Tongtian Palace are also known as the first threshold of cultivation. Only by opening the gates of heaven and earth can one attain enlightenment and the soaring dragon of the Dao veins. Until the 6th grade. Any Dao Academy disciple's standard robe can only be a coarse garment, and a demonstration of unwavering resolve and a heart that braves the thorns upon reaching the 6th rank. A formidable entity of the 3rd rank may don the robe of the ascending dragon. The realms of ascending dragon, inner court, and outer pavilion are distinguished merely by subtle nuances. This robe serves as a symbol of status, a tangible representation of honor. Any cultivator deemed worthy of wearing the ascending dragon robe can be regarded as a strong individual. Moreover, the notorious figure of Xiongwan, a prominent expert among the ascending dragon realm cultivators, stands testament to this. Yet, how could Zhu Weiwa, merely a student from a city academy, dare to pursue him? Chapter 38. Can I cause harm? Master Brother is truly remarkable, Ling He mused, feeling a profound sense of admiration. What cultivation level does Brother Zhu possess now? Jiang Wang inquired further. I haven't seen him for a while, Zhang Linchuan remarked with an air of mystery. He must have already opened the heavenly gate. That places him not far from you, Brother Zhang, merely a matter of distinction. Huang Azan insisted fervently in praise. Everyone understood that Zhang Linchuan had encountered the heavenly gate for quite some time, and he was on the cusp of achieving the 6th grade ascendant dragon realm. Thus, suggesting they were not far apart was not entirely unfounded. However, Zhang Linchuan cast a curious glance at Huang Azan and took a few steps back. Though Rinzhu only recently entered the 6th grade, he is relentlessly pursuing the heart-eater demon across the world. Can he be considered an ordinary newcomer to the 6th grade? Zhao Ruqing exchanged knowing glances with Jiang Wang, and they subtly shifted their positions. Hey, what do you mean by that? Huang Azan exclaimed. Zhao Ruqing sighed at last. I understand how old Tiger Dew has become increasingly foolish. Jiang Wang looked up at the sky, pondering, perhaps foolishness is contagious. At this moment, Dong A announced the final spot for the first-year students. As per tradition, each Dao Academy must have one slot in the discourse for the latest cohort of disciples, to signify the continuous emergence of talent. Below the stage, Fang Heling clenched his fists. Among his peers in the Dao Academy, only he and Jiang Wang had opened their meridians first. Months had passed, and while others had also completed their meridian opening, he was the only one who had laid a solid foundation. He was indeed the one to shine the brightest. If anyone were to represent the level of new disciples from Maple Forest City Dao Academy, it could only be him. This was an honor, enough to dispel the doubts surrounding his father's decision to purchase a meridian opening pill for him against the consensus. He, Fang Heling, must. Jiang Wang. Dong Acon called out. The crowd stirred, as the first from the outer sect to enter the inner sect, and having decisively triumphed in the public Dao certification duel. Jiang Wang's name was well known throughout the Dao Academy. His prolonged indecision before establishing his foundation had spread widely, fueled by the tongues of many. Accusations of his talents waning and his inability to progress were abundant. Yet, in the eyes of Dean Dong A, he represented the pinnacle of the new disciple's strength. Dean. Fang Pengju stood up indignantly, facing Dong A's stern gaze. He felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, unnerved to the core. Yet he quickly straightened himself. I refuse to accept this. Wei Qiuji chuckled, pleased to see Dong A being challenged. Even though he believed in Dong A's infallible judgment. It's simple, Wei Qiuji declared, come up and fight. Whoever wins takes the spot. Only then did he realize how foolish he was. Under no circumstances should he question Dong A in such a setting. Nor should he challenge someone who could easily dictate his future. Fang Pengju felt his heels tremble, yet he maintained his glare at Dong A. He found himself in a precarious position. Fortunately, Dong A did not appear intent on making it difficult for him, nor did he seek to embarrass Wei Qiuji. Very well, he stated. Fang Pengju exhaled in relief, attempting to hold his posture straight as he walked towards the high platform under the gaze of the crowd. He aimed to utilize his adept Dao techniques to effortlessly defeat his opponent. He needed to prove that he was fighting not just for himself, but for the reputation of the entire Maple Forest City Dao Academy. How could they send someone who had not yet established a foundation to compete in the grand three-city martial arts event? Feeling the crowd's scrutiny, which was filled with awe, envy, and seriousness, he suddenly wondered if his cousin Fang Pengju had felt the same way when he was in his prime. Yet, Fang Pengju had perished before entering the inner sect, while he had already become a full-fledged inner sect disciple. Then he heard Jiang Wang's voice. Throughout the unfolding events, Jiang Wang remained decidedly calm, as if it had no bearing on him whatsoever. Once Dong A consented to settle the matter through combat. He raised his eyes and casually inquired, Am I permitted to cause harm? Am I permitted to cause harm? The question was regarding the rules, not about his own capabilities. Fang Pengju felt his lungs nearly burst with indignation. Dong A's expression remained impassive as he replied, Injuring to the point of disability or death is prohibited. This meant that all else was permissible. On the high platform stood Wei Qiuji, Dong A, and several officials from Maple Forest City, along with Dao Academy instructors, all taking a few steps back to clear space for the impending duel. Jiang Wang nodded, one hand resting on his sword sheath, walking calmly towards the high platform. Fang Pengju, already on the high platform, fixed his gaze on Jiang Wang like a nail. Rest assured, as fellow sect members, I will not cripple you. Fang Pengju gritted his teeth. The spectators awaited Jiang Wang's retort, yet he remained silent. The two stood firm on the high platform, facing each other. This scene reminded many of the Dao certification duel that had taken place months prior, one participant being Jiang Wang and the other, bearing the surname Fang. Wei Qiuji, initially eager, grew disinterested upon noticing Fang Pengju's agitation, contrasting sharply with Jiang Wang's sustained composure. One was an obvious novice who had never faced life-and-death combat, while the other had endured countless battles. Regardless of their slight disparity in cultivation levels, what suspense remained? Let the duel begin. He waved his hand dismissively. Clang. The sound of the sword unsheathing echoed. Prior to the battle, Fang Pengju had envisioned numerous combat strategies and assessed the most advantageous Dao technique to initiate with. He was not foolish. He understood that his greatest advantage over Jiang Wang lay in his mastery of Dao techniques. He could employ Dao techniques, while Jiang Wang could not. This was his opportunity. However, the sword was far too swift. Fang Pengju had ultimately chosen the flame blade technique, the most ferocious among the foundational Dao techniques, and he had mastered it exquisitely. To maintain his lead and dispel the doubts from his clan, he had never slackened his efforts. He had been training diligently. Now, he could execute the technique within 3 breaths. Yet, that sword was too quick. Was it 2 breaths? Or merely 1? Regardless, just as he began to channel his energy, that sword was already poised against his neck. The blade's sharpness pressed against his skin, piercing through to his veins. Is it over? What kind of swordsmanship was this? Jiang Wang turned the sword's edge, lightly tapping Fang Pengju's cheek to draw him from his stupor. You've lost, Jiang Wang stated simply. Fang Pengju felt bewildered, utterly at a loss. How could this be? He hadn't even had the chance to employ a single Dao technique. If only he could take some time to complete the small circulatory cycle and imprint the flame blade technique into the heavenly palace, he could achieve instantaneous release. Then he would never be caught off guard again. He abruptly raised his head, gritting his teeth. You must have used Dao Yuan to propel your swordsmanship. You haven't even established your foundation yet. Each Dao Yuan counts, and yet you would delay your foundational time for this trivial match. You are truly extravagant. Jiang Wang sheathed his sword, turning away from the high platform. Just as he had done every time Fang Pengju had provoked him, he could not be bothered to respond. Dismissing him entirely, an ant daring to challenge in the center of the path, while humanity could scarcely hear its voice. You will never establish your foundation. Fang Pengju shouted at Jiang Wang's retreating figure. Get lost. You're nothing but a disgrace. Dong Acon waved his sleeve, and Fang Pengju was unceremoniously sent tumbling off the high platform. He rose and glanced around, met with gazes of sympathy or disdain. He stood frozen for a moment before suddenly letting out a roar, stumbling away from the scene. Chapter 39. The control of essence among the participants of the three-city debate. There was another first-year student who was, in fact, a recent graduate of the previous intercourt class, barely clinging to the tail end of his first year. The representatives from the third year were both acquaintances of Jiang Wang, Li Jianxiu, and Wang Changxiang. Aside from the fifth-year Zhang Linchuan, there was another senior whom Jiang Wang did not recognize. Since Dao Sun is a consumable resource, the rankings on the Dao Sun list do not entirely reflect one's true strength. At least, this is the perspective held by Dong Acon. Naturally, this debate was still led by Zhang Linchuan, who harbored hopes for Wei Qiji and Dong Acon to triumph. If Zhu Weima were present, perhaps they would not need to rely so heavily on this arrangement. But with Zhu Weima missing, Dong Acon could only focus intently on Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan expressed that he felt a great deal of pressure. The debate commenced on the 10th day of the 10th month, and prior to this, all participants, including Zhang Linchuan and Jiang Wang, were required to undergo specialized training. This was not about squeezing the students' combat prowess to its limits in a short period. Such an approach would be misguided. Even if one were to win the current competition, they would ultimately jeopardize their future. Instead, Dong Acon personally provided guidance tailored to each competitor, which was a tremendous benefit and a testament to his seriousness. Dong Acon would teach a class each session, and those lectures were invariably packed. Many seniors who had been on missions for years would make a special effort to return to the academy on those days. Jiang Wang never missed one. However, Dong Acon's lectures were directed at the entire academy, so he could not cater specifically to Jiang Wang's pace, making it quite challenging for him to glean much from them. Having met Dong Acon many times, Jiang Wang still dared not be reckless in his presence. He remained respectful, if not overly cautious. This formidable figure was known for his forthrightness, even in the face of high-ranking officials in Xianan City. Even Wei Qiji felt somewhat uneasy in Dong Acon's presence, let alone Jiang Wang, a mere junior. You have opened your meridians for some time now. Why have you not yet laid your foundation? Upon taking his seat, Dong Acon inquired directly. Jiang Wang steeled himself and replied, perhaps my aptitude is lacking. Dong Acon swiftly extended his hand, stating, let me see for myself. Jiang Wang dared not resist. He could only hope that Dong Acon would not uncover his secret. Of course, even if he did, it would not be a grave issue. The students of the academy shared a bond of teacher and disciple with the dean, which would be recognized in the future political landscape of Zhuanghua. Essentially, they rose and fell together. As long as there were no fundamental issues, Dong Acon would not take any punitive action against him. Moreover, the heavenly gate served as both a barrier and a concealment. Until it opened, the conditions hidden within the Tongtian Palace were not easily discernible. Unless Dong Acon personally intervened to breach Jiang Wang's heavenly gate from the outside, doing so would lead to Jiang Wang's ruin. Dong Acon would not act in such a manner. As soon as Dong Acon's hand made contact with Jiang Wang's spine, he frowned. Your foundation is already quite late. Why have you also been practicing body refinement techniques? Disciplines such as Dao and Confucianism are known for their grandeur and do not shy away from students dabbling in other sections. What concerned Dong Acon was whether Jiang Wang would become distracted, neglecting the essential cultivation of his core practice. Jiang Wang replied, I have been diligent in my meridian openings, never slacking. However, due to limitations in my vitality, I can only perform the meridian openings twice a day. Thus, I have taken up body refinement techniques to strengthen my vitality, allowing for more frequent meridian practices and the accumulation of Dao Yuan, in hopes of laying my foundation sooner. 2 meridian openings daily is sufficient. Dao Yuan is not necessarily better in greater quantities. Mastery is the true path. Ultimately, these were minor details. So Dong Acon merely noted them with a responsible attitude, using secret methods to sense the conditions within Jiang Wang's Tongtian Palace through his spine. Is the foundation formation array you are using not the Guiyuan array? Dong Acon suddenly asked. Caught. Jiang Wang felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Concealing anything in front of a seasoned expert like Dong A was indeed a formidable challenge. Yes, Jiang Wang admitted candidly. The foundation formation array I am using is far more complex than the Guiyuan array, which is also the reason for my delayed foundation laying. Nonsense, Dong A reprimanded sharply. There are numerous foundation formation arrays superior to the Guiyuan array in this world. Do you know why our Yujing mountain lineage predominantly uses it for foundation laying? Because it is stable, safe, and efficient, suitable for any scale of Tongtian Palace, making it the most versatile foundation formation array. This is such an important matter. How could you not consult your elders before deciding for yourself? Jiang Wang's face flushed with embarrassment. Was it not due to the betrayal of Fang Pengju that he became a startled bird? While he did not suffer from constant paranoia, he no longer dared to reveal his extraordinary experiences. Ultimately, he had not yet established complete trust in Dong A as a disciple toward his master. When Dong A first saw his injuries and immediately sealed the academy, that indeed moved him. Yet, during his past experiences with Fang Pengju, had he not encountered moments of profound emotion as well? As he was about to tell Dong A which foundation formation array he had used, Dong A waved his hand dismissively. Enough. At this point, time has already been wasted. Further discussion is futile. After a moment's thought, he removed a green jade talisman from his waist and handed it to Jiang Wang. This talisman contains a secret technique that can help you improve your control over Dao Yuan, enabling you to complete your foundation laying sooner. Wearing it regularly will also clarify your mind. Take it. Disciple is overwhelmed with gratitude. Seeing such a personal item, Jiang Wang repeatedly declined. This is a cherished item of master. How could I take it? Dong A fondled the talisman, and a hint of nostalgia crossed his usually stern face. It was a gift from a dear friend, now turned to dust. He quickly regained his composure, firmly placing the talisman in Jiang Wang's hand. This item is of no use to me anymore. Take it. The future of Zhuanghua belongs to you all. As Jiang Wang gripped the talisman, he felt a surge of secret techniques flow through his mind, known as the control of essence. He clasped the talisman tightly, fell to his knees, and expressed his profound gratitude to his master. Dong A, not one to indulge in displays of deep teacher-student affection, swiftly pulled Jiang Wang to his feet, offered a few words of caution regarding his cultivation, and waved him away. Today, as he was to follow Dong A for training, Jiang Wang had entrusted Ling He with the task of picking up Jiang An'an. Thus, he did not need to make a special trip to the private school and could head directly to his dormitory. The newly acquired secret technique held immense significance for Jiang Wang. With his successful body refinement and abundant vitality, he could now perform meridian openings 4 times a day, drawing forth 4 units of Dao Yuan. However, the array for the Zhou Tian star formation became increasingly complex, and with his current ability to control Dao Yuan, each arrangement of the array points nearly exhausted his mental resources. In truth, this was the very issue that hindered his swift foundation laying. The control of essence would assist Jiang Wang in mastering Dao Yuan with minimal effort, allowing him to arrange the array points with ease, without wasting unnecessary toil. Dong A had identified the problem at a glance and provided a solution. A single word from the master could surpass 10 years of arduous effort. Carefully tying the control of essence talisman around his waist, Jiang Wang resolved never to remove it. Dong A regarded him as a promising disciple, willing to part with a treasured item. At that moment, was he not also beginning to see Dong A as a source of support? You have an invitation. When heading to Ling He's place to pick up Jiang An'an, Ling He suddenly remarked. Jiang Wang, holding Jiang An'an in one arm, accepted the invitation with the other hand and glanced at it, finally understanding why Ling He's expression was so grave. The invitation was from Fang Zihu, the most formidable contender for the next head of the Fang family, uncle to Fang Pengju and father to Fang Houyang. The banquet was to be held at Wangwei Tower, the very place where Fang Pengju had plotted to poison him months ago. Chapter 40. He is unworthy. Jiang Wang smiled. Are you going? Ling He inquired. Why not? Jiang Wang turned to An'an and said, Brother will take you to indulge in a feast. How about that? An'an nodded earnestly. Ling He then adjusted his attire and casually took up his sword. Hey. Jiang Wang stopped him. You needn't come along. It's not a fight we're going to. Meeting Ling He's gaze, Jiang Wang added, Rest assured, the Fang family isn't that foolish. After a moment's contemplation, Ling He found the reasoning sound and set his sword aside, settling down cross-legged. For him, if there was nothing else to attend to, he could spend days in cultivation. The art of cultivation was indeed profound, and the joy within it was unparalleled. As they walked toward Wangwei Tower, An'an suddenly looked up and asked, Are the Fang family bad people? Oh, Jiang Wang regarded her with interest. What makes you say that? I see even brother Ling He wants to fight them. An'an replied. Jiang Wang chuckled. It was indeed rare for someone like Ling He to display animosity toward anyone. Then we won't go eat, An'an declared. That won't do. We must go to eat, and we must do it with style and sophistication, Jiang Wang jested. If we can impoverish the bad people through our dining, then we shall be doing a good deed, understand? An'an thoughtfully bit her thumb and nodded. Stop biting your fingers. In Wangjiang City, there was a Wangjiang Tower, grand and renowned. However, the similarly named Wangwei Tower in Fenglan City paled in comparison. This establishment was not tall, merely 3 stories, and yet its name was ill-fitting, earning it ridicule. Nonetheless, the dishes served here were exceptionally good, ensuring a steady stream of patrons in Fenglan City. Carrying an inn, Jiang Wang entered Wangwei Tower and was promptly guided by the Fang family's servant to a private room. A middle-aged man, possessing a composed demeanor and a rather refined appearance, stood to greet them. Esteemed nephew. His gaze fell upon An'an, and his smile grew warmer. Is this your little sister? How adorable. Jiang Wang recognized Fang Ziyu, having dined with him on multiple occasions during his close relationship with Fang Pengju. At that time, Fang Ziyu had been quite affectionate towards his nephew, filled with high hopes. After Fang Pengju's disgraceful demise, however, no one from the Fang family stepped forward to give him a proper burial. Jiang Wang had no intention of being called esteemed nephew, and simply greeted, Greetings, clan leader Fang. Not at all, not at all. Fang Ziyu chuckled and beckoned, taking a string of gold beads from a servant, offering them to An'an. For our first meeting, your uncle has a gift for you. An'an turned her head away, burying her small face in Jiang Wang's embrace. In her little mind, she had already deemed him a bad person and refused to speak with him. As Jiang Wang set An'an down at the table, he remarked, The little girl is shy, please don't mind her. As for the gift, let's skip it. Clan leader Fang, is there something specific you wish to discuss? Fang Ziyu, a legitimate official, was indeed not out of place in his title. No rush, he replied, showing no signs of embarrassment as he waved his hand for the servant to take back the gold beads. First, let us sample the signature dish here, the lotus leaf chicken. An'an was already intent on devouring the bad guys, ready to dig in, but was promptly held back by Jiang Wang. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted each dish on the table, savoring them for a moment before selecting a few plates to place in front of An'an. I've tasted these for you. These dishes are the best. An'an wanted to complain, but was quickly distracted by the aroma of the lotus leaf chicken. And without further ado, she reached out and tore off a chicken leg. Fang Ziyu maintained an amiable demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Wang's wariness. You two have a wonderful sibling bond, he remarked. We make do, Jiang Wang replied dismissively. An'an shot him an angry glare but was too preoccupied with her food to retort, angrily taking another bite of chicken wing. Unperturbed, Jiang Wang continued. I wonder what brings you to seek me today, clan leader? Fang Ziyu suddenly sighed heavily, his expression turning grave. Regarding Pengju's matter, our Fang family owes you an apology. When it came to Fang Pengju, Jiang Wang felt compelled to adopt a serious demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding his death, Fang Pengju was gone, and he did not wish to dwell on the past grievances, nor was there a need to pursue matters with his spirit. It is all in the past, Jiang Wang stated. Though you say so, our Fang family must express our stance, Fang Ziyu insisted, sliding a small box across the table. Here are 100 taels of pure gold, as a token of our apology. Jiang Wang had no intention of engaging in further pleasantries. He did not even glance at the box of gold. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Fang Ziyu nodded. Pengju was once our family's hope. With a bright future ahead, he was killed by you in a duel, though it was his own folly. Yet our Fang family has not sought you out for retribution. Have we? No, Jiang Wang acknowledged without hesitation. Now, my dear nephew, I have a request. Jiang Wang regarded him, signaling him to continue. Fang Ziyu said, after Pengju's death, the next generation of our Fang family only has He Ling worth nurturing. I can only gather my sorrow and direct all my care towards He Ling. He is quite diligent in his cultivation and has even surpassed you in skill. However, Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, sensing the crux of the matter was approaching. After your previous battle, his confidence was shattered, and he has become despondent, locking himself in his room and drowning his sorrows in alcohol. I worry that if this continues, he may become a waste. Even this cunning old fox, Fang Ziyu, trembled slightly at this point. After all, He Ling was his only son. So? Jiang Wang prompted. This was difficult for Fang Ziyu to articulate. Yet, I still shamelessly hope you could apologize to He Ling, claiming you used unscrupulous methods during your duel. To help him regain his confidence, Jiang Wang could hardly suppress a laugh. How can I apologize for something I did not do? No need for a genuine apology. Fang Pengju hastily interjected. After the matter is resolved, in addition to this box of gold, I will offer another 100 taels of pure gold. You merely need to feign a slight bow of your head. Jiang Wang wrapped his fingers on the box of gold and indeed laughed. The Fang family has produced cultivators in the past. I recall Fang's patriarch was an 8th-rank Shotian realm practitioner. What significance do these so-called gold and silver hold for a cultivator? He gently pushed the box back. Fang Pengju immediately produced a small brocade box from his robe, carefully opened it, and laid it before Jiang Wang. The Dao Yuan fluctuations emanating from the box instantly captured Jiang Wang's attention. Inside lay a Dao Yuan stone. For a cultivator, I believe this holds great significance, Fang Pengju said earnestly. With just a slight bow of your head, it can be yours. The Dao Yuan stone was indeed valuable. Compared to mundane gold and silver, the Dao Yuan stone was a true currency for cultivators, serving both as an aid in cultivation and a means to replenish one's energy at any time. Moreover, this particular Dao Yuan stone had never been used, weighing a full 100 Dao Yuan. For Jiang Wang, absorbing this stone would almost immediately allow him to meet the foundational standards. He finally understood why Fang He had advanced so quickly in his cultivation and was nearing a complete small Zhoutian cycle. However, Jiang Wang merely closed the box gently. Perhaps, as you say, my bowing my head is worth nothing. He pushed the brocade box back, stating, as for Fang he is unworthy. He has been the one provoked and forced into battle. Why should he be the one to apologize? If he lost and fell apart, who is to blame? Does weakness equate to righteousness? Is it justifiable to claim one's reasons simply because they are weak? Dao Yuan stone is significant, yet the principles it embodies hold even greater importance. Consider not only yourself but also your sister. Fang Pengju spoke slowly. Isn't she still studying at the private school? At that moment, Jiang An'an was blissfully indulging in her meal, oblivious to the conversation of the adults around her. Jiang Wang's gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing a clear and unreserved intent to kill for the first time. Fang Pengju struggled to meet his eyes, feeling an overwhelming urge to leap from the window. It dawned on him that this youth before him was entirely different from his own son. He was not a delicate seedling nurtured in a greenhouse, but rather a young beast that had weathered storms and fought for survival. Suddenly, Jiang Wang erupted into laughter, rising to scoop up Jiang An'an, declaring, "No more eating. Let us return home." Regardless of his inner thoughts, he would never display bravado or engage in conflict in front of Jiang An'an, nor would he place her in jeopardy. Jiang An'an, struggling to swallow the morsel in her mouth, was already clinging to Jiang Wang, yet her eyes remained fixed on the delectable dishes on the table. "Count me, I beg you," Fang Pengju implored from behind. However, Jiang Wang had already pushed through the door, carrying his sister, without pausing. Chapter 41. Everyone has their weaknesses. After Jiang Wang departed, a concealed door suddenly opened in the wall behind Fang Pengju, revealing Fang Heling, bound to a chair and presented in a most humiliating manner. The Wangyue Tower was a property owned by the Fang family, which is why Fang Pengju chose this location to plot against Jiang Wang. Fang Pengju raised his hand and, pushing the offerings of the Fang family, released Fang Heling from his verbal constraints and untied the ropes. Yet, Fang Heling remained still, slumped in the chair like a puddle of mud. He had been eavesdropping on the conversation in the private room under the watchful eye of the offerings, unable to speak or act. "As you can see," Fang Pengju stated, "he defeated you with genuine strength, devoid of any tricks or cunning. There lies a stark, naked disparity between you and Jiang Wang that you have failed to notice." Fang Heling remained silent, but his gaze towards his father bore a glimmer of pleading, an unspoken request not to continue. "As you can see, your father has been utterly humiliated because of you," Fang Pengju continued. Fang Heling's eyes fell, and the light within them dimmed. Fang Pengju approached and grasped his face, forcing him to meet his gaze. "As you can see, our Fang family has been looked down upon because of you," Fang Pengju proclaimed. Tears streamed down Fang Heling's face as he attempted to stop them, even wishing to shove them back, but his resistance was futile. He was powerless to prevent himself from being so pathetically weak. Fang Pengju's voice continued, "For your sake, I suppressed your cousin's resources. I relinquished numerous benefits just to secure you a chance to enter the inner sanctum of the Dao Academy. I have endured all kinds of grievances for you. And you? You have become the laughingstock of Fenglin City, and now you wallow in self-pity like a useless waste. You have turned me, Fang Pengju, into a joke. I don't want this, I don't want this. Fang Heling whimpered, shaking his head and crying, until he finally shouted, I don't want it like this either. Then prove it to me. Fang Zihu bellowed. The middle-aged man, who now wielded the power of the Fang family, softened his grip and cradled Fang Heling's face with both hands, speaking gently, then show me, my son. Upon leaving the Wangwei Tower, Jiang Wang's steps were surprisingly light. Frankly speaking, since entering the inner sanctum, he had ceased to worry about any retaliatory actions from the Fang family. The so-called Fang family of Fenglin City, despite their immense wealth and power, paled in comparison to the Dao Academy. Jiang Wang believed that as long as he diligently advanced in his cultivation, he would eventually secure a position of authority within the Zhuang kingdom, perhaps even in the capital, Sinan City. The local gentry of Fenglin City were hardly worth his concern. However, Fang Zihu's mention of Jiang An'an had ignited a murderous intent within Jiang Wang. Even if the Fang family did nothing else but incite some of their kin to bully An'an at school, it was something Jiang Wang could not tolerate. He could endure certain grievances, but An'an must not suffer. With his father gone and his stepmother remarried, An'an was all he had left. Have you eaten? Hey, you're wiping your mouth on my clothes, Jiang Wang exclaimed, pulling away An'an's little head, which had been nestled in his embrace, while she stealthily smeared greasy remnants on his shoulder. An'an blinked her big eyes, her mouth now clean, but she pouted innocently. You didn't help me wipe my hands. Jiang Wang sighed in resignation. Look at me. Where else is clean? Just let me be. An'an hurriedly rubbed her little hands, suddenly recalling something. What did you just say? I asked you. Sigh? Jiang Wang sighed again. Kai Ji Lam shop? Uh-huh. An'an nodded vigorously, her tiny hands cradling her brother's face as she tugged him to the left. Let us go this way. Jiang Wang tilted his head back in annoyance. I know the way. An'an, now filled with excitement, exclaimed, Yay. Jiang Wang carried her and headed towards the lamb shop. By the way, the teacher wants you to visit the private school tomorrow. An'an suddenly remembered. Jiang Wang frowned. Did your teacher say anything specific? Little An'an thought for a moment, burying her head in Jiang Wang's chest and murmuring, I don't know. Jiang Wang's heart sank with worry. Meanwhile, in the city lord's residence, a conversation was unfolding solely between Dong A and Wei Qiuji. If it is as I suspect, with this bait, they will surely take the hook. Once those monsters leap forth, we will ensnare them and eliminate them completely, Wei Qiuji declared, raising a fist. This was the entirety of the plan. The plan was meticulous. Dong A nodded, his expression revealing no sign of agitation, but I find it rather pointless. Why? You think? Dong A looked at him with a hint of mockery, that the culprits behind the Lintown massacre would still need to appear in Fenglin City? What do you mean? I do not understand what you speak of regarding the bone path, nor do I comprehend the allure of that object you so laboriously acquired. However, with an event as significant as the Three Cities debate, Fenglin City is on high alert. Is that object truly worth the risk? A fool could not possibly manipulate us, performing a sacrifice in our midst. Moreover, you are not even certain they belong to the bone path, are you? Then we shall have to try, Dong A declared. The Lintown incident occurred long ago. This office cannot remain unaccountable. But how confident are you? Are you willing to gamble the safety of the citizens of Fenglin City on your confidence? Fenglin City is under this office's jurisdiction, and our decision is final. Dong A slammed the table. Fenglin City belongs to the Zhuang kingdom. Dong A, think carefully. Wei Qiuji's tone softened reluctantly. In the Qin kingdom, in the Jing kingdom, even in our neighboring Yong kingdom, could they commit such an act? Sacrificing an entire town? Thousands of lives, countless souls that should have found peace. Any slight movement in the Qinghe Water Division would necessitate the redeployment of the entire Qinghe County's military. The emergence of a heart-eating demon would summon the entire Qinghe County's law enforcement. They know us inside out, while we remain blissfully ignorant of them. Do you truly wish to witness such a scenario? It is time. We must uncover the truth. Wei Qiuji slumped down despondently. Yes, we all bear responsibility. Those who died unjustly, their final curses should bear our names. His voice was weary. Proceed with your plan. The Dao Academy will cooperate. If those monsters truly reappear, let me see. If there is justice in this world, if they are indeed from the bone path, the Yin candle should hold great significance for them. After all, it is what was taken from there. Regardless, I will fully support you this time. Let us hope this Three Cities debate does not become a farce for Qinghe County. They may come, or they may not, but this office can only try. Wei Qiuji murmured, then inquired, what of Zhu Weimo? Is he truly unable to return? Will there be no issues? His battlefield lies elsewhere. Dong A turned his head, seemingly gazing through the window to a distant place in the sky. He was destined to shine within the National Dao Academy, and securing a quota was merely a waste. For the Three Cities debate, I hope Zhang Linchuan will win the opportunity. This way, Fenglin City will boast 2 talents from the National Dao Academy. You have envisioned it perfectly. I will do my utmost to guide them. Perhaps it will be a minuscule redemption on my part. In the dim chamber, an unknown voice sighed. The seats remained empty. I am unable to assist with that. Chapter 42 An'an. What? Cheating on exams? Skipping classes? And still refusing to be disciplined? In this private school known as Ming Detang, Jiang Wang was both shocked and furious. Just yesterday, when An'an mentioned that her teacher wanted to meet him, he felt a surge of anxiety. It was all too easy to connect this to Fang Zihu's threats. If the Fang family employed some underhanded tactics, such as using connections to have An'an expelled from her school, he would find himself helpless. He had even prepared to pay for a private tutor for An'an. However, he never imagined that the reason the teacher wished to see him was simply due to An'an's poor performance. Jiang Wang felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. It was commonplace for teachers to lecture, punish, and assign writing tasks. Never had he heard of a teacher being unable to manage a student. Did he not endure the same treatment, being made to copy the scriptures under Xiao Tianmian's watchful eye? What kind of student had to be addressed by their teacher in front of their parent? Look here, the venerable teacher tossed a stack of papers at me, declaring, I have her copying the 1,000-character classic. Just look at what she has written. Jiang Wang took the papers in both hands, glancing down, intending to reassure the teacher that everything seemed fine, as the content was indeed the 1,000-character classic. But he soon realized that while the content was correct, the handwriting varied in style, with 7 or 8 different scripts. This meant that An'an had resorted to cheating even in her punishment writing. Jiang Wang wanted to cover his eyes. He could not bear to witness it. He had never even considered seeking assistance while copying the scriptures 100 times. Instead, he had diligently transcribed each character, enduring countless sleepless nights. How could An'an, with such a lively mind, resort to cheating on her exams? Jiang Wang trembled as he asked, You also cheated during the test? I caught her writing answers for others during a quiz, the old teacher exclaimed, his voice rising. She can't even pass her own tests. How can that be justified? An'an stood nearby, her head bowed, appearing pitiful and resigned to punishment, yet her large eyes darted furtively to gauge Jiang Wang's expression. Each time he glanced her way, she quickly averted her gaze. In the room was another little girl, sprawled lazily in a chair, playing with her fingers. Presumably, she was the one who had enlisted An'an's help with the cheating. Her attitude was decidedly brazen, although she was quite pretty. With skin as smooth as cream and delicate features suggesting future beauty, her upturned nose seemed overly proud. Adorned in expensive attire, she resembled a little imp. After all, what kind of diligent student would rely on An'an, who had failed her exams, for assistance? Jiang Wang urged himself to remain calm. His sister was shy, gentle, and adorable. Surely there was some misunderstanding. What a delusion. The evidence was irrefutable. Jiang Wang seized An'an's arm and turned to leave, declaring, We are going home. As the eldest brother, he felt it was time to assert parental authority. How had that timid little girl transformed into this in just a few months? He resolved to administer a proper punishment, at least 10 smacks on her hand. It would be too embarrassing to face the consequences at school. So he would take her home for discipline. Perhaps 3 strikes would suffice. It would be painful enough to linger. At that moment, the little imp waved cheerily, calling, Goodbye. An'an, holding on to Jiang Wang's hand, sensed the gravity of the situation and had been submissively quiet for a while. Hearing her friend's call, she timidly raised her other hand in response. Jiang Wang, pulling her along with firm resolve, interrupted this farewell. A few steps from Ming Detang, as they walked south along Xuanwu Street, they passed by Kai Ji's lamb shop. The aroma of lamb wafted through the air, prompting An'an to feign a cough. In the past, with just a glance or even a sniff, Jiang Wang would have stopped to indulge her. But today, he held her firmly and walked past without a glance. An'an realized that her brother was genuinely upset. They turned left onto Qingmu Avenue, and at the eastern end, they reached Fima Lane, where their home awaited. Brother, An'an called out, but Jiang Wang remained silent. Brother, she gently shook his hand. Jiang Wang huffed through his nose, signaling his cold demeanor. As they arrived home, An'an eagerly remarked, Let me open the door. I have the key. Jiang Wang unlocked the door and pushed it open, releasing her hand with a deliberately frosty tone. Go inside. He could not allow An'an to think she could easily evade responsibility. At her tender age, she was forming her character, and she needed to learn a lesson. An'an's little hand brushed against Jiang Wang's, but upon realizing he had no intention of holding her hand, it drooped in disappointment. Yet, as if struck by an idea, she suddenly dashed ahead. Jiang Wang followed her into the bedroom, where she made a beeline for her small bed. He was about to call her back, for whenever she wished to evade an unpleasant task, she would lie on her bed, feigning exhaustion to escape. But to his surprise, An'an crouched down and squeezed beneath her bed. "Do you think hiding under there will save you from punishment?" Jiang Wang almost laughed in frustration. He grabbed a broom from the door and blocked her small bed. However, An'an quickly emerged, clutching a small wooden box, her face now dusty. She lifted the old box high with both hands, exclaiming, "This is for you." Jiang Wang leaned against the side cabinet, accepting the box with skepticism. "What is this?" He opened the box to find a pile of silver, gold, pearls, and other treasures glimmering before him. Jiang Wang's heart tightened as he held the box aloft, his voice adopting an unprecedented sternness. "Where did you get this?" Having never seen her brother with such an expression, An'an became alarmed, pouting as she stammered, I earned it." "Earned it?" Jiang Wang's hands trembled. "How did you earn this?" In a fit of rage, he hurled the box to the ground, producing a loud crash, scattering the gleaming treasures everywhere. "Speak." "Helping classmates with their exams." An'an cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. Helping classmates with their exams could yield such riches? An'an sobbed, Qingji. Qingji is very wealthy. I helped her, and she gave me money." Jiang Wang felt the weight in his chest slowly lifting. He began to regret his earlier harshness. Squatting down, he gently held An'an's small shoulders, feeling as if she were a delicate porcelain figurine that might shatter with the slightest mishandling. "When did our family ever require you to earn money?" He gazed at her, wiping her tears away. "Brother has money, plenty of it, do you understand?" An'an sniffled. "But didn't you borrow money from that pretty boy to buy the house?" "Borrowing money means you have to pay it back." Suddenly, Jiang Wang recalled the day he had asked Zhao Ruqing for money and property, bringing An'an along. What a pity for little An'an, holding her treasured box, her heart laid bare, only to have it shattered on the ground. How heartbroken she must have felt at that moment. As he watched her, tears flowed down her dusty cheeks, revealing a snowy complexion beneath. Jiang Wang's heart clenched painfully. In that instant, it softened immeasurably, breaking into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 43 Brother. "It's my first time being a brother." An'an. Jiang Wang squatted on the ground, enveloping An'an in his embrace. He gently caressed her small head repeatedly, murmuring, "You need not be so well-behaved. I don't require you to be so perfect." His voice carried an inexplicable hoarseness. "You may be willful, you may be innocent. You can pursue whatever you like. There is no need to be so understanding." He regretted not avoiding An'an when he asked Zhao Ruqing for money. He had repeatedly told himself that his sister was introverted and sensitive, yet he still overlooked it. Indeed, he was as close as brothers with Zhao Ruqing, freely sharing even high-level techniques, let alone material wealth. Yet, he had forgotten that An'an was unaware of this. An'an could only feel like a burden to her brother, believing he sought money from others to provide her with a home. Heavens! Since their father's passing, Jiang Wang had rarely shed tears, but at this moment, hidden behind An'an's small head, tears streamed down like rain. "Brother, what's wrong?" After a while, An'an inquired. Nothing. Jiang Wang managed to suppress his emotions, still holding An'an close. "In the future, don't call Zhao Ruqing a pretty boy. It will upset him. But he really is quite pretty. Pretty boy doesn't solely refer to a fair face. Forget it. Call him whatever you wish. It matters not whether he is happy or not." Once he was certain that no more tears would fall and that the signs of crying had faded, Jiang Wang gently pulled An'an from his embrace, gazing at her seriously. "Brother wishes to apologize. I should not have lost my temper with you. Brother is experiencing this brotherhood for the first time, and I am not doing very well." An'an twisted the hem of her clothes, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I, too, am experiencing this sisterhood for the first time, and I am not doing well either. I should not have cheated or made Mr. angry. Is that so?" Jiang Wang wiped away An'an's tears with his thumbs, gently brushing her cheeks. "So, you are also a novice sister?" An'an nodded. Jiang Wang raised his thumb in front of her, proclaiming, "Then you are truly talented. I have never encountered a better sister than you." Hiki. An'an smiled shyly. Winter had already arrived, and although traces of tears lingered on her small face, her smile blossomed like the arrival of spring. Everyone in the world has their own fate, and each fate is distinct. This statement contains a grain of nonsense. Sun Xiaoyan thought herself quite foolish, truly. How could she believe in the so-called sibling bond or trust the words of that female tyrant? There are many delicious foods outside that cannot be found in Sand Mountain City. I promise not to bully him. I will surely be a good example. Please let me lead the group. Just consider it a vacation for my younger brother and me. We will be very happy. The echoes of that voice lingered in her ears. 13-year-old Sun Xiaoyan bore a rather handsome name, yet her appearance was rather rotund. Huh. She struggled to breathe as she ran forward, her entire abdomen aflame, sweat pouring down. The bright, beautiful clothes she wore had long lost their original form. Now wrinkled and dirty, she felt as if she could collapse at any moment, turning into a pile of mud, a pig, or anything that could simply fall down. Yet, she dared not. She longed to cry, wishing she had clung to her mother's leg back then. How could she have been so foolish, trusting her lifelong enemy? She ran and ran. From a distance, her legs were nearly invisible, resembling a colorful ball rolling. She did not wish to roll, unless it was to roll back. Consider Sun Xiaoyan, the esteemed son of the Sand Mountain City Lord, the only male heir of the Sun family in this generation. How splendid was his standing in Sand Mountain City. He was, indeed, a figure who stood one step below the emperor and above countless others. Why had he lost his mind and ventured far away with that one person? Was it not better to wield power in Sand Mountain City? Did he not enjoy making other children unhappy? Now that the tiger was gone, could he not act as the overlord? Sun Xiaoyan came to a halt. It was not that he was overcome with rage or that he had suddenly developed courage. He simply felt he had reached his limit. He truly did not wish to stop running. He was genuinely unable to continue. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice approaching him at an astonishing speed. Son, little, fatty. Sun Xiaoyan barely had time to react before a delicate, fair foot landed on his posterior in a rather ungraceful manner. This time, he truly rolled away, careening along the official road, indulging in wild tumbles. When he finally came to a stop, he was bruised and battered. He sat dazedly on the ground, feeling as though the entire world was swaying. The first thing that came into view through his squinted eyes was a pair of bare feet, resembling exquisite jade, leading up to a pair of combat-friendly shorts. The owner of those feet wore a short shirt with a diagonal opening, her adorable face perfectly complementing her petite figure. In stark contrast, the plump Sun Xiaoyan seemed like a colossal creature. Yet, as he pouted, it appeared he was on the verge of tears. Sister, I can't run anymore. I truly feel I can't go on. Don't rely on how you feel. Rely on how I feel. Sun Xiaoman half squatted down, looking at him with a beaming smile. I feel you can do it. Sun Xiaoman's encouraging demeanor instilled courage in Sun Xiaoyan. He flopped down onto the ground, whining and groaning. Oh dear. I'm going to die. I can't move. He adopted a posture reminiscent of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. If you have the ability, just kill me. Standing or lying down, he resembled a rather rotund figure. Is it really so difficult for you to lose some weight? Sun Xiaoman asked. To ensure he would shed pounds, she had forced him to run solely using his body strength thus far. Others had been able to employ their magical talismans at will, traveling and resting as they pleased. Sun Xiaoyan, filled with indignation, replied, My plumpness is innate. There are no naturally fat people, only lazy ones. Feeling inexplicably motivated. Yet, Sun Xiaoyan remained unmoved, even closing his already small eyes in a defiant manner, signaling that he would not listen. You're as round as a ball. If you step onto the field like this, won't you bring shame to Sand Mountain City? People call us mountain ruffians. Does Sand Mountain City have any face left? Sun Xiaoman pressed her lips together, falling silent. Sun Xiaoyan was shocked and immediately opened his eyes, looking at his sister with a pitiful expression. You are my dear sister. How can a sister be so cruel to her brother? Moreover, I am still so small. I am but a child. Furthermore, as the eldest sister, you should be like a mother. The mother is kind, and the child should be filial. If you treat me well, I will treat you well in return. And we will all live happily together. Isn't that delightful? His reasoning was clear and logical. Others often said that educating children required both punishment and reward. Yet all he saw from her was punishment, without even a hint of reward. As he spoke, he became increasingly aggrieved, ultimately breaking into tears. Alas! Sun Xiaoman watched him helplessly, gently patting his chest with a tender demeanor. Sister is experiencing sisterhood for the first time and is not doing well. She grasped Sun Xiaoyan's collar and hoisted him from the ground, exclaiming, Now get up and hit me. With a swift punch, she sent Sun Xiaoyan flying, shouting, Act like a man. Stop whining. The others accompanying them from Sand Mountain City merely observed this scene silently, shrinking their necks, none daring to intervene. After a spin in the air, Sun Xiaoyan hit the ground and, without a second thought, began to run again. Though he might not be killed, he was certainly in pain. With no other option, he ran. Up ahead. Is that Maplewood City? How much longer? How much longer? Sob Sob. Chapter 44. The hidden Demon King Sand Mountain City is situated in the southeastern region of Qinghe County and can be considered rather remote. The entire city is characterized by rugged mountains, with three notable peaks from which it derives its name: Shubi, Yuheng, and Feilai. The inhabitants of this region, often impoverished and isolated, are frequently derisively referred to as mountain savages. Many cannot even afford shoes, traversing the rugged terrain barefoot as though it were level ground. As soon as the people of Sand Mountain City arrive, this year's Three Cities debate can officially commence. For the residents of Wangjiang City have entered the city a day in advance. Geographically speaking, Sand Mountain City is slightly farther in a straight line, but not excessively so. However, the water route from Wangjiang City to Fenglin City is exceedingly convenient. By taking a boat downstream on the Qing River and then veering into the tributary Green Willow River, one can arrive at their destination with remarkable speed, depending on the wind. Conversely, walking from Sand Mountain City to Fenglin City, a commoner would require approximately 3 to 4 days, even with the existence of a main road. Those scholars who do not participate in the debate are not permitted to rest during the entire duration of the Three Cities debate. They must assist the authorities in maintaining order. New disciples like Ling He and Zhao Ruqing have no opportunity for idleness. Under such circumstances, a portion of the city guards have been stationed within the city, and they have little cause for complaint. The contingent from Sand Mountain City is certainly set to enter through the south gate. Hence, upon receiving notification, they have been waiting at the entrance. How much longer must we wait? Zhao Ruqing yawned. Had I known I would still be stuck here, I might as well have participated myself and let third brother take my place. At this moment, Jiang Wang was at home, ostensibly preparing for the competition, while those who were not competing had already spent 3 days patrolling. The disparity in treatment was stark. Sighing, Huang Azan shook his head. I was merely feeling sympathetic towards senior brother Zhang due to his age. Otherwise, I should have taken charge myself. How did I end up wasting time with you youngsters? As a 3-year student, he should have been content to boast until reaching Li Jianxiu. Yet he had leaped to a 5-year status, aiming for the position of team leader. It can only be said that the art of boasting knows no bounds. Zhao Ruqing and Ling He turned to look at him, casting approving glances in his direction. Is that so? Huang Azan pondered, when a soft voice from behind interrupted. Am I truly that old? Huang Azan nearly jumped. What I meant to convey is, senior brother Zhang is highly esteemed. Zhang Linchuan stood behind him, maintaining a distance of about 2 steps, an enigmatic smile on his face. For the greater good of Fenglin City, how can you afford to be soft-hearted? It would be better not to concede and reclaim the position of team leader. Oh dear. Huang Azan stammered, clutching his stomach in apparent distress. Forgive me, brothers. I shall return shortly. He bent over and dashed away, clearly not intending to return, preferring to face punishment from the academy rather than remain. Zhao Ruqing scoffed. I was merely speaking in jest. Huang Azan has a penchant for dramatics. It seems he has not been drinking enough since old Tiger left. Senior brother Zhang, Ling He, possessing a more upright disposition, first bowed to him before asking, What brings you here? Zhang Linchuan nodded in return. With the debate imminent, I must observe the enemy's situation. It appeared that Dong Acon had indeed placed considerable pressure on him, compelling the fastidious Zhang to mingle among the crowd to assess the enemy. In truth, there were many common folk gathered by the south gate. Compared to the affluent individuals of Wangjiang City, they took a greater interest in the so-called mountain savages. They're here. A commotion arose as the students from Sand Mountain City's academy finally arrived. Unlike the Wangjiang City practitioners, who appeared with a throng of servants as though embarking on a leisurely outing, only 6 individuals came from Sand Mountain City. The number of participants from each city was precisely 6. They entered through the south gate in a formation of 1, 3, and 2. Almost immediately, the crowd's gaze fell upon their feet, as it was said that each family among the mountain folk possessed but a single pair of shoes, reserved solely for long journeys. True to form, the girl at the forefront of Sand Mountain City was indeed barefoot. Such scrutinizing glances, laden with prejudice, were undoubtedly disheartening. Consequently, Ling He stepped forward. Friends from Sand Mountain City, the Fenglin City Academy, represented by myself, Ling He, has awaited your arrival. Please follow me. We shall first rest at the academy and share a meal. Later, I will guide you through the debate venue. Logically, Huang Azan, being a 3-year student, should have been the one to greet the guests from Sand Mountain City. However, the supervising master designated Ling He due to Huang Azan's less than ideal image, and Ling He's sincerity indeed made him well suited for the task. Before the Sand Mountain City folk could express any displeasure, they found themselves following Ling He without hesitation. To Zhao Ruqing's surprise, the common folk gathered near the city gate were more focused on the stout figure in the midst of the Sand Mountain City entourage than on the others. Unlike the simple and streamlined attire of the other members, this individual donned a hooded black robe, his entire visage obscured by the hood, rendering him particularly peculiar and attention-grabbing. Zhao Ruqing could even overhear snippets of conversation. Is that their strongest member? No doubt about it. He stands in the spotlight. Just look at that imposing aura. He seems formidable. We must remain vigilant in Fenglin City. What are we afraid of? Zhang Linchuan from the Jiang family is no pushover. He seems to be a vegetarian. Last time he visited our tavern, he didn't even taste the bear paws, opting instead for a few bites of vegetables. I prepared the dishes. The conversation gradually veered off course. As for the little girl at the forefront of Sand Mountain City, she appeared too innocuous. Though undeniably beautiful, petite, and charming, the world of practitioners is a harsh one. Only true strength garners respect. As a member of the welcoming party, Zhao Ruqing engaged in casual conversation with the Sand Mountain City practitioners, yet they spoke little and were acutely aware of their formation, diligently protecting the cloaked figure at their center, as if fearful that anyone might uncover their secret artifacts. Zhao Ruqing feigned casual attempts to mingle but ultimately gave up. He couldn't help but notice that, amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, the expressions of the Sand Mountain City practitioners grew increasingly peculiar. Zhang Linchuan did not remain with them. He merely squeezed through the crowd, casting a few glances before departing. Under Ling He's enthusiastic introduction and the barefoot girl's succinct replies, the group veered rightward, heading towards the academy. Suddenly, the barefoot girl halted, her gaze fixed upon a tavern by the street. On the second floor of the tavern, a refined young man stood by the window, one hand resting behind him while the other raised a cup in greeting towards the barefoot girl, flashing an impeccable smile. The barefoot girl did not glance aside and continued forward. Meanwhile, Ling He recognized him. That was Lin Zhengrun, the leader of Wangjiang City's delegation for this debate, and the top-ranked individual on the Dao merit list of Wangjiang City Academy. Chapter 45. The Ace in the Hole. As Lin Zhengrun watched the people of Sanshan City depart, his younger brother Lin Zhengli expressed his displeasure. The mountain barbarians are so rude. Lin Zhengrun, leading the delegation from Wangjiang City, had his brother Lin Zhengli representing the first-year students of the Wangjiang City Dao Academy in battle. Lin Zhengrun merely smiled at the remark, choosing not to comment. The Wangjiang City cultivators present were adorned with pearls and jade, hailing from affluent backgrounds, which inevitably imbued them with a certain arrogance. Even within the territory of Maple Forest City, they spoke freely, cursing whomever they pleased. Once the discussions commenced, they would surely need a lesson. The people of Maple Forest City were hardly better. When I suggested visiting the Three Fragrant Pavilion, they completely ignored me. How miserly. Ha ha ha, they are impoverished. Just look at the accommodations they provided us. Are they fit for human habitation? They Haven-T even laid down a proper earth dragon. The bedding is nothing but ordinary silk cotton. Alas, what can one expect from such destitute and fallen families? I have already sent my servants to procure supplies. Let us endure for these 2 days. As the group continued their complaints, a voice interjected, What about Fu Baosong? Isn't he here? Who cares about him? Lin Zhengli scoffed. I wonder how the dean allowed him to join us. He is both sour and foul. Lin Zhengrun gently set his wine cup on the table, prompting Lin Zhengli to immediately fall silent. Lifting his chopsticks, Lin Zhengrun announced, Let us eat. The atmosphere grew lively once more. Under Jiang Wang's insistence, Jiang An'an returned the box of treasures she had acquired from her classmates, declaring that she would no longer assist them in cheating on exams. She vowed to study diligently henceforth, aiming to excel and bring honor to the Jiang family. Her only condition was that she should be given an extra portion of pastries from Guixiang Zhai after each dinner, as if she feared losing her teeth. While Ling He and others entertained their friends from Sanshan City, Jiang Wang, having concluded his training for the day, arrived at Mingda Hall to pick up his sister from school. It must be said that with the assistance of the Control Yuan decision, his mastery over Dao Yuan had progressed at a remarkable pace. The most evident manifestation of this was that he could now effortlessly arrange array points, having gone a long time without making a mistake. Coupled with the strength provided by the Four Spirits Body Refinement decision, he significantly increased the frequency of his meridian training. Were it not for his self-restraint, he might have already laid the foundation for his practice. However, even without fully exploiting his physical potential, he was not far from achieving that goal. Upon receiving Jiang An'an, just as he was preparing to enjoy a nice meal, a girl with a head full of small braids jumped in front of him. Pointing at Jiang Wang, she rudely exclaimed, "Are you the one who wouldn't let An'an play with me?" Jiang Wang recognized her as the mischievous little girl he had encountered at Mingda Hall that day. Clearly a child accustomed to pampering. The glittering pearls, jade, and emeralds adorning her braids spoke of her wealth. Jiang Wang saw no reason to engage in a quarrel with such a child. "Dear young lady, I merely advised An'an against cheating with you. I did not prevent her from playing with you." The braided girl huffed. "Then why did you return all those treasures to me? They were a testament to our friendship." "Friendship cannot be measured by wealth," Jiang Wang replied, lacking patience for the child's tantrum. "Now, if you will excuse us, An'an and I must return home." "Not so fast. You can't leave without a proper explanation." The girl, named Qingji, spread her arms to block their path. Jiang Wang, feeling helpless, resorted to his trump card. "I will inform your teacher." "Do you dare?" Qingji retorted angrily, rolling up her sleeves. "Do you believe I won't beat you?" Before Jiang Wang could respond, Jiang An'an interjected, "Qingji, if you hit my brother, I really won't play with you anymore." "Oh, please don't." Qingji immediately rolled her sleeves back down. Jiang Wang listened in silence, bemused by the child's bravado. "Let me reiterate, young lady, as long as you and An'an refrain from engaging in wrongful acts, such as cheating or skipping school, I will not oppose her playing with you. Do you understand? If you do, then wait here for your family to collect you. An'an and I are off to enjoy some water and meatball soup." Though Jiang An'an wanted to converse with her friend, upon hearing the mention of soup, she lost interest, waving goodbye. "Goodbye, Qingji. See you tomorrow." As Qingji waved and stepped aside, Jiang Wang picked up Jiang An'an and strode away. Watching his retreating figure, she huffed again, muttering, "What is so impressive about him?" Finally, the cultivators from Sanshan City arrived at the small courtyard prepared for them by the Dao Academy of Maple Forest City. As soon as the door closed, a figure clad in black, regarded by the citizens of Maple Forest City as a hidden demon king, plopped down onto the ground. Voice filled with inexplicable anger. "Can we disperse now?" We've arrived in Maple Forest City. Where else could I possibly flee? Throughout the journey, he had attempted countless methods to return to Sanshan City, only to be caught each time. As they neared Maple Forest City, he was surrounded and ushered into the city. The cultivators from Sanshan City felt awkward at his lament, casting their gazes skyward or downward, while two others exchanged furtive glances, yet no one dared to move. The true Demon King hopped gleefully into the room, darting through 6 chambers before bounding back to the courtyard. Pointing to the westernmost room, her wrists adorned with silver chains, each with a small silver hammer swinging at the ends, she declared, "All right, you may choose your rooms. That one is mine." At last, the crowd dispersed with a clamor. "Sun Xiaobang." Sun Xiaoman called out to the rolling Sun Xiaoyan. "You're staying in the room next to mine." "I don't want to," Sun Xiaoyan roared. Yet upon meeting Sun Xiaoman's gaze, his voice quickly diminished. "Can I not?" "No, you may not." Sun Xiaoman winked. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like a stream reflecting the moonlight. However, Sun Xiaoyan merely felt an urge to tremble. With a skip, Sun Xiaoman led the way, her silver hammer ornaments jingling melodiously. "Come, little fat boy, follow your sister." Reluctantly, Sun Xiaoyan trailed behind her, stepping into the room while muttering, "Can you please not call me little fat boy? I have a proper name." "All right, little fat boy." Sun Xiaoman turned, waving dismissively. "Come, sit here." Sun Xiaoyan obediently took a seat, his chubby form overflowing the chair. Sun Xiaoman reached out and removed his hood, revealing his round face. "Oh dear, look how swollen you are." Her voice was surprisingly gentle when she was not being fierce. "Oh my, I am being cared for." Sun Xiaoyan felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, yet he quickly rebuked himself internally. Sun Xiaoman produced a small jade vial, uncorking it to release a fragrant aroma. She delicately extracted a translucent ointment with her pinky nail and gently applied it to Sun Xiaoyan's face, using her fingertip to blend it in. Sun Xiaoyan, unable to protest, remained still and accepted her ministrations. A cool sensation washed over him, followed by a comforting relief as the pain in his face seemed to dissipate in an instant. "All done." Sun Xiaoman patted his chubby face. "Leave it on overnight, and by tomorrow, the swelling will subside." Sun Xiaoyan instinctively opened his mouth to thank her, but he caught himself, biting back the words. Sun Xiaoyan smiled brightly as she stored the vial away. "Remember, don't be so impulsive in the future. It's quite unattractive when you get hurt. It's a disgrace to Sanshan City. Who did this to me?" Sun Xiaoyan thought bitterly, yet he managed to force a smile, obediently replying, "All right, I'll be careful." Chapter 46. Close combat on the 10th day of the 10th month. under the watchful eyes, both overt and covert, the annual Tri-City debate officially commenced. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors each contended separately. For instance, 2 first-year students from Maple Forest City were set to face off against their counterparts from Three Mountain City and Wanjing City. Following the initial round, the remaining 3 victors would engage in a round-robin format: A versus B, B versus C, C versus A. Points were awarded as follows: 3 for a win, 1 for a draw, and none for a loss. The participant accumulating the most points would be declared the champion among the first-year students from the 3 cities. This format not only showcased individual prowess, but also the collective strength of each academy. Ultimately, should 2 participants hail from the same institution during the final round, they could strategically conserve their strength to target the remaining contender. The first-year debate commenced with 3 cities represented by 6 practitioners, all battling simultaneously. The venue was the square in front of the city lord's mansion, a place often used for the city guard's oath-taking ceremonies, thus affectionately referred to by locals as the training ground. The first-year practitioners of the City Academy had only recently commenced their foundational training, relying primarily on their techniques, albeit with some martial skills interwoven. This format was particularly comprehensible to the common folk, rendering it more popular among the populace. By early morning, the area was teeming with spectators. Families from Maple Forest City flocked to the training ground, necessitating the deployment of city guards to maintain order. On this day, there were no classes at Jiang An'an's school, so she was naturally accompanied by Ling He to watch the matches. Due to the overwhelming crowd, Jiang An'an perched atop Ling He's shoulders, clapping her hands and vociferously cheering for her elder brother. Zhao Ruqing and Huang Azan were also among the first to observe Jiang Wang's contest. However, the affluent Zhao would never stoop to the level of personally shouting and losing his composure. Instead, a dozen hired brawny men he had engaged were letting out raucous cheers from a distance. "Jiang Wang, you will triumph. Jiang Wang, you will prevail." 2 large banners fluttered in the wind, proclaiming, "Left banner, with a punch, I strike Three Mountain. In my sight, no rival stands. Right banner, with a kick, I tread Wanjing, who beneath me claims the title of hero." Although Jiang Wang would surely not take their fervent support to heart, the clamor for him drowned out the entire arena, transforming the debate into a showcase of Jiang Wang's prowess. Whispers circulated among the crowd, inquiring about the identity of this Jiang Wang. Upon learning he was a contestant from Maple Forest City, the simple-hearted locals erupted into cheers. Standing in the arena, Jiang Wang felt quite embarrassed. With the 6 practitioners present in the tightly knit matches, he sensed the weight of collective scrutiny upon him. Realizing he had become a target, were it not for the rules, he feared he might find himself facing 5 opponents simultaneously, including a senior from his own academy. The diminutive yet robust practitioner from Three Mountain City, Lin Zhengli, harbored particular disdain. Instead of focusing on his opponent, he spat in Jiang Wang's direction, his voice neither too soft nor too loud. Jiang Wang chose to ignore it. The training ground was delineated into 3 combat zones, with ample space for buffering between each. Practitioners from the county court served as main referees, while 2 instructors from Maple Forest City Academy acted as assistants. The nature of combat was straightforward. The one who fell was the loser, alleviating concerns of referee bias. In truth, the referee's primary role was to prevent young practitioners from losing control and suffering injuries. Jiang Wang's opponent hailed from Three Mountain City. This individual, though short of stature, was solidly built, clad in fitted martial attire, his muscles resembling stone. After performing the customary salutation, they took their positions. At the referee's command, Jiang Wang drew his sword. Like a dragon soaring, his sword cleaved through the stars. Almost simultaneously as the practitioner from Three Mountain City began to form his technique, Jiang Wang surged forward with his sword. It was decisive and swift. The technique, Purple Chi comes from the east, wielded overwhelming advantage in preternatural combat. In the internal selections of Maple Forest City Academy, he had previously vanquished Fang Pengju with this very maneuver, and it seemed history would repeat itself. However, to both Jiang Wang's and the audience's astonishment, the Three Mountain City practitioner did not evade. He stood his ground, eyes fixed on the approaching sword, his hands steady as he formed his technique under that unwavering gaze. In such circumstances, he could either abandon his technique to dodge or concede defeat. Yet, unlike Fang Pengju, he made a starkly different choice. Earthly energy surged violently, and Jiang Wang felt a force erupting from the ground below. He recognized it for what it was. Though he was confident in piercing his opponent's heart before the impending earth spike could emerge, He knew his own feet would be impaled in the process. A trade of injury for victory was not his desire. Jiang Wang pivoted his sword, just grazing the erupting earth spike beneath him, then deftly leaped back to his original position. The sharp spikes now surrounded the practitioner from Three Mountain City, who, scornfully labeled a mountain barbarian, had just narrowly secured his chance at survival. Immediately, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, shattering the spikes in front of him and sending them flying. The earth spikes whistled like javelins as they hurtled toward Jiang Wang. The practitioner from Three Mountain City followed closely behind the barrage, charging at Jiang Wang. Under Jiang An'an's anxious gaze, Jiang Wang spun like the wind, gliding effortlessly among the oncoming spikes, unscathed. Yet the practitioner from Three Mountain City closed in. He leaped high, his fists transforming into solid rock, swelling into colossal fists akin to a small mountain. Rock-smashing fist. The tide of offense and defense shifted. A direct confrontation was untenable. Jiang Wang crossed his sword before him, meeting the stone fist with the blade's flat edge, attempting to use the force to propel himself backward and seek another opportunity. Regardless, foundational practitioners possess limited energy and cannot unleash too many techniques. As long as he could prolong the engagement, his swordsmanship would guarantee victory. However, that stone fist suddenly twisted, seizing Jiang Wang's sword and crushing it. The rock-smashing fist was merely an upper-tier technique, and while Jiang Wang was not well-versed in it, he was familiar with its essence. He had never anticipated such a dynamic transformation of this technique. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Wang relinquished the hilt, wrapping both hands around the fist that had shattered his sword, exerting a powerful twist. The formidable strength derived from the four spirits' refinement coursed through him, sending debris flying in all directions. Jiang Wang planted his toes on the ground and quickly retreated in a backward arch, narrowly escaping the imminent explosion of the stone fist. The practitioner from Three Mountain City, finding his stone fist destroyed, opted to detonate it as an alternative means of attack. However, he did not anticipate Jiang Wang's keen reflexes, which allowed him to evade the blast in the nick of time. The explosion did not leave him unscathed, though he had aimed to mitigate the damage. His right arm was now covered in wounds, blood streaming profusely. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, maintaining his silence as he pursued Jiang Wang. He no longer formed techniques, nor had time to employ any techniques. Perhaps he realized that with his current grasp of techniques, he could not defeat his opponent. Thus, he resolved to test his robust physique and engage with his fists and feet, honed through battles with lions and tigers. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and headbutts. Jiang Wang found it impossible to create distance. His sword was gone, leaving him unable to utilize his swordsmanship. They engaged in close-quarters combat. In the confined space, it was the most intense, the most direct, and the most feral. Among the audience were many mundane martial artists with some knowledge of combat techniques, and they erupted in excitement at the spectacle. Chapter 47. Yang Xingyong among martial artists. Close-quarter combat undoubtedly tests one's fundamental reflexes and attests to their martial prowess. The cultivators of Sanshan City have been leaping across mountains since their youth, battling lions and tigers, and are thus formidable. Although close-quarter combat is a risky endeavor for him, he possesses a certain level of confidence. However, Jiang Wang's cultivation of the Four Spirits Body Refinement Technique, a unique martial art passed down through the military lineage and completed in the illusory Void Realms Taoist platform, is currently an exceptional body-refining method. Jiang Wang's physique, while not surpassing steel, is not far behind. The immense vitality within each muscle lies dormant in everyday life, but in such a setting, it erupts with unprecedented vigor. Bang, 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 bang. Fists and feet collide, knees and elbows strike. The sound of their fists meeting reverberates like a drum. This intensity of pure physical combat is something Jiang Wang has never experienced before. In this clash, he feels the Four Spirits Body Refinement Technique gradually merging with his being. Although he has diligently practiced, his background in the Dao Academy left him somewhat oblivious to what true body refinement entails. In this direct confrontation, he senses his vitality becoming more robust, his physical form growing stronger, his Dao essence becoming more vibrant, and he realizes his opponent's strength is waning. With a final collision of foreheads, the cultivator from Sanshan City staggers backward, not due to a lack of will to fight, but because he has truly exhausted every ounce of strength. Only Jiang Wang, who faced him in battle, understands the extent of his effort and determination. Several times, Jiang Wang believed victory was assured, only for his opponent to retaliate with another punch. He felt this Sanshan cultivator's ironclad will to win. They did not wish to be labeled as brutes. Yet, tragically, the more fiercely they fought, the more others remarked, "Look, brutes indeed disregard their lives." The referee raised the flag, signaling the outcome. The onlookers momentarily fell silent before a cheer erupted. After all, this was Fenglin City, Jiang Wang's home ground. Not to mention, a few burly men hired by Zhao Ruqing roared with fervor, driven by the promise of generous rewards, their enthusiasm surpassing even Jiang An'an's affection for her brother. Amidst the fervent cheers, Jiang Wang grasped his opponent, preventing him from collapsing. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Jiang Wang asked, looking at this respectable adversary and expressing his respect. In truth, the referee had announced both names before the match, yet Jiang Wang had failed to remember. Like many mundane individuals, though he did not display it outwardly, he had nurtured a subtle disdain for these so-called mountain brutes. The cultivator from Sanshan City stood teetering, leaning heavily on Jiang Wang's hand. His eyes were swollen, barely opening into slits. "Yang Xingyong," he exclaimed with joy, "I am Yang Xingyong." Outside the arena, Jiang An'an was applauding her brother, when suddenly she heard a familiar voice, An'an. Qingji, the little girl, leaped up in the crowd, excitedly squeezing her way toward Jiang An'an. An elderly man accompanied her, frail and severely hunched. Yet, in the bustling throng, they moved effortlessly, seemingly unaffected by the crowd. The onlookers were curious about Jiang An'an's friend, particularly intrigued by the girl who had threatened to strike Jiang Wang. Huang Azan's perspective was always unique. He immediately noticed the hunched old man. The man's features were rather peculiar. Though his expression was serious, he naturally exuded a somewhat lewd impression. Huang Azan nudged Zhao Ruqing with his elbow. "Hey, look at that old man. What about him?" Zhao Ruqing inquired. Huang Azan lowered his voice. "Don't you think his head looks very much like what?" Zhao Ruqing prompted. Huang Azan remained silent, merely glancing down. Zhao Ruqing first reacted with suspicion. "What are you looking at?" Then he realized and took a peek, stroking his chin. "Hey, it does resemble something." Their hushed conversation was abruptly interrupted as the hunched old man suddenly glared at them, clearly having overheard their exchange. "Enough of that. Watch the match." Huang Azan, feeling guilty, turned his gaze back to the arena, trying to appear nonchalant. Coughing twice, Zhao Ruqing reached over to lift Jiang An'an from Ling He's shoulder, placing her on his own. "An'an, your brother Ling He is tired. Sit on my shoulder for a while." He thought to himself that the old man, given his age, would hardly attack someone holding a child. Jiang An'an, now quite familiar with Zhao Ruqing, was indifferent to whose shoulder she sat on, happily engaging in idle chatter with Qingji. "My brother just won. He's so amazing." In the end, Yang Xingyong was carried away. The other two matches had concluded earlier, with another cultivator from Sanshan City overwhelmingly defeating his opponent from Wangjiang City, while Wangxiang's Lin Zhengli effortlessly triumphed over another first-year student from Fenglin City. Yet, the audience's attention was undeniably captivated by the battle between Jiang Wang and Yang Xingyong, for it was a clash of flesh and bone. It is merely a clash of weaklings. Fenglin City really lacks discernment. Lin Zhengli scoffed at the other victor, seemingly seeking validation. However, the victor from Sanshan City appeared unimpressed. "Please show respect to your opponent," he replied coldly. To him, Lin Zhengli's words demonstrated not only a lack of respect for Jiang Wang but also for Yang Xingyong. The cultivator from Sanshan City, Lin Zhengli, feeling slighted, muttered under his breath, "Humph, brutes." The cultivator from Sanshan City glared with fiery eyes but chose to remain silent. With the first round concluded, each city had one victor, marking a stalemate. The next phase would be a round-robin format, determined by a lottery, making luck paramount. The referee from the county office was responsible for drawing lots, ensuring the utmost fairness. He extracted a slip from the lot and announced, "Jiang Wang." Below, Ling He and Zhao Ruqing exhaled in relief. This meant the first match would be between Lin Zhengli and the cultivator from Sanshan City, followed by Jiang Wang facing both of them. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous draw. Jiang Wang stepped back, yielding the center stage to the two combatants. As they passed each other, Lin Zhengli chuckled lightly. "You're quite lucky. You get to sit out for a round." The implication was clear. He intended to incapacitate Jiang Wang in the second match, his tone dripping with disdain. Jiang Wang smiled in return. "I hope your luck holds out as well, so you can encounter me again." His meaning was that Lin Zhengli might not even make it to the second match, being vanquished in the first. In the realm of verbal sparring, he had been well trained by Zhao Ruqing and was not without the means to retaliate. However, he found it puzzling to understand the source of Lin Zhengli's animosity towards him. Was it merely due to the overly ostentatious slogans crafted by Zhao Ruqing? Lin Zhengli did not strike him as a person prone to impulsiveness. As a disciple of the Dao Academy, representing Wangjiang City, how could he be so easily ruffled? Jiang Wang was genuinely curious about the underlying reasons for this hostility. As for the battle itself, he felt no trepidation. In stark contrast to Lin Zhengli's brash demeanor, the cultivator from Sanshan City remained silent, merely observing his opponent. His demeanor reflected a more earnest attitude towards the impending conflict, indicating a stronger desire for victory. Chapter 48. The Mountain Barbarians. The contenders are Lin Zhengli from Wangjiang City and Zhao Tiehe from Sanshan City. Let the battle commence. With the referee's command, both participants began to form seals at a breathtaking speed. The only distinction was that Lin Zhengli remained composed in place, while Zhao Tiehe charged forward as he executed his seals. This clash of two starkly different styles left the outcome uncertain. Earthly energy coalesced, and sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground. While Yang Xingyong employed the earth spikes for defense, Zhao Tiehe wielded them offensively. A wave seemed to materialize from thin air, lifting Lin Zhengli into the air and narrowly evading the stone spike's assault. This was the advanced technique waves of the high order, a water-based maneuver that facilitated movement through aqueous energy. Zhao Tiehe completed his seals, raising both hands as the stone spikes surged upward, aiming at the airborne Lin Zhengli. Unlike Yang Xingyong's brute force approach to propel the spikes for a secondary assault, Zhao Tiehe's manipulation of the technique exemplified a true innovation in the art. Suspended in the air, Lin Zhengli appeared to have exhausted his options after employing the wave's technique, but he swiftly flicked his fingers, causing the wave beneath him to intensify. A new wave arose from the first, aiding Lin Zhengli in narrowly escaping the barrage of stone spikes. He similarly demonstrated the second transformation of the wave's technique. The battle between Zhao Tiehe and Lin Zhengli epitomized the clash of arcane powers. The evolution of these techniques also reflected the profound heritage of the Dao Academy of Sanshan City and Wangjiang City. It is essential to comprehend that such foundational transformations of techniques can genuinely elevate the overall strength of an academy. While Lin Zhengli continued to evade, Zhao Tiehe's relentless assault persisted. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself upward, delivering an uppercut. However, his fist was sheathed in layers of stone, the stone fist. He replicated Yang Xingyong's technique in response to Lin Zhengli's earlier taunt. Lin Zhengli remained airborne, nearly out of options, yet he flicked his fingers once more. From the waves, another wave emerged, propelling him away from danger. The triple wave technique, what seemed to be a mere water-based maneuver, showcased a remarkable triple transformation today. If Zhao Tiehe's earlier two-stage evolution of the earth spikes represented the pinnacle of the high order, then the triple wave had elevated the technique to the status of the medium order. This was a qualitative enhancement. As Zhao Tiehe's stone fist missed its target, he reacted with astonishment, for Lin Zhengli's counterattack was imminent. Harnessing the power of the triple wave, he evaded yet again, ultimately completing his technique. The surrounding water energy erupted violently, torrents surged forth, and Zhao Tiehe was caught off guard, being struck by a wave that sent him sprawling as if hit by a heavy blow. In midair, another wave collided with him, forcing him to spit blood. The waves crashed against him repeatedly, akin to a ragged punching bag, producing dull thuds. This was the raw force of the medium-order technique, raging waves. Lin Zhengli's demeanor was now serene, devoid of the earlier frivolity, exhibiting an air of calm control. He swiftly formed seals, and in the moment the raging wave subsided, he conjured a long whip of vines, which he lashed out with ferocity. Zhao Tiehe, amidst the tumult, had little means to defend himself. Instead, he curled into a ball, minimizing his exposed area. As the raging waves receded, he extended himself, seizing the whip. Despite the blood trickling from his mouth and his tattered clothing revealing numerous bruises, he appeared impervious to pain, as if the cultivators from Sanshan City possessed an innate tenacity. Gripping the whip with determination, he aimed to pull Lin Zhengli closer. Yet, Lin Zhengli slackened his grip, and the whip suddenly coiled back like a serpent, ensnaring Zhao Tiehe completely. The technique he had employed was not merely the medium-order vine whip, but rather the high-order binding vines. He had disguised the technique as a simple whip to lure Zhao Tiehe into grasping it, thereby ensnaring him perfectly. From the onset of the battle, every move Zhao Tiehe made had been ensnared in Lin Zhengli's cunning strategy. Even his earlier remarks to Zhao Tiehe might have been a clever ruse. At this moment, Lin Zhengli was poised to reap the fruits of victory. With calm precision, he completed his incantation, preparing to unleash the true vine whip upon his bound adversary. However, Zhao Tia's binding unexpectedly exploded, allowing him to roll away just in time to evade Lin Zhongli's unrelenting strike. It was then that the spectators noticed the trails of blood cascading down Zhao Tia's body, mingling with the debris on the ground. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhongli, Zhao Tia had already enveloped himself in a layer of stone armor as the raging waves subsided. Perhaps Lin Zhongli had been oblivious, or he may have noticed but deemed it insignificant, for the stone armor was a mere defensive technique, incapable of liberating him from the binding vines. Yet, when the armor detonated, it left Zhao Tia battered and bruised, causing the vines to burst apart. The scene was harrowing, prompting many onlookers to avert their gaze, with Ling He covering Jiang An'an's eyes. Yet, covered in blood, Zhao Tia charged once more at Lin Zhongli. No one understood why he refused to surrender or why he persisted. Was this merely a philosophical debate? It wasn't as if it were a life-altering examination in November. This was merely a battle among practitioners, with the other competitors observing from the sidelines. Sun Xiaoman's eyes remained glued to the arena, while Lin Zhongren turned to her, questioning whether it was wise to continue at this juncture. Lives were at stake. Should we choose life or honor? I cannot decide for him. The petite barefoot girl did not even turn her head. Crack. This time, Zhao Tia could not evade the whip. A deep lash mark appeared, tearing through flesh. Yet, he seemed indifferent to the pain. Instead, he seized the moment as the whip withdrew, entangling it around himself. He advanced toward Lin Zhongli, his fists gradually forming stone once more, albeit at a slower pace than before, yet still embodying the stone fist. Lin Zhongli was compelled to release the condensed whip, retreating while urging, "Surrender. If this continues, you will truly perish." Surrender? Zhao Tia gazed at Lin Zhongli, a smile spreading wider. "We from Sanshan City cannot allow ourselves to be belittled by you." With a sudden burst, he lunged forward, crashing down with the stone fist. Boom! Lin Zhongli leaped away as the stone fist struck the ground with thunderous force, creating a deep crater. Seeking death, while airborne, Lin Zhongli hastily formed seals, unwilling to admit the dread that had begun to creep upon him during the fight. Yet, he resolved to unleash an even fiercer technique, even if it meant losing control. Even if it could, in Zhao Tia's life. As the technique began to take shape, he landed perfectly. The timing was impeccable, prompting an inward commendation. However, unbeknownst to him, a pit lay beneath, an unforeseen trap set by Zhao Tia. Guided by earthy energy, the ground had sunk, an exceedingly basic technique. The pitfall of the low order. Yet, it was perfectly timed. Lin Zhongli stumbled, his stance collapsing, and the technique dissipated, despite having immediately twisted his body to avoid falling. Zhao Tia lunged at him like a wild beast, pinning him firmly to the ground. The proximity of the two rendered any supernatural techniques meaningless. Bang! That was the sound of a fist striking a face. I am no mountain barbarian. Bang! Bang! I am Zhuang Guoqing from Qinghe County, a cultivator of Sanshan City. Zhao Taihe. Bang! 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 Zhao Tia unleashed a flurry of punches. Outside the ring, Lin Zhongren felt his eyelids twitch, as if each blow were landing upon his own face. I concede, he shouted. Chapter 49. The Kumpi Drum the Victor, Zhao Tia of Sanshan City. The referee's declaration resonated in the air, and almost simultaneously, Zhao Tia's figure, once full of vigor, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. His injuries were far more severe than Lin Zhongli's, and his physical strength had long reached its limits. He had fought solely on sheer willpower. Now, he lay sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted. Beside him, Lin Zhongli, who had been struck with tremendous force, was already unconscious, having been driven into the pit by Zhao's powerful blows. The arena was a scene of devastation, scattered stones, broken vines, deep pits, splashes of water, and streaks of blood, a true battlefield. It was only at this moment that applause erupted from the crowd. Initially sparse, as neither combatant hailed from their hometown, it soon grew into a thunderous roar. This battle had been exhilarating, showcasing the indomitable spirit of the cultivators from Sanshan City. They admired Zhao Tia and subsequently altered their perceptions of the region he represented. Perhaps this was the very essence of what they had fought so fiercely to demonstrate. Despite being born in a barren land, amidst ferocious beasts, they were not mere savages. They possessed their own loves and hates, aspirations, and an unwavering sense of honor. It was no small feat. Ling He clapped his hands until they turned crimson. Perhaps the only one among them who had never referred to the cultivators of Sanshan City with disdain. Understanding the sting of being belittled, he could never belittle others. Zhao Ruqing, however, was preoccupied with another thought. With both fighters so severely damaged, could his third brother achieve victory without further conflict? Beside him, Huang Azan had already begun calculating 10 points of merit for each victory, and these 2 matches were victories without fighting. The top contender of the annual discourse among the 3 cities would receive double merit rewards. Altogether, 50 points of merit, half a pulse opening pill. A celebration was in order. Had it not been for the presence of Jiang An'an, he might have already announced a feast at the 3 Fragrance Pavilion. What is merit? Is it valuable? Jiang An'an inquired curiously. Indeed, Zhao Ruqing teased, well aware of Jiang An'an's struggles to earn and repay debts. Just a single merit point surpasses the treasures you've amassed. Jiang An'an began counting on her fingers, her expression turning serious as she spread her hands wide, forming an expansive circle. That's a lot. After the first round of the tournament, the recovery time was brief. For Zhao Tiehe, who had just endured a grueling battle, it felt unjust, yet the rules were immutable. After repeated inquiries from the referee, Zhao Tiehe, swaying unsteadily, still resolved to fight on. Jiang Wang stood opposite him, hand resting on his sword, his gaze solemn. Step down, urged Sun Xiaoman. Her appearance was that of a young girl, and her voice matched her youthful visage. Yet the weight of her words commanded attention. Zhao Tiehe turned to her, saying, I still have 1 life to wager. His tone was calm, almost serene. As he spoke a simple truth, Jiang Wang was no weakling. He had defeated Yang Xingyong in a direct confrontation and was in peak condition. At this moment, Zhao had little left to offer, save for his life. Your life is invaluable, and Sanshan City needs you, Sun Xiaoman replied earnestly. I allowed you to risk everything before because you still had a chance. Now, that chance is gone, and the resources you have accumulated cannot be squandered. It was unclear which of her words persuaded him, but Zhao Tiehe turned and staggered off the stage. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Wang thought he detected a glimmer of tears in Zhao's eyes. Such a man could shed tears? Jiang Wang found it difficult to comprehend the almost obsessive regard that the cultivators from Sanshan City had for victory or defeat. He had done his utmost. Why lament the inability to fight to the death? With these questions lingering in his mind, Jiang Wang faced the 3rd round of the tournament. Lin Jingli had yet to regain consciousness, and Lin Jingren once again conceded in his stead. Thus, Jiang Wang emerged as the annual champion of the 3 cities discourse. Although the circumstances of his opponent's mutual destruction seemed unconvincing, it mattered little. Merit was merit. Merit secured is merit indeed, Zhao Ruqing remarked. At this point, Jiang Wang had retreated to the sidelines, joining Ling He and others as spectators. The citizens of Fenglin City remained gracious toward the cultivators who brought them pride, even making room for Jiang Wang, who had just exited the arena. Jiang An'an and the audacious little girl, Qing Ji, sat together at the front, while Jiang Wang and his companions engaged in casual conversation from behind. To Jiang Wang's surprise, the cloud mat they sat upon had not been provided by Zhao Ruqing, but was instead brought by an elderly man accompanying the young girl, Qing Ji. This cloud mat was lightweight and exquisitely soft, a luxury unattainable for common folk. Yet, Qing Ji's family had produced such a substantial piece for the ground. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel that the world of the wealthy was indeed a realm of towering heights, as he reflected on his own upbringing in a family that, while comfortable, seemed meager by comparison. Since meeting Zhao Ruqing, he often felt like a beggar in contrast. The hunchbacked elder scrutinized Jiang Wang for a moment before speaking. I never expected you to return that box of treasures, Jiang Xiaoyu. You taught your sister well. The elder's voice was warm, yet his unseemly appearance diminished his credibility. Jiang Wang, not one to judge by looks, replied courteously, it was nothing. Just playful banter among children. It should not be taken seriously. Confucius said, wealth and power obtained unjustly are to me like floating clouds. Jiang Wang's words bore the essence of Confucian integrity. Discussing Confucian values with a Taoist disciple in Zhuangguo, the hunchbacked elder seemed to have lost his wits in his literary musings. Jiang Wang chuckled lightly and said, the competition is commencing. The discourse among the 3 cities featured divisions for 1st, 3rd, and 5th-year students, yet the rules of competition remained consistent. Li Jianxiu and Wang Changxiang entered the arena simultaneously, and 3 matches unfolded concurrently. Jiang Wang focused intently, observing the entirety of the spectacle. Li Jianxiu's opponent hailed from Sanshan City, and their match was equally thrilling, showcasing exquisite manipulations of Taoist arts. The combatants exchanged blows for an extended period until Li Jianxiu ultimately triumphed with his fire-based techniques. Wang Changxiang's battle against a cultivator from Wangjiang City was comparatively straightforward. At the onset of the fight, he summoned a fog to obscure his opponent's vision. Calmly, he formed a seal, unleashing a powerful gust that sent his adversary spiraling into the air. Techniques like the blowing dragon whirlwind were nearly insurmountable at this level of competition. Jiang Wang recalled how, back in Xiaolan town, a single blowing dragon whirlwind had nearly drained Wang Changxiang's strength, and he wondered if he had indeed forfeited further battles. However, once the fight concluded, Wang Changxiang promptly withdrew a Daoist origin stone to absorb its energy. Clearly, the Wang family had invested significantly in their quest for the position of third-year champion. Yet, what captured the attention of the citizens of Fowlin City most was the enigmatic black-clad fighter from Sanshan City. When the black robe was removed, revealing a comically rotund figure, a collective sigh of disappointment echoed among the onlookers. In their minds, the figure cloaked in black should have been a fearsome villain, perhaps scarred and menacing, but instead, they were confronted with a seemingly easy target. Yet, this little chubby fighter did not disappoint. As the duel began, perhaps influenced by the previous defeats of his teammates, the 3-year cultivator from Wangjiang City unleashed his full strength. He initiated with 5 water spikes, cunningly concealing wind blades among them, followed by earth spikes and preparing a torrent of fury. The seamless blend of wind, water, and earth techniques dazzled the spectators. Throughout the encounter, the chubby fighter from Sanshan City did but one thing: charge forward. He barreled ahead without regard for the overwhelming barrage of techniques, closing the distance until he stood before his opponent. He then raised his fist and struck down. The battle came to an abrupt end. The little fighter's clothing lay in tatters, revealing his pale, plump flesh, while his opponent lay defeated on the ground. A crowd was left astounded. His physical defense was extraordinarily formidable. Ling He marveled, pondering whether he was merely a man of martial prowess. No, that final punch was the fist of overwhelming stone. He had employed a form of Taoist technique. Yet, there were no indications of stone skin or similar arts. How could his defense be so robust? These individuals, being relatively young and inexperienced, engaged in prolonged discussion without arriving at any conclusions. It is the Kunpi drum, a permanently solidified Taoist technique, murmured a hunchbacked old man who had been listening intently nearby. However, he refrained from divulging any further specifics regarding this particular technique. Chapter 50. Wang Yichue. As Sun Xiaoyan stunned the audience with his victory, Lin Zhongli, awakening from his stupor, quietly lamented behind his elder brother. Why did you have to make me concede? If you had awakened me then, I could have fought. And what then? Lin Zhengrun did not turn back. If not for your carelessness, that brute would have had no chance. Besides, this fellow from Fowlin City didn't even manage to lay a proper foundation. Allowing him to claim victory is unacceptable. Even if you had bested him, based on points, he would still be the champion of the year. It would be utterly meaningless. Moreover, Lin Zhengrun's lips curled slightly. What if you lost again? How could that be? Lin Zhongli glanced around and lowered his voice, a hint of frustration in his tone. Do you not trust me? Would I lose to him? Who knows? Lin Zhengrun chuckled dismissively. A surge of contemptuous anger welled up within Lin Zhongli, particularly as he recalled how he had been publicly overpowered and humiliated. Just as he was about to retort, Lin Zhengrun suddenly turned, grasping his collar tightly. Remember, your foolishness has earned you enemies. If you lack absolute certainty, do not give your adversary the chance to triumph over you. He has not defeated any of you. His victory is far from complete. Releasing his grip, he turned back to observe the match, his refined countenance devoid of any gloom. Do not grant him that satisfaction. In the round-robin stage, Fowlin City's luck was favorable. There were no internal conflicts in the first round. Li Jianxiu had a bye, while Wang Changxiang faced Sun Xiaoyan first. Neither side intended to alter their combat strategies. Sun Xiaoyan charged forward recklessly, while Wang Changxiang initiated with a veil of mist. What is this? More fog. Indeed, it obscures everything. The onlookers, losing patience, began to abandon their respect for the Wang family. However, the spectators' opinions were clearly not a concern for Wang Changxiang. Sun Xiaoyan stumbled through the mist, missing every hit. As the technique reached its conclusion, the wind surged and the fog dissipated. A gentle breath transformed into a tempest, roaring forth and colliding with Sun Xiaoyan. Ah! The stout youth bellowed, his voice lacking intimidation, reminiscent of a piglet. Yet, his strength was undeniable. Despite the howling vortex, he attempted to surge forward. His garments were shredded by the wind, his face flushed. His feet clung to the ground, but the tiles beneath him shattered, forcing him to retreat step by step. Stepping out of bounds would mean defeat. Sun Xiaoyan began to execute his technique. Amidst the raging cyclone, it was exceedingly challenging, yet he managed to succeed. A stone wall materialized before him, only to be obliterated in an instant. The debris struck him, and he lost control entirely, being swept into the air and hurled out of the arena. The Kunpi drum technique indeed boasted formidable defenses, for even in such a powerful tempest, he bore no visible injuries. The flying stones left no bruises. Nevertheless, he had lost. At this stage, Sun Xiaoyan's defense seemed nearly insurmountable, had this been a true battle. Wang Changxiang might have found it equally challenging. However, this was a competition, and being blown out of bounds amounted to defeat. Jiang Wang sighed, realizing that against both Wang Changxiang and Sun Xiaoyan, he felt utterly powerless. The defense of the Four Spirits body refinement was clearly inferior to the Kunpi drum. And although the Ziki Donglai sword technique was formidable, it likely wouldn't breach the defense. A capable weapon might have offered an opportunity, but currently, he found himself unable to contend with the stout youth. As for Wang Changxiang, the moment the breath-formed cyclone emerged, his only option was to flee. That was a first-rate technique. In the entire Folan City Dao Academy, even counting the instructors, how many could wield it? Unbelievable. The Wind Sparrow, the hunchbacked elder, interjected. His Dao Vein's true spirit must be the Wind Sparrow, naturally attuned to the elemental force of wind. Thus, he can utilize first-rate techniques beyond his level. This was Jiang Wang's first encounter with the Wind Sparrow as a true spirit. In the Academy's teachings on Dao Veins, instructors had only ever described the earthworm true spirit. Jiang Wang had once believed that all true spirits were akin to earthworms. Experience often reflects strength. Jiang Wang and his companions exchanged glances, their demeanor towards the seemingly lecherous elder becoming markedly respectful. Before they could inquire, the elder was asked, "What is your surname?" Wang An'an coughed, his tone polite and deferential. However, perhaps harboring a grudge from earlier, the hunchbacked elder responded coldly, dismissing him with a huff. "Yes, old sir, what is your surname?" Jiang An'an suddenly turned, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I see you often but never know how to address you." "Gui." Before the nearby girl, Qing Shi, could speak, the hunchbacked elder beamed. "Grandfather's surname is Gui. You may call me Grandfather Gui." Such an elegant surname. Wang An'an nodded appreciatively, preparing to shower the elder with compliments. Even Jiang An'an and Qing Shi quickly turned their attention back to the arena as the second round commenced. Wang Changxiang faced Li Jianxiu. Whether in the rankings or the combat prowess displayed thus far, Wang Changxiang held overwhelming superiority. Yet, for some reason, Jiang Wang felt that Li Jianxiu possessed more depth than he had shown. "Brother Wang, can we avoid using the breath-formed cyclone, such an unscrupulous technique?" Li Jianxiu proposed before the battle commenced. Wang Changxiang, having restored his Dao energy reserves and brimming with vitality, merely smiled at the remark. His usual gentleness remained. As he completed his technique, the mist dispersed. At that moment, Li Jianxiu spread his arms wide, summoning a fierce wind. A third-rate technique, summon wind. This was not the impenetrable fog of Xiaolan Town. A mere breeze could disperse it. Ultimately, the mist was not an insurmountable technique. The true challenge lay in the breath-formed cyclone. In the previous matches, opponents had possessed the means to counter the mist but had chosen to prioritize their own defenses, unaware that they would be shattered in a single blow. As the mist cleared, Wang Changxiang maintained his technique, speaking calmly, "Brotherly, you previously showed little interest in wind-based techniques. The world of Dao techniques is vast. One should specialize rather than dabble." Li Jianxiu completed his technique, conjuring two flaming swords. And with a leap, he soared like an eagle. "Learned from my elder brother." At that moment, he was airborne, exuding an impressive aura. Wang Changxiang's expression remained unchanged as he brought his hands to his lips, fingers forming a triangle. He exhaled, breath-formed cyclone. A breath transformed into a cyclone. And as Li Jianxiu approached, he executed several backflips in midair without any leverage. "Good," Wang An'an exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. Except in rare instances. Prior to opening the gate of heaven and earth, it was nearly impossible for humans to fly unaided. Li Jianxiu's display of floating ability was indeed remarkable. However, the surrounding spectators regarded Wang An'an with bewildered expressions. After a few claps, he withdrew his hands, for although Li Jianxiu's aerial maneuvers were stunning, they resulted in him being ejected from the arena, equivalent to conceding. As Li Jianxiu landed, dispersing the twin flaming swords, he wore a look of astonishment. Your breath-formed cyclone can be completed so swiftly? He was genuinely surprised. Those with discerning eyes and attendants recognized that the opportunity to defeat Li Jianxiu lay solely in completing the breath-formed cyclone before he could react. Yet, no one could have predicted that he not only mastered a first-rate technique, but did so with such finesse and speed, even managing to shorten the time required for its execution. This implied that in previous battles, he need not have taken so long in preparation. The mist was merely a trivial illusion, obscuring the vision of opponents like Li Jianxiu. Slow down. I feel something is amiss, Wang Changxiang remarked with a gentle smile. Li Jianxiu remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled in resignation. I have lost. Thus, the champion of the three cities debate was decided after 3 years, with Wang Changxiang emerging victorious in both battles, returning in triumph. Following this contest, Wang Changxiang acquired a new moniker, Wang the Blower, implying that no matter what opponent he faced, he could dispatch them with a mere breath. Of course, it also suggested that he possessed only that singular ability. In the words of Huang Azan, it was short yet fierce. Subsequently, the battle between Li Jianxiu and Sun Xiaoyan no longer influenced the outcome. Their contest was rather perfunctory. Although the onlookers perceived it as intense, Li Jianxiu showcased the ferocity of fire-based techniques nearly flawlessly, his hand gestures swift as the wind. Sun Xiaoyan, on the other hand, once again charged recklessly, relying on his Kuan skin drum. Just before the clash of blades, Li Jianxiu gracefully withdrew from the fray, conceding once more. However, from Jiang Wang's perspective, Li Jianxiu had not exerted his full strength. Throughout the encounter, the ancient sword at his waist had remained sheathed. As the participants exited the stage, the arena was prepared for the battles of the 5-year students of the Dao Academy. Being familiar with his junior, Jiang Wang naturally approached to offer some words of comfort to Li Jianxiu. Yet, Li Jianxiu spoke first. I had a surprise prepared, but it seems I was not granted the opportunity to perform. Jiang Wang understood he was referring to the astonishing speed with which Wang Changxiang executed his wind-summoning technique. Why did his senior not attempt it against the Three-Mountain City, though the previous bout had been dazzling? It was evident to discerning eyes that Li Jianxiu had no intention of contending for victory. Li Jianxiu smiled wryly. Firstly, I might not be able to breach his defensive technique. Secondly, finishing second or third holds no significance. He turned to depart. The competition is about to begin, Jiang Wang reminded him. Yet, Li Jianxiu was already riding away, stating, I shall not watch. Chapter 51. The collapse of the mountain ridges 5 years prior to the commencement of the battle, Wei Qiuji and Dong A arrived at the scene, both burdened with the weight of their responsibilities. To them, the skirmishes among the students of the city Dao Academy lacked any semblance of spectacle. Yet, the confrontations between the 5th-year students bore significant weight for the 3 cities. Firstly, these 5th-year students essentially represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the academy. Secondly, there was a coveted spot for the 3 cities to debate, allowing a direct passage to the National Dao Academy. This meant exemption from the upcoming grand examination and the necessity to visit the prefecture. They could proceed directly to the capital. This opportunity, of course, could only be awarded to the foremost champion of the 5th-year students from the 3 cities. As Wei Qiuji and Dong A settled into their seats, the atmosphere noticeably quieted. It must be acknowledged that formidable figures like Dong A immensely bolstered the overall strength of the Dao Academy. In this year's debate among the 3 cities, the top student from the first year was Jiang Wang of Fenglin City Dao Academy, while the third-year students had devolved into an internal conflict within Fenglin City Dao Academy. With Dong A formidable 5th-grade practitioner, presiding over Fenglin City Dao Academy, it was undoubtedly a boon for the institution. Should they secure the title of the 5th-year champion, Fenglin City would indisputably sweep the remaining 2 cities, reaping the lion's share of resources in this year's capital allocation. Consequently, Zhang Linchuan was nearly rubbing a hole in his forehead. The pressure was immense, he murmured softly. Among the 3 matches underway, the most captivating was undoubtedly the duel between Lin Jingren and Sun Xiaoman. One was the composed top-ranked student from Wangjiang City, while the other was a petite and charming girl, seemingly delicate and fragile. Is she even 10 years old? Zhao Ruqing exclaimed in astonishment. Not far from where the 3 mountain city practitioners were seated, the hooded Sun Xiaoyan, now draped in a black cloak, turned angrily, yelling, I feel like I'm about to shatter. It's so spicy it's unbearable. Zhao Ruqing, unable to catch the full context, leaned in closer and suddenly recoiled. Gasping in shock, he had caught sight of the bruised and swollen face beneath the hood. This stout little figure, who had once exhibited formidable defense, now bore the marks of an unexpected encounter, with a swollen visage rendering his eyes nearly invisible and his speech slurred. Could it be the after-effects of that Kunpi drum? Zhao Ruqing pondered. Seeing that her own appearance was frightful enough to startle, Sun Xiaoyan felt quite aggrieved and retreated, tugging her hood down more tightly. How could she explain that her sister had insisted on giving her a good thrashing before the match? Jiang Wang maintained a calm facade, but internally, he felt a pang of anxiety. This little stout fellow was merely 13, while he himself was already 17. The girl in the ring, being the stout boy's sister and representing the 5-year students of Three Mountain City, would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Had he already fallen too far behind at the outset of his cultivation journey? The barefoot girl elegantly leaped into the arena, her delicate wrist adorned with a small hammer swaying gently. Her face radiated an innocent charm, contrasting sharply with Lin Zhengren's striking looks, which hardly garnered him much support. Almost half of the audience favored Sun Xiaoman, while the remainder hoped she would win without excessive exertion. It was rumored that Chu Ping had succumbed to Xiongwan. His heart extracted. "I mourn for him," Lin Zhengren remarked, his tone contemplative before the battle commenced. "Life and death are dictated by fate," Sun Xiaoman replied, her expression stoic. Jiang Wang could distinctly sense the palpable chill that enveloped the practitioners from Three Mountain City beside him. Previously, when Xiongwan had appeared in Three Mountain City, he was besieged by the Academy's students. Yet, not only did he escape, but he also slayed 10 practitioners, including the Academy's elder brother, Chu Ping, shocking the entire prefecture. Lin Zhengren's reference to this incident was not born of regret. Observing the small girl before him, he smiled. "Last year, he bested me in one move. I wonder if you can reclaim that victory this year?" Chu Ping was dead, thus that victory could not be reclaimed. Yet, for the living, might there still be an opportunity? Sun Xiaoman advanced, her delicate jade-like feet gliding forward. The battle commenced. Lin Zhengren unfurled his right hand, drawing forth a long azure whip from his left sleeve. The whip flowed like water, but its tip suddenly extended, slicing through the air towards Sun Xiaoman, striking with the precision of a venomous serpent. With a swift push of his left hand, waves erupted from the ground, surging towards Sun Xiaoman with furious intensity. This torrent was executed with unparalleled swiftness. At the same moment, the keen-eyed could observe something emerging from the ground, breaking through the tiles. Confronting such a young girl, one must first engage in psychological warfare. Perhaps many would scorn this tactic, but it also revealed Lin Zhengren's composure. He seized every slight advantage, granting his opponent no opportunity. In the midst of battle, this steadiness was vividly demonstrated. Lin Zhengren's combat style may have been emulated by others, yet they fell woefully short in strength. Sun Xiaoman propelled herself upward. With a graceful step, she effortlessly evaded the incoming whip's tip and even trod upon the surging waves, gliding effortlessly. Zhao Ruqing raised an eyebrow. Astonishment etched upon his features. That was a considerable manifestation of Taoist power, yet her jade foot bore not a single mark of injury. Particularly, there was no trace of the released Taoist energy. Either she possessed a permanent Kunpi drum like Sun Xiaoyan, or her body had reached a formidable level of cultivation. Presently, it seemed only reckless warriors could achieve a complete physical immunity to Taoist energy damage. With deftness, the barefoot girl danced upon the waves, and, leaping further, she ascended into the air. Lin Zhengren relaxed his grip, and the azure whip suddenly lashed out, producing a sound akin to shattering air. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal python, baring its fangs and lunging towards Sun Xiaoman. This whip was fashioned from the hide of a living serpent, a treasured heirloom of the Lin family from Wangjiang City, known as the Azure Python. Simultaneously, the ground before Lin Zhengren erupted, countless vines surging forth like a writhing mass of serpents. This technique was instantaneous. It marked Lin Zhengren's first manifestation of a Taoist technique after completing the minor circulatory cycle. Inscribed within the Heavenly Palace, such techniques are rarely disclosed lightly. 4 low-grade practitioners, each could only inscribe 2 instantaneous techniques within the Heavenly Palace, one upon completing the minor cycle and the other upon completing the major cycle. These were akin to a practitioner's trump card, seldom revealed. Occasionally, during battles, practitioners would feign the incantation of a technique, even if it were instantaneous, merely to obscure their true capabilities. Yet, sensing a certain pressure, Lin Zhengren had no hesitation in revealing his trump card. The intertwining snake-like vines rapidly coalesced into an unyielding wall of vines, forming a formidable barrier before Lin Zhongren. As Sun Xiaoman leapt before Lin Zhongren, confronted by the pursuing python and the obstructing wall of vines, she merely raised her small hands high. The petite silver ornaments adorning her wrist expanded in the wind. All present witnessed the diminutive barefoot girl soaring through the air, grasping two massive silver hammers, nearly the size of her own frame, and spinning with a mighty swing. The hammers whirled through the air, striking the pursuing azure python with tremendous force, causing it to spin along with the momentum. Sun Xiaoman executed a complete rotation in midair, the hammers continuing their relentless assault, crashing down upon the wall of vines. In the moment of contact, the entire wall of vines, infused with the essence of second-tier Taoist techniques, disintegrated. With a single swing, the mountain ridges collapsed. Chapter 52. Connecting Heaven and Earth Unexpectedly. The treasured artifact of Sand Mountain City, the Jinshan hammer, was passed down to this young girl. In the stands, Wei Qiuji squinted his eyes. Lin Jingren's combat system primarily revolved around the water and wood elements, where the interplay of these two forces yielded results far exceeding mere addition. However, under the might of Sun Xiaoman's twin hammers, it crumbled at the first contact. The serpent-like vines shattered, and the long whip known as the emerald python was sent back to its original form, flung far away. Waves surged beneath Lin Jingren's feet, enabling him to evade Sun Xiaoman's hammer strikes. This was the second instant spell, the triple wave technique, as his final trump card was revealed. And even his ancestral artifact was knocked from his grasp. Lin Zhongren remained unfazed. Was this not the discourse of the three cities? Why did Miss Sun from Sand Mountain City appear more like a martial brute? He chuckled softly. Is it true that with Chu Ping's demise, Sand Mountain City's lineage has been lost? In a light-hearted tone, he questioned Sun Xiaoman's qualification to compete. From the stands, Dong Acon remarked, Zhuang Guo reveres the Dao, yet does not belittle other sections. In the arena, let skill prevail. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, resembling a thunderclap. Zhang Linchuan had effortlessly defeated Sand Mountain City's opponent with a lightning technique, serving as a commentary on Dong A's words. Nearby, the other pair from Wangjiang City and Fenglin City was still engaged in fierce combat, the battle having reached a boiling point. Once the fight commenced, only the outcome mattered. Lin Zhongren certainly did not believe that Sun Xiaoman would concede without a fight simply due to his martial prowess. Otherwise, the battle would not have begun. He merely wished to test whether this young girl possessed an indomitable spirit. Was it not sorrowful that the elder brother of Sand Mountain City Dao Academy had fallen? Sun Xiaoman's hammers approached. She wielded her oversized hammers with agility, as though dancing with lantern flowers. Chu Ping's death had indeed affected her. Her strikes were somewhat heavier. This minute detail was hardly noticeable, yet Lin Zhongren could not overlook it. The waves propelled him upward effortlessly. With the triple wave technique, he leapt onto the Jinshan hammer. He lightly tapped the hammer's surface. This slight force would have been insignificant to Sun Xiaoman, a martial artist renowned for her strength, but at that moment, all the vital energy around Lin Zhongren erupted chaotically. It seemed as if a portal coalesced in the void behind him, a reflection of the physical realm. Between heaven and earth lay a door, and humanity served as its threshold. A resounding boom echoed, yet it was as silent as a whisper. The portal swung open. Thus, the vital energy converged, and heaven and earth interconnected. He had long possessed the ability to open the threshold to the cosmos. Yet his confidence led him to choose this precise moment for its unveiling. This indicated his complete mastery over the battlefield. The cosmic door was no longer an obstacle for him. He had likely grown accustomed to playing the role of the underdog. He bridged the realms, linking with the world. Power need not be sought externally. He already embodied great strength. He had attained the 6th rank of the ascending dragon realm, a formidable presence among the 3rd rank. With a firm step, the Jinshan hammer plunged irrevocably into the ground, shattering the tiles and embedding itself into the earth. Sun Xiaoman, still gripping the hammer, leaned precariously as it sank, yet she used the momentum to flip herself and follow up with another hammer strike, roaring towards Lin Zhongren, attempting to force him back. However, the gap between mid-tier and beginner cultivators was vast. Lin Zhongren merely altered his fingers, and she was abruptly repelled. From his palm, a small dragon of water vitality surged forth, roaring. The water dragon absorbed energy as it grew, crashing directly into the massive hammer, then barreling into Sun Xiaoman, sending both her and her hammer flying. An A-grade low-tier technique, the water dragon wave. One Jinshan hammer slipped from her grip, embedded in the ground, while the other bore down upon Sun Xiaoman, striking her into unconsciousness. In the next moment, The giant hammer atop the barefooted girl trembled as she inhaled deeply, displacing it and springing up. Jiang Wang vaguely understood why Yang Xingyong and Zhao Tiahe fought so desperately. Their third and fifth-year students were not particularly strong, even deemed weak. The little chubby boy was nearly invincible in defense among his peers, but alas, he was too young and lacked sufficient experience. The first-year competition might be their sole opportunity for victory, the only chance to showcase the future potential of Sand Mountain City. With the loss of 10 elite students, including the elder brother Chu Ping, the Sand Mountain City Dao Academy was in dire need of talent. Thus, the martial arts prodigy Sun Xiaoman was required to step forward and lead. This was also why the 13-year-old chubby boy, Sun Xiaoyan, was reluctantly brought along with his mother's consent. At this moment, Sand Mountain City desperately needed resources. The Three Cities Discourse, involving resource allocation from the Zhuang court, carried immense significance for them. Meanwhile, another fifth-year student from Sand Mountain City had already been defeated by Zhang Linchuan, placing all the pressure on this barefooted girl. Hence, she rose to face the challenge, despite her ribs visibly caving in and her opponent demonstrating sixth-grade prowess. Her petite figure swayed but remained unyielding. Lin Zhengren beckoned, and the whip that had been knocked away returned to his hand. This whip could amplify his wood element techniques. Without a hint of hesitation or wavering resolve, he swiftly completed the incantation once more. A massive blue python erupted from the ground, ensnaring Sun Xiaoman entirely. In just one loop, the barefooted girl vanished from sight, along with her hammer, engulfed by the constricting embrace of the azure serpent. An A-grade low-tier technique, the blue python constriction. He was so powerful, his strength was remarkable, and he remained remarkably composed, exhibiting an unwavering steadiness. A cultivator of Lin Zhengren's caliber was indeed one of the most formidable adversaries, never allowing his opponents a moment's respite. Sister. Outside the arena, Sun Xiaoyan was on the verge of tears. One hand grasped the neck of the blue python. Compared to its size, that hand appeared minuscule. Yet it exuded strength. It was Dong A's hand. With a casual shake, the entire azure serpent disintegrated soundlessly, revealing the ensnared Sun Xiaoman. She collapsed, consciousness already lost. Yet her hand remained tightly clenched around the only remaining Jinshan hammer. You have won, Dong A addressed Lin Zhengren. He bowed slightly, his courtesy impeccable. Thank you for your efforts, Director Dong. It was only at this moment that the referee approached to carry Sun Xiaoman off the field. This referee, hailing from the prefecture, could barely breach the threshold of the cosmos. He had been unable to intervene in the recent battle. Dong A waved his hand, signaling the commencement of the next round. Watching Dong A return gracefully to the stands, Wei Qiuji remained silent. But his voice arose. The Jinshan hammer has already acknowledged its master. This girl will surely become exceptional in the future. Why not let Lin Zhengren eliminate her? With the husband dead for a few years and now the daughter gone, the one from Sand Mountain City would surely go mad. Although the fierce mother tiger held a grudge against Wangjiang City, what did it have to do with me in Fenglin City? If this girl survives, who among her peers would be her rival? She would only hinder the paths of my Fenglin City disciples. Dong A did not regard him, but her voice drifted back to his ears. The disciples of Sand Mountain City and Fenglin City are all offspring of our Zhuanggua. Wei Qiuji fell silent, neither affirming nor denying. Chapter 53, The Dark Candle in the Northern Armory of Maplewood City, more precisely located at the northwest corner of the city. A substantial amount of military equipment is stored, awaiting deployment when the army is mobilized. The area is heavily guarded, with a 100-man squad stationed here at all times. This squad is divided into 10 small teams, each led by a cultivator. However, this does not imply that the proportion of cultivators in the city's guard is particularly high. Rather, it is due to the critical significance of the armory that the commanding officer has deliberately increased the number of elite personnel. In contrast, the Lord's residence has relatively few cultivators guarding it, as Lord Wei Qiuji is himself the most formidable force in Maplewood City. Simultaneously, rotating duty at the armory is a routine task for the disciples of the Dao Academy. Each day, 2 disciples are assigned to guard this location. While their contributions are minimal, their presence ensures stability and does not hinder their meditative practices. Many aspire for this task, as it is a matter of quick reflexes and opportunity. The armory is divided into inner and outer sections, and such high-level defenses are not solely to protect the vast array of common weapons in the outer store. Spatially speaking, the inner chamber is quite small, occupying merely a modest room at the center of the armory. However, its walls, ceiling, and floor are inscribed with protective formations designed to thwart any violent intrusions. Should an attack occur that these formations cannot withstand, a self-destruction mechanism within the inner chamber will activate. Due to these various restrictions, individuals may only enter the inner chamber through the main entrance with a special insignia. The 2 disciples of the Dao Academy and the strongest 10-man team from the 100-man squad are stationed right before the inner chamber, remaining immobile except for their duty. This level of defense is nearly foolproof, especially since today marks a significant day for the 3 cities debate, with a large contingent of city guards deployed within the city, leaving no room for reckless intrusions. Thus, when 2 individuals clad in the city guard's uniform approached and their insignia was verified, the team leader tasked with guarding the inner chamber did not hesitate to open the door. Wait. Suddenly, a disciple from the Dao Academy, seated cross-legged on a mat to the right of the door, interjected. His intention was not to cast doubt upon the 2 men, but he felt compelled to inspect the insignia himself, as it was his duty. However, the 2 individuals who had already stepped into the inner chamber spun around abruptly. One had long hair that surged like black needles piercing the air, while the other opened his gaping maw, unleashing a foul-blooded serpent. The disciple who had called out was struck in the face by the black-haired assailant and fell lifelessly to the ground. The team leader of the city guard, a cultivator, was instantly reduced to mere bones by the foul blood. In an instant, only one cultivator remained at the door of the inner chamber, while the other 9 guards, despite their elite status, were mere mortals. I merely wished to take a respite, the remaining disciple of the Dao Academy thought, placing a hand to his forehead before springing into action, pointing his fingers to unleash a golden light arrow that sliced through the air towards the enemy. This top-tier Dao technique, the golden light arrow, was instantaneous, indicating that this individual had at least completed a small circulation of energy and possessed a cultivation level above the 8th rank. While attacking, he commanded, "Scatter and send word. I shall hold them off." Indeed, he had no confidence in overcoming these 2 audacious intruders who dared to assault the armory of Maplewood City, but within the city, the official forces undoubtedly held absolute supremacy. As long as the message was relayed, no matter how many adversaries arrived, they would inevitably face extermination. The soldiers, accustomed to obeying orders, did not hesitate and immediately dispersed to escape. At that moment, chaos erupted throughout Maplewood City, save for areas like the training grounds where powerful figures congregated. Fires were set and murders committed, creating a cacophony of disorder. Within the armory, the 2 assailants wasted no time. The one wielding long black hair remained to fight, while the one spewing foul blood charged directly into the inner chamber. They had a very clear objective. A thought flickered through the mind of the lone disciple remaining in the vicinity. Rapidly, he unleashed a barrage of golden light arrows, creating a rain of projectiles that soared through the air. The golden light arrows clashed with the black-haired assailant, one sharp and the other treacherous. Just as they were locked in combat, a long blade slashed through, sending the black-haired attacker crashing to the ground, his body severed. Wei Yin grasped the long blade and strode into the inner chamber. As he faced the foul-blooded serpent, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he executed a vertical slash with his long blade, cleaving the serpent in 2. He advanced through the parted halves, almost face-to-face with the blood-spitting assailant, driving his blade into the man's heart. Yet, the assailant smiled enigmatically, choking out with his last breath. The dark candle has already been sent away. Behind Wei Yin, the severed halves of the foul-blooded serpent writhed. One half lunged towards the disciple, unleashing the golden light arrows, obstructing his actions, while the other half slithered away like a serpent, escaping the scene. Undoubtedly, the treasure known as the Dark Candle resided within that fleeing half of the serpent. "You may have the Dark Candle." Wei Yin withdrew his blade from the assailant's heart, his voice as cold as frost. "But today, I shall cleanse this place of all who came." Simultaneously, across various locations in Maplewood City, hidden experts emerged. One assailant had just set fire when, in the next moment, he was turned into a pincushion by arrows, and the flames were swiftly extinguished. Elsewhere, as a bloody Dao technique was unleashed upon unsuspecting civilians, torrents surged, and a cacophony of destruction ensued as a series of Dao techniques obliterated the assailant into fragments. The forces of Maplewood City had long been prepared, and nearly all experts had mobilized. The calamity was swiftly quelled. "What is happening?" Hearing the distant cries of anguish, Jiang Wang immediately scooped up Jiang An'an. The hunchbacked elder surnamed Gui swiftly grasped Qing Zhi's hand. "There is no need for alarm." Lord Wei Qiji raised a hand to quell the tumult. The competition shall continue. Outside the training grounds, aside from soldiers maintaining order, squads of city guards dispersed. The onlooking citizens were not frightened. If incidents could occur in the presence of Wei Qiuji and Dong A, nowhere would be deemed safe. Moreover, the city guards were evidently executing military duties and dared not interfere. Within the armory, Wei Yin strode out, nearly roaring, "Shen Nanshi, why did you not intercept that blood serpent just now? Don't tell me you were incapable." The blood serpent, carrying the dark candle, could vanish without a trace after a few transmissions. This also meant that the bait Lord Wei Qiuji had set had been consumed. They must eliminate all the fish. Shen Nanshi, a disciple of the Dao Academy, shouted back with equal fervor, "Do I know what the dark candle is? Who has informed me? Since you had a plan and preparation in place, why did you not share it with us? My fellow disciple died, right before my eyes." Golden light shimmered in his hands. Had it not been for the urgency of the moment, he might have been tempted to hurl the golden light arrows at Wei Yin's face. "Our city guard brothers have perished in even greater numbers." Wei Yin's expression was as dark as water. Perhaps he did not wish to elaborate, but before he turned to leave, he added, "We were unaware of the infiltration of those individuals. Had we not kept it confidential, they would not have appeared." "Which individuals?" Shen Nanshi longed to inquire, but refrained from voicing it. He understood he would receive no answer. At this moment, he even realized that his presence here today, ostensibly to slack off, might have been orchestrated by Wei Yin. Among the disciples of the Dao Academy who had not participated in the competition, it could not be more fitting than him, Shen Nanshi, to hold off such formidable foes. Ranked 5th on the Dao merit list of Maplewood City, Shen Nanshi, lamentably, while he shared a proficiency in gold-based Dao techniques, he was not the match for Wei Yin. Chapter 54: The Pursuit and Slaughter that transpired within Maple Forest City, rife with traps and madness, seemed disconnected from the arena where battles were fought as usual. The three victors who entered the round-robin were Zhang Linchuan, Lin Jiangren, and Fu Baosong from Wangjiang City. Fu Baosong, a tall and slender man with a serene countenance, had painstakingly defeated a fifth-year disciple from Maple Forest City to secure the final spot. The two fifth-year students from Wangjiang City had both advanced to the round-robin phase, presenting a favorable situation. Indeed, the battles among the fifth-year students held paramount importance. Only the champions from the three cities could gain direct access to the National Dao Academy. Similar tournaments offered a limited number of such spots, varying in quantity. For instance, the Northern Wind and Snow competition provided 2 spots, and although it involved 5 cities, the odds were more favorable than those of the 3-city debate, with only 10 vying for 2 positions. These spots represented a distribution of resources, often contingent upon the strength of the local Dao academies, which in turn was reflected in the practitioners they nurtured. Thus, when a practitioner rose to prominence, the academy from which they hailed would also ascend. A greater number of spots at the National Dao Academy facilitated swifter development of practitioners, creating a virtuous cycle. Conversely, in places like Three Mountain City, where there was a dearth of elite practitioners, failure in debates led to diminished resources and harsher conditions for disciples. This was a vicious cycle. Only by comprehending the Dao Academy system of Zhuangguo could one grasp why the practitioners from Three Mountain City fought so desperately. Returning to the competition, the first match among the fifth-year students from the 3 cities was an internal clash, Lin Jiangren against Fu Baosong. This battle held little intrigue, as everyone knew the current scenario was a showdown between Maple Forest City and Wangjiang City. The focal point of the entire round-robin lay in whether Zhang Linchuan could consecutively defeat his fellow Wangjiang City opponents. At this juncture, hope seemed dim. As for their internal battle, it was merely a formality. Clearly, Lin Jiangren shared this sentiment, for upon Fu Baosong's approach, he casually remarked, "You might as well concede. I'll injure Zhang Linchuan, and then you can defeat him and claim second place." He had evidently predetermined the rankings. "Hey," Zhang Linchuan protested, covering his nose with a handkerchief. A look of disdain etched upon his face. Lin Jiangren turned to him with a smile. "You might as well withdraw now to spare yourself some pain." Having revealed his 6th-tier cultivation, he seemed to have liberated himself, no longer caring for superficialities. At that moment, a voice interjected, "I want tea." Lin Jiangren turned abruptly towards the source of the voice. Fu Baosong, who had remained silent throughout the day, finally spoke his first words. "You want tea? What does that mean?" Lin Jiangren was incredulous. Lin Jingli, from outside the arena, began to scold. "Fu Baosong, have you lost your mind? Do you not know your own capabilities?" Fu Baosong remained unfazed, his gaze fixed steadily on Lin Jiangren, equal and calm, as if regarding any other individual. I will give it my all, regardless of who my opponent is. That is the essence of this debate. Lin Zhongrun, enraged yet amused, replied, very well. Then give it a try. The atmosphere shifted. The spectators from Maple Forest City were jolted, realizing that Wangjiang City's two practitioners were serious about this, which implied that Zhang Linchuan still had a chance. Though Lin Zhongrun was a 6th-tier cultivator, if Fu Baosong could injure him before defeat, Zhang Linchuan was not devoid of hope. Well done, Fu Baosong. Unyielding and principled, a true exemplar of a practitioner. Indeed, why concede? Lin Zhongrun is no more than a single head to be toppled. If you can bring him down, you shall be the champion. The audience erupted in fervent support, their enthusiasm suggesting a genuine admiration for Fu Baosong. Particularly, Jiang Wang felt a familiar echo in the last voice that had spoken. He turned to see Huang Azhong stealthily weaving through the crowd. Jiang Wang turned back, his face blank. He truly did not comprehend what qualities the man who had entered this small circle due to Du Yehu possessed: boastful, indulgent, and now inciting public sentiment. Yet, curiously, despite all his flaws, this fellow was strangely endearing. On the arena, Lin Zhongrun was evidently enraged, initiating his attack with the green python strangle. The massive serpent erupted from the ground, coiling in a tumultuous mass. Bang! The green python entwined around the vine barrier. The intertwining snake vine formed a circle, safeguarding Fu Baosong within. However, the 2nd-tier mid-grade vine snake barrier was utterly incapable of withstanding the 1st-tier low-grade green python strangle. In less than 3 breaths, the vine snake barrier shattered. The green serpent constricted forcefully, but in the next instant, it suddenly wilted. A hand, with a dry and withered appearance, pressed upon the serpent's body, intertwining the decayed gray and green upon the massive form of the python. The 2nd-tier high-grade spell, Decay with Technique, although it did not dismantle the green python as Dong Acon had done, it nonetheless caused the serpent to wither. Seizing this opportunity, Fu Baosong leaped forth. But how could Lin Zhongrun allow him that chance? He thrust his hand forward, unleashing the pre-prepared water dragon wave with a roar. Yet behind the semi-transparent form of the water dragon, his handsome face was shrouded in darkness. Some spells required innate talent, while others necessitated compatibility. It was not merely a matter of reaching the requisite cultivation level to master the corresponding spell. For instance, the Decay with Technique, though merely a 2nd-tier high-grade spell, was a unique secret technique of Wangjiang City's academy, which Lin Zhongrun had never been imparted. The reason? A lack of compatibility? Could this impoverished wretch, a foul stone from a latrine, truly possess sufficient compatibility? Prideful as Lin Zhongrun was, he had grown weary of the grandiose yet hollow excuses, be it claims of insufficient compatibility or the so-called essence of the debate. As the water dragon wave, a near-certain hit, approached, Fu Baosong's feet surged with waves, attempting to evade. Being from Wangjiang City's academy, the threefold wave was no stranger to him. However, Lin Zhongrun simply pressed down with his left hand, summoning a tumultuous tide that intermingled with the waves beneath Fu Baosong's feet, rendering his evasion futile. A simple technique. The raging tide, executed with impeccable timing and in precisely the right location, countered the threefold wave's displacement effect. The water dragon wave mercilessly struck Fu Baosong, sending him soaring into the air before crashing down heavily. Lin Zhongrun's wave surged forward, placing his foot upon Fu Baosong's head. He leaned slightly, adopting a deliberately disdainful tone. With your abilities, do you think you can defeat me? Fu Baosong, struggling beneath Lin Zhongrun's foot, managed to turn his head. He gazed at Lin Zhongrun, devoid of anger, instead revealing a perplexing tenacity. I cannot defeat you, but I cannot concede without a fight. This individual was truly both repugnant and resolute. His repulsiveness provoked frowns, while his steadfastness commanded respect. Chapter 55. The vanished candle of the underworld. As the battle commenced before the inner armory, the entire garrison sprang into action, converging upon the armory from all directions, like a surging tide. Yet, Wei Yin dashed outward, as if swimming against the current. To prevent any leaks, the garrison was kept in the dark about this operation, with only Wei Yin lying in ambush at this location. His solitary presence sufficed. The more skilled fighters were dispersed throughout the city. Wei Qiji, as the lord of the city, though he had utilized the candle as bait, would never jeopardize the lives of the citizens of Maple Forest City. Fortunately, the discussions among the 3 cities had drawn a considerable crowd, and the safety of the martial arts arena was assured, significantly alleviating the burden of defense. Upon encountering Wei Yan, the city guards, without uttering a word, turned to follow him. Wei Yin casually instructed them to stay put and not to stray. Although the candle had been taken, the armory remained of utmost importance. 2 soldiers still stood guard at the entrance of the armory. They had certainly heard the commotion within. Yet their posts were to remain until given orders. They remained vigilant, yet when a streak of bloodlight slid past the wall, they remained oblivious. At that moment, a finely dressed young gentleman strolled past, fanning himself gracefully, as if shedding the dust of the world. The blood serpent vanished. The young man continued forward, reaching the end of the street, passing a tailor's shop, and brushing shoulders with a peddler. As he walked along Xuanwu Street, he appeared at ease, even humming a tune. 2 elite city guards swept past him, swiftly dispatching a rogue cultivator with their blades. The young man seemed utterly unaware, drifting further away. "Halt!" one of the elite guards commanded, suspicion igniting due to the young gentleman's unnaturally calm demeanor. With his back turned to the vigilant guards, the young man's lips curled into a sinister grin. Just as he was about to unleash his madness in the street, a long knife sliced through the air with a chilling whistle. Fast Snow. His eyes widened in horror as he glanced down at the slender, straight blade that gradually withdrew from his chest. The knife was named Fast Snow, and the wielder was Wei Yin. Perhaps realizing the inevitability of death, he refrained from questioning how he had been discovered or pursued. The fear in his eyes faded, gradually replaced by madness as he smirked with pride. "The item is not in my possession." Wei Yin sheathed his blade and departed. Meanwhile, the peddler had wandered onto Qingmu Avenue, his 2 bamboo baskets, covered with burlap, swaying gently on his shoulder. Among the scattered goods, one peculiar item lay hidden, a small, jet-black candle. On the viewing platform, Dong A and Wei Qiji were both focused on the battle unfolding below, yet their thoughts were elsewhere. For Wei Qiji, his primary concern was the trap he had laid within the city. A deceptively simple baiting strategy, yet its effectiveness was magnified by its flawless execution. For Dong A, he was more concerned about the safety of Maple Forest City than the outcome of the discussions among the 3 cities. Although he held a degree of confidence in Zhang Linchuan, even after Lin Zhengren had displayed the prowess of a 6th-grade cultivator, his resolve remained unshaken. The 2 prominent figures at the pinnacle of Maple Forest City exchanged whispers, their voices only audible to one another. Wei Qiji sneered. "Seeing the candle is like a dog spotting a bone. Those fellows are indeed remnants of the bone path." The candle was a treasure from the underworld, a relic of the bone path that had persisted since ancient times. Wei Qiji had deliberately produced the candle to confirm his suspicions. Dong A frowned. "The bone path has been extinguished for 2 centuries. Our forebear cleansed the remnants thoroughly 9 years ago. How can there still be survivors? A centipede may die, yet it does not stiffen." Lin Zhengren effortlessly defeated Fu Baosong, and the next battle awaited him against Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan, hand still covering his mouth, frowned. "Can we tidy up this place before we continue?" His prior victory had been a crushing one, swift and decisive. However, facing Lin Zhengren, he could not afford to be distracted. Though there were designated sparring grounds within the Dao Academy, Maple Forest City's academy could not accommodate such a large audience. The area outside the Lord's Manor was devoid of any formations. The battleground had been ravaged, the tiles shattered, mud and water mingling, with numerous pits, and splattered with blood. A true sight of devastation. Zhang Linchuan's brow furrowed deeply. "This fighting environment is utterly filthy." Dong A did not even glance up. "If you utter another word, I shall toss you into the cesspit for 3 days." Zhang Linchuan promptly tucked away his handkerchief and offered a polite, albeit mechanical, smile to the referee. "We may begin." At the referee's command, Lin Zhengren strode forward, unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Zhengren surged forward like a crashing wave, leaving 3 charred craters in his wake. Zhang Linchuan had many flaws. One could accuse him of being fastidious, overly particular, averse to trouble, and self-willed. Yet, one could not deny his strength. Everyone knew the ferocity of thunder techniques, yet few could wield them with such finesse. Lin Zhengren, having inscribed 2 instantaneous techniques within the Tongtian Palace, Waves of 3 and the Vines of the Serpent, did not opt for defense, but rather chose to advance. A seed broke through the earth, a flower bud blossomed, its fangs sharp as hooks. It struck down. A second-rate technique, the Flower of Devouring. Zhang Linchuan deftly glided past, tossing a thunderball into the flower's maw, leaping into the air, and gesturing towards the heavens while standing atop the charred corpse of the flower. Storm clouds gathered ominously. Thunder rumbling. A surging wave of water erupted, yet it did not strike Zhang Linchuan. Instead, It flicked its tail and shattered the ominous clouds. The sky erupted in a mist of water, lightning flashing intermittently before dissipating. This scene was breathtaking, eliciting gasps from onlookers. However, Zhang Linchuan's meticulously prepared technique unraveled. If the distinguishing factor between those who had opened the doors to the heavens and those below the 7th grade lay in their ability to master 1st grade techniques, then could those with exceptional talents, like Wang Changxiang or Zhang Linchuan, bridge that gap? Where lay the difference? Lin Zhengren provided the answer. Those who had opened the doors to the heavens merged with the cosmos, comprehending the flow of elemental energy, swiftly identifying the vulnerabilities of techniques. In battle, this manifested as the overwhelming defeat of Zhang Linchuan, still in preparation of his powerful technique. Yet it did not end there. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhengren appeared before Zhang Linchuan. It was then that everyone noticed he was standing atop a wave of water. He had, astonishingly, traversed the offensive technique to close the distance. After opening the doors to the heavens, he had gained a novel understanding of all techniques, significantly shortening the time needed for gestures and rapidly expanding into other variations. Zhang Linchuan remained suspended in midair, while Lin Zhengren's hand pressed against him, as the outcome seemed poised to be determined. Chapter 56, The Final End Boom. Just as Lin Zhengren was about to unleash his spell beside Zhang Linchuan, the latter exploded, not in hyperbole, but in an objective reality. Lightning, which had been lurking for an unknown duration, detonated upon him. His hair stood on end. His body charred in numerous places, and arcs of electricity flickered erratically. In immediate proximity, Lin Zhengren was also caught in the blast, sent flying and writhing on the ground. This marked the first time Lin Zhengren had found himself so utterly disheveled since the battle commenced. The cause of this chaos was a 2nd-tier superior spell known as Thunderstrike. What astonished everyone was that Zhang Linchuan had targeted himself with this spell rather than Lin Zhengren. When Lin Zhengren interrupted his 1st-tier spell, Zhang had not attempted to maintain it. Instead, he impulsively activated a quick-cast spell inscribed within the heavenly palace, directly assaulting himself. This was undoubtedly a perilous, even reckless maneuver. Had Lin Zhengren not opted for immediate close-range attack, or had he merely been a fraction slower, Zhang Linchuan might have become the sole cultivator in this Tri-City debate to fall victim to his own spell, rendering him a laughingstock. Fortunately, he gambled wisely, seizing a nearly imperceptible chance for victory. The Thunderstrike injured them both, yet Lin Zhengren, being a novice in the 6th tier, had not yet reached the summit of his capabilities. Zhang Linchuan, seasoned in lightning arts, managed to recover a few breaths earlier. As he hastily formed seals, he sought to capitalize on this fleeting moment to eliminate his opponent. Suddenly, his expression froze in shock. He realized the heavenly palace was utterly bare. He could not complete this technique. It was then he noticed a translucent blade of grass swaying gently in the wind about 5 paces in front of him. He recognized it as the Guiding Yuan Grass, a 3rd-tier inferior spell, whose effect was to increase the consumption of Dao Yuan within its range. The drawback was that it did not distinguish between friend and foe. However, Lin Zhengren had already opened the gate of heaven and earth, constantly replenishing his vital energy. While Zhang was still before the gate, relying solely on the Dao Yuan stored within the heavenly palace for battle. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Linchuan's expression grew increasingly grim as he counted. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zhengren had planted a total of 9 Guiding Yuan grasses on the battlefield. Had it not been for the interruption of Thunderstrike, he would have undoubtedly set even more. Despite possessing a significant advantage and victory seemingly within reach, Lin Zhengren had laid such traps. What a meticulous and cautious individual he was. Under the guidance of the 9 Guiding Yuan grasses, Zhang Linchuan's Dao Yuan was entirely depleted. The glimmer of victory faded. Lin Zhengren regained his composure and sprang to his feet. I have lost, Zhang Linchuan croaked. He had no chance of victory left and would not grant Lin Zhengren the opportunity to further humiliate him. Fenglin City had missed the chance for a triple crown, forfeiting the most crucial opportunity, the quota for entry into the National Dao Academy. Yet no one present blamed Zhang Linchuan. To hurl Thunderstrike upon oneself was an act of sheer ferocity. Moreover, considering his previously pristine image, who could claim he had not fought valiantly? Especially in his current charred state? Even Dong Acon refrained from commenting. He could not say his disciple had not given his all. In truth, Zhang Linchuan had not been without opportunity. Had he been willing to dismantle a Dao rotation, he could have temporarily gained a substantial amount of Dao Yuan, seizing the chance to defeat Lin Zhengren. However, doing so would have meant reverting to 8th-tier cultivation and remaining stagnant for life. What significance would it hold to enter the National Dao Academy under such conditions? Although the honor of Fenglin City Dao Academy was important, he could not gamble his future for it. The referee announced the results. The 5-year champion of the Tri-City debate was Lin Zhengren, a 6th-tier soaring dragon cultivator from Wangjiang City Dao Academy. Next year, he would be a new student at the National Dao Academy, with a bright future ahead. Fenglin City earned 2 2nd-tier champions, maintaining its reputation. Yet, Sand Mountain City Dao Academy left empty-handed in this debate. Jiang Wang observed as Zhao Tieha, Yang Xingyong, and others reddened with rage. But such is the nature of competition. In the fragrant pavilion, Miss Miaoyu sat before a mirror, delicately applying rouge with her pinky. Behind her, a cloaked elder knelt, pleading, "Saintess, I beseech you, intervene. Otherwise, our people will perish." I warned against greed. Upon hearing of the underworld lantern, you all lost your senses. Now you seek my help? What use is that now? The specter of the underworld gate had been dispatched to the Cloud Nation. What could I wield against Wei Qiji? We were foolish, yet the Bone Envoy also agreed. Huh, Miaoyu smiled. Then why not ask him for assistance? The elder was momentarily speechless, bowing repeatedly. The moment I reveal myself, Wei Qiji will undoubtedly strike me down. Not to mention Dong A, who is watching closely. We have no opportunity. Her voice held a mix of reproach and lament. Who was it that insisted on not leaving the underworld gate specter for me? The elder gritted his teeth. Our bone sect has accumulated power with great difficulty. Are we to lose so many comrades in vain? Enough, enough, do not quarrel here. I have set up a contingency plan. If my calculations are correct, the underworld lantern should have been safely delivered by now. As for those comrades, Miaoyu paused, closing the rouge box. If they die, so be it. Due to tight defenses and proper coordination, the chaos in Fenglin City abruptly subsided. Ultimately, the news of the underworld lantern's appearance was far too sudden, leaving the Bone sect unable to make more prudent preparations, forcing them into a corner. The significance of the underworld lantern to the Bone sect rendered refusal impossible, while Wei Qiji and Dong A had long since laid their traps. The outcome had been predetermined even before the beginning. Not a single person sent by the Bone sect would survive. However, this did not imply that the battle was decided. For the Bone sect was indeed prepared for total annihilation. As long as they could successfully seize the underworld lantern, they would not consider it a loss. On the Aoki Avenue, a peddler ambled along with his burden. He was quite familiar with the city, as if he had been born there. He had anticipated that Wei Qiji would lay ambushes. He just hadn't expected the assault to be so fierce and the preparations so thorough. He understood that the fellow cultivators who had come this time were likely doomed. Yet, he would not perish, despite the sudden turn of events. He was acutely aware of the city and knew precisely where the city guards would focus their defenses. He could easily avoid them. Ahead, a small path veered left, passing by a bathhouse. He intended to take a soak and wash away the dust. He could leave his burden with the honest Master Song, who would not tamper with his belongings. Who would have thought such a precious underworld lantern could be so carelessly left with an ordinary bath attendant? He could even take a nap in the bathhouse, waiting for the storm to pass before swaggering out of the city. In any case, he would not die. However, as he stepped onto the narrow path, he encountered a bald man. Perhaps he was a monk. But this bald man bore a fierce countenance that clashed entirely with the serene image of the Buddhist practitioners. "I smell something peculiar," the bald man remarked, licking his lips. The peddler suddenly felt a surge of intense fear as he gathered his Dao Yuan to prepare for battle. In that instant, he realized his heart was no longer there. The entire world descended into eternal darkness. Saintess, is that the scenery at the bottom of the river Forgetfulness? He thought in his final moments. Chapter 57. Farewell at the Long Pavilion. Regardless of the expectations held by various parties, the discussions among the 3 cities ultimately came to a conclusion. The citizens of Maple Forest City dispersed, still animatedly engaged in discussions. The performance of the Taoist Academy in Maple Forest City was commendable, and they took pride in it. However, the majority of ordinary residents were oblivious to the events that transpired today. The violent struggles that occurred in the shadows, the deadly confrontations in the alleyways, the intertwining of life and death all passed silently, like air dissipating into the atmosphere. The tumult stirred by the White Bone sect was quelled by the calm, leaving no trace of blood on the streets. A few unfortunate witnesses to the battles were silenced by orders to keep quiet. For most, today in Maple Forest City was merely a splendid event showcasing a captivating program. Extraordinary beings are not exempt from suffering, and ignorance may not always equate to happiness. For Wei Qiji, the 17 severed heads of the white-boned sect cultivators before him, along with countless others unworthy of collection, washed away his shame. He turned to Dong A and said, "Today, our deep-seated grievances have been avenged. Let us gather the disciples of the Academy to recite the Taishang Jiao Huang Jing several times, to offer solace to the wrongfully deceased of Little Forest Town. As the lord of this region, he finally felt he could pay homage to the people of Little Forest Town. This was not a difficult task. As the Taishang Jiao Huang Jing is a commonly recited text for the deceased, almost every Taoist practitioner knows it by heart. However, Dong A's demeanor was rather cold. What use is reciting for souls that have fled? Wei Qiji found him utterly incomprehensible, even after their collaboration. He could not muster a friendly face. It was no wonder he had been driven out of the capital before. As the cultivators from Three Mountain City departed, Jiang Wang made a point to see them off. He held genuine admiration for Yang Xingyong and respected the resolve displayed by the cultivators from Three Mountain City during this discussion. In stark contrast to the grand procession from Wangjiang City, the cultivators from Three Mountain City appeared increasingly isolated. Had it not been for Dong A's personal intervention in their healing, they might not have returned to their city at full strength. These individuals had fought fiercely. Yang Xingyong was pleased to receive Jiang Wang's farewell. "I accept my defeat. You are formidable. I shall return next year to challenge you again." After exchanging a few words, Jiang Wang hesitated but eventually asked, "The discussions among the three cities aren't akin to the district's grand examination. Why did you all fight so valiantly?" Yang Xingyong fell silent. "I apologize if my question is inappropriate. Please disregard it," Jiang Wang said sincerely. Because Three Mountain City faces great difficulties," Sun Xiaoman, who had remained dejected and silent, interjected. "Three Mountain City has many mountains, many wild beasts, and many ferocious beasts. While the wild beasts are manageable, as they are merely food, the ferocious beasts pose a significant problem." As Sun Xiaoman elaborated, Jiang Wang began to grasp the plight of Three Mountain City. During the ancient times, the human race had risen, but life was not easy before their ascent. Although it is now said that humanity is the spirit of all things, in truth, upon birth, most humans had blocked spiritual channels, with only a select few gifted individuals capable of manifesting their spiritual veins and cultivating. In contrast, the beasts were innately endowed with visible spiritual veins. Eventually, a remarkable human cultivator discovered and publicly shared a formula for a pill, which marked the beginning of humanity's rise. The name of this cultivator has been lost to the annals of history, but his formula has been passed down through generations. This formula was the original opening vein pill, with the primary ingredient being the spiritual veins of the beasts. Henceforth, humanity was no longer limited by innate talent. With the opening vein pill, cultivation became attainable. This also heralded the onset of an era defined by the ruthless hunting of beasts. Before his cultivation journey, Jiang Wang had often pondered a question. In this era of rampant cultivation, why, despite the strength of humanity, had they yet to clear the wilderness? Why did the nations merely maintain open roads while allowing beasts to roam freely in many regions, with demonic beasts prevailing? Because these demonic beasts are resources. In a certain sense, these beasts are livestock raised for sustenance. The wild beasts in the wilderness merely sustain the ecosystem required for their rearing. After all, the demonic beasts, endowed by heaven with visible spiritual veins, cannot be domesticated. Ferocious beasts, however, represent a different existence. While they possess formidable combat power, they lack intelligence, and their flesh is inedible. Simply put, the destructive capabilities of ferocious beasts are comparable to those of demonic beasts, yet they hold no value. Hunting ferocious beasts yields only loss without gain, yet Three Mountain City is compelled to do so. This leads to a persistent deficit for Three Mountain City. All strong beings require resources to thrive, yet Three Mountain City consistently faces an outflow exceeding its inflow. More alarmingly, the sheer number of ferocious beasts in the region renders extermination impossible. They damage the main roads, attack villages, and prey upon humans. The environment of Three Mountain City necessitates that most food be transported from afar, as it cannot achieve self-sufficiency locally. However, the lack of smooth transportation effectively raises the risks associated with such logistics. Recently, after suffering heavy casualties at the hands of the heart-eating demon, Three Mountain City found itself critically understaffed. Maintaining the main roads is the responsibility of Three Mountain City, and to request assistance from the manor would require offering equivalent resources. Yet Three Mountain City can scarcely produce any surplus. Thus, despite the death of their elder brother, Chu Ping, in the academy, Three Mountain City still regarded this discussion among the three cities as a lifeline. Their fierce battles in the arena were not for personal glory, but for the sake of their struggling brethren back home in Three Mountain City. Do you know? For every victory we achieve, at least 10 lives in Three Mountain City are spared. Yang Xingyong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he lowered his gaze. As long as we perform well. He felt guilt for his defeat, despite having exerted every ounce of effort. Jiang Wang fell silent for a moment. He patted Yang Xingyong on the shoulder. As the first among the 3 cities this year, I feel a sense of guilt for having benefited so easily. The 50 points of merit I will receive, I shall transfer to you upon returning to the academy. 50 points of merit is no trivial sum. Although it cannot resolve the issues of Three Mountain City, it would alleviate their immediate crisis somewhat. Moreover, for those disciples whose names are inscribed in the merit register, 50 points equate to half an opening vein pill, representing the equivalent of half a transcendent cultivator. This is precisely the strength that Three Mountain City desperately needs to replenish. How can this be appropriate? Yang Xingyong exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Shaman delivered a playful punch to Jiang Wang's abdomen, proclaiming, "You are now my friend. And we have a pact." She had intended to strike Jiang Wang's chest heroically, but her height did not permit it. Jumping up to land a punch would have been too disruptive, so she settled for a playful jab to his stomach. Jiang Wang felt as though a lump of blood had lodged in his throat. Had it not been for the formidable Four Spirits refinement technique, he would have been in serious trouble. This little girl possesses extraordinary strength. Of course, Jiang Wang understood that it was not merely the girl's shyness that restrained her. He could see the tension and awkwardness hidden beneath her brave smile. She simply could not bear to forfeit the assistance that the citizens of Three Mountain City could receive due to her timidity. Then farewell. Farewell. Sending a friend off 1,000 miles, one must ultimately part ways. Jiang Wang halted just outside the city gate, watching his newly made friends depart. "Sister, please buy me a new outfit," the chubby Sun Shayan pleaded, wrapped in a large black robe with a hood, trying to conceal himself as he walked. His previous clothing had been torn to shreds during the battle. "I have no money. I can't just return home like this. So many people will see me on this long journey. What if I expose myself? And what if they see, you are still just a child?" Chapter 58 today marks the birthday of Jiang An'an. Regarding Jiang Wang's transfer of the merit obtained from the 3 cities debate, very few, apart from Ling He, could comprehend the matter. However, no one would interfere. Jiang Wang owed nothing to anyone, and apart from Jiang An'an, he had no responsibilities to fulfill. Nonetheless, during a casual conversation with Zhao Ruqing, Jiang Wang expressed his regrets. "Ruqing, I should have helped you acquire a meridian opening pill sooner, but..." Zhao Ruqing burst into laughter. "There are countless difficulties and challenges in this world. Do you think you can manage them all? I harbor no grand ambitions of rescuing the world. Yet, when faced with certain matters, it is impossible to turn a blind eye. Did you not see their reddened eyes? Those individuals do not flinch even when they are bleeding and fighting for their lives." Jiang Wang sighed. "This reminds me of our senior brothers who locked themselves in their rooms and wept after we returned from Lintown. My third brother. I would rather you had some lofty aspirations." Zhao Ruqing chuckled, his tone a mix of sincerity and jest. "Having a good-natured person like the eldest brother is sufficient." After a moment of silence, Jiang Wang declared, "I just want you to know that my third brother does care about your future. Indeed, I was soft-hearted at the time. When we brothers undertake tasks together, we accumulate merit swiftly. The common folk of Sanshanxing may not have the luxury of time to wait." Zhao Ruqing glanced at him. "I merely wish to convey that I truly do not require it. Your talents are exceptional and should not be squandered." Who said that joyous pursuits are always associated with waste? Zhao Ruqing grinned. "Is it a waste to spend a fortune for a smile? Yet, I find happiness in it. Is idleness a waste? Yet, it brings me joy. I possess wealth and talent, but what of it? It is precisely the act of squandering them that brings me delight." Jiang Wang remarked. "The eldest brother would surely lecture you for hours if he were to hear this." "Ha ha." Zhao Ruqing laughed heartily. "So, whenever he begins to lecture, I promptly tell him I'm heading home to work hard, and then I run off." As they exchanged laughter, they passed by the entrance of the Dao Academy and noticed a bare-chested man suspended above a jade lion to the left of the gate. His hands were bound to a protruding branch belonging to a bizarre tree growing on the courtyard wall, undoubtedly a manifestation of Taoist arts. The man hung his head, his long hair cascading down. His exposed skin was pale, albeit somewhat gaunt, lacking in muscle. A wooden board hung from his neck, inscribed with the words "Treason against one's master and ancestors, an unforgivable crime. Dried for 3 days as a warning." The more Jiang Wang observed, the more familiar the figure became, until he finally recognized it as Huang Azan. What has happened here? He inquired of Zhao Ruqing. Zhao Ruqing struggled to contain his laughter. Last night, he donned a mask and smashed the door of Xiao Tianyan, only to be caught red-handed. Now, he is personally demonstrating the consequences of treason against one's master. Why would he do that? Jiang Wang was perplexed. Why provoke Xiao Tianyan? The Dao Academy of Fenglin City has 3 individuals one must not offend. The Sorcery Academy's Xiao Tianyan, the head chef of the dining hall, and Dean Dong in the morning. It is said that Dong A is particularly irritable upon rising, making mornings the most perilous time to encounter him. During this period, everyone tends to avoid him. The dining hall of the Dao Academy offers a rich array of dishes, rivaling that of any restaurant. But the catch is that one cannot be picky. It all depends on the chef's mood. Thus, it is only natural that he is one to be avoided. The foremost figure is undoubtedly Xiao Tianyan, given the deep shadow he casts over the disciples of the academy. And Huang Azan dared to provoke a tiger's den. One cannot help but say he is audacious. Zhao Ruqing laughed heartily. Weren't we tasked with welcoming the cultivators from Sanchanqing? A certain instructor criticized his poor image and thus did not allow him to lead, assigning that role to Ling, the eldest brother, instead. That instructor was Xiao Tianyan. After the 3 cities debate concluded, Huang Azan grew increasingly agitated and, after a few drinks last night, decided to give Xiao Tianyan a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Wang remarked, "You, who are alive, choose to seek death." Huang Azan, who had been hanging his head, attempted to conceal his identity. Yet, Zhao Ruqing's enthusiastic commentary and laughter were too infectious to ignore. Huang Azan, hearing the commotion, felt a surge of indignation. "Brother Ruqing," he called out, unable to express himself fully due to his predicament. Nevertheless, he tossed his long hair back and revealed a charming smile. "Help a brother out." "Ah," Zhao Ruqing responded gleefully, suddenly turning around. "Oh no, I forgot something important." He hurriedly dashed away. Huang Azan bared his teeth and then slowly turned his gaze towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang pointed in the direction Zhao Ruqing had gone, saying, "I'll check on what he needs." He swiftly followed suit. It was easy to guess Huang Azan's mischievous intentions. But even with their newfound courage, they dared not lower Xiao Tianyan from his suspended state. It was well known that while Huang Azan had his fair share of friends, none would dare show their faces now. They had all resolved to avoid the main entrance for the next few days. Speaking of urgent matters, Zhao Ruqing was indeed truthful. Today, the 12th of October, marked the 2nd day following the 3 cities debate, and it was also Jiang An'an's birthday. Jiang Wang had made ample preparations for this day. He had already ordered the white-cut lamb and lamb soup from Kai Ji Lamb Shop, pastries from Guixiang Zhai, and a charcoal pot from Duduang, all to be delivered directly to his home. He had also risen early to procure fresh ingredients at the market, intending to showcase his culinary skills for his beloved sister. Since it was still a surprise, he had managed to keep Zhao Ruqing from stopping him. Ling He had mysteriously left the city the previous night, claiming to prepare a surprise for Jiang An'an. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruqing had arranged for someone to purchase a new outfit from Yunxiang Zhai, which he was now on his way to collect. Jiang Wang did not inform the others, to prevent them from feeling burdened with the task of preparing gifts. Huang Azan could be invited over to join the gathering. An'an was quite familiar with him, but his current predicament of being suspended in a tree was an entertaining spectacle in itself. Everything was set. They simply awaited An'an's return from school. Jiang Wang calculated the time and temporarily parted ways with Zhao Ruqing, making his way to Mingda Hall. He intended to pick up Jiang An'an, and, should she have any other friends she wished to invite, such as the girl named Qingji, he would extend the invitation as well. Today was Jiang An'an's birthday, the first she would celebrate without her mother by her side. It also served as a culmination of the time he had spent with An'an. He was determined to ensure that An'an experienced a joyful and carefree birthday, devoid of any sorrow. This was Jiang Wang's most significant arrangement in recent times. Zhao Ruqing, with one hand carrying a box containing the complete set of garments from Yunxiang Zhai, and the other cradling an ornately decorated brocade box, which contained a piece of smoke jade, a premium material for magical artifacts that, when worn, could nurture one's energy and blood. The garments from Yunxiang Zhai were already valuable, and the smoke jade was priceless. However, for the affluent Zhao, money held little significance. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence located in Fima Alley, he found the door tightly shut. Undeterred, Zhao Ruqing leaped over the entrance, placed the gifts down, and made himself comfortable on a lounge chair in the courtyard. After a while, Ling He hurriedly arrived at the courtyard, his clothes caked in mud, having not even taken the time to clean himself. He held a massive turtle, likely over 300 years old. This turtle had been roaming the Green Willow River for quite some time, and while Ling He had long noticed it, it was only now that he had exerted significant effort to catch it. He intended to gift it to An'an as a means of longevity. If one did not believe in that, it would still make for a nourishing soup. He was far more honest. Seeing the door locked, he decided to wait outside. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Ruqing shattered the lock from within, allowing him entry. Soon after, the deliveries of lamb, charcoal pot, and pastries arrived, marking the passage of time. Finally, Jiang An'an returned home, only to discover that the lock had been broken. She pushed open the gate and beheld a table laden with exquisite delicacies. Alongside Ling He and Zhao Ruqing, who bore gifts. "Where is your brother?" Ling He inquired. "Where is my brother?" Jiang An'an echoed in unison. Today is Jiang An'an's birthday. Ling He and Zhao Ruqing arrived, gifts in hand. Jiang An'an had returned home alone, yet Jiang Wang was still absent. Chapter 59. Staying at your place for a few days' time rewinds to the moment when Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing parted ways. The path to Mingda Hall is one Jiang Wang has traversed countless times. Particularly, he is intimately familiar with every morsel of food along this route, both delectable and otherwise. This is Fenglan City, a place where he has lived for several years and practiced cultivation for an equal measure of time. As he walks through the city, he feels a rare sense of ease and tranquility that is hard to find elsewhere. However, his relaxation leads to an unforeseen encounter when a figure collides with him. He fails to evade. No, perhaps he did attempt to sidestep, but still, they crash into one another. The sensation of this collision is peculiar, as they do not repel each other as one might expect. Instead, they seem to stick together, creating an almost magnetic attraction rather than a repulsive force. This is bewildering. Jiang Wang gazes at the man in the black robe, who stands nearly shoulder to shoulder with him, and an inexplicable chill runs down his spine. He senses an overwhelming dread, recognizing that this individual is extraordinarily formidable, far beyond his capabilities. The disparity in their strengths is so vast that should he attempt to escape and alert others as a disciple of the Dao Academy, this man could easily eliminate him before departing with ease. It appears that this person is a junior disciple of that terrifying figure. The man in black leans closer, whispering into Jiang Wang's ear, "May I stay at your home for a few days?" Jiang Wang stiffly nods in response. "Excellent." The man steps back, allowing Jiang Wang to glimpse his face obscured by the hood. It is rugged and brutish, radiating an innate ferocity. "You are a clever individual. You must understand not to act foolishly." At that moment, Jiang Wang realizes that the black robe worn by this man resembles that of the chubby figure he encountered in Sand Mountain City. Furthermore, this man is bald. Without much time for contemplation, the bald man's gaze exudes danger. Firstly, Jiang Wang comprehends that he must not bring this perilous individual home. Neither Zhao Ruqing nor Ling He would be of any assistance. They would only complicate matters. Not to mention, An'an is at home. "Yet I live in the Dao Academy dormitory." Jiang Wang swallows hard, revealing his fear. "I am an inner disciple." "Ah, you have opened your meridians. But you have yet to establish a foundation. To be frank, this is a good start for cooperation." The bald man seems satisfied as he turns, placing a hand on Jiang Wang's shoulder, walking alongside him. "But I believe you will find a way, Wan Tiyu." The streets are bustling with people, yet none notice anything amiss. Or rather, Jiang Wang must exert himself to appear entirely unremarkable to avoid provoking immediate violence. Jiang Wang's mind races. Firstly, who is the guy the bald man referred to? Considering the similarity between this man's robe and that of the chubby figure from Sand Mountain City, Jiang Wang formulates a bold hypothesis. Could it be Zhu Weiwa? If so, the identity of the bald man becomes clear. The heart-eater demon, Xiongwan. Recently, Zhu Weiwa has been relentlessly pursuing Xiongwan, even missing the Sand City debate as a result. It is astonishing that Xiongwan would brazenly infiltrate Fenglan City, seeking refuge in the shadows. This man is a 6th-tier Tunglong realm cultivator who has opened the gates of heaven and earth. Even with his mastery of the Four Spirits body refinement technique and the Purple Chi eastward sword technique, surpassing this individual by 3 tiers is an impossible feat. There must be a solution, but I need to think. Can I take my time? Jiang Wang is not a genius adept at strategic calculations. He attempts to buy some time. Certainly, but not for too long, for my patience is limited. The bald man appears quite accommodating, patting Jiang Wang's shoulder. Thus, they continue forward, embracing one another like intimate friends. Jiang Wang continues his analysis. Just the other day, the Sand City debate took place. and he sensed the underlying conflict that emerged afterward. Although it was not his concern, Zhao Ruqing had mentioned that it was a retaliation by Wei Qiji against the tragic incident in Xiaolan Town. In retrospect, one thing is certain: the city must be under tight security during those days. Yet this bald man has managed to remain undetected, indicating that he possesses some skill in concealment. What could have compelled him to appear on the streets and seek out someone to find a new hiding place? The only explanation is that his previous refuge has been compromised. Or perhaps Zhu Weiwa has already realized he is hiding in Fenglin City. Perhaps therein lies a glimmer of hope, but if this bald man truly is Xiong Wan, he would be aware of this as well. Therefore, he cannot leave anything behind that might alert Zhu Weiwa. Engaging in tactics under the watchful eyes of a Tunglong realm cultivator is tantamount to courting death. Jiang Wang continues to ponder where to go next. He dares not head towards the City Lord's mansion or the Dao Academy, undoubtedly. Those two places are his best chances for salvation. But this bald man is no fool. What options does he truly have? He cannot gauge the strength of a Tunglong realm cultivator with his own abilities. During the Sand City debate, he witnessed Lin Zhongren's prowess. And this Xiong Wan is undoubtedly no weaker. One thought after another arises, only to be dismissed. Feeling overwhelmed, despair threatens to engulf him. Yet he knows he cannot succumb to it. Suddenly, he remembers that he did not go to pick up An'an today. Will she return home on her own? Will she be frightened? He then thinks of the young girl named Qing Ji and the enigmatic elder surnamed Gui. Perhaps he quickly dismisses these thoughts. He cannot place An'an in danger. Yet thinking of her fills him with resolve. I have a friend Jiang Wang struggles to articulate, but I cannot directly take you to his current residence. I cannot endanger him. The bald man appears intrigued. And then, he has a quiet courtyard at his clan's estate that he hasn't visited in a long time. It is secluded and free from disturbances. Jiang Wang cautiously adds. But the issue is, his family is quite powerful. If we're not careful, it could lead to some trouble. Oh, how powerful? The bald man's voice carries an unmistakable hint of disdain. The local families in Fenglin City are indeed beneath his notice. It is one of the three prominent clans in the area, the Fang family. They may possess some extraordinary power, though I am not well acquainted with the specifics. The friend Jiang Wang refers to as none other than Fang Pengju. Among all of Fenglin City, within his knowledge, the only entities capable of causing trouble for the Heart-Eater demon are the three prominent clans. He has no grievances with the Zhang or Wang families. Yet he has a vendetta against Fang Pengju, and Fang Heling has been persistently entangled with him. Just the other day, he had a falling out with Fang Zihu, most importantly, among the three prominent clans. He is only familiar with the Fang family and has only been to their ancestral grounds. Within that small courtyard of the Fang clan, Fang Pengju had once shared drinks and conversation with him late into the night. Now, it rests upon the bald man to decide whether to accept this option. In matters concerning his own safety, the bald man contemplates for a moment before stating, "Lead the way." Jiang Wang feels a sense of relief wash over him. He has passed the first hurdle. Chapter 60, Can you hear the cranes call? The Fang family estate is located in the western part of the city. In fact, the entire high society of Maple Forest City congregates in the western district. Among them, the Zhang family resides to the east, close to the Lord's residence. The Wang family is situated to the north, near the armory. The Fang family, on the other hand, is positioned furthest south, making it the closest of the three prominent families to the bustling establishments such as the Sanfin Xiangqi building and the Datong gambling house. Other families are scattered between these three, serving as a buffer. From Jiang Wang's current location to the Fang estate, the most direct route would be to pass in front of the Lord's residence. However, the bald man would certainly not agree to this route, and Jiang Wang did not dare to suggest it. Instead, he proposed that they take the southern gate, traversing through the commoners' quarters, reaching the Datong gambling house, and then passing near the Sanfin Xiangqi building directly to the Fang family estate. Although this route took a considerable detour, it was undoubtedly much safer for the bald man. The journey went smoothly, and along the way, they encountered patrolling city guards. Jiang Wang even took the initiative to help conceal the bald man. At last, they arrived at the Fang family estate. The sky was gradually darkening. In the Jiang family at Fima Alley, Ling He suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "We can wait no longer." They all understood that on such an important occasion as Jiang An'an's birthday, Jiang Wang would undoubtedly make an appearance. Initially, they speculated whether Jiang Wang was preparing some other surprise, but now that night was approaching, it was impossible for any surprise preparation to cause him to miss the time. Jiang Wang must have encountered some trouble. Zhao Ruqing pressed a hand on Ling He's shoulder, saying, "Boss, you stay here with An'an. My family has more manpower. I will go check. The Zhao family, being affluent, had plenty of hands, making them more useful for searching than Ling He. An'an needed someone to accompany her, otherwise. Even if Jiang Wang returned, should anything happen to An'an, he would never forgive them. Ling He understood this logic and reluctantly agreed. The aroma of food had lingered for quite some time, and An'an was quite hungry, yet she had no appetite. Where has my brother gone? She inquired. Zhao Ruqing exchanged a glance with Ling He before responding. He must have gone to Fengshi town to buy some sugar figurines. Didn't you always say you wanted to eat those sugar figurines from that family in Fengshi town? From Grandpa Zhang's house. Jiang An'an chimed in. Exactly, Zhao Ruqing replied. But it's getting dark. I'm worried your brother won't be able to see the way. I'll take a lantern to meet him. The so-called Fang family estate did not have a clear boundary nor any walls to separate the inside from the outside. It was merely a large, conventionally recognized area where the Fang family had resided for generations, gradually becoming their estate. We should sneak in without alarming anyone else, Jiang Wang suggested. Otherwise, if they ask about you, it will be difficult for me to explain. It's improper to go to a friend's house without bringing them along. Jiang Wang's suggestion was quite reasonable. Which direction is the courtyard you mentioned? Jiang Wang pointed confidently in a specific direction while pondering internally. His greatest disadvantage was that he had not yet established his foundation, while the bald man was a 6th-tier Tinglong realm expert. The gap in their realms was as vast as a chasm. However, his greatest advantage lay in the fact that he had not yet established his foundation. Relying on the extraordinary sword cannon and the martial arts of the military, he possessed strength that surpassed that of ordinary practitioners at the Yumai realm. This was something the bald man could not foresee and would undoubtedly catch him off guard. Jiang Wang was unexpectedly presented with a remarkable opportunity. It was singular and fleeting. As they progressed, the bald man maintained his hold on Jiang Wang's shoulder. At that moment, he merely tugged lightly, and the two transformed into a shadow that melded into the silhouette of a passerby. Following this individual for a while, the bald man finally pulled Jiang Wang out. Now, which way do we go? Jiang Wang did not conceal his astonishment at this secret technique. After glancing at the path, he pointed in another direction. The bald man chuckled softly. The shadow concealment technique is not difficult to learn. Just follow my instructions, and I can teach you. He then pulled Jiang Wang back into the shadows. After several instances of this, night had completely enveloped the sky, and they floated into a small courtyard that Fang Pengju had previously brought Jiang Wang to. This nearly soundless method of movement heightened Jiang Wang's vigilance. Fortunately, there were indeed no accommodations arranged for others, leaving the courtyard abandoned. This small courtyard was left to Fang Pengju by his deceased father, and due to its unique location, it was unlikely anyone would come here. Of course, even if this courtyard were allocated to someone by the Fang family, Jiang Wang would have an explanation. His friend hardly ever returned to stay, so it was perfectly reasonable for it to be given to a family member, and he had not visited in quite some time, making it understandable. Inhaling the musty scent of the long untouched courtyard, the bald man nodded in satisfaction. By his nature, he would immediately resort to violence. However, Jiang Wang naturally began to introduce the surroundings. The 3 rooms ahead used to be a large dining hall. You could sneak in there and find something to eat. With his back turned to the bald man, he gestured toward the dining hall. My friend dislikes the restrictions of the family and generally does not return to stay. He added, turning in another direction, the patrol schedule of the Fang family's guards is. Sword light flashed. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang suddenly drew his sword. The first form of the purple chi eastward sword technique, the fastest among the 5 techniques. Yet, this strike was not aimed at the bald man, but was intended to propel Jiang Wang over the high wall and into the adjacent courtyard. The bald man was no sluggish individual, but Jiang Wang was just revealing the patrol schedule of the Fang family guards, which was crucial for his concealment. He had not expected that this young man, who had yet to establish a foundation, would unleash such a swift and decisive strike. It exceeded his expectations of this level of power, causing him to grasp at nothing. Who dares to trespass into the Fang ancestral hall? As Jiang Wang leaped into the neighboring courtyard, he heard a thunderous shout, and an elderly man with white hair sprang from a room. Indeed, this small courtyard where Fang Pengju had once lived was adjacent to the Fang ancestral hall. This was Jiang Wang's calculated leverage. Fang Pengju's father, having lost hope in cultivation, was assigned here as the guardian of the ancestral hall. However, he was not the true guardian. He merely maintained the courtyard and cleaned the ancestral tablets, which was a form of humiliation. He silently endured, placing all his hopes on his son. Fang Pengju grew up in this courtyard, and as his talents gradually emerged, he was unwilling to move to another residence. Jiang Wang had long devised a plan. Upon encountering the white-haired elder, he would turn and flee, simultaneously activating his Dao Yuan and shouting, "Heart-swallowing demon, you shall answer for your deeds today." This startled both the bear-like Xiong Wan and the white-haired elder simultaneously. The former was shocked that his identity had been discovered, while the latter was astonished at the notorious reputation of the heart-swallowing demon. Yet, the thought was but a fleeting one. They were now face to face, and there was no reason to refrain from testing their strength, particularly as the white-haired elder presided over the Fang ancestral hall. How could he abandon his duty simply due to a boisterous title? As he leaped from the room, he began preparing his Dao techniques, initially intending to target the sword-wielding thief. However, at that moment, with a flick of his hands, he unleashed a volley of arrows, each adorned with trailing feathers. The Fang family's secret technique, 1,000 feather arrows. To be honest, this technique was not superior to those taught in the Dao Academy. In fact, it was rather crude. The seals were cumbersome, and the feathered tips were more ornamental than effective. The ongoing transformations of techniques within the Dao Academy were a contributing factor to the gradual decline of family-style cultivation. Nevertheless, the elder had immersed himself in this technique for many years, mastering its nuances, and combined with his 8th-tier Zhoutian realm cultivation, its power was not to be underestimated. However, Xiong Wan let out a furious roar, and the potent sound waves generated by his Dao Yuan scattered many of the feathered arrows. He shattered several arrows aimed at vital points, and then lunged at the white-haired elder, reaching for his heart. With a resounding shout from Jiang Wang, his position was compromised. Necessitating a swift escape, decisive action was imperative. Thus, he resorted to thunderous tactics, willing to sustain minor injuries for the sake of swiftly vanquishing his adversary. Xiong Wan glanced at the shriveled heart in his hand and disdainfully tossed it to the ground, finding it unappetizing. The elderly man with white hair never anticipated that he would not withstand even a single strike. However, he was determined to surprise his opponent in return. Gazing at his fading heart, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, channeling all the Dao essence within the heavenly palace into the seal in his grasp. A brilliant radiance erupted forth, enveloping the entire Fang clan ancestral hall in a veil of ethereal light. Atop this luminous shroud, the ethereal silhouette of a celestial crane lingered, standing tall with an icy gaze. With the final remnants of his life, the white-haired elder activated the protective formation of the Fang clan's ancestral hall. He faintly heard the call of the crane. Chapter 61. The Withering Gun. The Fang family ancestral hall is fortified with protective formations, yet they are loath to expend their resources. After all, the precious Dao Yuan stones are scarce within the Fang household. Each stone used is one less in their meager reserves. However, confronted with the notorious heart-eater demon, the elderly man with white hair dared not close his eyes even in death. He could scarcely fathom being instantaneously slain himself. How long could the rest of the Fang family endure? Would the few guardians they maintained truly sacrifice themselves for the family? This ancestral hall housed the revered ancestors of the Fang lineage, representing the very roots of their being. Thus, even in death, he resolved to take action before his final breath. He placed his hopes upon the crane spirit array, which had long safeguarded the Fang ancestral hall, to ensnare the formidable Xiong Wan. Ideally, he could stall long enough for the Dao Yuan stones to exhaust their energy. By then, the news would surely reach the city lord's office. He believed that while Wei Qiuji was strict and uncompromising, he would not hesitate in such a critical moment. The Fang family would be preserved. With his heart ripped from his chest, the white-haired elder perished, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the night sky, unblinking. Xiong Wan, filled with fury, felt a tremor in his spirit. Bearing a reputation for savagery and having endured countless pursuits, shifting his hiding place had become second nature to him. For if he himself could not predict where he would next conceal himself, how could his pursuers hope to do so? Yet he never anticipated that such a commonplace act of random relocation would yield unforeseen consequences. He had taken note of the sword-wielding youth's visage, but ultimately decided to retreat first. Within the confines of Fenglan City, he could only stifle his murderous intent for the time being. However, the crane spirit array would heed not his desires. Within the entirety of the array's enveloping domain, only Xiong Wan radiated such overwhelming ferocity. The ethereal crane spirit at the apex of the formation flapped its wings and screeched as it collided with Xiong Wan. In an instant, Xiong Wan was shrouded in a veil of blood mist. He ascended from the ground, flames of crimson igniting upon his fists. The ground beneath him withered to decay wherever the blood mist lingered. As the blood flames roared to life, it felt as if the very air itself was being consumed. With a fist encased in blood flames, he struck fiercely against the crane spirit's beak. The crane spirit's ethereal form shattered in a heartbeat, and the luminous aura that enveloped the Fang ancestral hall dissipated with it. The tumult of battle within the hall drew the attention of many. The first to arrive were two of the Fang family's guardians, both ninth-tier practitioners, followed by nearby Fang family guards. Yet they stood at a distance, paralyzed by the sight of the figure that had vanquished the crane spirit, too intimidated to advance. The entity, enshrouded in blood mist and flames, merely cast a glance at them, its gaze oppressive yet ferocious. In truth, Jiang Wang's nature compelled him to slaughter all witnesses before him. Yet he discerned the urgency of the situation. Thus, he abruptly dispelled the blood flames and mist, plummeting like a stone into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Silence enveloped the vicinity of the Fang ancestral hall. Even the bravado of shouting was stifled. Fang Zihu and his son soon reached the scene. Yet they too remained as silent as statues. The Fang family, one of the three prominent clans of Fenglin City, held their prestige and power. However, before a force such as Jiang Wang, they felt utterly vulnerable. Jiang Wang had invaded their ancestral grounds, slain their guardian, and shattered their protective array, leaving them helpless to intervene. This night bore a heavy shame, with vast swathes of ink black saturating the sky, and all stood in hushed stillness. A flicker of fire appeared, a faint glimmer, akin to a piece of kindling crackling in the hearth, sending forth a single spark. Yet it imbued the night with a semblance of light. Then came the resounding whistle. It was only then that the onlookers discerned that the spark was not merely a spark, but the tip of a long spear. The spear emerged from the darkness, its shaft gripped by a long, powerful hand, revealing a man whose ink-black hair flowed like a shadow, his features sharp enough to deter a direct gaze. It was unclear whether the spear propelled him forward or if he wielded it, but together they pierced the night, crashing down upon the ground. The shadows shattered. The heart-eater demon, Jiang Wang, leapt from the fractured gloom, blood mist swirling around him, his voice a low growl, Zhuweiwa. He was none other than Zhuweiwa. This spear was the renowned withering gun, famed throughout Qinghai County. Jiang Wang let out a peculiar howl, blood tears suddenly streaming from his eyes. From Sand Mountain City to Fenglin City, he had clashed with Zhuweiwa no less than 10 times. From initial disdain to cautious respect, he now felt a flicker of fear he would never admit. This adversary's strength escalated with alarming rapidity, as if each battle elevated him to a new echelon. Otherwise, how could the mighty heart-eater demon, Jiang Wang, be reduced to fleeing for his life? In this moment, Zhu Wei's spear forced him out, and he chose to fight with reckless abandon. As blood tears fell, the flames that had enveloped his fists surged, engulfing his entire being. Yet Zhu Wei merely responded with a triumphant smile. "I've got you now." Leaning slightly, he flicked his wrist, and the spear's tip, embedded in the ground, thrust upward. The earth fragmented beneath it, a chaotic upheaval resembling a dragon in revolt. Jiang Wang, surrounded by flames, traversed the air, disregarding the upheaving earth that surged towards him. All the debris disintegrated upon contact with the blood flames, a testament to the sinister might of the Blood River sect's soul-devouring flames. Yet, its most terrifying aspect lay in its capacity to consume souls. With Jiang Wang now empowered by his life-threatening secret technique, Cuckoo's blood cry, his strength multiplied sevenfold. Faced with such an explosive display of power from Jiang Wang, Zhu Wei did not flinch or evade. He flicked his spear, pointing it directly at Jiang Wang, meeting him head-on. "Such a beautiful Cuckoo's blood cry, and you dare to invoke it in such a ghastly manner." With that, he charged forward. In an instant, flames erupted around the spear's tip, igniting the night sky in a sea of fire. Zhu Wei surged forth with the inferno at his back. The blood flames collided with the fiery deluge, spear against fist in a titanic clash. Jiang Wang charged westward, while Zhu Wei advanced eastward. Jiang Wang dove from above, while Zhu Wei thrust upward from below. They faced each other, determined to determine their fates. The outcome hinged on a mere moment. The blood flames were extinguished by the firestorm, yet the conflagration was largely consumed in the process. However, the victor had already been determined. This confrontation, which began with Jiang Wang's initial flight, had long foretold its conclusion. The firestorm surged forward, forcing Jiang Wang into a hasty retreat. Scorched by the flames, his dark robe was singed away, revealing a dazzling bald head. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, rendering his already fierce visage even more grotesque and terrifying. He expended every ounce of strength to retreat, yet he maintained his gaze locked upon Zhu Weiwa's eyes. At this moment, he dared not turn his back. Previously, during his rampage in Sand Mountain City, he had barely escaped the clutches of the law, sustaining significant injuries. Yet this solitary figure with a spear had relentlessly pursued him. After several exchanges, sensing the gravity of his predicament, he had resolved to withdraw and recuperate. However, Zhu Weiwa had clung to him like a leech, refusing to let go. Since Sand Mountain City, he had been on the run, with no time to recuperate. Always nursing old wounds while accumulating new ones, he had ultimately succumbed to his injuries. He resolved that if he could escape this time, he would abandon all pretense, forsake his dignity, and seek aid from his master. He longed to unleash a bloodbath upon Fenglin City, to annihilate Zhu Weiwa's entire lineage, and to eradicate that cunning youth with the sword, ensuring no one was left alive. His mind churned with chaos, his heart seething with hatred as Jiang Wang fixed his gaze upon Zhu Weiwa. In those eyes, sharp as a spear's edge, he discerned a hint of violet. Purple qi approached from the east. The emperor draws his sword, and the purple aura heralds his arrival, while the lords gaze westward. Chapter 62. The auspicious purple qi comes from the east. The feudal lords looked to the west. What met my eyes was the fifth form of the sword technique, known as the auspicious purple qi comes from the east. The purple energy surged forth, and the sword danced like a long rainbow. Jiang Wang, with both body and sword, struck decisively from east to west, crashing into Jiang Wang's heart from behind. He then discarded the sword and leapt away to evade any potential dying counterattack from Jiang Wang. Yet, Jiang Wang's exhausted body had no strength left. His terrifying, grotesque form fell helplessly to the ground, unable to merge into the shadows. Only his wide-open eyes remained, conveying his disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he had met his end in such a manner. He could not comprehend why that despicable, feeble little thief had not seized the opportunity to flee, but had instead concealed himself in silence, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to deliver this fatal blow. The strike was so sudden, so unexpected, and yet so breathtakingly precise. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Jiang Wang slowly rose to his feet. He had been gambling all night, believing that since Zhu Weiwa could pursue Jiang Wang in his frantic flight, there must be a way to catch up with them. Regardless of how they tried to conceal their tracks, it was merely a matter of time. He also gambled that since he had not returned in time, Ling He and Zhao Ruchen would surely find a way to locate him. As the leader of the Tri-City debate for a year, the Dao Academy would never overlook his disappearance, providing Zhu Weiwa with invaluable clues without him having to lift a finger. Thus, he actively assisted Jiang Wang in concealing his tracks to earn a fleeting trust. In truth, all he needed to do was to delay Jiang Wang. He led Jiang Wang on a long detour, stealthily hiding in the Fang family estate, and even infiltrated the Fang family ancestral hall, drawing upon the protective forces of the clan. But that was not enough. Jiang Wang was fierce, powerful, and audacious enough to retaliate unexpectedly. While Zhu Weiwa could withstand such a threat, Jiang Wang could not. He could choose to hide far away, perhaps never to show his face again until Jiang Wang was no more. But how could Jiang An'an hide? Therefore, he had to ensure Jiang Wang's demise tonight. He could not allow Jiang Wang to escape. All day long, his life had hung by a thread, and now he was the one to sever it. This extreme and intense psychological turmoil sent the Dao Yuan within the Tongtian Palace into a frenzied state. The tiny, earthworm-like Dao vein spirit writhed restlessly, consuming and exhaling incessantly. Yet, Jiang Wang merely turned and walked outward. Wait, it was Zhu Weiwa's voice. Jiang Wang turned back to see Zhu Weiwa nodding towards Jiang Wang's corpse, signaling, "Your spoils." A being of Jiang Wang's caliber would undoubtedly possess valuable treasures. Zhu Weiwa implied that Jiang Wang should take what he desired. However, Jiang Wang dared not succumb to greed. Merely preserving his own life was already a stroke of fortune. He was acutely aware of who the true protagonist was this night. Without Zhu Weiwa's intervention, Jiang Wang could have easily slain him and retreated at leisure. Even if he had refrained from delivering that fatal strike, it was uncertain whether Jiang Wang could have escaped. He merely severed a minuscule possibility and did not consider the act of killing Jiang Wang as his own achievement. Thus, he offered a weary smile. "It is all my senior brother's merit. I dare not claim any credit." With that, he did not look back but stepped into the embrace of the night. Zhu Weiwa chuckled softly, addressing the onlooking members of the Fang family. "Please ensure the body is delivered intact to the Dao Academy." He then reversed his spear, resting it on his shoulder, and walked away without a shred of concern that the Fang family might covet Jiang Wang's possessions. He understood perfectly well that had the Fang family possessed such audacity, only one guardian of the ancestral hall would not have perished. It was only after a considerable distance that Jiang Wang heard the sudden wailing erupt from the Fang family estate. The guardian of the ancestral hall was the Fang family's sole 8th grade Zhou realm cultivator, a remnant of the previous generation and a pillar of the family. Although there had long been animosity between Jiang Wang and the Fang family, he felt a pang of guilt towards this elder. Yet, he was powerless. The world was exceedingly cruel, and he was merely struggling to survive. There was one more thing he had not disclosed. At the moment he struck down Jiang Wang, something had flown from Jiang Wang's body, colliding with him. Initially, he believed it to be a dying retaliatory strike, only to discover otherwise. Instead, he felt a profound sense of clarity wash over him, as a white specter flickered before his eyes, like a binding being released. At that moment, the object appeared within the Tongtian palace, a short, unlit black candle. The earthworm-like Dao spirit danced around it. Jiang Wang had no time to contemplate further, for he saw Zhao Ruqing waiting at the entrance, lantern in hand. Zhao Ruqing did not inquire about the events of the night, nor did Jiang Wang question him about his efforts. Their conversation gravitated towards a more pressing matter. What about An'an? The eldest brother is taking care of her. Children are easily appeased. I told her you went to Fengshi town to buy her sugar figurines, and she believed me. Jiang Wang's face fell. Where am I to find a sugar figurine at this hour? Ha ha. Zhao Ruqing chuckled triumphantly, producing 5 exquisitely crafted sugar figurines and waving them before Jiang Wang. I truly sent someone to Fengshi town. In the fragrant 3-part building, Miao Yu was conversing with a figure clad in a white bone mask when her expression suddenly shifted. What is it? Miao Yu murmured. The bone seed I planted has disappeared. The masked figure clasped his hands behind his back. The bone seed you planted? When? Who did you give it to? Miao Yu regained her composure, casting him a sidelong glance, a smile barely concealed. Mind your own affairs. My matters are not for you to meddle in. The masked figure did not dispute further and melted into the ground. Once he departed, Miao Yu resumed her contemplative demeanor. Could it be? She abruptly stood and then sat down again. No, it cannot be confirmed yet. I must exercise caution, utmost caution. At the Jiang family in Fima Alley, from dawn's first light to the sunset, and into the cool of night, Jiang An'an's spirit waned. Ling He remained by her side, doing his utmost to console her, but lacking both talent for cheer and focus, his efforts were in vain. Jiang An'an did not dislike her older brother Ling He, but to speak truthfully, he was not as entertaining as brother Ruqing. As for brother Du Yehu, he looked far too fierce. Of course, all these brothers were good, yet collectively, they could not compare to her own brother. She was not very happy. To borrow her teacher's words, it was perhaps a sorrow that stemmed from within, unending. Alas, Jiang An'an hung her head in despair. What could alleviate her sorrow? Only sweets. Suddenly, a vividly crafted sugar figurine appeared before her, followed by a second, third, fourth, and fifth. 5 sugar figurines lined up, behind which stood Jiang Wang, his face aglow with smiles. Jiang An'an, happy birthday. From today onward, you are 5 years old. Chapter 63. The mountain threshold of 10,000 rooms on the night of Jiang An'an's birthday. Apart from Jiang Wang's regret for not having time to showcase his culinary skills, everyone had a delightful time. As the festivities came to an end, Zhao Ruqing returned home. After a moment of quiet reflection in his study, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Thank you for your hard work today, Uncle Deng, Zhao Ruqing said. His posture relaxed, yet his tone imbued with genuine respect and familiarity. Uncle Deng, the steward of the Zhao household, stood with propriety and smiled warmly. That firewood gun was splendid. Talents arise in every generation, but I feel as though I have aged. Not at all. When we walk down the street, others might mistake you for my elder brother. Zhao Ruqing replied with a grin. Uncle Deng remained composed, simply stating, there is a hierarchy to be observed. Zhao Ruqing opened his mouth, perhaps intending to say something further, but realizing it would be futile, he fell silent. It was Uncle Deng who then spoke. I never imagined that at my age, I would once again take action merely to purchase a sugar figurine for a little girl. Zhao Ruqing, with a playful smirk, replied. Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Deng. That little girl is indeed adorable. With great pride, he added, of course. She is my sister. Uncle Deng gazed at him and reiterated, she is indeed charming. Suddenly, the smile faded from Zhao Ruqing's face. On his handsome visage, which typically bore an air of indifference, There now lay a trace of melancholy. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "I understand." The day following Jiang An'an's birthday, Concubine Song sent a jade bracelet as a belated gift, accompanied by a jade pendant intended for Jiang Wang. The delay was likely due to the long journey, and the gesture seemed to reflect an attempt to appease Jiang Wang, perhaps fearing he might obstruct her from contacting her daughter. Upon receiving the gifts, An'an said nothing, but it was apparent that she cherished them, carefully placing them in her little box. As for Jiang Wang, the encounter with Xiongwen quickly extinguished any sense of pride he might have felt after being named the champion of the Three Cities debate. Nonetheless, the spoils of this battle were significant. Firstly, after defeating Xiongwen, the influx of Dao Yuan within Tongtian Palace surged dramatically, bringing the completion of the foundation closer. Secondly, after fulfilling the mission of slaying the Heart-Eater demon, Zhu Weima generously distributed 500 points of Dao merit to him. It was rumored that Zhu Weima himself had garnered over 6,000 points from this task, yet his own merit on the leaderboard had diminished, leaving him with merely 1,000 points. Perhaps he had exchanged them for some treasure. In contrast to Jiang Wang and his companions, who painstakingly gathered a mere 100 points of merit, it was evident that true strength effortlessly attracts merit. The final acquisition was an enigmatic black candle that appeared inexplicably within Tongtian Palace. It seemed to possess some value, yet no matter how Jiang Wang examined it, he could not decipher its purpose. For now, his focus remained on laying the foundation, leaving further exploration for the future. The unexpected joy of earning 500 points of merit led Jiang Wang to prepare a pulse-opening pill for both Zhao Ruqing and Jiang An'an. As a disciple of the Dao Academy, Zhao Ruqing could directly redeem a pulse-opening pill with 100 merit points. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang had yet to utilize his own redemption quota, which he intended to reserve for An'an. Zhao Ruqing accepted Jiang Wang's merit without hesitation, even cheerfully asking, "Third brother, I have my eye on a magic sword worth 500 merit points. I've saved a bit, but I'm still short. Could you help me out?" At that moment, Jiang Wang felt quite affluent and generous. "How much more do you need?" he inquired. 499, Zhao Ruqing replied with a grin. "Just a little." Jiang Wang kicked him lightly and exclaimed, "Get lost." However, after a moment's contemplation, he sighed. "I still need to reserve 100 merit points for An'an's pulse-opening pill. The remaining 300 can be yours." "Wait," Zhao Ruqing interjected. "What is the matter? Merit points can indeed be given to me. However, think carefully about the matter of An'an's pulse opening." Jiang Wang was puzzled. "Isn't it better to open her pulse sooner rather than later? If you're worried about the dangers at the extraordinary level, there's no need. I don't intend to let An'an enter the Dao Academy. Training in the Dao Academy comes with substantial imperial subsidies, which entails that disciples cannot refuse certain obligatory tasks, such as purging the official pathways or hunting down rogue practitioners. The dangers are unavoidable." Jiang Wang, armed with the performance stage, need not concern himself with the intricacies of cultivation. Moreover, he could serve as An'an's teacher. Ultimately, he did not expect her to become an extraordinary powerhouse. He only wished for her to be healthy and possess some means of self-defense. Zhao Ruqing managed a wry smile. "It's not that opening the pulse early is inherently bad." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "If you wish to open An'an's pulse, then do not use the Academy's pulse-opening pill." Jiang Wang's brow knitted tighter. "Is there something wrong with the Academy's pulse-opening pill?" "Not at all," Zhao Ruqing clarified. "The pulse-opening pill available at the City Academy is the most basic type. Your elder brother is already at this age. He cannot afford to delay further. An'an is still young. She can wait a bit longer. If you intend to open her pulse, it is crucial to provide her with the best possible option, ensuring that her path in cultivation will be smoother in the future. I do not mean to suggest that using the most basic pulse-opening pill will prevent one from achieving greatness. Many strong individuals have emerged under the most adverse conditions, though it certainly is more arduous. Had it not been for your recent victory over Xiongwen, I might not have shared these thoughts with you. In a place like Fenglin City, where such pills are fiercely contested, simply having access to one is rare. However, after you defeated Xiongwen, an elder of mine mentioned that you have a chance. You possess this opportunity to grow and, in the future, to procure a better pulse-opening pill for An'an. An'an is also my sister. I hope she can endure less hardship in the future." Jiang Wang silently absorbed this, aware that his youngest sworn brother harbored secrets. Yet he had never inquired. Just as he had received the key to the illusory realm, none of his brothers had ever pried into his affairs. Yet, it now seemed that Zhao Ruqing's concealed secrets might be even greater than he had imagined. After all, aside from everything else. This depth of understanding regarding the cultivation world is not something an ordinary family could nurture. Consider Fang Pengju, who hails from one of the 3 prominent families in Fenglan City, yet he was willing to forsake loyalty for a single pulse-opening pill. In Zhao Ruqing's perspective, that same pill appeared to be of little consequence. He even realized that had he not mentioned his intention to open An'an's pulse, Zhao Ruqing likely would not have divulged these insights. Are there indeed different grades of pulse-opening pills? Jiang Wang inquired. Of course. You see, the primary ingredient of a pulse-opening pill is extracted from the Dao veins of demon beasts, and given that demon beasts vary in strength, their Dao veins naturally differ in quality. Tell me, can the pills crafted from different grades of Dao veins possibly be the same? The pulse-opening pill from Zhuguanglia is certainly not ordinary. An elder in my family remarked that your pulse opening is flawless, perfectly unlocking your potential. Jiang Wang fell silent, observing the small earthworm spirit within Tontian Palace. He could not fathom how it could possibly be associated with a perfect pulse opening. Was this merely the most basic earthworm vein? Chapter 64. The approaching storm. Upon the walls of the cavern, a chilling white light emanated, as if one had ventured into the very innards of a colossal skeletal beast. Traversing the lengthy passage, one discovers an extraordinary realm within. At the heart of the cavern, a crimson carpet unfurled, flanked by a masked skeletal envoy and the alluring Miaoyu clad in red. Behind them stood several cloaked figures, subtly divided into 2 factions. The crimson carpet extended to its terminus, where a staircase of bones ascended to a platform of flesh, upon which loomed a grotesque throne adorned with bone spikes. Seated upon the throne was a frail skeleton, so emaciated that a mere gust of wind might disassemble it. Yet, a hollow voice resonated from its vacant mouth. Who can inform me of the whereabouts of the underworld candle? An elderly figure in black robes fell to his knees with a thud. I am inept. The voice remained eerily hollow, devoid of any emotion. And who can tell me who is responsible for this disastrous undertaking? The aged figure cast a furtive glance at the skeletal envoy, but saw him unmoving. Showing no intention to intercede, he bowed his head in a deep bow. I deserve death. Before his words could dissipate, he suddenly raised his head in horror. Great Elder, I beseech you. An ominous breeze swept through. A black robe collapsed, beneath which lay a pool of bone dust. Thus, he met his demise. Indeed, he deserved it. The skeleton continued. The legacy of the bone path has endured through great hardship, with many of its techniques incomplete. The underworld candle is a treasure of our sect, shrouded in secrecy, capable of aiding us in restoring our lost techniques. Yet, you have squandered this opportunity. At this moment, the skeletal envoy spoke. I recall that the saintess had made contingency plans. Miaoyu smiled seductively. It is only with the envoy's foresight that one can have their own plans. However, it has been several days, and my people have yet to return. I wonder if they were slain by Wei Qiji or devoured by wild beasts. The skeletal envoy chuckled. What foresight are you referring to? I am oblivious. Enough, the skeleton said from the throne. Since Wei Qiji has used the underworld candle as bait, it is evident that he knows we, the bone path, have crossed him. Yet he remains unaware of the candle's significance to us. After he has taken enough lives, he will not concern himself with the underworld candle. I command you to dig 3 feet into the earth and uncover who possesses the candle. Understood. They all bowed their heads. Additionally, I will be making significant moves in the Kingdom of Clouds soon, so you must proceed with discretion. Upon uttering this, the skeleton disintegrated, bones scattering across the throne. Miaoyu waved her hand, and the assembly dispersed, leaving only the skeletal envoy and herself. The skeletal envoy snorted. The third elder has taken the lead, solidifying the phantom of the Ghost Gate. Is he merely seeking to flaunt his power in the Cloud Kingdom? Who is to say otherwise? Miaoyu furrowed her brows slightly. It seems the Great Elder is not particularly concerned with finding the Daozi. Ha! The skeletal envoy placed his hands behind his back and departed. With the Daozi absent, he assumes the role of the Holy Master. Once the Daozi appears, he will merely be the Great Elder. How do you think he will choose? Each time Jiang Wang attended the Arts Institute, his mind wandered. The reason was simple. He had yet to lay a solid foundation. No matter how grand the teachings, he could only simulate them in his mind, an insatiable thirst without profound understanding. In contrast to other students, Jiang Wang preferred the scripture classes, relishing the venerable instructor's explanations of the great Tao and the sacred texts. However, he dared not skip the practical classes, especially when it came to the lessons of Xiao Tianyan. Though Xiao Tianyan's original name had faded from memory, His mastery of foundational techniques was profound and seasoned, despite merely being at the 7th rank of the celestial realm. Before the class commenced, Jiang Wang sat on the mat, somewhat lost in thought. He was still reminiscing about the challenge faced the previous night, yet could derive no further details. The moment the battle began, he hadn't even drawn his sword before an arrow had ended his movement. He fell from the Qingyu platform to the light of the 25th rank. His monthly energy production diminished by another 100, leaving him with only 1650 points. Adding the remaining 190 points from the 4 spirits body refining technique, he totaled 1840 points. Outside the void illusion, he had a mere 400 merit points left on the Dao merit list. All of this constituted Jiang Wang's entire wealth concerning cultivation. Although Zhao Ruqing could not use the opening meridian pill from the Dao Institute, he still exchanged for one, possibly to conceal something he was reluctant to divulge. So Jiang Wang refrained from inquiring further. This lad boasted that he would use the super invincible perfect opening meridian pill, yet lamentably, he possessed only one and could not share it with Jiang An'an. Jiang Wang then inquired how many merit points this super invincible perfect opening meridian pill would require for exchange. Zhao Ruqing did not disclose a specific figure, but merely patted his shoulder, urging him to strive diligently. In summary, nurturing his sister was a long and arduous journey. Lost in thought, Xiao Tianmian had already ascended the podium. Jiang Wang quickly gathered his focus, adopting a demeanor of earnest attentiveness. Some individuals should not let minor achievements inflate their egos. The path of cultivation is long, young one. Your vision must extend far. Xiao Tianmian cleared his throat. Now, let us discuss the specific applications of the stone skin technique in combat. A jolt coursed through Jiang Wang, bewildered as to why he was being singled out. Yet, he dared not show it, becoming even more attentive. Once the class concluded and Xiao Tianmian departed, Huang Azan sidled over from a corner. Ah, this deadpan fellow. How can you tolerate his targeting you? Let's go vandalize his window tonight. What do you say? Are you in? Upon seeing Huang Azan, Jiang Wang instantly comprehended why he had become a target. Perhaps it was a case of when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Being close to Huang Azan had drawn Xiao Tianmian's ire as well. You can go on your own. Jiang Wang would certainly not accompany him in foolishness. I'm telling you. This time I have a meticulous plan. Stop. Jiang Wang interrupted his lengthy discourse, shifting the subject. We have dinner plans with senior brotherly Jianqiu. Would you like to join? You just don't believe in me. Let me tell you, the last time was due to my drunkenness. Otherwise, with him, Xiao. Huang Azan noticed Jiang Wang turning to leave and hurriedly followed. I'll go. Zhao Ruqing threw in nonchalantly. The meal cost will be split among us all. Huang Azan pretended not to hear, draping an arm over Ling He's shoulder, resuming chatter about his retaliation plans. Ling He, with his affable nature, would certainly not sink to Huang Azan's level, yet he would not deliberately scorn him either. Young Master Zhao truly found himself at a loss against this former senior, whose thick skin was impenetrable. The organizer of this gathering was Li Jianxiu, who had invited Jiang Wang and mentioned he could bring a few friends along. The venue was Su A Hui Studio, which boasted a more refined atmosphere than Wangwei Tower, though primarily serving vegetarian fare. Naturally, Jiang Wang and his carnivorous companions had seldom set foot there. Upon entering the private room, only Li Jianxiu sat alone. The group, already familiar with one another, exchanged pleasantries and quickly delved into the sumptuous dishes. Diyehua was particularly disdainful of vegetarian cuisine, especially those that attempted to mimic the flavors of roasted chicken or beef, his reasoning being, why go through all this trouble when one could simply enjoy the real thing? Zhao Ruqing summarized with the term style, yet contesting with him proved futile. Fortunately, Diyehua was not present. The others bore none of his peculiarities. During the meal, Huang Azan recounted an amusing tale. It was said that Lin Jingran, upon returning to Wangjiang City, was filled with pride and publicly proclaimed his invincibility at the dust-washing banquet, declaring that there was no one left in the 3 cities and Fenglan City. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei, who had only recently returned to the Dao Institute, grabbed his gun and set off alone down the Green Willow River, following the Qingjiang River straight to Wangjiang City. The matter should have already been addressed. Jiang Wang expressed his doubts, stating, based on Lin Jingran's conduct during the discussions in Sancheng, he does not strike me as the type of person to utter such words, does he? Conversely, Li Jianxiu chuckled heartily. Brother Zhu is merely concocting an excuse to confront him. It matters not whether he actually said those words. Since the rumor has surfaced, we might as well assume he did. Having interacted more frequently with Zhu Weima, he naturally possessed a deeper understanding of the man. Although Jiang Wang had only met him once, he found Li Jianqiu's sentiments to resonate well with Zhu Weima's character. Dominant. Impressive. The elder brother exudes authority. Enough of that. He isn't present to hear your flattery. Li Jianqiu waved his hand, directly steering the conversation back to the main topic. Recently, there has been a severe beast calamity in Sanshan City. Yesterday, their lord issued a bounty, seeking skilled individuals to assist in eradicating the ferocious beasts. This is the largest mobilization in recent years for Sanshan City, and I intend to assemble a team to address the situation. What say you? Are you willing to accompany me? Chapter 65. The Shibizi, Yuheng, and Falai Jiang Wang had heard of the bounty task issued by Sanshan City, yet for some unknown reason, it had not been listed on the Daosun board. Instead, it was announced unilaterally by Sanshan City, directed at all individuals. In a certain sense, it lacked the endorsement of the Zhuang court. Naturally, the rewards for the task were not to be funded by the Zhuang court either. It was said that the lord of Sanshan City had emptied his treasury for this purpose, resulting in rewards far more generous than those for tasks of a similar grade on the Daosun board. These rewards were tangible and substantial, such as magical tools, secret techniques, and Dao Yuan stones, as Li Jianqiu added, while material rewards may not be as convenient as those offered through Daosun. Their inherent difficulty and valuation often rendered them considerably more valuable. Forgive my candor, senior brotherly, Jiang Wang pondered. Why did you not bring your own team for a task that requires small group cooperation, especially when the rewards are so appealing? Typically, disciples of the Dao Academy who frequently undertook tasks had established team compositions. Zhang Linchuan and Wang Changxiang were prime examples, both being core figures within their respective teams. Once Ling He, Zhao Ruqing, and others had all established their foundations, they too would gather to accomplish various tasks, rather than being scattered and trailing behind other teams as they did now. The only exception was Li Jianqiu, who seemed to always operate alone. Li Jianqiu pressed his lips together and replied, "They have all perished. I am the sole survivor." The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Though practitioners ought to regard life and death with equanimity, who could remain unmoved by such matters? Huang Azan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Then, senior brother, your team seems rather inauspicious. Ling He interjected, senior brotherly, since this task is not on the Daosun board, it lacks a level designation. However, judging by the rewards, the difficulty is certainly no less than grade 7. Frankly speaking, our skills may not be sufficient, and we might hinder your progress. In truth, the overall difficulty of this extermination task for ferocious beasts should be around grade 6. Li Jianqiu's expression remained unchanged as he continued, but you must understand. Sanshan City derives its name from the 3 peaks within its territory, Shibizi, Yuheng, and Falai. These mountains, either majestic or perilous, are renowned landmarks. While Sanshan City is named after them, it is also true that these 3 peaks serve as the source of the rampant ferocious beasts within the city. Are you implying that these beasts have their lairs there? Jiang Wang inquired. Li Jianqiu nodded. Among them, Shibizi Peak was completely cleared 2 years ago. Now, 2 years later, Sanshan City has presumably amassed sufficient strength, and their current extermination target is Yuheng Peak. However, we will not head to Yuheng Peak. We shall go to Shibizi Peak. But Shibizi Peak has already been. Though Shibizi Peak had been purged, 2 years had elapsed, and new ferocious beasts had begun to roam, albeit scattered and unorganized. Our focus is on them, Li Jianqiu stated. Thus, the task's difficulty will be considerably lessened. He then picked up his chopsticks. The matter stands thus. You may decide whether to join us. Your choice will not affect our friendship. Jiang Wang was aware that although he and Li Jianqiu were familiar with one another, their relationship was merely cordial. They held a positive impression of each other, yet their camaraderie was not profound. Should he decline this time, it would likely lead to estrangement. Nevertheless, Jiang Wang would not hastily agree solely for the sake of cultivating a friendship with Li Jianqiu, as he genuinely found the task appealing. Firstly, the rewards were substantial. Secondly, he wished to contribute to the current plight of Sanshan City. And thirdly, he was on the verge of establishing his foundation and required such a task to familiarize himself with Dao techniques. With these thoughts, Jiang Wang directly stated, "It would be our fortune if senior brotherly were willing to take us along." Li Jianqiu gazed at Jiang Wang with an intriguing expression. Based solely on your decisive strike against Xiongwan, you have already proven your qualifications. Furthermore, among your group, Ling He is steady and thorough. Diehu possesses remarkable combat talent and is valiant, and Zhao Ruqing is intelligent and gifted. He even praised the absent Du Yehu, and naturally, he did not overlook Huang Azan. Little Huang is quite clever as well. Senior brotherly, your insight is unparalleled. Huang Azan immediately chimed in. I shall not partake, Ling He declared. I have only recently opened my meridians and am still in the stage of accumulating Dao Yuan for foundation establishment. I shall remain at the academy to look after An'an. The period between opening one's meridians and establishing a foundation is indeed a precarious phase for a cultivator. On one hand, they need to gather Dao Yuan to establish their foundation. On the other hand, without relying on Dao Yuan, they cannot exhibit extraordinary combat prowess. Jiang Wang's case, having acquired the extraordinary sword technique, was an exception. Whether it was support or care, Ling He preferred to advance steadily, step by step. Very well. Then the leader shall remain, Jiang Wang finalized, as their relationships did not require pretense. The confirmed team heading to Sanshan City consisted of Li Jinxiu, Jiang Wang, Zhao Ruqing, and Huang Azan, who agreed to depart from the southern gate in 3 days. Wang Clan Estate. In the same secluded courtyard, Wang Changxiang entered with great enthusiasm. Brother. At that moment, Wang Changji was reclining on a lounge chair, a weathered old book in hand, and a plump orange cat sprawled at his feet, basking in the early winter sunlight. Upon hearing Wang Changxiang's voice, he did not stir, merely responding lazily, What is it? The orange cat, however, turned its back to Wang Changxiang in evident displeasure upon seeing him. Look. Wang Changxiang hurried a few steps closer, bending slightly to present a jade vial before his brother. What is this? Wang Changji recognized the vial well, recalling even the specific appearance of the elixir within. Every minute detail. However, the greater his initial hopes had been, the deeper his subsequent disappointment. In that moment, no one could fathom the myriad emotions swirling within him. Yet he ultimately merely lifted his eyelids and said, Your quota has already been used. 1,500 Dao merits is quite difficult to gather. I assent it? Not at all. Wang Changxiang shook his head, smiling brightly. Your brother here has become the champion in the 3 cities debate after 3 years. Wang Changxiang typically presented an image of gentleness and steadiness, but only within this small courtyard did he occasionally reveal a hint of exuberance. Wang Changji turned a page of his book. You have good intentions, but it means little to me. Let us try again, shall we? Wang Changji glanced at the lazy orange cat at his feet. Feeding me is no better than feeding little orange. This way, it might live longer and be closer to you. That will not do. Father would beat me to death. If you feed it, he won't he beat you? Father cares for you as well. You were able to become the champion because the clan invested resources. You must yield results. Take the meridian opening elixir back. Wang Changji covered his face with the book. My nap time has arrived. Wang Changxiang grew anxious. Brother, if you leave the elixir with me, I will feed it to little orange. Wang Changji's voice emerged from beneath the book, still calm. However, Wang Changxiang had already sensed the firmness in his tone. He had no choice but to stow away the jade vial, glancing back multiple times as he departed. He noticed the old book that his brother had covered his face with. It was a Dao classic titled The Sutra of Guiding People. Chapter 66. The heavens do not aid. Each must navigate their own path as the night deepened, and it had long been lulled into slumber, perhaps lost in delightful dreams, occasionally emitting soft sounds as she dreamt. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged, his heart and mind directed towards the celestial realm within the Tongtian Palace, where the intricate star map of Dao Yuan illuminated above him. An unfamiliar black candle hung at the center, while the soil worm, transformed from the essence of Dao Pulse, meandered around the candle in a gentle dance. Jiang Wang remained calm and patient, awaiting the opportune moment. Initially, he had chosen the zodiac star formation as the foundation array, anticipating a foundation period of 6 months. However, since opening his meridians, he had garnered substantial gains. First, he practiced the 9 styles of the purple chi eastward sword technique to cultivate his vital energy and blood, enabling his body to endure more frequent pulse striking. Subsequently, he learned the 4 spirits body refinement method from the military arts, which significantly increased the frequency of his pulse strikes. Although it was merely the soil worm's essence, the increased frequency allowed for a considerable amount of Dao Yuan to be absorbed. Following this, he mastered the Dao Yuan control technique passed down by Dong Acon, facilitating the meticulous arrangement of the formation with minimal errors. Finally, after the battle with Xiongwan, where his Dao heart surged and Dao Yuan skyrocketed, He approached a pivotal transformation. As the clock struck midnight, marking the beginning of a new day, Jiang Wang silently performed the Dao Yuan control technique, shifting the last round Dao Yuan into the star map, precisely at the position of the moon star. From the sun star to the moon, the three altars resonated, and the 28 constellations shone brightly. The entire zodiac star formation radiated magnificently, illuminating the Tongtian Palace. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Wang experienced a disorienting sensation akin to temporary blindness. When his perception returned, a mysterious and ethereal vortex appeared within the Tongtian Palace, slowly rotating, with flecks of starlight shimmering. Rather than a mere cyclone, it resembled a spiraling river of stars. In that moment of creation, 9 Dao Yuan leaped forth from the stellar vortex. With the formation established, Dao Yuan was born. Jiang Wang understood that he had successfully laid the foundation. From this moment onward, he truly entered the realm of the extraordinary, stepping into the 9th grade pulsing vessel stage. After 4 months, since opening his meridians on June 15th at the Huanjin Temple and establishing his foundation on October 16th at home in Fima Alley, he had yet to fully grasp the effects of the zodiac star formation compared to the ordinary return to origin formation. However, he noticed that the inconspicuous soil worm had abandoned the black candle and begun to ascend towards the star vortex. Upon reaching the star vortex, it suddenly leaped with all its might. Passing through the starry essence, its body seemed to shimmer with a hint of starlight, gaining a subtle vitality. The essence of the Dao pulse traversing the Dao vortex could indeed receive enhancement. This is one reason why people have never solely relied on innate talents to determine a practitioner's future. Yet, this is a long and gradual process, and such clear transformations are not typically observed. Perhaps this is one of the exceptional attributes of a zodiac star formation. Jiang Wang could not ascertain, yet he anticipated further changes with great eagerness. After traversing the star vortex, the soil worm leisurely returned to the black candle, appearing somewhat fatigued and coiled around it, ceasing all movement. The wondrous spectacle within the Tongtian Palace captivated Jiang Wang. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that the sound of Anne's murmurs had ceased. He heard her drowsy voice softly murmur, "Brother, I think I saw stars." So many stars. Jiang Wang remained silent for a moment, understanding that An'an had not awakened. He gently rose, softly tucked her in, and stealthily stepped into the courtyard. He intended to attempt the practice of Dao arts, responding to the accumulation of knowledge from his previous theoretical studies at the Academy. The starlight does not inquire about the traveler. Jiang Wang has always believed in exerting every effort possible. The heavens do not aid. Each must navigate their own path. In the Dao Academy's system of Dao arts, there are 4 ranks and 12 grades. The Ding rank represents the foundation of the Dao arts system. The lower grade Ding arts primarily manifest in enhancing states. For instance, the 5 elements Dao arts include flame attachment, sharpness, solidity, clarity, and vitality. Flame attachment involves infusing fire element energy into objects. Sharpness enhances weapons with metal element energy. Solidity fortifies physical defenses with earth element energy. Clarity clears the mind and sharpens vision with water element energy. And vitality invigorates and dispels fatigue with wood element energy. Various Dao academies may have subtle differences in their specific arts, but the general principles remain unchanged. The teachings passed down from the 3 great sacred doors follow this pattern. Theoretically, those in the 9th grade pulsing vessel stage should be able to utilize all Ding grade arts, yet individual proficiency varies. Some may struggle with even the mid-grade Ding arts, while others excel in metal or water arts, and so forth. A crucial point often emphasized by Dao instructors is that every practitioner must recognize their strengths, whether to capitalize on them or to compensate for weaknesses, and swiftly establish their own combat system. Jiang Wang first attempted flame attachment, a foundational technique he had mastered thoroughly, and now had 9 Dao Yuan at his disposal. The familiar hand seals were completed in mere moments. With his left hand gripping the sword and his right hand forming a seal, he swiftly drew across the blade. Flames ignited. The long sword gleamed in the night, flames dancing beneath the moonlight. No external tools were employed. This was extraordinary power. This is the essence of Dao arts. Suddenly, Jiang Wang felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. He longed to return to the past and tell his younger self, "You can do it. You are capable." He also wished to convey to his ailing father, I am capable." Jiang Wang drew his long sword and, employing the methods of the purple qi eastward sword technique, extinguished the flames. Then came sharpness and solidity. Jiang Wang nearly attempted every basic Dao art he knew, continuing until his Dao Yuan was entirely expended. He discovered that his mastery of different elemental arts progressed at an equal pace, without disparity. To put it in grand terms, he excelled in all. Whether water or fire, his proficiency was consistent. However, human capabilities have their limits. He could not possibly master every Dao art. Director Dong Acon had repeatedly remarked that cultivation is the foundation of the great Dao, while techniques merely serve as auxiliary arts. Even the most prodigious genius, with seemingly inexhaustible energy, should focus more on the fundamental aspects of the great Dao. Jiang Wang decided to wait until he accumulated more Dao Yuan before exploring other arts, such as wind or thunder arts. However, even the most basic thunder arts belonged to the E rank, and unless he exhibited extraordinary talent, he would need to reach the 7th grade Tongtian stage to have a chance at mastering them. Although his aptitude for the 5 elements arts appeared uniform, Jiang Wang personally leaned towards fire and wood arts. The latter was influenced by his mentor Dong A's expertise in wood arts, while the former stemmed from the spectacular battle outside the Huanjin Temple, led by the brilliant and radiant man, Zhuo Guanglia. Though Zhuo Guanglia did not even know his name, Jiang Wang learned and gained much from him, thus developing a strong affinity for fire arts. It is foreseeable that regardless of the chosen Dao arts direction, his combat choices would multiply, significantly enhancing his combat prowess, far beyond mere doubling. For the impending mission to eradicate ferocious beasts, this was undoubtedly excellent news. With his Dao arts direction tentatively set, dawn broke. As the first light of morning illuminated the courtyard, Jiang Wang completed his initial pulse striking practice for the day. He sensed that the essence of the soil worm had become notably more adept at absorbing Dao Yuan. After 2 consecutive pulse strikes, he felt only a slight fatigue in his physique, prompting him to take a break. He washed up, made his bed, and ventured out to buy breakfast for Jiang, and vendors were already out early, pushing carts and calling out their wares. With tofu simmering in pots and the steam rising from fried cakes, the warmth of human life contrasted with the lofty clouds above. Chapter 67. The smoke of humanity and the azure clouds above. Zhu Weiwa has yet to return, yet his reputation has already spread far and wide throughout Maple Forest City. Both the young and the old take pride in his achievements, while young maidens and wives look upon him with admiration. It is said that Zhu Weiwa ventured alone to Wangjiang City, only to find Lin Zhengren evading confrontation. In response, Zhu Weiwa boldly attacked the Dao Academy of Wangjiang City, teaching a lesson to every prominent expert listed on their honor roll. Aside from Fu Baosong, who fought valiantly and earned a somewhat respectable evaluation, Zhu's assessments of the others were scathing, deeming them as insignificant as mere poultry. Eventually, the Academy's dean, unable to bear the humiliation, intervened personally. This individual was a seasoned 6th grade Tunglong realm practitioner, regarded as the pinnacle of the Tunglong realm. Zhu Weiwa faced him head-on, growing more formidable with each bout, and after an extended struggle, he managed to defeat the dean, whose stamina was waning. To triumph over such a formidable opponent while still a student at the academy is a feat unseen in Qinghe County for nearly a century. It is said that in that moment, Zhu Weiwa brandished his spear and laughed uproariously, declaring that no one in Wangjiang City could provide him with a worthy contest. The Lord of Wangjiang City, infuriated, took action, but after a brief exchange, Zhu Weiwa gracefully retreated, thus solidifying his reputation throughout the Zhuang Kingdom. If there had been any suspicion of his prowess during the pursuit and slaying of the heart-eating demon, this decisive victory over a peak 6th grade practitioner, while escaping under the scrutiny of a 5th grade inner court expert, unequivocally attests to Zhu Weiwa's strength. The vice president of the National Dao Academy personally issued an admission letter for him, and General Huangfu extended an invitation for him to join the military department, positioning him as a general with considerable authority. As his fame spread across the realm, Zhu Weiwa ascended rapidly. His choices aside, the emergence of such a formidable figure would undoubtedly benefit the Dao Academy of Maple Forest City beyond mere reputation. Previously, during the 3-city debate, Wangjiang City had secured the esteemed title of the 5-year champion, overshadowing Maple Forest City. However, following Zhu Weiwa's actions, Maple Forest City gained unparalleled prominence throughout Qinghe County. This year's end resource distribution naturally favored them, ensuring an abundance of meridian opening elixirs and superior mentors. The Dao Academy of Maple Forest City enrolls only 10 inner disciples annually, not due to a lack of capable candidates, but rather due to limited resources, which hinders the training of more individuals. The circumstances for the upcoming year may present a stark contrast. As for Lin Zhongren, another key figure in this event, he did not cease his endeavors. Reports state that he was preoccupied with an urgent task at the time, which allowed Zhu Weiwa to act without restraint. Upon returning to the city and learning of the events, Lin Zhongren publicly burned his whip in a vow, admitting his current inadequacy and strength, yet vowing to seek vengeance for Wangjiang City's disgrace in the future, earning him some respect from the onlookers. Jiang Wang inquired curiously, "Was the green python whip burned?" Zhao Ruqing laughed heartily. "No, he didn't even bring the green python whip that day. The one that was burned belonged to his brother." Clearly, he made a deliberate switch before his appearance. Even Ling He could not suppress his laughter. After their light-hearted exchange, Jiang Wang shared the foundational diagram of the Zhou Tian star array that he had developed. He had previously refrained from discussing it, uncertain of its efficacy and fearing it might do more harm than good. However, now that his foundation was established, he recognized the advantages of the Zhou Tian star array. Realizing that sharpening one's tools does not delay the task at hand, the time spent compared to the Gu Yuan array was negligible. Notably, the Gu Yuan array generates only 3 Dao origins daily, whereas the Zhou Tian star array yields a substantial 9. As the number of Dao rotations increases, the disparity in this comparison will become even more pronounced, eventually compensating for any initial time lost. Yet, Ling He could only smile wryly. How could such a complex array be accommodated within the Tongtian Palace? Zhao Ruqing interjected. "This is why my elder remarked that your meridian opening was flawless." Jiang Wang then grasped the unique attributes of his Tongtian Palace. Although his Dao Pulse was merely an ordinary soil earthworm, the scale of his Tongtian Palace far exceeded that of an average practitioner. Typically, practitioners must establish 3 Dao rotations and complete the first small Zhou Tian cycle before they can gradually expand their Tongtian Palace within that cycle. For instance, Ling He could only house a foundational diagram of the Zhou Tian star array in his Tongtian Palace. Prior to expanding it, he could not accommodate a second one. Thus, if he chose the Zhou Tian star array, he would find himself stuck between the first and second Dao rotations, unable to progress. In contrast, upon opening his meridians, Jiang Wang's Tongtian Palace was vast and expansive. He finally understood why Dong Acon had claimed that the Gu Yuan array was the most versatile foundational diagram. It was no wonder that the 3 great orthodoxies regarded the Gu Yuan array as the standard foundational array. As for Zhao Ruqing, while the scale of his Tongtian Palace was undoubtedly sufficient, he discerned that the Zhou Tian star array was only marginally better than the foundational array he had received the previous night, thus he had no intention of switching. Time flew by. On the day of their departure, the appointed group gathered at the southern gate. Upon spotting Jiang Wang, Li Jianqiu's eyes lit up. "Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully establishing your foundation." Jiang Wang felt a bit embarrassed. What is there to congratulate about in establishing a foundation? "Please do not embarrass me, senior brotherly." Huang Azan nodded in satisfaction, patting Zhao Ruqing on the shoulder, expressing his approval. "Congratulations, junior brother Zhao, on successfully opening your meridians." The environment of Sand Mountain City could hardly be described as pleasant. The official road meandered through hills and valleys, winding and arduous. The cost of maintaining such a road is considerable, even though the Zhuang family bears the majority of the expenses for official roads across various regions. The remaining costs are still burdensome for Sand Mountain City, especially since Sand Mountain City is already resource poor, lacking notable specialties and wealth. Even though Jiang Wang and the others were extraordinary practitioners, they felt a bit fatigued upon arriving in Sand Mountain City. Previously, Jiang Wang had made some friends in Sand Mountain City, but he did not contact them in advance. He could not afford a 1,000-mile voice box, lacked the cultivation to send messages via flying sword, and mailing letters would not be as swift as his own arrival. Instead, he opted to wait until they encountered one another again. The extermination of ferocious beasts was an event that Yang Xingyong, Sun Xiaoman, and the other local practitioners would not miss. Sand Mountain City was nestled amid surrounding mountains, and its structure greatly differed from that of Maple Forest City. The entire city featured a single gate facing the only road that extended toward it. Upon entering the city gate, the first building encountered was the robustly styled Lord's residence, meaning that all who entered Sand Mountain City must navigate around it. This layout suggested that the city was not particularly welcoming to outsiders. Yet, the citizens of Sand Mountain City were warm and exuberant, their laughter ringing out joyously. From their attire, it was apparent that the living conditions of Sand Mountain's populace fell short of those in Maple Forest City, yet their spirit was vibrant, and their eyes reflected a confidence in life. Despite the beastly calamities that had plagued the city, the sounds of market vendors and laughter seemed to persist uninterrupted. People came and went, embodying the essence of humanity. Chapter 68. A heart swayed, a thought held too muscular. Bare-chested men stood guard at the gate of the city lord's mansion, instilling a sense of dread in those who approached. A group of individuals followed Li Jianxiu as they turned to the right. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from behind. Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang turned at the sound, discovering the petite and charming Sun Xiaoman, who was bouncing high among the crowd, waving at him. Beside her was a plump figure, none other than Sun Xiaoyan. Miss Sun. Jiang Wang greeted with a smile. Why so formal? Just call me Xiaoman. Sun Xiaoman strode over, playfully punching him in the stomach. Jiang Wang inhaled sharply, striving to maintain a radiant smile despite the embarrassment. All right, Xiaoman. And you too, Xiaoyan. It appeared that Sun Xiaoman and her companions had just returned from outside the city, still bearing the marks of battle. Yang Xingyong, Zhao Tieha, and the others had not accompanied them, perhaps due to infrequent joint missions. Sun Xiaoman waved her hand, signaling her companions to proceed, then turned back to ask, did you come this time to see us, or? Jiang Wang introduced Li Jianxiu, Zhao Ruqing, and the others, stating, we are here on a mission to eliminate vicious beasts. Excellent. That's the spirit. Sun Xiaoman exclaimed with fervor. You haven't settled on accommodations yet, right? You all can stay at my house. Xiaoman, Sun Xiaoyan whispered from behind. You are a girl. Is it appropriate to bring people home? What is wrong with that? Our home is spacious enough. Just make arrangements. Sun Xiaoman retorted. My bed is too small for just me. When did I say they should share a bed with you? Sharing a bed with you is even less acceptable, right? What on earth are you thinking with that plump head of yours? Just as the two siblings were about to engage in a playful scuffle, Li Jianxiu interjected. Miss Sun, we have already booked rooms. Besides, we will soon depart to hunt the vicious beasts, so staying at your residence may not be convenient. Jiang Wang added. We are all here with Senior Brother Li. He has arranged everything for us. Xiaoman, Xiaoyan, no need to trouble yourselves. After we complete our mission, we can drink together. Ah, fine, fine. Sun Xiaoman instantly softened her demeanor, smiling as she said, I'll get in touch with Tieha and the others later. The two groups bid farewell. As Jiang Wang and his companions walked away, Sun Xiaoman's expression darkened. That fatso is sabotaging me, isn't? How will our friends from Fenglan City perceive us? However, knowing Sun Xiaoman well, Sun Xiaoyan wouldn't let herself be left in a lurch and swiftly darted into the city lord's mansion. Sun Xiaoman chased after her, creating a commotion as the guards in the mansion had long grown accustomed to such antics and remained indifferent. The siblings burst into the study, where a middle-aged woman was seated at a desk, engrossed in her paperwork. This was Dou Yuanmei, the current city lord of Sanshan City and the mother of the Sun siblings. Sun Xiaoyan dove into her embrace, pointing excitedly, look at my sister. Dou Yuanmei set down her pen and ink, enveloping the plump Sun Xiaoyan in her arms, unbothered by the incongruity of the scene. Her sharp eyes then focused on the approaching Sun Xiaoman. Xiaoman, what are you up to now? Despite her graceful name, Sun Xiaoman's presence was undeniably bold. Sun Xiaoman stood defiantly at the entrance of the study, protesting, as the elder sister, I'm merely educating him. What is the harm? He already has a mother. He doesn't need another. Momentarily at a loss for words, Sun Xiaoman stomped her foot, her bare feet slapping against the floor. Mother, you are so biased. Dou Yuanmei affectionately held Sun Xiaoyan and proclaimed, of course, a married daughter is like spilled water. I'm not married yet. Isn't that just a matter of time? Sun Xiaoyan nestled in her mother's arms, feeling secure, chimed in, exactly. She was just flirting with someone named Jiang today. That fatso is itching for a fight. Sun Xiaoman fumed, raising her fist to charge forward. Dou Yuanmei raised a hand, a gentle force halting Sun Xiaoman in her tracks. Girls shouldn't be so crude. With a curious brow raised, she inquired, what is going on with this Jiang fellow? Ignore his nonsense. Jiang Wang is the one who unconditionally transferred 50 merit points to us last time, and now he is here to help us eliminate the vicious beasts. What is wrong with me greeting him? You, with your heart of stone, are just afraid he'll overshadow you. Oh, well, you should indeed be entertained. Dou Yuanmei nodded thoughtfully, then asked, is he handsome? Sun Xiaoman felt exasperated. Mother. Sun Xiaoyan, eager to assert herself, remarked, he is decent looking, but not as handsome as that Zhao fellow. You wouldn't understand, my silly daughter. A man can't be too delicate. He needs a bit of substance. Dou Yuanmei pinched Sun Xiaoyan's chubby cheek. Look at you, so adorable. Sun Xiaoyan blushed, her expression shy. Sun Xiaoman took a deep breath, calming herself and suppressing her anger. Mother, are you a bit biased towards boys? Dou Yueme boldly nodded. Yes, and what is wrong with that? Sun Xiaoman shouted. Dou, you're a woman too. Indeed. Just look at me. I'm a prime example. My heart was devoted to your late father. When did I ever care for my family? Your father must have regretted not cherishing his precious daughter more when he was on his deathbed. I served your father while he lived, and after his passing, I had to support the Sun family and raise both of you. From a delicate young girl to the core city lord I am now. Tell me, what good has it done to dote on daughters? Sun Xiaoman was left speechless. She kicked the door to the study open and stormed out in a huff. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang and his companions had parted ways with Sun Xiaoman and were searching for accommodations. Huang Azan grinned mischievously. Jiang Wang is something else. The daughter of the city lord of Sanshan City. Jiang Wang sighed. She is just a friend. I see, Huang Azan chuckled knowingly. Zhao Ruqing added dryly. Huang Azan, if you don't want to be turned into mush by the mountain-crushing hammer, I suggest you keep that lewd laughter to yourself. Huang Azan immediately recalled the fearsome mountain-crushing hammer from the Three Cities debate and quickly silenced himself. Li Jinxiu, seemingly familiar with the area, led them to a modest yet well-maintained inn. The lobby featured a few pairs of tables and chairs, all meticulously cleaned. The innkeeper, an elderly man with slightly impaired vision, squinted at Li Jinxiu for a moment before breaking into a smile. Ah, little Li, you've come. Li Jinxiu greeted him warmly. Yes, Uncle Zhang. Could you arrange for rooms for us? Just 2 will suffice. No need to waste money. For grown men can't share a room? Very well, as you wish. How have you been lately? Quite well. And you, uncle? All is well. Jiang Wang quietly observed the scene, sensing the camaraderie between Li Jinxiu and the innkeeper, as if they had known each other for a long time. On their way upstairs, Li Jinxiu mentioned, when the patrolling city guards arrived, they couldn't even find a single bone. Jiang Wang fell silent. The number of vicious beasts in the Fenglan city territory was generally low, and such incidents rarely occurred on the official roads. He found it hard to fathom how ordinary citizens of Sanshan City could endure such pressure if even the main road was unsafe. Yet, what was it that allowed them to retain such unyielding hope? He felt deep down that his son had not perished and would one day return. Thus, he vigilantly stationed himself at the entrance of the inn each day. Li Jinxiu let out a sigh and fell silent thereafter. Chapter 69. Ascending the summit, the towering Shubi Peak stands true to its name, resembling an upright brush poised towards the heavens, steep and formidable. The path leading up the mountain is merely a rudimentary trail. Standing at the foot of the mountain, one can easily envision the arduous efforts of the cultivators from Sand Mountain City as they forged this route, particularly in an era when ferocious beasts roamed freely. Each step was likely stained with blood, and each ascent marked by lost souls. The fallen's flesh became the very steps, while the spirits of the deceased sheltered the living. Only through the relentless perseverance of the living were they able to conquer this mountain and eradicate the beasts. 2 years later, new beasts have emerged, and with them, fresh hunters. Jiang Wang is no stranger to these ferocious creatures, yet this is his first venture into such a legendary den of beasts. Due to the alluring rewards, many cultivators flocked to Sand Mountain City, though the majority chose to join the larger forces cleansing the Yuhing Peak. Only a handful of teams opted for Shubi Peak. Li Jinxiu set out early with his companions, leaving the path devoid of fellow travelers. Under Li Jinxiu's leadership, they began their ascent. The initial stretch of the journey was uneventful, save for the occasional scattered bones of beasts. The trail wound around the peak, bordered by sheer cliffs on one side and steep drops on the other. Occasionally, strange howls echoed through the valley, sending chills down their spines. Be cautious. Li Jinxiu suddenly cautioned, though he did not take immediate action. From the cliff's edge, a serpent-like beast lunged forth, its scales camouflaged against the rocks, rendering it nearly invisible when still. Jiang Wang drew his sword first, executing the first move of the Eastern Purple Chi Sword technique. Precisely as the serpent opened its gaping maw, severing its fangs with a swift stroke. With his other hand, he deftly thrust a flame orb into the serpent's mouth. As the serpent tumbled over the cliff, he gracefully returned to the trail. This series of movements was executed with remarkable precision, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure in onlookers. After integrating his techniques into his combat style, Jiang Wang's prowess had multiplied. This creature, known as the rock serpent, possessed formidable defensive scales, yet its underbelly remained vulnerable. As they continued, Li Jinxiu commented, Jiang, you handled that beautifully. If the beasts on Shubi Peak are merely of this strength and density, we may well reach the summit today. Brother Li seems quite familiar with this place. Zhao Ruqing inquired. I have been here before, came Li Jianxiu's response. He had refrained from intervening earlier to assess the capabilities of his companions, and he was satisfied with what he observed. Zhao Ruqing quickly adjusted his stance. If Li Jianxiu had not erred, Zhao's initial posture mirrored Jiang Wang's, suggesting they both had mastered the now-renowned extraordinary sword cannon. Jiang Wang had claimed the title of champion in the Sand City discourse, making it difficult for him to go unnoticed. Dong Acon, usually lighthearted, quickly completed his preparations. However, it was Jiang Wang who surprised Li Jianxiu the most. While he anticipated a significant enhancement in Jiang Wang's skills, he did not expect such a dramatic increase. Jiang Wang's current strength far exceeded that of their previous encounters in Sand City. As they progressed, a sharp turn in the path revealed Li Jianxiu's figure disappearing from sight, followed by a sudden surge of Dao Yuan fluctuations. Jiang Wang hurriedly turned to see the remains of a centipede-like beast severed into several segments. Li Jianxiu wielded two blazing swords, their flames roaring. The wind centipede. Capable of flight, Li Jianxiu explained, adding, if there are too many, it could become troublesome. Indeed, facing aerial beasts in such a narrow path would prove challenging. Fortunately, only one wind centipede had appeared. With the continuous emergence of beasts, they had clearly entered a zone rife with danger, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance. Dong Acon meticulously layered himself with protective spells, applying various techniques to enhance his defenses. Not only did he bolster his own strength, but he also extended his enhancements to Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing. Finally, Li Jianxiu cast him a resigned glance. Do you have enough Dao Yuan? Only then did Dong Acon begrudgingly cease his efforts. Midway up the mountain, the terrain became treacherous. The path ended abruptly, giving way to jagged rocks and twisted trees. Perched upon these branches and nestled among the stones were no fewer than 20 ferocious beasts, wolf-like, serpent-like, avian, each grotesque in appearance. These creatures lacked intelligence. Thus this was not an ambush. Rather, Jiang Wang and his companions had unwittingly intruded upon their resting ground, prompting an immediate and furious response. The alluring scent of fresh flesh drove them into a frenzy. Li Jianxiu, gripping his twin flame swords, plunged into the throng of beasts, his blades dancing amid the chaos, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Zhao Ruqing, opting for a more calculated approach, engaged the beasts from the side, ensuring he faced no more than 3 at a time, striking with precision at their vital points. Dong Acon, swift in his hand gestures, unleashed a barrage of flame orbs, transforming a singular high-grade technique into an impactful area effect. Jiang Wang, unwilling to be outdone, deftly ensnared a wolf-like beast with a vine, swiftly severing its head with his sword, sending its lifeless body crashing into a nearby tiger-like beast. As he leveraged his agility to propel himself backward, he found himself parallel to the ground, resembling a darting arrow. The force of the Eastern purple cheese sword technique sliced through the serpent-like beast, cleaving it as effortlessly as a knife through parchment. Emerging from the splattered blood, Jiang Wang evaded any contact with the beast's ichor. An eagle-like beast swooped down, narrowly avoiding the cascading serpent blood, only to emit a piercing shriek as it was corroded. Jiang Wang pivoted, releasing his sword with deadly accuracy, striking the avian creature's slender neck and severing its head. However, the ordinary sword could no longer withstand the intensity of the battle, exploding in midair. Anticipating this, Jiang Wang had prepared a fiery sword, conjured with a flick of his wrist. Only then did the serpent's blood splatter to the ground, etching deep scars into the stone. With his flaming sword raised, Jiang Wang charged forward, colliding with the previously wounded tiger-like beast. He thrust the flame sword into its heart, while simultaneously gripping its neck and tossing it aside. This seamless series of maneuvers showcased his mastery over his Dao Yuan. At this moment, Li Jianxiu had already dispatched several beasts, leaving only 2 wind centipedes alive. They showed no fear, nor any intention of retreat, lunging at the group with ferocity. Li Jianxiu soared into the air, his flame swords intertwining, cleaving the wind centipedes into 4 segments, which fell alongside him. Zhao Ruqing had sheathed his sword, appearing unfazed. Dong Acon, Brother Li, you are magnificent. His flattery indicated he was still in fine form. Jiang Wang extinguished his flame sword, conserving his energy as he could not match Li Jianxiu's abundant reserves. His own Dao Yuan regenerated rapidly, but in such intense combat, he could not sustain it for long. As Li Jianxiu treaded past the slain beasts, Jiang Wang finally noticed a massive stone ahead, its surface etched with markings. Chapter 70. How to engrave Li Jianqiu stood motionless beneath a massive stone, the flames of his sword flickering in the mountain breeze. Jiang Wang approached his side, deciphering the inscriptions on the stone. In the 12th year of Yongtai, after bloodshed in 100 battles, undefeated and with hands behind my back, I leave these words for future generations to admire. The inscription bore the name Wu. It seemed unfinished, as a vertical stroke nearby indicated it was merely a beginning. Yongtai was the era name of the current ruler of the Zhuang kingdom, and now it was the 14th year of Yongtai, equivalent to the year 3917 in the Dao calendar. This meant the inscription was made 2 years prior, precisely when the Shubi Peak was first cleared. After slaying the ferocious beasts, Li Jianqiu did not boast, summarize, or move forward. Instead, he paused before this evidently storied stone, remaining silent. This atmosphere caused the usually exuberant Huang Azan to fall silent as well. After a moment of quietude, Li Jianqiu dispersed the flames from his hands and, for the first time in front of Jiang Wang and the others, slowly unsheathed the sword from his waist. This was Jiang Wang's first glimpse of the blade being drawn. Bright and resplendent, the first adjectives that came to mind seemed incongruous with a weapon, yet on this sword, they fit perfectly. Li Jianqiu lifted the sword with one hand and added a few strokes to the inscription. Wu Shan. The name was rather ordinary, yet it likely referred to that senior with seemingly unparalleled talent. Li Jianqiu's sword tip moved, inscribing another line, for future generations to admire. Then he inscribed another line, signing it, the prodigal dog, Li Jianqiu. The stone dust fell like emotions concealed within the earth. Let us go, Li Jianqiu turned and said. We shall head to the mountain peak. Navigating around the massive stone, the group treaded over fallen branches and decaying leaves as they traversed the jagged rocks. There might have been a path here once, but 2 years had passed, restoring it to its original state, though the mountain bore no path. The path lay beneath their feet. I noticed your sword was damaged earlier. If we complete the cleanup of Shubi Peak ourselves, we can exchange it for a magical long sword. I shall give it to you, Li Jianqiu casually remarked. That won't do. Jiang Wang waved his hand. The task isn't solely mine. Besides, senior brother, you are the main force. As a practitioner accustomed to wielding a sword, Jiang Wang's desire for a fine blade was undeniable. Had it been just him and Zhao Ruqing, he would not have hesitated. Yet, with Li Jianqiu and even Huang Azan, their camaraderie had not reached that level. Li Jianqiu patted the long sword at his side. I have the Tao branch. I do not require another weapon. The sword was aptly named Tao branch, a name that resonated with such brightness and splendor, Jiang Wang mused. Li Jianqiu continued. A magical sword of this caliber should be worth around 600 Dao merits. You can share 100 points with us. Calculating it this way, Jiang Wang realized he was indeed gaining substantially. However, for the others, it was not a loss either, as Dao merits were a form of hard currency, and the tangible items exchanged through the task might not necessarily suit their needs. All right, Jiang Wang conceded, no longer hesitant. The other two had no objections either. Li Jianqiu then turned to Huang Azan. From your Tao techniques, it seems you follow a path similar to Xin Na Qi. One is of the metal element, and the other of fire. Huang Azan scratched his head, chuckling. I've been muddling through on my own. It lacks a system. The fire element Tao techniques are violent. You must focus more on mastering the techniques themselves, such as the flame bullet, Li Jianqiu said, forming a flame bullet with a simple gesture. You must control when it explodes, how it explodes, its scale, and its speed. You should be able to manage it with ease. The flame bullet danced under Li Jianqiu's command, expanding and contracting, then suddenly accelerating to shatter a rock. Understood, Huang Azan bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Li Jianqiu waved his hand and addressed Zhao Ruqing. You are quite intelligent. Earlier, I mentioned that among your group, Diehu had the highest combat talent. But I overlooked you. Your combat talent is no less than his. He merely relies on his innate combat instinct. He tapped his forehead. You rely on this. Zhao Ruqing chuckled. Really? I wouldn't have known had you not mentioned it. Huang Azan pondered for a moment. Wait, brotherly. Does that mean I require guidance among these three? Li Jianqiu smiled without a word. In the earlier intense battle, he had meticulously observed each individual's combat details, demonstrating his proficiency. Yet, it was puzzling why he had not showcased a performance commensurate with his strength during the discussions at Sancheng. A wolf hairbrush, with its upright shaft and rounded tip, bore the resemblance of the Shubi Peak's general shape. Ascending beyond the mountainside, they reached the position of the brush's tip, the broadest cross-section of the entire Shubi Peak. Here lay the stronghold of the ferocious beasts. The group was still at a distance, yet they could already hear the roars of the beasts. As they drew nearer, some of the ferocious creatures could no longer contain themselves and charged forth. It was as if a signal had been given, and soon a swarm of various bizarre beasts surged towards them: windworms, rock serpents, tiger hyenas, mountain spiders. In such circumstances, Li Jianqiu still had the presence of mind to count. Not bad. Fewer than 100, far from forming a scale. He stepped forward, Tao branch. Out of the sheath, the blade shone brilliantly, exuding an overwhelming aura. He plunged into the tide of beasts amidst a splendid crimson hue. Like the arrival of spring, blossoming peach flowers. These peach flowers were blood-red, blooming souls. Li Jianqiu, like a crimson tide, swept through the horde of beasts. Jiang Wang and the others were left dumbfounded, never even having the chance to strike. As the red tide receded, all roars and howls fell silent. Only Li Jianqiu's slender figure stood upright. A lone man, a single sword, amidst a field of beast corpses. Such a tableau resembled a grand expression of artistry. Li, brotherly, Huan Azan, stunned, forgot to flatter him. Why do you still need us? Li Jianqiu, with the Tao branch in hand, gazed at the mountain's waste, suddenly letting out a long howl among the corpses of the beasts. The sound reverberated against the cliffs, echoing through the distant mountains. It was as if all pent-up emotions had been released in an indescribable exhilaration. Once he finished his howl, he sheathed his sword and spoke. The person who left those words on the stone cherished showing off in public, relishing in boasting. I brought you here to fulfill his wish to be admired by future generations. Jiang Wang hesitated. That senior brother Wu Shan was also a student of our Fenglan City Dao Academy. He should have been of the same generation as Brother Zhu, yet his strength was far inferior. His prowess back then could not compare to mine now. Li Jianqiu shook his head, his expression difficult to decipher, whether it leaned more towards nostalgia or sorrow. I told you, my teammates all perished. Li Jianqiu paused, continuing, it was under his leadership that they died. He turned to face the summit of Shubi Peak, perhaps merely to turn his back to Jiang Wang and the others. His voice resonated in the mountains. He was extremely weak. Yet when the tide of beasts erupted, breaking through the defenses, he stood before them. He insisted that we, the students of Fenglan City Dao Academy, could not allow the people of Sanshan City to look down upon us. All of them stood against the tide of beasts while I fled. Jiang Wang and the others gazed at his silhouette, appearing particularly solitary against the gusting mountain winds. They suddenly comprehended the inscription he had etched, the prodigal dog, Li Jianqiu. This line had likely been engraved in his heart for 2 years, 700 days and nights. It was only after he truly inscribed those words on the stone wall and exterminated the ferocious beasts of Shubi Peak that he could finally reconcile with himself. Chapter 71. Sun Heng standing Pin Peak over the course of those 700 days and nights. What kind of relentless effort could transform a once cowardly weakling into a formidable warrior who eradicates ferocious beasts? Such nuances remain inscrutable to outsiders. Jiang Wang and his companions instinctively followed in his footsteps, ascending higher and higher, until they finally reached the summit of Standing Pen Peak. Atop the mountain, all was desolate, save for a solitary grave that stood starkly alone. The grave was modest and unadorned, marked only by a simple tombstone. As Jiang Wang approached to observe closely, he found inscribed upon it, Sun Heng Standing Pen Peak lies here. The characters were elegant yet deeply etched into the stone, clearly reflecting considerable skill. Sun Heng, the former lord of Sanshan City, was commemorated by his wife with this stone. Li Jianqiu remarked that the rampant ferocity of beasts had long been a challenge since the establishment of Sanshan City, following his ascension as lord. Sun Heng devoted himself to governance, diligently nurturing talent. Ultimately, 2 years ago, he assembled a team to launch a campaign against the ferocious beasts, choosing Standing Pen Peak as his first target. Despite having greatly underestimated the situation, no one could have imagined that so many beasts, numbering in the tens of thousands, would congregate upon this single mountain. Where did their sustenance come from? These creatures were capable of consuming the entirety of Sanshan City. When they went wild in unison, no defense could withstand their onslaught. At that time, I fled. However, it was said that Sun Heng stood resolutely at the front lines, not retreating a single step. Not only did he refuse to back down, but he also pressed forward. Li Jianqiu continued. Alone, he fought from the foot of the mountain to its peak, right here. In this very spot beneath our feet, where he personally slew the leader of that wave of ferocious beasts, the Yin-Yang two-headed eagle. When the eagle's cry ceased after a month, everyone understood what had transpired, and all began a frenzied counterattack. Standing Pen Peak was purged clean of beasts. Yet Sun Heng succumbed, utterly exhausted. It was said that when he died, as a powerful figure of the inner palace realm, he had drained all 5 palaces, causing the entire Tongtian palace to collapse. How magnificent! Though I never beheld him, merely hearing his name evokes profound emotion. Jiang Wang couldn't help but muse that only a man of such caliber could father a daughter like Sun Xiaoman. Standing atop the peak, the group gazed into the vastness around them. The current tranquility was forged from countless rivers of blood. Cultivation, does it merely pertain to oneself? Is there no sense of duty to one's homeland, no burden to bear for the weak? Sun Hong, the former lord of Sanshan City, inscribed an answer with his own name. The group bowed before the solitary grave several times before turning to descend the mountain. On the way down, Jiang Wang pondered and asked, Senior Brother Li, was it because of Lord Sun that you showed mercy to Sun Xian's subordinates during the debate in Sansheng? Li Jianqiu retorted, Are you familiar with the Kunpi drum? I only know the name as it was mentioned by an elder. The Kunpi drum is a permanently solidified defensive technique. Its principle lies in the practitioner, while awake, shedding their own skin, applying talismans, and then covering the recipient with it. Due to the stringent conditions for its application, the defense it provides is astonishing. Huang Azan was taken aback. So that little chubby fellow has the late Lord Sun's skin? Li Jianqiu sighed. Whether as a lord or a father, he gave everything. To defeat Sun Xiaoyan, one must either throw him out of the arena as Wang Yichue did, or exert all one's strength to shatter the Kunpi drum. I cannot dare to attempt it. Jiang Wang understood that when Li Jianqiu spoke of fear, it was not of facing defeat, but rather the dread of an outcome that could not be restrained if he were to unleash his full power against the Kunpi drum. Senior brother, you are noble, he declared. Li Jianqiu shook his head. In truth, my life was saved by Lord Sun, now that the hero has passed. How could I bear to harm his son? As they reached the mountainside, Jiang Wang suddenly halted and approached a large stone. Summoning a flame sword, he inscribed a flowing script behind Li Jianqiu's carving. Following suit, Huang Azan and Zhao Ruqing did the same. Upon the stone, beneath the words Li Jianqiu, the prodigal dog, new lines appeared. Junior disciple Jiang Wang, here to pay homage to the great predecessor. Junior disciple Huang Azan, here to pay homage to the great predecessor. Zhao Ruqing, likewise. One could only imagine Wu Shan, who cherished the limelight, laughing heartily at this scene, for even in dire straits, his last thought was to etch his name in boastful pride. Such unconventional thinking. As they reached the foot of the mountain, Li Jianqiu seemed to have held back for a moment before casting a peculiar glance at Zhao Ruqing. Junior brother Zhao, have you ever been beaten for being lazy? Jiang Wang burst into laughter, throwing an arm around Zhao Ruqing's shoulders. That question should be directed at my brother, the wild tiger. I'm sure you two would have plenty to discuss. Go away. Zhao Ruqing pushed Jiang Wang aside. What shall we do next? Huang Azan inquired. Our mission set before our departure has been accomplished, and Senior Brother Li's wishes fulfilled. Should we head straight to claim the reward in Fenglin City? Li Jianqiu placed his sword at his side and replied solemnly, To be candid, I am determined to go to Yuhing Peak. The battle there is intense. You may return first. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang declared, I speak solely for myself. Since I came with Senior Brother, I shall naturally depart with him. Zhao Ruqing rolled his eyes. You've already entered the battlefield. Can I still slip away? Oh, Huang Azan sighed repeatedly, shaking his head. I knew I shouldn't have associated with you young people. Too impulsive. If I don't go, I'll have no face to drink with old Tiger Dew in the future. Zhao Ruqing regarded him with newfound respect, surprised. Although Zhao, the young master, often appeared dazed, he actually held high aspirations, and he seldom regarded ordinary individuals. He had never thought much of Huang Azan, seeing him merely as a source of amusement. At most, he allowed him small favors out of consideration for Du Yehua. Today, however, he finally understood why Du Yehua would choose to drink with this man. At that moment, Yuhing Peak was undergoing a second large-scale extermination operation. Sun Heng's grave remained, and Wu Shan's inscriptions had not been forgotten. Everyone knew how perilous Yuhing Peak was. Total annihilation was not out of the question. Whether for atonement or to prove something, Li Jianqiu's choice to venture to Yuhing Peak was unsurprising. As for Jiang Wang, he assumed it was merely a fit of enthusiasm. Yet, with Jiang Wang's participation, Li Jianqiu had no choice but to follow along. Huang Azan's decision, however, was unexpected, and it certainly did not align with his usual tendencies of flattery and cunning. Very well, Li Jianqiu exclaimed, feeling quite satisfied. After 2 years of solitary wandering, he seemed to have rediscovered the joy of camaraderie. Raise a cup of wine to the call of friendship. and we shall journey to Yuhing Peak. Chapter 72. The 7 Stars of the Northern Dipper. With the jade balance residing among them, the Northern Dipper comprises 7 stars, 5 of which are represented by the jade balance. After comprehending the 5 realms, the cultivators are prepared to anchor themselves in the celestial domains. Their exploration of the cosmos has never ceased, yet it appears they have never reached a conclusion. It is said that the jade balance peak in the 3-mountain city corresponds to the jade balance star within the Northern Dipper. When the celestial mechanism arrives, extraordinary changes will occur. However, this remains mere legend, unverified by any. What the cultivators of 3-mountain city can ascertain is that this peak has been one of the sources of the beast calamities plaguing the city for decades. Ferocious beasts have continuously surged down from this mountain, invading the city, ravaging the roads, the farmlands, and devouring both livestock and humans. Now, the moment has come to put an end to it all. Before sun hung, no one dared to contemplate such a course of action. Yet, once the brush peak was cleared, the jade balance peak naturally became the next target. For this day, 3-mountain city has been preparing for 2 years. The fallen cultivators need to be replaced, the newly initiated must grow, and various resources including magical artifacts and healing supplies must be replenished. 2 years is the limit. Certainly. Had it not been for the chaos caused by the Heart-Eater demon, 3-mountain city would have been better prepared. However, there is no more time to accumulate resources. Under the onslaught of the ferocious beasts, the city has entered a vicious cycle, compounded by the emergence of new beasts wandering near the brush peak. Time does not favor 3-mountain city. Thus, despite Shuangting's reluctance to approve or allocate resources, the current city lord, Dao Academy, has exhausted the treasury to initiate a second purge. This time, 3-mountain city has received considerable external support, not only from nearby cultivators but also from experts beyond the borders. Among them is a woman draped in white gauze, rumored to be a master from a mysterious sect in the kingdom above the clouds. She single-handedly guards a line of defense, ensuring that no one approaches within a mile. The greatest barrier of the Jade Balance Peak is not its treacherous terrain, but rather the swarm of murderous rock bees dwelling at its base. These creatures are small in size, yet numerous, relentless in their attacks, and possess an astonishingly high offensive capability, making them nearly invulnerable. They inhabit the rock crevices scattered at the mountain's foot, moving in swarms. The forces of 3-mountain city have attempted extensive spell casting to cover the area. But these murderous rock bees are innately sensitive to Taoist fluctuations, often fleeing before spells can take shape. Even if some are eradicated, it merely incites a frenzy among the remaining swarm. Millions of these bees swarm forth, overwhelming everything in their path. 2 years prior, Sun Heng refrained from choosing the Jade Balance Peak as a breakthrough point precisely due to this reason. Dao Academy, after 2 years, has chosen the Jade Balance Peak instead of the Flying Peak, undoubtedly well prepared for the task ahead. The cultivators of 3-mountain city opened a gap in their ranks, pushing Sun Xiaoyan forward with a mournful expression. "Mother," he cried, "are you truly sending your son to his death?" Dao Academy, holding Sun Xiaoman's hand, smiled gently at her son. "I'll hold on to your sister for you. When you return victorious, she will apologize to you properly. Be good, don't be afraid. You want to die. Your father is watching over you. My father is already dead." Upon this realization, Sun Xiaoyan's fear intensified, tears streaming down his chubby face. Yet, under his mother's gaze, he dared not hesitate. Although Dao Academy's indulgence towards him was well known since Sun Heng's death, he understood that if she had truly made up her mind, there was nothing he could change. Just as during their trip to Fenglin City for the Three Cities Forum, where he knew full well he would face hardship, but with Dao Academy's tacit approval, he had no choice but to depart with his sister, tears in his eyes. Amidst the curious and amused gazes of those around, Sun Xiaoyan shuffled forward like a little ball, inching closer to the largest rock crevice. It was under such circumstances that Jiang Wang and the others arrived at the Jade Balance Peak. They encountered many familiar faces, as Fenglin City was the closest. And it was not only Li Jianxiu's group that had come. Jiang Wang even spotted Fang Pengju, who appeared considerably thinner and infused with a newfound fierceness since their last encounter. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Pengju had infiltrated the team of Shenanqi, who ranked 5th on the Fenglin City Taoist honor roll. Zhao Ruqing, upon seeing him, whispered to Jiang Wang, "The Fang family is currently searching for evidence against you, claiming you deliberately led Xiongwen to their territory, resulting in countless casualties." This was, of course, a jest, regardless of Jiang Wang's involvement. Xiongwen's infiltration into Fenglin City was fundamentally due to Zhu Weima's pursuit. If anyone were to be held accountable for the bloodshed caused by Jiang Wang, it would solely be Zhu Weima. Would the Fang family dare to confront Zhu Weima? The answer was evident. However, while the matter was not grave, minor troubles were inevitable. At this juncture, Jiang Wang had received the promised magical sword from Three Mountain City. This sword was inscribed with a golden arrow spell, which, while not his ideal configuration, was robust enough to captivate him. As he examined the sword, he shrugged in response to Zhao Ruqing's comment. Why else would I have come out to avoid it? I didn't expect to escape at all. To Jiang Wang's surprise, Fang Heling showed no reaction upon seeing him, even avoiding direct eye contact as if she no longer recognized him. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyan's hesitance finally tested Dou Yuemei's patience. Once a beauty in her youth, she still retained her allure, yet a fierce glint emerged in her slightly raised brows. Little fatty, stop dawdling. With a heavy heart, Sun Xiaoyan understood the situation was beyond alteration. Thus, steeling himself, he closed his eyes and charged towards the largest rock crevice, raising his stone-covered fist to smash down onto the ground. A swarm of murderous rock bees surged forth, their countless stingers aimed at the intruder. Sun Xiaoman felt her mother's grip tighten, nearly crushing her fingers, only to release them in a moment of realization. However, she had no time to express her pain, for her attention was solely focused on her brother's predicament. The murderous rock bees did not sting indiscriminately. They would not shoot their stingers at beings they deemed harmless, making the cultivators the only viable bait. Yet, aside from the heavily padded Sun Xiaoyan, who could withstand the onslaught of the murderous rock bees, his protective gear, crafted from the skin of Sun Heng, a powerful cultivator, reinforced with intricate formations, offered greater defense than when Sun Heng was alive. Countless stingers rained down, and as they fell, so too did swathes of murderous rock bees. In that moment, the stingers descended like a torrential downpour, while Sun Xiaoyan stood firm beneath them. The Kuan skin drum held its ground, yet he cried out in anguish, "It hurts. It hurts so much. I can't take it anymore." He turned to flee back to safety, desperate to escape the unbearable pain. But Dou Yuemei's stern voice halted him. "Sun Xiaoyan, you must not move." Tears streaming down his face, Sun Xiaoyan instinctively stopped, wailing, "Mother, it really hurts. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to die from the pain. Please let me go back." "You must not move." The cultivators of Three Mountain City, already prepared, employed various spells to either tremble the earth or whip the winds, drawing down the fallen murderous rock bees for a unified strike. This was the strategy of Three Mountain City, to use the son of the city lord as bait to lure the attacks of the murderous rock bees. Following their stinger assault, the bees would enter a state of lethargy, causing them to plummet to the ground. Typically, this would be a moment of vulnerability protected by their swarm, yet how could they ignore the noisy target before them? Thus, another wave of stingers was unleashed. Sun Xiaoyan cried out in pain, his soft flesh trembling, yet he remained a dutiful son, rooted in place despite his agony. Dou Yuemei struggled to suppress the tears welling in her eyes as she calmly issued one command after another. Although Sun Xiaoman often bullied her younger brother, she could not bear to see him suffer. As she moved to rush out, Dou Yuemei swiftly pulled her back. "Mother, how much pain must Xiaopeng be in?" Sun Xiaoman cried out. "Do you think your father refrained from giving you the kunpi drum for no reason? He cares for you deeply." Dou Yuemei's uncontrolled emotions were abruptly quelled as she spoke with deliberate calm. "This is your late father's plan." He had already devised how to deal with the killer rock bees before he passed. Sun Xiaoman was suddenly struck dumb, and tears, large as beans, could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. She had often harbored resentment, feeling that her father favored her brother. He professed to love her most, yet in his final moments chose to bestow upon her brother an everlasting shield. She had once thought that if her father had stripped his own skin to give to her brother, it must indicate an overwhelming love and favoritism towards him. Little did she realize, she was the child favored by their father. This was his final act of love for her. He could not bear to see his daughter suffer. In Sanshan City, no one was willing to come, leaving him to face solitude. The people under his rule were scorned and referred to as mountain savages. And thus Sun Heng came to identify himself as Sun Manzi. What aspirations must such a man have had when he named his daughter Xiaoman? Chapter 73, Charge Forward. The former lord of the ancient city of Sand Mountain, Sun Heng, initiated the first campaign to eradicate the ferocious beasts. As he met his demise atop the Shubi Peak, his final thoughts were of a second eradication effort. He peeled away his own skin to drape his son in the hide of the Kuan drum, all for this moment. His wife, Dou Yuemei, inherited his legacy, taking on both his title and the immense burden that accompanied it. Atop Shubi Peak, he may have closed his eyes, but the murderous rock bees that had long vexed countless generations of cultivators at the foot of Yuhing Peak would soon become a thing of the past. All present before Yuhing Peak were witnesses. Sun Xiaoman was inconsolable, having always held her brother in disdain for his perceived shortcomings. She felt their father's death had led their mother to indulge him excessively, spoiling him beyond recognition. Yet, it was precisely this knowledge that made her acutely aware of her brother's fear of pain and his timid nature. Nonetheless, he was obedient. The stingers of the murderous rock bees, both venomous and lethal, inflicted excruciating pain with a single sting. What torment would arise from such a relentless barrage of stingers? Your father favored you too much. I must extend some affection to Xiaoyan, Dou Yuemei said, pausing momentarily, her voice quivering with emotion. You always claim I am biased. But do you think I wish to be? Mama, let me go back. Let me return. Oh, I feel like I am dying. Wave after wave of murderous rock bees were vanquished as relentless stinger attacks continued. Sun Xiaoyan wept until his voice was hoarse. After all, he was merely 13. Mama, sister, he cried out. Dou Yuemei suddenly shouted, Sun Xiaoyan, turn around and charge forward. Do not forget whose skin you wear. Your father never retreated. She seemed to expend all her strength, swaying slightly after her outburst. What followed was unexpected. Sun Xiaoyan truly turned around, sobbing as he advanced. He braved forward. Despite his fear, he cried out and ran, and all present silently beheld this scene, watching the chubby boy charge toward the murderous rock bees. Previously, despite witnessing the desperate valor of the cultivators of Sand Mountain, Jiang Wang struggled to comprehend the implications of the beastly scourge for this city. Now, a vague understanding began to dawn upon him. I wish to understand where these ferocious beasts originate. Only by uncovering their source and how they reproduce can we hope to eradicate them entirely. Who knows? Li Jianxiu replied, as they swept through the rocky crevices. Sun Xiaoyan stumbled and endured for 5 whole hours, from dawn until dusk, as the cultivators tasked with exterminating the murderous rock bees rotated in waves. The once dreaded swarm of murderous rock bees began to dwindle. Sun Xiaoyan, however, was too exhausted to cry any longer, his plump body collapsing like a heap of mud. Dou Yuemei rushed to him, cradling her son, feeling his warmth and heartbeat, kissing his forehead and wiping away his tears. Charge forward. Sweep through Yuhing Peak. She commanded through gritted teeth. The entire Sand Mountain Dao Academy, from instructors to students, from the principal to the newcomers, participated in this operation, totaling 287 cultivators. Alongside nearly 100 cultivators from the Sand Mountain garrison, they all volunteered, refusing any reward. Additionally, over 100 cultivators enticed by the generous bounty joined from various locales. In total, more than 500 cultivators advanced up Yuhing Peak under unified command, launching an array of colorful spells that shattered rocks and uprooted trees, leaving a trail of fallen beasts in their wake. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyan had fallen into a deep slumber in Dou Yuemei's embrace. He was utterly fatigued. Jiang Wang found himself amidst the charging ranks of cultivators, their small squad having scattered to fight independently. Several bright, floating lanterns crafted by the Mo family illuminated Yuhing Peak as if it were day. Dou Yuemei had assumed command, organizing the cultivators of the Sand Mountain Dao Academy into 5 teams, which rotated casting spells, maintaining a steady advance. Some skilled fighters were granted autonomy, like Li Jianxiu with his swirling red tides and Sun Xiaoman wielding her pair of mountain-shaking hammers, leaving only carnage in their wake. A mysterious woman from the Kingdom of Clouds wielded her powers with such finesse that it appeared she summoned beasts from the heavens. Engaging in fierce combat with the ferocious creatures, Jiang Wang had never before witnessed such extraordinary techniques. She alone was worth an entire team. The progress of the extermination appeared quite promising, yet Jiang Wang could not shake his unease. If the beast's lair was merely this formidable, how had Sun Heng perished? How had Wushan's team met with total annihilation, leaving only Li Jianxiu? In terms of peril, Yuhing Peak was not as treacherous as Shubi Peak, yet its larger expanse harbored a greater multitude of beasts. As they approached the mountainside, Dou Yuemei's demeanor grew solemn. Team B, withdraw and rest. Teams C and D, advance. Teams E and A, prepare your incantations. This was the first time 2 teams were simultaneously deployed in the front lines, actively shortening the resting period for the other 2 teams. Soon, the reason became evident. Eerie cries echoed through the night sky, one sharp and the other low. Two entirely disparate sounds resonating in unison. A two-headed monstrous eagle swooped down, its enormous wings unfurling like an entire night sky in motion. The yin-yang double-headed eagle. Almost immediately, the ferocious beasts around the mountainside of Yuhing Peak erupted into chaos, their crimson eyes ignited with primal fury. The 200 cultivators of Teams C and D felt an overwhelming pressure as soon as they took their positions. The eagle's screech would persist until the battle's conclusion. In his prime, Sun Hung had cut through the tide of beasts and ascended to the summit of Shubi Peak, slaying such a creature. Yet he had been left drained and exhausted afterward. Now, a similar beast appeared at Yuhing Peak, and they were barely halfway up the mountainside. Dou Yume's heart sank. Yet before the gathered crowd, she could not let her fear show. Raising her hands, she conjured a towering stone wall that stretched nearly around Yuhing Peak, showcasing the formidable prowess of a peak-level practitioner. The massive stone barrier effectively blocked the horde of beasts, granting the taken-aback cultivators a moment to regroup. However, the beasts had gone berserk. A horned beast charged forward, slamming into the stone wall with ferocious force, snapping its own horn upon impact. Yet it continued to batter against the wall with reckless abandon. Such madness. It was this sudden and frenzied explosion of the beast horde that had once led to the collapse of their defenses at Shubi Peak. Would history repeat itself here? Yexianzi. I need more cloud beasts to create a buffer. Dou Yume cried. The cloud beast techniques of the practitioner from the kingdom of clouds were now most essential. Otherwise, they would be forced to pay with lives. The veiled mysterious practitioner unleashed a torrent of beasts, tigers, leopards, bears, and bulls, over 100 in total, as they descended from the sky, engaging in fierce combat with the beasts. Yet, there were simply too many ferocious creatures. As the relentless and frenzied assault reached a critical point, the expansive stone wall encircling Yuhing Peak crumbled with a resounding crash. The beasts surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming all in their path. Although the cloud practitioner was powerful, she clearly lacked experience and had perhaps overestimated the wall's durability, misjudging how long it could withstand the onslaught. After the last desperate effort, she found herself utterly depleted. Chapter 74. Yi Qingyu, a mysterious master from the Cloud Nation, commanded a legion of cloud beasts, occupying a corner. And thus, when the beast tide broke through the walls, there was no one to provide cover. At the moment, the stone wall suddenly crumbled. The cultivators on the front line were nearly devoid of the energy to attend to their surroundings. In a mere instant, nearly half of the cultivators fell, vanishing amidst the throng of ferocious beasts, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Although the cloud beasts were undeterred by death or injury, they possessed only the instinct to fight, devoid of intelligence. Their intricate maneuvers relied solely on the manipulations of their controller. They had no capacity for sacrifice to save their master, nor did they have the opportunity under such dire circumstances. The sight of over 100 cloud beasts seemed substantial. Yet as the beast tide surged forward, they were swiftly engulfed. In truth, when confronted by the onslaught of snarling beasts, Yi Qingyu's mind went utterly blank. Born into a noble family, she consumed the finest meridian-opening pills and selected the most compatible cultivation methods, achieving perfection at every step of her training. This task was merely a whim. She deliberately avoided her elders, seeking to test her own strength. Prior to this, she had never experienced a true life-and-death struggle, nor had she ever needed to. Thus, she had never contemplated how terrifying the sensation of genuine peril would be when it finally arrived. She could almost smell the foul stench from the gaping maw of the beast and see the crimson glimmer behind its fangs. Then, she witnessed a sword light surging with vibrant purple energy. The purple aura advanced from the east, while the lords gazed westward. The torrent of purple energy dismantled the beast before her, and Jiang Wang, moving in synchrony with the sword, kicked the dazed woman aside. "What are you standing there for?" He swiftly hurled a fireball that erupted, then leaped several times to reach another battlefield. During the collapse of the wall, he was among the few who reacted immediately and launched a counterattack. However, the collapse of the first defense was inevitable, and there was no way for him to reverse that fate. Thus, he decisively withdrew and headed toward the direction of Zhao Ruqing, merely aiding the enigmatic Cloud Nation cultivator as an afterthought. His true concern was Zhao Ruqing, for despite the many secrets surrounding him, he had only recently opened his meridians and might not be able to navigate the perilous situation effectively. Yi Qingyu flew backward for a moment before coming to her senses. Her first thought was, "I have been saved." The second thought followed quickly, "I was kicked." She righted herself and conjured 2 cloud beasts, her heart still racing as she looked around, realizing that no one had the energy to pay her any mind. And the one who had rescued her had already vanished from sight. Standing atop a cloud beast, she retreated and surveyed her surroundings, filled with figures engaged in a bloody battle. It was only then that she felt her face flush with her cultivation level. Combined with the techniques she had mastered and the treasures she carried, she should not have appeared so flustered. If she had performed properly, while she could not have hoped to pierce through the beast's tide, self-preservation would have posed no issue. Yet just moments ago, she had nearly met her demise. Recalling this, she retrieved 2 golden beans from her sleeve and tossed them forward. The beans rapidly expanded and transformed within their golden glow, becoming 2 golden armored warriors wielding battle blades as they charged into the throng of beasts. The ferocious beasts, upon being bitten and torn at, lost their teeth. The golden armored warriors dispatched each beast with ease, as though slicing through vegetables, rampaging without restraint, summoning soldiers from beans. Apart from the rarity and high value of the beans, they bore no drawbacks, especially the caliber of these golden beans. Even Yi Qingyu felt a pang of regret. It could be said that with the release of these 2 golden beans, even if the task were completed, it would still be a loss. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang raced forward with his sword, dispatching beasts and rescuing individuals along the way, but his path began to veer downward. The beast tide surged downward rapidly, indicating that the second line of defense was also on the brink of collapse. Jiang Wang, filled with urgency, suddenly brightened as he spotted a figure ahead. Retreating, yet appearing remarkably composed, it was none other than Zhao Ruqing. Though he too was retreating, he did not exhibit the frantic chaos displayed by others. Instead, he chose a rather peculiar route. He darted left and right, occasionally advancing. Yet wherever he passed, there were either rocks providing cover or pits creating barriers. In essence, he faced no more than 3 beasts at any given moment. His displayed combat ability was not particularly strong, yet he appeared far more at ease than Jiang Wang, almost as if strolling leisurely through a garden. Upon noticing Jiang Wang approaching, Zhao Ruqing repeatedly called out, "Hey, hey, don't come over." However, Jiang Wang had already leaped forward, slashing down the beasts in front of him with several swift strokes, casually demonstrating a binding technique. Watch this, third brother. Logically, with the 2 of them fighting together, the battle should have been easier, yet inexplicably, it seemed as though they faced even more beasts, and the pressure intensified. Zhao Ruqing pivoted, exclaiming in annoyance, "Follow my lead." After a moment's thought, Jiang Wang matched Zhao Ruqing's retreating rhythm, and indeed, the situation became more manageable. "Third brother, you used to be quite clever. Why do you seem more like old Tiger do now?" Jiang Wang laughed. "I used to," Zhao Ruqing began. But Jiang Wang playfully slapped him on the head. "Who are you calling brainless? Show some respect." Changing the subject, Jiang Wang inquired, "Have you seen Huang Azan?" Zhao Ruqing grimaced. "He just zipped past me. I couldn't even catch him. He runs faster than anyone." "That is good to hear." As for Li Jinxiu, there was no need for concern. If something were to happen to Li Jinxiu, it would be beyond his aid. Jiang Wang turned to gaze in the direction of the city lord of Sand Mountain, Doyueme. If there were any hidden contingencies, now would be the time. As the 2-headed eagle of Yin and Yang appeared, Team B and Team C were at the first line of defense, while Teams D and E served as reserves for the second line. At this moment, even the recently withdrawn Team A had once again taken their positions. All cultivators had mobilized, yet Doyueme's side seemed eerily quiet. Something was amiss. Why had it suddenly become so silent? Jiang Wang abruptly realized that the prolonged cries of the eagle had ceased. This indicated that the 2-headed eagle had been slain. The head of the Sand Mountain Academy stood beside the eagle's carcass, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. The scene mirrored 2 years prior, when Sun Heng single-handedly ascended the peak of the vertical pin, slaying the 2-headed eagle and securing victory. The beast tide seemed to pause at that moment, followed by a sudden eruption of cheers among the cultivators. Yet, in the next instant, eek, 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 coo, 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 coo. The cacophony of eagle cries resounded once more, drowning out the cheers of the cultivators. The illuminated lanterns clearly revealed a swarm of 2-headed eagles descending from the summit of Yuhing Peak, blocking out the moonlight. Eek, 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 coo, 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 coo. Their calls were sinister and frenzied. It seemed a horde of 2-headed eagles resided atop Yuhing Peak. The head of the Sand Mountain Academy was caught unprepared and was torn apart in an instant. The beasts roared in fury. The mountains trembled, and giant trees swayed and splintered. A searing red beam of light surged toward Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing, forcing them to split apart to evade. Only an exceedingly few of the ferocious beasts possessed the ability to unleash innate spells. And any beast endowed with such innate spells was inherently a powerful one among ferocious creatures. The beam of light surged between Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing, carving a deep trench into the ground. From that moment onward, Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing could no longer converge, for the relentless tide of beasts had already engulfed everything. Chapter 75, Mountain Uprooting. The long sword flickered like lightning, its cold gleam almost the only remnant in the surging tide of beasts. Amidst the ferocious onslaught, Jiang Wang found himself unable to cast any spells, relying solely on his swordsmanship to navigate through the throngs of savage creatures. The golden arrow inscribed on his sword had already pierced the eye of a lion-like beast. The next strike would require considerable time to recuperate. Were it not for the formidable strength granted by the Force Spirit's body refinement technique, Jiang Wang would have had little chance of survival. In fact, the number of fallen cultivators from this wave of beasts had already exceeded 100, with many bodies left unclaimed. Jiang Wang clung closely to a massive bull-like beast, weaving to and fro around it, skillfully evading its frenzied attacks while making it difficult for other beasts to strike him. However, he was acutely aware that he was far from safe. He was dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep would mean certain doom. He had yet to ascertain the whereabouts or appearance of the beast that had unleashed the earlier shockwave. Furthermore, he had lost contact with Zhao Ruqing. If his own situation was dire, how much worse must Zhao Ruqing's be? The thought was too grim to entertain. With every ounce of strength, Jiang Wang continued to fight while desperately searching for Zhao Ruqing, keeping an eye on the direction of the shockwave. As the bull-like beast charged, he first caught sight of a beast endowed with innate magical abilities. Despite the chaos of the beast tide, instinctively, a path opened up around it. It resembled a small black cat, surprisingly diminutive amidst the tumult. Yet, it stood serene like a rock in a torrent, its only distinguishing feature being its blood-red eyes, revealing its true nature. At that moment, it appeared to lazily yawn, its mouth widening alarmingly until it resembled a great wooden basin. In the center of its gaping maw, a crimson sphere of light began to take shape. Jiang Wang followed the direction in which it aimed, and his heart sank. There, Zhao Ruqing was besieged by several beasts. Fighting for his life, Jiang Wang leaped onto the back of the bull-like beast, striking it with his sword to incite its ferocity. Then leaping off with a series of precise movements, he soared above the beasts, evading a barrage of bites and attacks, before suddenly vaulting into the air. With the purple chi eastward sword technique, the fourth form of his killing method, he unleashed a brilliant arc of sword light. Enveloped in dazzling brilliance, he broke through the beast horde and raced towards Zhao Ruqing at breakneck speed, seizing his shoulder and throwing him back. As Zhao Ruqing was flung away, Jiang Wang executed 3 swift rotations in midair, narrowly avoiding the roaring red beam of light from the black cat-like beast that whizzed past him. The tension was palpable, a moment of exquisite precision. Yet, he overlooked the bull-like beast he had been using as a shield. This creature, a hybrid of deer and bull, was immensely powerful. Having grown fixated on Jiang Wang after being used as a shield, it charged ruthlessly towards him. As the crimson beam of light cleaved through the chaos, Jiang Wang landed atop a massive mountain spider, swiftly slashing its compound eye with his sword. Just then, the deer bull leapt into the air, colliding with Jiang Wang. In a rush, he managed to raise his sword in defense, but was sent soaring, his back now against a precipice. How high was Yuheng Peak? From halfway down, the view was obscured by clouds. Third brother, Zhao Ruqing cried out madly, but was met with the frenzied onslaught of beasts. They found themselves on the battlefield at the northern cliff edge. Yi Qingyu fought her way here, searching for Jiang Wang. As the second, more terrifying wave of beasts threatened to erupt, her proud heart resolved that she must rescue Jiang Wang once more. She had expended countless life-saving treasures along the way, and as the tide of beasts surged, she contemplated that with only 2 treasures remaining, she would have to retreat if she could not find him. Then she beheld a ground strewn with dismembered corpses. This battlefield was the most gruesome she had encountered, the remains of beasts shredded beyond recognition. The terrain was uneven, with 3 deep gashes carved into the land, as if struck by some tremendous force. In one of these clefts sat a man, his profile strikingly handsome even from the side, surrounded by blood and carnage. Yet he merely sat there, head bowed, his long hair cascading down. "Hey," Yi Qingyu ventured tentatively. The man slowly raised his head to glance at her, his gaze cold and fierce. Yet, he soon swayed and fell back into the pool of blood. Meanwhile, the situation at Yuheng Peak was dire. The head of the three-mountain city Dao Academy had perished, and more than half of the 500 cultivators assembled had fallen. The horde of beasts had breached all defenses, with some pressing dangerously close to the logistical base at the foot of the mountain, wreaking havoc. Defeat loomed on the horizon. Perhaps it had been foretold the moment the dual-headed eagle appeared. In the midst of despair, the city lord Dao Academy stepped forward once more. But no one believed she could perform miracles. Years ago, Sun Hung, an inner court-level cultivator, had single-handedly turned the tide by slaying the beast leader, but had ultimately perished in the process. Everyone knew Dao Academy was only at the pinnacle of the 6th-grade ascendant dragon realm. It was only due to Sun Hang's sacrifice and the collective petition of the cultivators that she had been allowed to succeed him as city lord. Otherwise, the position could only be inherited by those of inner court-level cultivation. Yet, as the beast tide bore down upon them, Dao Academy stood resolute. A woman among men, she radiated a spirit more exalted than all. Despite being merely at the peak of the ascendant dragon realm, she suddenly unleashed an unmatched aura. It was as though something within her had erupted, each resonance echoing through her being. Her momentum soared. It was widely known that the next threshold after ascendant dragon was the inner court. What lay between them? It was the exploration of bodily limits. The awakening of the dragon within the meridian soaring through the ocean of flesh. Normally, this process was painstakingly slow and meticulous. Only after a cultivator had gained profound insight into the vast majority of their bodily landscape would they dare to attempt to breach the inner court. The human body houses 5 courts, each harboring treasures. The greatest challenge of the 5 courts realm was to unlock these hidden treasures. Depending on the depth of exploration and individual talent, each cultivator's journey would yield different results, often determining their strength. Among all the treasures hidden within the human body, the most elusive and precious was undoubtedly the divine ability. More precisely, it was the seed of divine ability, or rather, an incomplete version of true divine power. However, once one possessed the seed of divine ability, it was only a matter of time before it blossomed fully, commanding the tides of destiny. Now, what was Dao Academy doing? She chose to shatter the inner court before fully exploring the ocean of her flesh, breaking through all 5 courts. This was akin to abandoning the future, severing her path. She merely grazed each court without delving deeply. Yet at the 5th court, she discovered the divine ability. She was brimming with confidence, believing she could breach the inner court even without complete mastery over her bodily ocean, convinced that she would surely acquire the divine ability. And she succeeded. Sun Xiaoman, quake the mountain, she cried out. The barefoot girl engaged in battle responded instantly, her twin ponytails whipping as she raised the quake hammer high, resolutely striking the ground. The rocks shattered, and the earth split open a profound chasm at the hammer's center. Yet Dao Academy merely crouched down halfway, pressing her frail, delicate hands against the ground. She had broken through 5 realms to acquire this divine ability, known as mountain shifting. Chapter 76. The mountains may change, but the hearts of men remain unsettled. At the moment Dao Academy pressed her hands against the ground, the tumultuous tide of ferocious beasts, which had been roaring violently, came to a sudden halt as if the waves of the sea had been forcibly drawn back from the cliff's edge. All the flying beasts in the air, including the howling twin-headed eagles, flailed about like headless flies or fled in panic. The ground-bound beasts, on the other hand, cowered in fear, trembling uncontrollably. This was an instinctual terror rooted in the essence of life itself, an emotion that even the most ferocious creatures, devoid of wisdom, could not resist. For the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The entire Yuheng Peak soared into the clouds. Though it was not the mightiest mountain in the world, it was still sufficiently grand. At that moment, from the mountainside, more accurately, from the very spot where Dao Academy's hands met the mountain, began to sway. Rocks tumbled down, and the beasts howled in despair. Dao Academy's slender brows shot up in defiance as an overwhelming surge of Taoist essence erupted forth. Crack, crack, boom. She rose slowly from her crouched position, lifting Yuheng Peak from its midsection and splitting it asunder. In comparison to Yuheng Peak, she was as insignificant as an ant. Yet, this seemingly fragile woman possessed the strength to uproot mountains, akin to a celestial being. This astonishing scene would forever be etched in the hearts of many. Suddenly, an elderly sigh resonated through the air, a gentle exhale that seemed to echo within everyone's hearts. Let it end here, the voice intoned. Boom. Dao Academy's hands flew apart, and the ground trembled violently as the mountain sealed itself once more. She gazed in astonishment toward the peak of Yuheng Mountain. the direction from which the voice emanated. There, atop the towering summit where ferocious beasts roamed, stood a figure, an unfathomable and terrifyingly powerful entity. To think you could achieve this on your own, the voice continued, but it ends here. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable force, one that could halt Dou Yumei's ascent even before revealing itself, signifying its invincibility. But what nonsense are you speaking? Dou Yumei snapped back, regaining her composure from the initial shock. Clenching her fists tightly, she felt the seeds of divine powers within her fifth palace spinning wildly. Who do you think you are? You think you can dictate our actions, commanding us to move or halt at your whim? Sun Xiaoman, wielding the earth-shaking hammer, stepped behind Dou Yumei. Li Jinxiu, holding a peach branch upside down, joined her as well. Zhao Tia, limping, positioned himself at her back. Yang Xingyong, Shinanqi, Huanazan, the cultivators from Sanshan City. And the soldiers of Sanshan City, even those drawn by the bounty. All those still alive and capable of fighting silently gathered behind Dou Yumei. Despite the seemingly overwhelming power of the mysterious figure atop Yuhing Peak, their silence conveyed a resolute stance. Alas, the elderly voice sighed again. Some people spend their entire lives without ever touching the surface of divine powers. You sense the potential of your divine seed only halfway through your journey, it lamented. You possess greater potential than Sun Hong. What a pity. In the undertones of its words, though many cultivators were present on Yuhing Peak, only Dou Yumei garnered its attention. The figure remained unseen, its actions unknown. Yet the divine seed swirling within Dou Yumei's fifth palace fell eerily silent. Dou Yumei summoned all her strength to resist the invisible pressure. What do you understand? Hiding atop the mountain, consorting with ferocious beasts, allowing them to wreak havoc, and even sheltering them? You cannot comprehend true strength, no matter how powerful you may be. I shall regard you as weak. You, old fool. The mountain winds howled, carrying her voice far and wide. The voice fell silent for a moment before responding. There are things you do not understand. I bear no grudge against your ignorance. Withdraw now, for entangling further is futile. I do not wish to entangle. Dou Yumei shouted in fury. But what of the countless cultivators of Sanshan City, who have perished? What of the countless civilians devoured? They will not allow it. This matter is shrouded in secrecy, one you are not yet entitled to comprehend. Not entitled? Dou Yumei laughed in anger. I am the sovereign of the Sanshan City domain, with the imperial edict personally inscribed by the monarch and the royal seal bestowed by the court. I am the rightful master of this land and the guardian of all citizens of Sanshan City. And you dare say there are secrets in this domain I am unqualified to know? Zhuang Kingdom comprises 3 major counties, and Qinghe County contains 13 cities. You are merely a temporary steward of one of these 13 cities, neither a guardian nor a master, in the vast expanse of Zhuang Kingdom's 3,000 miles of territory. There exists but one master, and that is His Majesty the King. There is no need for further words. You shall heed my command. Her declaration bore profound implications. Most crucially, it suggested that the existence of ferocious beasts atop Yuhing Peak was tacitly permitted by the King of Zhuang, or perhaps even more than mere acquiescence. Ha! Dou Yumei burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. My husband perished here. My brother fell here. My disciples, my friends, my beloved, and those who loved me, all have died here. My daughter is but 15 years old, and my son merely 13. They all went to battle, fighting for Sanshan City. And now you tell me that Sanshan City does not belong to me, but to that unconcerned monarch, hidden away in the imperial palace. Indifferent to the plight of those who perish here? You are audacious. The voice of the elder's owner seemed genuinely enraged, an overwhelming pressure cascading down from the mountain peak, causing dozens of ferocious beasts to bleed profusely and perish on the spot. Though the force was restrained, it halted just before Dou Yumei, plunging Yuhing Peak into an oppressive silence. In this unnerving stillness, only Dou Yumei's desolate voice could be heard. From the day my husband died, I lost the right to be timid. Once, she too had been a timid and weak woman. She would tremble in the face of formidable foes and shy away from hardship. At times, even the sight of a mouse would send her shrieking into her husband's embrace. Yet, after that man's death, she could no longer afford such fears. She had to raise her 2 children and bear the weight of an entire city. Did she wish to raise her fists on the front lines? Did she desire to grow hoarse and weary? Who wouldn't he long for peaceful days, tending to flowers and growing plants? But could she afford to? Dou Yumei clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in resolve, relentlessly charging against the shackles that bound her power, never pausing for a moment. This time, the elderly voice remained silent for an extended period before finally saying, "Come up." As the surviving cultivators looked on, Dao Academy ascended the mountain alone. Under the influence of some unseen force, the throng of ferocious beasts parted silently, allowing her a clear path. The heavy clouds on the horizon, unbeknownst to her, had parted just enough to reveal a sliver of the crescent moon, only to be shrouded once more. Nightfall always cloaked the world in darkness. In the waiting, time seemed to stretch infinitely. As Dao Academy's figure emerged into view, all gazes turned toward her. Hope and anxiety mingled in the air as they awaited her return. Reaching the mid-mountain where she had previously uprooted the mountain, Dao Academy seemed to finally notice the anxious crowd awaiting her answer. She raised her gaze to meet theirs and simply began her descent. "Disperse," she commanded. Sun Xiaoman felt a sudden urge to weep, for she realized that her once vibrant and spirited mother, who seemed ageless, appeared as though she had truly aged this time. Chapter 77. The White-Bone Lotus. It hurts. Jiang Wang awoke from his unconscious state, instinctively reaching out to grasp his sword beside him. Fortunately, it was within arm's reach. With the sword firmly in hand, he finally opened his eyes. The first sight to greet him was the inverted stalactites of a cave. The entirety of the preceding battle was vividly etched in his mind, with no detail omitted. His oversight regarding the stag bull was undeniably a fatal error, leaving him filled with regret. However, at the moment the stag bull charged, he had indeed reached his limits, unable to evade its assault. Before opening the door to the heavens, a human could not tread upon empty air, even with the advantages of the Force Spirit's body refinement technique. He could merely extend his time in the air slightly. There was no way to escape from such a perilous drop off a cliff. Not to mention, the bull's tremendous force had scattered the Dao Yuan he had hastily summoned. He could still recall the terrifying sensation of plummeting rapidly, as if his heart were trying to leap from his throat, carrying all his vitality in a desperate flight from danger. Yet, he could not remember how he had lost consciousness. "So who saved me?" "Of course, it was she who rescued you with her secret arts." This exceptionally enchanting voice seemed to penetrate Jiang Wang's thoughts, drifting closer to his ears. He sat up, sensing a peculiar sensation in his body. But he did not have time to investigate further, for a woman dressed in a black gown, her face veiled in black gauze, had already approached him. "She is formidable." This was Jiang Wang's immediate judgment. He resolved to remember this life-saving grace. After expressing his gratitude, he inquired, "May I ask your name?" "I shall refrain from revealing it. After all men are the same. What is easily obtained is often forgotten," the woman in black gauze replied lightly, as if her words barely grazed the surface of reality. She extended her pale, snow-like hand, lightly brushing her fingers over the tip of Jiang Wang's nose. "Just remember that I saved you." Jiang Wang was not Zhao Ruqing. He was unaccustomed to such an encounter. Having just narrowly escaped death, he felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, the cold touch of the sword in his grip provided some calm. He forced a smile. "I know neither your name." He glanced at the woman's veil, awkwardly adding, "nor your appearance." "How am I to remember?" He, the woman in black gauze laughed softly. "You are truly adorable." Jiang Wang instinctively tightened his grip on the sword, not out of feeling threatened, but out of genuine nervousness. The woman crouched before him, her long gown trailing on the ground. She supported her chin with her hand, gazing directly into Jiang Wang's eyes. "It matters not. I will come to find you again. When that time comes, you will recognize me unless you pretend not to." A hint of sorrow flickered in her captivating eyes. "Would you do such a thing?" "No, I would not." Jiang Wang silently recited the sutras to steady himself, declaring solemnly, "I cannot forget the grace of your rescue. I knew you were a good child." "A child?" Jiang Wang mused. She might be a seasoned practitioner. He instinctively shifted back a little. However, the woman seemed to read his thoughts, playfully chiding, "What are you thinking? I am no older than you." His embarrassment felt like a pitfall, drawing him deeper into awkwardness. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Wang asked, "What is the situation on Yuheng Peak now?" "What else could it be?" A fruitless return, the woman in black gauze replied nonchalantly, before adding, "But don't worry, your little sweetheart is safe." "What little sweetheart?" Jiang Wang nearly leapt up. "I am good brothers with Ruqing. I was referring to the beauty from the Cloud Kingdom. Why are you so agitated?" The woman in black gauze feigned surprise, widening her eyes, though the glint in her gaze betrayed her amusement. "What beauty? She is veiled. Who knows if she is truly beautiful?" "Having been toyed with," Jiang Wang retorted. "I do not know her at all. It would be best if you refrained from such remarks." "Oh, so you do not care for the beauty?" The woman blinked. "Then rest assured, your brother, is also unharmed. She emphasized the word brother intentionally. Jiang Wang genuinely could not withstand it. Had this been a contest, he would have long since laid down his sword in surrender. He clasped his fists, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your rescue. I shall repay you in the future. Now, I must return. My friends must be anxious. Who is your senior? Perhaps I am younger than you. Then, the woman smiled, her eyes twinkling. Call me sister. Very well, I shall not press you further. However, do you not notice any changes in your body? Indeed, there was a peculiar sensation, particularly along his spine, which felt slightly cool. Yet, upon waking, this woman had drawn near, leaving him no time for examination. What do you mean? Jiang Wang inquired. You are unaware of the state you were in after your fall. Such a pitiable sight. The woman in black gauze shook her head, seemingly reluctant to recall it. Sister managed to save you and bring you back to life, allowing you to be so lively. First, my cultivation is high. Second, my secret arts are formidable. And third, you have a remarkable affinity with this secret technique. From the woman's tone, Jiang Wang sensed an ominous undertone. What secret arts did she employ? The woman in black gauze evaded the question, merely stating, It seems you have a vague connection to the Tying star? Few paths within the Orthodox sects come into contact with the power of the Tying star, especially at your level. Harnessing the star's power is something only those in the external building realm can achieve. If Jiang Wang had any connection to the Tying star, it could only be because of the Taishu illusory realm. However, this was his greatest secret. Now that he had officially transcended, he possessed a greater understanding of the cultivation world, yet he had never heard anyone mention the Taishu illusory realm. It seemed far from public knowledge. Perhaps at Jiang Wang's current level, he was not yet qualified to touch upon it. Naturally, he wished to keep this hidden. Your secret arts involve the Tying star? If I understand correctly, you are not from the Orthodox sects? Jiang Wang intentionally omitted her title. Call me sister. The woman in black gauze lightly tapped Jiang Wang, more playful than angry. Then she continued, We are indeed one of the few Orthodox sections. May I inquire? Jiang Wang hesitantly bypassed the title. Which lineage do you come from? Daoyuo Mountain, Yujing Mountain, or Punlai Island? A secret. The woman's eyes sparkled with amusement. Do you not wish to see? See what? The woman in black gauze raised a delicate, boneless hand, gently gesturing downwards before Jiang Wang. Suddenly, his upper garment tore open, exposing his well-defined torso. He instinctively wanted to cover himself, but felt that would betray his discomfort. So he remained stiff and motionless, unwittingly highlighting his awkwardness. The woman produced a small mirror from seemingly nowhere, slowly bringing it closer to Jiang Wang, placing it behind him. Look at me, she instructed. Huh. Jiang Wang was momentarily taken aback. Look into my eyes. The woman leaned in so closely that her fragrant breath brushed against his face through the veil. Do not overthink it. You will see your back reflected in the mirror through my eyes. Clang. Jiang Wang unsheathed his sword. The woman in black gauze showed no sign of surprise. Remaining completely unfazed, still gazing at him intently, Jiang Wang leaned back slightly, positioning the sword horizontally in front of him to reflect the mirror more clearly. This way, I can see better, he said. Then he beheld, at the juncture where his cervical vertebrae connected with his spine, a lotus flower that had inexplicably blossomed. It was a sinister bloom, its petals fashioned from white bones. Chapter 78, The Path Like the Azure Sky. What is this? Jiang Wang gazed at the woman in black gauze, a sense of foreboding settling within him. This white bone lotus was undoubtedly not a conventional entity. Oh, who do you intend to ask about something that has manifested on your own body? The woman in black smiled knowingly. I have never encountered such a lotus before. Is it related to your secret technique? I can only say that the secret technique I used to save you seems to have merely served a guiding purpose. She leaned closer to Jiang Wang, her breath as fragrant as orchids, brushing against his hair and teasingly drifting towards his neck. Think carefully. What secrets are hidden within you? What secrets do I harbor? Jiang Wang strained to recall any connection to the white bone lotus, but nothing came to mind. The woman in black withdrew her mirror and slowly stood, retreating. Sister saved your life. There is no need for you to remember it deeply. Just assist me with 3 tasks. As for what these tasks entail, her voice was soft and alluring. Just behave well while you sleep tonight. And wait for me to seek you. Jiang Wang consciously dismissed her subtle allure and replied earnestly, as long as it does not contradict the principles I uphold. I shall undertake not just 3 tasks, but even 30. 3 shall suffice. The woman laughed lightly as she continued to back away. You should return now. Do you recognize this lotus? What is it? Jiang Wang pressed. Ah. The woman in black elongated her tone as if pondering, before finally saying, "It seems to be the white-boned Dao lotus? The symbol of the white-boned Dao." She turned and exited the cave. Jiang Wang remained seated, gripping his sword with one hand, his upper body bare. He sensed her presence fading away. After inspecting his body and finding no other abnormalities, he performed a couple of pulse-clearing exercises to compensate for the cultivation lost during his unconsciousness, before making his way out of the cave. At the entrance lay a set of Taoist robes, presumably prepared by the woman in black. As he lamented his bare torso, he quickly donned the robes, which fit perfectly and were quite snug. This woman, enigmatic and alluring, spoke with a blend of truth and deceit, embodying both righteousness and wickedness. Yet, the fact remained that she had saved his life. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it for the moment. She had mentioned she would return, and there was little to analyze now. He would wait to see what unfolded. After surveying the mountain terrain and gaining a general understanding of his location, Jiang Wang turned towards the direction of Sand Mountain City. If Zhao Ruqing and the others were safe, they should be awaiting news from him there. Regardless, Zhao Ruqing would not abandon him in uncertainty and return to Maple Forest City first. Jiang Wang, Jiang Wang, Jiang Wang. From afar, he heard those calls echoing through the mountains, rising and falling. Jiang Wang understood that it must be Zhao Ruqing and the others searching for him. After the recent battle, the ferocious beasts on Yuhing Peak seemed to have retreated significantly. Otherwise, they would have charged down by now. Jiang Wang leaped into action, rushing towards the source of the voices. "I'm here," he shouted. The calls ceased momentarily before resuming. "Third brother. Third brother." A figure raced toward him from a distance, shouting excitedly. It could only be Zhao Ruqing. The two brothers reunited near the mountains surrounding Yuhing Peak, having escaped death, as if they had been separated for an eternity. However, neither displayed overt emotions. Zhao Ruqing looked up at the sky for a moment. "Ah, the weather is quite pleasant." "Indeed," Jiang Wang replied. After a moment, Zhao Ruqing returned his gaze to Jiang Wang, his expression exaggerated. "Wow, you don't look worse for wear at all. Even got a new outfit." Jiang Wang chuckled. "You must remember who the elder brother is." At that moment, Li Jinxiu, Huang Azan, and others, including Zhao Tiehe and Yang Xingyong, along with some unfamiliar faces who were disciples from the outer sect of Sand Mountain City, arrived. "Jiang Wang, Junior Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang." Jiang Wang responded to each in turn with a clasped fist salute. "Brother Zhao, Brother Yang, esteemed brothers, and Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Huang. I am truly ashamed of my lack of skill. I appreciate your efforts in searching for me. Brother Jiang, you speak too humbly. You've been working hard for Sand Mountain City, haven't you? Indeed, it is a relief that you are unharmed." After Zhao Ruqing awakened, he, accompanied by Li Jinxiu and Huang Azan, immediately returned to Yuhing Peak, searching for Jiang Wang in the place where he had fallen. Their intention was merely to recover Jiang Wang's body. However, after searching the cliff base for a long time, they found neither Jiang Wang nor any remnants of his clothing. Only then did Zhao Ruqing realize that Jiang Wang might still be alive. Rather than search aimlessly, he promptly returned to Sand Mountain City to find assistance, dividing the mountainous area near Yuhing Peak into sections for organized searches. Although Sun Xiaoman could not come in person as she had to accompany Dou Wimei, she was the one who organized such a large number of people. Jiang Wang thought that the sudden departure of the woman in black might have been prompted by Zhao Ruqing and the others' arrival. "Third brother, what are you pondering?" Zhao Ruqing waved. "This is Miss Yi from the Cloud Nation. She has contributed greatly in the search for you." Jiang Wang turned to see the mysterious cultivator with a veil covering her face, offering him a slight bow. "I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance. Jiang Dao friend." One wondered why so many female cultivators these days preferred to cover their faces when venturing out. No need for formality. It was merely a trivial matter. Jiang Wang replied. "Dao friend Jiang possesses the virtue of selfless benevolence, yet I, Qingyu, cannot be ungrateful." The woman from the Cloud Nation produced a beautifully crafted token and handed it to Jiang Wang. "Should you have any needs in the future, present this cloud token at Lingshao Pavilion, and all will be repaid." Repayment indeed? Is Lingshao Pavilion truly a place of limitless capabilities? Jiang Wang thought. Somewhat surprised but maintaining his composure, he replied earnestly, "There is truly no need. We are comrades on the same battlefield. Assisting each other is but a natural duty. This. Miss Yi, you need not be courteous." Due to the veil, only her bright and pure eyes were visible. She looked at Jiang Wang with sincerity. Holding the token with both hands, Please, Dao friend, do accept this. It will ease my heart. Suddenly, Zhao Ruqing nudged Jiang Wang from behind. Since Miss Yu has spoken, third brother, you should accept it. With no other option, Jiang Wang took the token. Shaped like a cloud, it bore no inscriptions, but upon closer inspection, one could discern swirling mist, rendering it extraordinarily beautiful. Regardless of its other significance, this token alone was a remarkable artifact. With her savior safe, Yiqingyu felt at ease and addressed Jiang Wang. Then, I shall take my leave. The path is as vast as the azure sky. May you ascend to greater heights. With that, she summoned a crane-like cloud beast, stepping onto its back as it soared into the wind. The sky was clear, the clouds leisurely, and she arrived with enthusiasm, departing with a tranquil heart. Setting aside the rest, this clarity of purpose was indeed praiseworthy. In the face of life and death, Jiang Wang had no intention for idle chatter. He promptly addressed Zhao Tiehe and the others. Esteemed brothers of Sand Mountain City, I must depart from Maple Forest City. I have a younger sister at home and cannot linger outside for too long. Zhao Tiehe and Yang Xingyong expressed their understanding. And the other outer disciples from Sand Mountain City, brought along to assist, naturally had no objections. After agreeing to reconvene, they parted ways. Jiang Wang made his way back to Sand Mountain City, heading directly towards Maple Forest City. As they walked, Zhao Ruqing finally found an opportunity to ask Jiang Wang. I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. What transpired after you fell from the cliff? Ah, indeed. Huang Azan also remarked, we discovered your absence and searched extensively, only to find no trace of you. We were worried that, eventually, we had no choice but to bring the unconscious Ru Cheng back to Sanchan City. Brotherly has been feeling guilty, claiming he should not have taken you to Yuhing Peak. This matter does not pertain to you. It is entirely my own carelessness. Jiang Wang consoled him, saying, I was merely fortunate. After my fall, I was rescued by a mysterious master and spent some time recuperating, which is why I have only just emerged today. Zhao Ruqing, stroking his chin, analyzed, they even prepared new garments for you with such thoughtfulness. I surmise that this master is also a stunning beauty. Indeed, indeed. Huang Azan inexplicably grew excited, exclaiming, I believe that Fairy Yi is truly an exquisite beauty. His conversation with Zhao Ruqing seemed entirely disconnected, as if he were speaking of someone else altogether. What nonsense, the woman in black veils remarked, her words touching upon the white-bone lotus. Jiang Wang, unwilling to elaborate further, interjected, but Fairy Yi is concealing her face. How can you ascertain her beauty? You do not comprehend, Huang Azan sighed, shaking his head, his expression one of enchantment. A true beauty requires no unveiling. A mere glance, or even a whisper of fragrant wind, suffices for her allure to be sensed. A thin veil cannot conceal a beauty. Zhao Ruqing nodded slightly, modestly expressing his agreement. At last, I understand why Yi Qingyu covers her face when she ventures out. Why is that? Because there are far too many lecherous individuals like you two. Chapter 79. Songrui. The Lin family stood as the preeminent clan in Wangjiang City, unparalleled and unrivaled, unlike the Wang, Fang, and Zhang families of Folin City, who shared similar status. This eminence reached its zenith when Lin Zhangren triumphantly secured the top position in the Tri-City Daoist competition, a quinquennial event. Despite the subsequent incident involving Zhu Wei's solitary defiance, which cast a shadow upon the city, the Lin family's prestige remained largely unscathed, as the humiliation was shared by all of Wangjiang. As some individuals ascended to prominence, others experienced a corresponding decline. The more illustrious their success, the more profound his descent. The once readily accessible Lin family's medicinal herb trade slipped through his fingers, and Lin Jingluan plummeted from the zenith of prosperity to the depths of obscurity overnight. As a member of the Lin family, he was assured of sustenance and shelter. However, the days when he reveled with companions at Wangjiang Pavilion were now replaced by solitary indulgence in cheap wine and futile dreams sought in humble taverns. He harbored deep resentment, but possessed no means to alter his fate. Lin Jingli was a scion of the Lin family's direct lineage, an elite within Wangjiang City's Daoist Academy. With the head of the Lin family as his father and Lin Zhengren as his elder brother, what grounds did he have to compete with such formidable figures? Some circumstances were predetermined from birth, a notion he once dismissed, but now found himself compelled to accept. Fill it up. Lin Zhengluan stumbled into the tavern like a specter, tossing a large gourd onto the counter. The tavern owner received the gourd, his expression hesitant. Young Master Lin, the wine from your previous 2 purchases remains. What? Lin Zhengluan straightened up abruptly, glaring at the owner. Are you afraid I can't afford to pay for the wine? It will be settled at the end of the month. All right, all right. As a member of the Lin family, even in his reduced circumstances, the tavern owner dared not offend him and reluctantly began filling the gourd. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the tavern. Isn't this Brother Zhongluan? Lin Zhongluan turned to see Lin Zhongli, surrounded by a retinue, passing by on some errand. He had apparently overheard Lin Zhongluan's exchange with the tavern owner. Zhongli, young Master Lin Zhongluan stammered, acutely aware of the embarrassing spectacle, especially in the presence of Lin Zhongli. Lin Zhongli glanced at the sky and then at the dejected Lin Zhongluan and chuckled. Quite the fondness for wine in broad daylight. You must find this amusing, Lin Zhongluan replied with a strained smile, grabbing the gourd and attempting to leave. He practically fled, resembling a stray dog. I suddenly recall. The pharmacy seems to have recently lost a manager and is seeking a replacement, Lin Zhongli remarked casually from behind. Lin Zhongluan halted in his tracks. He turned back, forcing an unnatural smile. Does young Master Lin believe I am capable? Brother Zhongluan's abilities are certainly not in question. Lin Zhongli approached the hunched-over Lin Zhongluan with a smile, lowering his voice. I've heard that the widow you married is quite beautiful. Is that so, Rui? Lin Zhongluan recoiled, shaking his head vehemently. No, I can't. He shook his head as if to resist some terrible internal struggle. This won't do. Lin Zhongli straightened up, maintaining his composed smile. I won't force you. He turned to the tavern owner, who was offering a servile smile, pointed at Lin Zhongluan, and declared, This is a member of my Lin family. You must not underestimate him. Serve him whatever wine he desires, and settle the bill with my Lin family at the end of the month. The tavern owner responded obsequiously, yes. Since young Master Lin has spoken, how would I dare to be negligent? Lin Zhongluan forced a smile. Thank you, young Master Lin. You're welcome. Lin Zhongli waved his hand and proceeded onward. His entourage once again surrounded him, their voices filled with flattery. Young Master Lin is so righteous. Why call him young Master Lin? How lacking in perception. You should call him young clan leader. Lin Zhongluan staggered home, clutching the gourd of wine. The wine seemed particularly potent today. He had only taken a few sips on the way, but he already felt intoxicated. He arrived at a neat, two-courtyard residence. The front courtyard was particularly well maintained, adorned with meticulously cared-for flowers and plants, creating a pleasing sight. Lin Zhongluan stumbled, colliding with a flower pot, which he then kicked to pieces in annoyance. Crash! Song Rui emerged from the inner room, unable to contain her reproach. Lin Zhongluan, what madness are you engaging in now? Is that any of your concern? Lin Zhongluan cast a sidelong glance at her, swaying as he headed toward the house. Song Rui stepped in front of him, suppressing her resentment. What do you mean by constantly drowning yourself in alcohol? Do you no longer wish to continue this life? Huh, amusing. Lin Zhongluan chuckled, holding up the gourd of wine. What, do you wish to divorce me? Divorce then? Huh, I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say? Song Rui squeezed her eyes shut, forcing back tears. And when she opened them again, her expression was cold. I said, let's divorce. Huh. Lin Zhongluan laughed twice before suddenly smashing the gourd of wine onto the ground. The gourd bounced twice before rolling down the steps. The gourd itself remained intact, but the stopper had been dislodged, and wine flowed freely, instantly filling the courtyard with its aroma. Take a look at yourself. Lin Zhongluan roared. A widow, now willing to become a discarded woman. Do you think you can marry into a decent family? Song Rui grit her teeth. Anything is better than being with a good-for-nothing. What did you say? Say it again. Lin Zhongluan strode forward, grabbing her neck and pinning her against the wall, his eyes bloodshot. Say it again. Song Rui's face turned crimson as she struggled. You, strangle me. This life is worse than death. Lin Zhongluan released her, staggering backward. You're still aggrieved? You're still aggrieved, aren't you? Lin Zhongluan pointed at her. You sent silver and jade to Fenglin City, didn't you? You're using my money to support your former husband's child. Do you know what our financial situation is? I can barely afford wine. Song Rui coughed for a long time before regaining her breath. She looked at the man before her, feeling a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Even if I shouldn't be sending things to An'an, my dowry alone is enough to send her different gifts for 10 years. Your dowry? Lin Zhongluan drawled, then suddenly roared. Where is it then? He yelled. Why am I left with nothing? Is it my fault that you were robbed of your abilities? I have no ability. I have no ability. Lin Zhongluan's face was flushed, and he had lost all composure. It's just that I don't have a good father. That short-lived ghost left me with nothing but the surname Lin. He looked at Song Rui, his voice venomous. Otherwise, would I have married you? Would I have allowed people to laugh at me? Laugh at me for marrying a widow? Now you despise me for being a widow? Song Rui's voice trembled. You said you were a member of the Lin family, from a noble lineage. You were afraid people would look down on you and laugh at you. I even left An'an behind and came to Wangjiang City with you. I left her in the care of her 17-year-old brother, who hasn't even come of age yet. I even took his family's property with me. I have already been so ruthless. Shouldn't I send her some silver? My Lin family member. She approached him, staring directly at Lin Jingluan, and questioned him furiously. A Lin family member with nothing to eat, nothing to wear, and living in a 2-courtyard residence. Slap. Lin Jingluan slapped her to the ground. Absurd. Ridiculous. Lin Jingluan turned to leave, stepping into the puddle of wine and slipping. He quickly got up and stumbled out. Too absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Lin Jingluan. Song Rui lay on the ground, covering her face with her hands, weeping and gritting her teeth. Now, I only ask you one thing. Was what you said about loving me true? Ha ha ha. Love? Lin Jingluan kicked another flower pot, sending it flying. Damn it. What is this elusive thing? He dashed out of the courtyard in a frenzy. He was uncertain of where he wished to go or where he could go. Yet, it seemed he could no longer bear to remain. He had to leave. He had to flee. A lost soul, truly bereft of a home.